Chapter 351. Danger. This thought flashed through Zhu Ning's mind. This is not an area that can be purified. It is too huge, and the so-called pollution source cannot be found at all. Maybe this is the diseased brain of the world's pollution source. They have touched the boundary of the world, but it is just above. How can Zhu Ning, a man-made creature, hit the entire sky? The Glasses Man and the Acne Man noticed it so quickly, probably because they have Zhu Ning's location in their minds, not blindly searching. It is equivalent to a real-time sharing between the several of them, but it is not the kind that can be disconnected autonomously. Zhu Ning cannot erase the brain map, but it is getting deeper and deeper. What to do? Zhu Ning only explored a part of the map, and he didn't recognize the direction at all. He could barely see the outline of a brain, and he didn't even know which direction to run. And even if he knew how to run, he couldn't outrun the Acne Man for a while. Zhu Ning couldn't fly, and the size difference was there. Will it die? No, Zhu Ning had never encountered any danger in this world before. The pockmarked man discovered her existence last time, but he was not very interested in her. It was like you found a small flying insect at home. If you couldn't kill it after hitting it for a while, it would be fine. No normal person would bother with such a small insect. Zhu Ning attracted its attention only after she outlined the outline of the aerial world. Assuming that this aerial world is a living thing, and is really a brain, why is it afraid that Zhu Ning will find out that it is a brain? Is there any logic in this? Is the way out hidden in it? It must be afraid that Zhu Ning will find out something, so it strikes first, but Zhu Ning should be very weak in front of it. The pockmarked man can crush her to death, so why is there any fear of being discovered? In other words, what's the key? The pockmarked man and the Glasses Man should be human beings, definitely not gods or indescribable monsters, so high-level creatures should be cannibals or absorb human spirits. The pockmarked man retains many human habits, and speaks normally. Why did Zhu Ning and the other 5 keep the size of insects after entering? But the pockmarked man is so big? Is it because Zhu Ning opened the door to enter? Different channels to enter the air world have different manifestations? Which entrance did the pockmarked man enter the world from? Or are they playing different roles? Zhu Ning's head hurt a lot, and the black square in his brain began to rotate, and he was a little sleepy at an inappropriate time. The sleeping sickness was acting up, and everyone was very sleepy. There was not much time left for them. It might not be long before they would enter a state of unconscious death. The others were waiting for Zhu Ning's order. They followed Zhu Ning here, but they didn't expect to be a sheep into a tiger's mouth and sit directly to the doorstep. Zhu Ning looked at the 4 teammates in front of him. How should he tell them that we can't run away? We have been located. This place is weird and boundless. We have mistakenly entered the outside world. There is no pollution source at all. And the problem now is very complicated, not only to escape, but also to escape in the right direction. The water droplets under the sky can also kill people. Zhu Ning didn't say it clearly. Pei Shu and Bai Cheng seemed to be aware of this. After all, after walking outside the wall for so many years, they can see that this place is very weird. There is a kind of pollution area like this, no rules, no logic, and it is incomprehensible. Pei Shu guessed that this place is similar to the far north, so he was prepared to die before entering. The good news is that he is in good spirits today. Bai Cheng and Pei Shu loaded their weapons. Although the chances of winning were slim, they could still give it a try. The two of them had a good understanding. They looked at each other and knew each other's intentions even though their expressions could not be seen clearly through the protective helmets. If the death of this team was ranked in order, Bai Cheng could die first, and Pei Shu would be the second. I hope Lin Xiaofeng can survive to the end. It's a bit cruel to think about it, but you must always be prepared to walk outside the wall. With a squeak, Zhu Ning was still thinking when a sound came from the end of the corridor. It should be the pockmarked man pulling out the chair. They were about to stand up, and soon they would find that Zhu Ning had not yet had a complete plan. The pockmarked man's shadow was projected on the ceiling, crawling out of the room and spreading at the end of the corridor. He looked like a huge monster, full of oppression. Such a large creature, even the shadow is scary. Bai Cheng, I can lead the team temporarily. Bai Cheng's tone was still very stiff. No matter which Bai Cheng lived for too long, her tongue was not straightened, but the emotions she revealed were surprisingly soft. This world is full of maggots and flies. In contrast, Bai Cheng is mentally stable, not easily anxious or angry, like a cold lamp in a disgusting and dark world. Pei Shu has the thread of Zhu Ning's consciousness around his neck, like a loyal hound, ready to burst into flames at any time. Although Lin Xiaofeng is small in size, she is the only one who can try to compete with the Acne Man in terms of strength. This is all Zhu Ning's trump card, to fight a way out of this hellhole. In the distance, the Acne Man's fat body has revealed a corner, and he is about to walk out of the door. This world must have logic. Even if it is a weird logic, they have to integrate the scattered clues. Zhu Ning whispered, "I need verification." She then said, this time with a more serious tone, "I need your help." This was the first time that Zhu Ning explicitly asked for the help of her teammates. She had to verify which path was right. "Let's finish it soon," the man with glasses said expressionlessly. He was guarding this side of the corridor to prevent the enemy from escaping. They were not very vigilant about this operation. They were just killing bugs. The worst case was that they could not kill them. The bugs would never kill them. The man with the acne walked out of the room. He was now very accurate in his actions. He almost did not rely on his eyes to see people, but on his brain. Neurons in the brain transmit information. The man with the acne and the man with glasses were equivalent to two neurons. They could quickly transmit key information without any extra conversation. There was a positioning point in the wriggling brain. They just realized that the invader had arrived at the door of the room. Based on past experience, most of these invaders like to hide in the model house. The complex and narrow space can provide them with a certain degree of cover. This time was different. The pockmarked man looked up at the ceiling as soon as he walked out of the room. There was no sky in the air world. This place was similar to a large house. When he looked up, he could only see the dilapidated ceiling. Zhu Ning was moving on the ceiling now. She was on the ceiling at the door of the pockmarked man's room. After seeing the pockmarked man, she jumped onto the dim light and used the friction point of the ceiling to gain leverage. How to deal with monsters of huge size difference. Zhu Ning came to a conclusion, thinking like a bug. She met Jiang Ping in the deserted village before. He was obviously a bug, but pretended to be a human. She didn't expect that Zhu Ning would have such a day. He was a human, but had to pretend to be a fly. Think about it from another perspective. If you have bugs at home, you can easily find them on the tabletop or floor, and then kill them with a slap. The only difficulty is in midair, especially on the ceiling. Assuming that this is a huge brain, Zhu Ning is equivalent to walking on the cerebral cortex. The pockmarked man muttered, as if he felt it was very troublesome. He turned back and found a broom from the corner of the room. Zhu Ning had the thinking of a bug, but she did not have the speed of a bug, and she lacked wings. She was just a shrunken human. Zhu Ning used the acceleration ability to run quickly and ran the distance of 2 lamps. When she turned around, the pockmarked man had already walked out with a broom. He took 2 steps forward casually and caught up with Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning did not continue to run. It was like hanging above the chandelier. The light bulb was extremely hot. If it were not for the protection of the protective clothing, she would definitely have been burned now. In the eyes of the pockmarked man, she was just a bug, but she knew she was not. She hung herself on the chandelier line and freed one hand to hold the gun. Most of Zhu Ning's abilities are close-range attacks, and long-range attacks rely on hot weapons. The most lethal hot weapon in their team is just a gun, which was stuffed into the trunk of the flying car by Lao Zhao. Zhu Ning thought of beef noodles when she thought of Lao Zhao. She had just left the warm environment for a short time, and then walked into a brain full of maggots. Zhu Ning was not even as big as the tip of a broom. The stinking broom was stuck to the ceiling. The acne man didn't like sports very much, so this move was not easy for him. He had to hold the middle of his hand to maintain balance. If this thing swept over with full force, she would definitely die. There was no way to dodge it. Zhu Ning adjusted her breathing. She was very good at shooting, and quickly got into the state. Without an auxiliary sight, she could aim with her naked eyes, and the target was very large. When the broom was horizontal, Zhu Ning pulled the trigger. After all, it was the strongest hot weapon in her hand. What came out was not a bullet, but more like a firecracker. After firing the gun, the huge recoil pressed against Zhu Ning's shoulder, making her almost lose her grip on the chandelier cord and fall off the hot light bulb. The bullet bounced into the pockmarked man's eye. This thing was too small. Zhu Ning's was only as big as a sesame seed, and the bullet was not as big as a grain of dust, but when the weapon exploded, it immediately exploded with a smell of gunpowder. Zhu Ning imagined the feeling. It must not pass through the eyeball. It should be similar to pepper in the eye? She couldn't imagine it, but the purpose was achieved. The pockmarked man hissed and took a breath of cold air. The feeling of the bomb exploding in the eyeball was not good. In an instant, the mucous membrane on the surface of the eyeball was destroyed, and his eyeball was red. The broom lost control and hit the light bulb due to inertia. Zhu Ning was instantly submerged in the tip of the broom. The light bulb swayed, the filament crackled, and went out with a bang. I know a rule. The light bulbs here can be damaged. Although the aerial world is weird, with inexplicable houses and power systems, It abides by the laws of the human world. The gates will go out, and the electrical appliances will become old. It doesn't even have the high technology of the Federation, but the oldest technology. This is a brain with maggots. It may have sleeping sickness, and is in a dormant state. Otherwise, there is no need for the Acne Man to disinfect it. The aerial world is a whole, and it is also an existence that Zhu Ning cannot defeat, but she is definitely not strong after having sleeping sickness. This is the basis of her entire action, otherwise she can just lie down and wait to die. With a bang, the Acne Man's hand dropped, as if he was too uncomfortable with the foreign object in his eyes. The Acne Man blinked hard, trying to get the pepper. Squeeze out. There were only 2 seconds in total. Zhu Ning looked down. The distance from the ceiling to the floor was equivalent to a bottomless abyss. When the Acne Man lowered his head, she loosened her hand and fell freely. Time was pulled very slowly in an instant. At this time, the Acne Man could step on her to death with 1 foot. As Zhu Ning fell, a transparent line appeared in the palm of her hand, and the other end was connected to the ceiling. Spider silk was transparent to the point of being almost invisible. It would probably be thinner in the Acne Man's world, like real spider silk. Zhu Ning only hoped to have 1/10 of her ability, even if it could cut the surface of a person's skin. All she needed was to delay time. Zhu Ning used inertia to pull the spider silk with 1 hand, and the whole person floated in the air. When she brushed the Acne Man's neck, her left hand stretched out the silk thread of consciousness. This ability only had a distance of 6 meters, and she had to get close enough to the Acne Man. Unable to use the wall on both sides for leverage, the Acne Man was her only point of strength. The pockmarked man reacted. He didn't need to see Zhu Ning with his eyes. He could sense that Zhu Ning was right in front of him, so close that he could blow Zhu Ning away with 1 more breath. The pockmarked man opened his bloodshot eyes and grabbed with 1 hand. Zhu Ning realized that 1 end of the silk thread touched the pockmarked man's shoulder, and with the other hand, he pulled hard, and the spider silk strangled the pockmarked man's throat. This is the most vulnerable part of humans, and assassins like to start with the throat. Zhu Ning has this ability until now, and this is the first time he knows that spider silk is so fragile. When the spider silk touched the Adam's apple, he just saw a very thin blood line, only a drop of blood flowed out, and with a snap, the spider silk broke. Zhu Ning's face was very cold, and the next moment her right leg was in great pain. The pockmarked man pressed her foot. The skin hardened and covered her right foot. The pockmarked man exclaimed, unexpectedly, a bug was so hard. Zhu Ning's teeth chattered. The armor formed by the hardened skin on the surface did not last long. There was a cracking sound, like a beetle shell being crushed, cracking inch by inch. Her right foot was bloody, and a tiny blood mist burst out. She was caught. Chapter 352. For the first time, Zhu Ning's calf was crushed, and the skin and flesh were crushed into foam. But in the eyes of the Acne Man, the amount of blood was not enough to kill a mosquito. As the pain came, Zhu Ning gritted her teeth and started the spider silk again. This time, it was not aimed at the Acne Man, but at her own legs. Humans are used to crushing insects twice when they kill them. The Acne Man's huge fingers pressed down like a mountain. After a burst of blood, the spider silk twisted fiercely, and everything below the knee was cut off. Zhu Ning got a chance to breathe and immediately turned over quickly, from the shoulder to the back. The Acne Man exclaimed, and his fingers quickly crushed over. Zhu Ning could feel the human body temperature tightly against her. This was the most terrible enemy she had ever encountered. She couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard she tried. She died if she wasn't careful. She almost rolled and crawled, forgetting that she was bleeding, and didn't care about what posture she was in. She just wanted to leave here immediately. The back is a blind spot for most people. The pockmarked man is fat, and not very flexible. When he reached the right shoulder, he could clearly feel that his fingers could not move forward any further. This was the only chance to catch his breath. Zhu Ning used the thread of consciousness to firmly occupy the center of the back, and the pockmarked man used both hands. At that moment, the pockmarked man's back did not look like a back, but a plane. His 2 fat hands were like huge monsters, and his 5 fingers became 5 tentacled legs, rushing toward Zhu Ning quickly. She hung on his back, as if hanging on a cliff, with nothing under her feet. The broken leg was bleeding profusely, and it was bleeding down. She had the advantage of the terrain, and the pockmarked man scratched out red marks, but he never crushed the bug. Zhu Ning has been located in the eyes of the man with the acne. As long as she has a breath left, the pursuit will not stop. Hey, come and help. The man with the acne said, on my back. With only one person, Zhu Ning can barely save her life. After the man with glasses joined the battlefield, The unfair balance tilted even more. Zhu Ning was thinking about a problem. She did not share the news of the air brain with other teammates. Only Zhu Ning's brain showed the mental pollution pattern of the brain. The second rule means that in the eyes of the brain, Zhu Ning is a dangerous element, and others are not currently. Only she is accurately located. The air world only quickly clears humans who discover its secrets. What kind of secret is this? The man with glasses waited at the door of the room at first, thinking that the man with the acne could handle it alone. At this time, he heard the request for help and stepped forward, muttering impatiently, saying that he needed help. The man with glasses walked towards Zhu Ning. His footsteps were heavy, and he made a yelping death drum sound, and he left the door of the room. The shadow of the man with glasses has been projected, completely submerging her. Boom, boom, boom. Maybe because he was next to the pockmarked man, Zhu Ning heard a huge heartbeat, like a pump. Hiss. The glasses man paused with his right foot. He was wearing a pair of slippers, and there was a sharp pain in the Achilles tendon of his right foot, as if something had broken the skin. Bai Cheng, holding a sharp axe, had been hiding in the shadow of the wall crack. Suddenly she appeared. Bai Cheng was used to using an axe. She ran quickly and chopped down with force. The axe blade split the human skin, but did not completely cut it off, but this was not a superficial effort. A little blood flowed out, and the pain was noticeable. Zhu Ning's face was covered in cold sweat. The helmet magnified the scene in front of her. She couldn't see Bai Cheng's face clearly. Her vision was a little blurry. Bai Cheng had been hit by a knife. The next step should be to evacuate, because the man with glasses had lowered his head. But Bai Cheng didn't leave. She jumped again at the wound without stopping. Zhu Ning's pupils shrank. She knew what Bai Cheng was going to do. She subconsciously wanted to turn her head away, but she forced herself to look straight at him. Don't avoid it. Open your eyes to see, even if it's bad news, even if it's death. Bai Cheng's axe chopped into the wound. Under the broken epidermis was the tendon of the foot. The axe was embedded. She didn't hold back her strength at all, and didn't leave herself any room. She knew she was going to die. Fuck. The man with glasses cursed, and his body lost balance in an instant. The pain made his back sweat. His heavy body fell to the ground, covering his injured right foot. With a puff, when the man with glasses was unconscious, he had already rubbed Bai Cheng's body into the wound. What is this? The man with glasses looked at his back foot, blood soaked his heel, and he found a black spot in the wound. The protective helmet had been flattened, like the shell of a trodden insect. The helmet, the body, and the wound were completely fused. He pushed Bai Cheng's body away with disgust, shivering in pain, and cursed, "Dog, dead insect." Zhu Ning's heart almost stopped, and she couldn't hear the curse. She understood Pei Shu's words in an instant. Every Bai Cheng was different, and dying in front of him was dead. Why did Pei Shu think that the later Bai Cheng was not the one who died for him at all? Because every Bai Cheng who died for them was unique. Zhu Ning suddenly remembered that on the speeding car, Bai Cheng said that Zhu Ning was her mother. Her personality was influenced by Zhu Ning. She liked to socialize, liked to hug Lao Zhao stiffly made a yes sign when Zhu Ning took a photo, and made a mechanical giggle when she spoke. Maybe the next Bai Cheng will have similar personality traits. Zhu Ning knows it's different. This Bai Cheng was raised by her and dug by herself. When he was just dug out, he looked like pure white porcelain, depicting a little bit of their shadow. Zhu Ning's mind buzzed, and she looked at the man with glasses with almost anger. I will kill you. This thought filled her mind. When the gap in strength is too large, this idea seems ridiculous, like a bug roaring at humans. They can't hear it, and they don't even know why they are angry. They think you are annoying. The man with glasses stood up with the help of the wall. His tendons were not completely broken, but he hadn't been injured for many years. The pain made him unbearable. He kept sucking in cold air and cursing like a child. He didn't know that Zhu Ning, who was hanging on the back of the acne man, wanted to kill him immediately. He also didn't know that another black spot appeared at his feet. It was the second Bai Cheng. Bai Cheng and Zhu Ning looked at each other. They couldn't see each other's expressions clearly and nodded. At the same time, the other two black spots quietly entered the room at the end of the corridor. Lin Xiaofeng and Pei Shu heard the noise outside the door. They didn't know what happened, but they could guess. Lin Xiaofeng was learning to deal with this kind of emotion calmly. Pei Shu knew that after Bai Cheng died, he would be the next one. He was ready to die. This was Zhu Ning's plan. She and Bai Cheng delayed time, while Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng took another route. Zhu Ning's initial strategy was fine. When entering an unfamiliar contaminated area, the first thing was to explore the map, but they didn't have time to explore the last room. Zhu Ning's guess was confirmed. She was the only one who was really targeted. After all, the bug was so small that it was a bit difficult to locate. Her second guess was also confirmed. When Zhu Ning was chased by the pockmarked man, the eyed man did not participate, but just stood at the door of this room, as if he was guarding this place. Pei Shu and the others were a little shocked when they entered. There were many wreckages of airplanes or spaceships lying here, and there were even hot air balloons. The plane drilled out from under the wooden floor, revealing a head, and the lower part was stuck, like an animal carcass trapped in a swamp. The wreckage of the plane was densely packed, appearing in various positions at strange angles, on the floor, ceiling, and wall, some of which were fully exposed, and some only exposed a tip. The distribution of the wreckage seemed to have some kind of pattern, and the gaps between the wreckage and the wreckage were like another winding corridor. Zhu Ning did not describe her discovery in detail, and Pei Shu did not associate it with it immediately when he saw it, always feeling that it looked familiar. If Zhu Ning could see it at the scene, this was also the shape of the brain, as if a certain part was missing and air transportation was absorbed to fill it. Judging from the naked eye, most of the planes are from the old world, and some are even older, such as fighter planes from the war period, which are antiques even in the old world. Over the years, some air accidents have been extremely mysterious, suddenly disappearing in a certain area, with no signal, no wreckage, and even no passenger bodies, just disappearing out of thin air. In the old world, some parts of the sky even originally had this characteristic, which was spread as magical. Some people claimed that the planes that strayed into it entered a different world or traveled to the past. Now that the plane that disappeared out of thin air this year has been found, they never thought that the sky is a sick brain. When the plane enters this area, it is like being attracted by some force, and finally becomes a part of the brain. This brain has been sick for a long time. To be precise, it has been eating. In ancient times, it ate birds in the sky. Since human civilization developed to the point where it could fly into the sky, it has a new food, eating people. The scope of impact may be very small at first, only in a certain area, until the pollution broke out, and the maggots ate all the brains, covering the human world like a curtain. Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng were both stunned, unable to integrate the complete information. They had some guesses in their minds, but no one could make a conclusion. Is this the end of the sky world? It shouldn't be. The farthest place they could see was a chaotic darkness, like flowing gasoline wrapped around some living thing, shrinking under people's gaze. Maybe the Acne Man had never been there, and only moved around in this area. The sixth sense of human beings told Lin Xiaofeng that it was very dangerous there, especially when she tried to think about what it was. She immediately felt her hair stand on end, as if there were countless eyes at the end of the airplane graveyard. She immediately stopped thinking, and gave up the idea to avoid attracting attention. Zhu Ning had told us not to try to understand this place. Even if you have a fleeting thought, it is best to suppress it immediately. The less you know, the safer you are. When you think about it, it will think about you. Don't think. It is best to be an idiot. They can't even kill the pockmarked man, let alone challenge the unknown existence. So Lin Xiaofeng and the others are just here to help Zhu Ning. They acted immediately. The truth of the world was not within their scope of investigation. The purpose of this time was to help Zhu Ning find a way out. The place occupied by the man with glasses and the man with pockmarks was their own spaceship. It was quite broken, and could not compare to industrial products at all. It could be seen at a glance that it was something that doomsday enthusiasts had tinkered with themselves. The pockmarked man likes this location, perhaps because he was born here, or perhaps because it is closer to human civilization. They looted supplies from the wreckage of the plane. Some planes were left with only a skeleton, and most of them were taken away by them. They opened a door of their spaceship, as if they were out for an outing. They stopped the RV and set up a sunshade. There were 2 cockpits inside, and they usually slept in the driver's seat. There were empty cans everywhere on the ground. The pockmarked man's barbecue time was suddenly interrupted. There were freshly roasted golden maggots on the grill. Lin Xiaofeng's eyes swept over the maggots. She originally just wanted to find a gas tank. They smelled the aroma of roasted protein outside the door, and followed the smell of barbecue all the way to find it, proving that there was a high probability of fire in this room. Indeed, there was a portable gas tank used for the simple stove. But she actually found something more useful, half a barrel of gasoline. Lin Xiaofeng listened to the sound outside the door, not knowing how far it was going. She hoped that Zhu Ning and Bai Cheng could hold on. The use of huge force made Lin Xiaofeng's face flushed, and Pei Shu stood beside her. Pei Shu's fire ability is useful, but the disadvantage is that it is too small. The flames burning all over his body are not as big as matches, so they need fuel. I forgot which god said that there must be fire. After preparing everything, Pei Shu led Lin Xiaofeng to retreat quickly, and with a click, Pei Shu snapped his fingers. Chapter 353. Bai Cheng appeared again. If the man with glasses could see Bai Cheng's facial features, he would definitely find it very strange. Aren't you dead? Why are you still haunting? The man with glasses straightened up. Bai Cheng's body was almost flying. With a click, the axe hit his hamstring for the third time. The man with glasses cursed in pain. He was extremely annoyed by the bug. This was definitely not an ordinary bug. Ordinary bugs would not have wisdom, let alone how to kill people strategically. The man with glasses held the wall, and the blood in his body was surging. He wanted to crush Bai Cheng again. This time, Bai Cheng did not fight, and did not even take the axe. She immediately ran in the opposite direction. The gap in the floor was black, and she could hide in it to reduce the probability of being discovered. The man with glasses was approaching. Bai Cheng's trick could not last long, at most 5 seconds. Bang! Suddenly, there was a roar from behind. The gas tank caught fire and exploded. There was a loud crackling sound, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. It's on fire? The man with glasses paused and shouted, "Hey! It's on fire!" The man with glasses wanted to put out the fire immediately. The fire in the brain was no joke. He didn't care about Bai Cheng at that time. Bai Cheng was just a little bug at best. He just fell down and lost his right slipper. He walked barefoot on the wooden floor, leaving bloodstains wherever he passed. The man with glasses dragged his injured foot, and was immediately choked by the thick smoke when he walked to the door. The fire had just started, and the fire was not big. At first glance, it looked like a portable gas tank caught fire, and then ignited the gasoline barrel next to it, almost blowing up the entire spaceship. The man with glasses was panicked. The flying car was his home, and the evidence that he was still a human being. It reminded him where he came from all the time. If the flying car was destroyed, he would completely lose his direction in this ghost place, and truly become a bug. The man with glasses tore off a piece of cloth and rushed into the room to put out the fire, but as soon as he stepped into the house, his body stopped. A long nail on the wooden floor grew backwards and pierced his instep with a puff. The man with glasses felt so painful that his scalp was numb and cold sweat was pouring down. He looked down and saw a nail sticking out from the gap in the floor. Damn it. The man with glasses gasped and looked at the increasingly fierce flames anxiously. Hey! Help! Put out the fire. Cough, cough, cough. The inside was full of flammable materials. The fuel tank of the wreckage of the plane would explode at any time, and the whole brain would be burned. The man with acne heard his companion's call for help, and he didn't care about Zhu Ning, and walked quickly towards the source of the fire, adjusting the priority. Zhu Ning hung on the back of the man with acne, and was shaken by him as he walked, almost vomiting blood. The next moment, Zhu Ning exerted force with his arms, and climbed quickly with the silk thread of consciousness, like a light spider. Her broken right leg was patched up with black mucus, and she used the black mucus as a backup prosthesis temporarily in the severe pain. Zhu Ning was extremely clear-headed at that time, and she only had one thought in mind: killing someone. Zhu Ning's vision narrowed in an instant, and she marked the best path in her mind. The first step was the right shoulder, and the second step should be the neck. The acne man had oily skin, and it was easy to slip when running on it. The next step was the chin, where there was a huge acne pit. Zhu Ning took a look when she passed by, and her initial estimate was correct. If you accidentally got into it, it would be easy to get out. The target was the earlobe. Zhu Ning bent her knees and used her intact calf to force the broken leg section, causing severe pain, but she didn't care so much, and the silk thread caught the earlobe. The acne man realized something, and he felt his skin a little itchy, and made an instinctive action of hitting a mosquito. The pockmarked man's thick palm was hanging behind Zhu Ning, and a gust of wind blew from behind, almost blowing her away. With a snap, when the pockmarked man's palm fell, Zhu Ning jumped into his right ear. She did not stop for a moment, and she did not dare to rest for a moment. Zhu Ning's chest hurt when she ran, and there was only the sound of her heartbeat in her ears. The pockmarked man's fingers stretched in, and were about to touch her back. Zhu Ning slipped and fell deep into her ear. She's in my ear? The pockmarked man's fingers kept probing inside. Most humans are afraid of insects crawling into the ear canal when they are sleeping, and they imagine that the insects will die inside the ear and can never be taken out. Zhu Ning fell into the ear canal. There was some filth nearby, and there was a bomb set by Lao Zhao in her hand. This was Zhu Ning's strongest thermal weapon. The effect was very poor when used externally, but it was still useful when entering the pockmarked man. I need your help. Juning once solemnly asked her teammates. This was the first time Juning explicitly asked for help. One person couldn't do it. She wanted to enter the giant's brain and kill people. Bai Chung was responsible for the ground. The floor was the most dangerous position, and it was easy to be stepped on and killed. Her task was to prevent the second person from approaching Zhu Ning. After Zhu Ning proposed the plan, Bai Chung took the initiative to carry out this task because she was expendable and not afraid of death. Lin Xiaofeng had great strength and was the only one who could open human items. She was responsible for opening the gas tank, finding the flammable material, and lifting the nails at the door. Pei Shu was responsible for ignition. The bigger the flame, the better. The person who ignited the fire was close to the core and was destined to be the most seriously injured. The degree of danger was second only to Bai Chung. If they missed a step, Zhu Ning would be dead now. Everyone was moving forward with the determination to die. As long as they killed their brains, the pockmarked man would definitely die. 5 tiny bugs were planning to kill the giant. The ear canal was very dark. Zhu Ning leaned against the eardrum. From this perspective, the pockmarked man's index finger looked very strange, like a python drilling in, but was stuck by the natural structure of the ear and could not move forward an inch. Zhu Ning's brain was polluted, and the pattern in her mind flickered, but through the eardrum, she also had a brain behind her. There was no normal brain tissue in the pockmarked man's head, just a brain pattern composed of countless maggots. The maggots in his mind moved faster, forming a certain echo with Zhu Ning's brain. With a bang, Zhu Ning detonated the bomb. She had fixed her body in the ear canal with a dagger in advance, and her skin was hardened and wrapped, but the amazing fire and heat wave exploded, and the inner wall of the ear canal splattered with tiny blood. The roar was too loud at that time, and Zhu Ning could not hear the Acne Man's yelling. He just felt dizzy. It should be that the Acne Man could not bear the pain and was struggling. What was that like? A bomb exploded in the ear canal, and the inside of the ear canal was bloody. No human had such an experience. The Acne Man covered his ears and fell to the ground. The Glasses Man was stunned for a moment, shocked by the scene in front of him. He and the Acne Man had a brain connection to some extent, and the pain seemed to be transmitted. At that time, it seemed that a bomb exploded in his ears. He could not avoid it, but his lips trembled and he covered his ears weakly. Zhu Ning took a breath, and the protective suit and helmet left her a little breathing space, so that she would not be drowned by the blood in front of her. At this time, there was no ear shape, but the body structure of the Acne Man had been changed. The skull and ear canal of a normal person are not connected, but after Zhu Ning exploded, she could feel a huge brain in front of her. The skull became soft and collapsed, and the wriggling maggot stopped in an instant. The pattern in Zhu Ning's mind continued to deepen, trying to corrode Zhu Ning's brain. If Zhu Ning really had a normal brain, it might have been corroded now. Zhu Ning was looking at this brain, a very strange scene, as if the human body no longer existed, just one brain looking at another brain. It was sick, maggots gnawed, and it groaned in pain day and night. With a bang, Zhu Ning detonated the second bomb. At that time, the internal and external explosions seemed to form a kind of concerto. The maggots twisted their bodies when they were burned, making extremely strange hissing sounds. The Acne Man widened his eyes, and his eyeballs almost broke out of his eye sockets, as if he couldn't bear the pain of life and wanted to leave immediately. The string of reason in his brain broke, and before he died, he could only recall the moment when he flew into the sky. Below was the end of the earth, and the land was getting farther and farther away. In his eyes, humans were no bigger than ants, and finally condensed into a black dot. And he was getting closer and closer to the sky. His eyes were filled with blue sky and white clouds, and he thought he was approaching heaven. All doomsday enthusiasts want to survive the doomsday. They have read a lot of information, but there is no guidebook to tell them, what if they leave their hometown, escape the doomsday, and reach another world? How should humans survive as humans? In the eyes of outsiders, the man with acne scars did not have many external injuries, but his ears and eyes were bleeding. His eyes were out of focus, and he died in an instant. At the same time, the man with glasses also stopped struggling, and it was impossible to tell whether he was dead or alive. Everything returned to silence. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Chung stood up and coughed out the blood that had choked her throat. She didn't care about her own injuries, and dragged her injured body towards the body of the Acne Man. The Acne Man was stiff, and had been motionless for a long time. Bai Chung still didn't know his name, so she could only call him the Acne Man. She took some effort to crawl towards the face of the Acne Man. His red eyes looked a little scary. She stood at the position of the oracle and looked down. It was full of blood, like a collapsed cave. Bai Cheng couldn't see where Xu Ning was for a while, and turned to look at the end of the corridor. The fire was getting more and more intense without anyone intervening. The smoke was billowing, and it was a little unclear where to go. Maybe they would play with fire and burn themselves and die here. What about Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng? Bai Cheng didn't care about his own death, but cared more about the two of them. After a while, two black spots appeared in the firelight. Lin Xiaofeng dragged Pei Shu out. It was not difficult for her to carry an adult on her back, but she was not tall enough, so it was a little difficult to carry an adult on her back, so she could only drag Pei Shu on the ground. Pei Shu was in charge of lighting the fire, while Lin Xiaofeng was hit by the heat wave. They were too small in front of the fire wave, so small that it was a bit like a fool's dream. It was a blessing to be alive after lighting a flame that was hundreds of times larger than their body size. A piece of broken wood shavings pierced Pei Shu's abdomen, and another piece of wood shavings pierced his shoulder. There were countless wounds of all sizes on his body. Lin Xiaofeng was injured in her abdomen, left leg, and right face. Her right face was bloody, and her hair was burned. Lin Xiaofeng's eyes were stinging. She must have damaged her internal organs. Every step she took hurt her internal organs. She walked for a long time and finally reached the corpse. The man with the acne scar was dead, and the man with glasses was not very clear. There was no movement at the moment. There were no contaminated spores here, and it had not been completely purified. They had better leave immediately. But where to go? Is there really a way out of this place? They walked out of a door, and behind the door was just a dirty toilet. Do they need to find another door to get out? Bai Cheng speculated that they should find a door of the same size as them, and other doors would be useless. Perhaps they can't get out, and can only live in this hellhole for the rest of their lives, living on maggots like the pockmarked man. Lin Xiaofeng was a little tired. She put Pei Shu down and injected him with a healing agent. Pei Shu was covered in blood and had lost consciousness for a long time. She didn't even dare to look at his breath, and asked, "Where is Xu Ning?" "Bai Cheng, he didn't come out, I go in and take a look." Lin Xiaofeng opened her mouth and subconsciously wanted to stop it. She always felt that the ear canal was dangerous. The pockmarked man's ear canal was like an unknown cave. Lin Xiaofeng felt that Pei Shu's vital signs were fading. Bai Cheng had already died, and she didn't want another one to die. But she didn't say anything to stop him. She held Pei Shu and said, "I go with you." The flames were getting bigger and bigger. Maybe the man with glasses was not dead, and would appear in the next second. It was not safe to keep Lin Xiaofeng here. It was better to die together. Bai Cheng and Lin Xiaofeng both agreed with this. Bai Cheng jumped into the ear canal to explore the way. It was sticky everywhere, and the temperature of human blood. She slipped and sank into the flesh as soon as she entered. "Be careful," Bai Cheng reminded. Lin Xiaofeng almost slipped, stabilized her body, and adjusted her posture. She walked forward with Pei Shu's shoulders. "Is the human ear like this?" "It shouldn't be. It's just a karst cave with uneven inner walls. Some human tissue can be seen." The light was insufficient. Bai Cheng turned on the flashlight. Every step was very strenuous. He needed to pull his legs out of the flesh. Bai Cheng was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt something moving in front of him. The flashlight emitted a white round light, illuminating the front of a maggot. Xu Ning exploded the acne-ridden man's brain, and maggots were running out. Chapter 354. Bai Cheng fired a shot at the head of the maggot, and the maggot was smashed as soon as it emerged. Lin Xiaofeng followed her movements and shot again from behind. Gunshots rang out, but there were too many maggots, and they were too dense to kill them all. Bai Cheng shouted, "Go up." Lin Xiaofeng immediately reacted. The ear canal was like a mountain path. It was good to be small after entering the aerial world, so it was convenient to hide anywhere. Lin Xiaofeng grabbed Pei Shu's waist, folded him in half, and put him in her arms, like a piece of clothing on her arm. Then she threw out a pair of iron hooks. They came in with almost all their belongings this time. At least they had all the tools. The iron hooks were embedded in the ear bones, and were quite strong. Lin Xiaofeng was hanging on an iron hook, facing the top of the ear canal, and facing the wriggling maggots. She took the opportunity to look down. The maggots seemed to be running for their lives. In fact, they were not coming for them at all. They were crowded together like a mad flock of sheep. Sheep is cute, that thing is moving forward, and you can tell it is a maggot after watching it for a long time. Lin Xiaofeng looked at Bai Cheng in front of her again. Bai Cheng was in a similar position to her, but this Bai Cheng was too new. His limbs were not very flexible, and he was still in the stiffness period. Bai Cheng asked, "Are you convenient?" She should be referring to Pei Shu. It is not convenient for a little girl to take care of an adult. This matter should be left to Bai Cheng. Lin Xiaofeng listened to her and thought that it was really different. This was not the Bai Cheng before. Even if their memories were the same, they could pick up the conversation without any pause, as if they had never left. It was very dark around, relying purely on the night vision helmet. Lin Xiaofeng shook his head, thinking that Bai Cheng could not see, and whispered, "I can do it." She was holding Pei Shu very steadily. Pei Shu had just set fire to the body, and was half dead. Lin Xiaofeng didn't feel anything when she first caught him, but now she found that Pei Shu was a little hot, and sparks were coming out of his body. The maggots ran very fast, and they finished running after a while. They crawled out of the corpse's ears, and were pupating in the direction of the man with glasses, trying to form a new brain there. After the maggots entered the man's body, his eyes kept rolling around, as if he was possessed, but Lin Xiaofeng didn't see any of this. They jumped down from the top of the ear canal, and the further they went in, the more disgusting it was. There were maggot corpses everywhere, some of which had been blown up, half of their bodies were pupating, and the mucus and blood of the maggots inside were mixed, which was hard to describe. After Lin Xiaofeng walked through the ear canal, the road inside narrowed. After passing through this narrow road, the top suddenly widened again, as if she had arrived inside the skull. There are traces of maggots in front of me. The maggots ran away, and the empty pupa shells were left in the place, like the steel skeleton of a building. Maggots once huddled together here, acting as the brain. The man with the acne scar may sometimes feel itchy in his brain, but it is difficult to describe how it feels. You can't always say to people, "Hello, I seem to have maggots in my brain. Can you help me take a look?" "Yes, it's here. You can see it by looking along your ear." "Yes, yes, yes. There's a maggot inside looking at you. Don't be afraid. Just help me pull it out, thank you." After killing the man with the acne scar, Lin Xiaofeng began to pay attention to this man's past, and couldn't help but feel that he was a little sad. Bai Cheng explored the way ahead, walking in silence all the way, occasionally hearing gunshots. If he saw a twisting maggot dying, he would give it a quick death. Lin Xiaofeng felt that each wriggling maggot looked like a person. They seemed to be begging for death, and they would feel relieved if they really died. Later, the gunshots became less and less, and the place became cleaner and cleaner. They came to the cleanest place in the brain. This time, Lin Xiaofeng found Zhu Ning quickly. She saw a figure from a distance. Zhu Ning was limping on his right leg and standing in front of a door. The door was embedded in a brown pupa shell, and it looked like someone had decorated it. The wallpaper was a brain pattern, and the hole was brown. There were white traces left in the outline of the brain, which was where the maggots had been. The door, Lin Xiaofeng's heart suddenly jumped, as if a dying person was being rescued by a doctor, and a kind doctor pressed hard on her chest to give her first aid. Lin Xiaofeng immediately woke up. The door was the door to go out, and it was the same proportion as theirs. Now the door was open, and the air outside could not get in, as if there was always a transparent wall between the two worlds. Zhu Ning was not excited, and didn't know what she was looking at. Isn't there a road outside? Is there another world behind the door? Lin Xiaofeng had already prepared for the worst. He grabbed Pei Shu and walked over. When he saw the door clearly, he was also stunned, with the same posture as Zhu Ning. The door seemed to open suddenly in the sky. It was the same color as the sky, with only a square outline and a delicate metal handle. Outside the door was blue sky and white clouds, but there was no sandstorm. It was not the orange sky when they first came in, and there was no flying car hovering before. The flying car ran out of gas? Where is their car? Lin Xiaofeng wanted to open the secondary brain and use the flying car's automatic driving function, but as expected, there was no signal at all. Is the sky moving? Or have they walked to other areas? Give it to me. Zhu Ning's calm voice sounded. Lin Xiaofeng's wrist lightened, and Zhu Ning took the half-dead Pei Shu. She was not a doctor, and she was a little confused when she saw Pei Shu. There were sparks on Pei Shu's body, and she didn't know whether to put it out or let him burn. Zhu Ning raised the inside of her wrist, and saw that Pei Shu's vital signs were still there. Not dead, that's good. Zhu Ning looked around his broken team, and another Bai Cheng died, which made people not happy. Zhu Ning's calm voice sounded, "How long have you been here?" This question stirred the atmosphere, and Lin Xiaofeng came back to her senses, as if the backbone finally took charge, and this broken retired army could continue. Lin Xiaofeng completely let go. She just liked Zhu Ning to take charge, and she would do whatever Zhu Ning said. She was too lazy to care. Lin Xiaofeng's tense body relaxed a little, and she realized the pain of the wound on her body belatedly, and took a breath of cold air. Zhu Ning rubbed Lin Xiaofeng's head. Go get some medicine. Zhu Ning would clean up the mess, and figure out a way out of the weird situation. Bai Chung quickly replied, if time hadn't been distorted, we would have been here for 36 hours, which is faster than expected. It's less than 40 hours, which is considered overfulfillment of the task. Zhu Ning added. After Zhu Ning finished speaking, he held the door frame with one hand. Lin Xiaofeng's eyes widened. Zhu Ning had half of his body stretched out. She quickly grabbed Zhu Ning's body, fearing that she would fall from the sky accidentally. The strong wind immediately blew, and Zhu Ning's half of her body swayed in the wind. She held the door frame. Outside was blue sky and white clouds, and the thin clouds were like ribbons. Below was a forest, and a huge mirror-like lake could be seen. Apart from that, there was nothing else. There was no flying car passing by, and no one to ask for help. It turned out that they did not shrink, but just entered a huge brain. Zhu Ning took a deep breath and breathed twice. Her body seemed to be cut in half. Her legs in the air world seemed to be stuck in dead water, and she could feel the wind in her upper body in the real world. After Zhu Ning breathed in fresh air, she let out the suppressed emotions in her heart, and then came back to report the situation. There are no water droplets below, nor deep pits. The water droplets are landmarks. You can see the huge deep pits when you look down. That thing was bombed out, and it won't be filled up overnight. This place is like a maze. The exit and the entrance are not the same place. We can't go back, Zhu Ning said cautiously. The sky is leaky everywhere, with large and small doors open. The reactions from different entrances are different. The two of them are a bit lucky to be chosen by this sick brain, like two selected gatekeepers. Zhu Ning peeked into a corner of the world's secrets, which is enough. Just give the information to Huwensi. That flying car can never be recovered. It's just a pity. Lin Xiaofeng modified it by himself, and Pei Shu's hand-knitted wool ball is also on it. Zhu Ning, if the pollution source is not killed, the next attack may come soon. Pei Shu is seriously injured. Xiaofeng and I are also injured. We have to leave immediately. Although it is in the pockmarked man's mind, it can be felt that this body will probably not last long, and the rustling sound of squirming is very loud. Zhu Ning listened and thought that there should be maggots and flies eating the pockmarked man's body. In this world, everything is like a cycle. When alive, they rely on maggots to survive, and after death, the body must be fed back. The question now is how to leave. This is definitely 10,000 meters high. Lin Xiaofeng suddenly asked, jump? She said embarrassedly. The protective suit has a parachute. The protective suit is resistant to high temperatures, has oxygen inside, can dive, and make emergency landings, so she wore it as a treasure outside the wall. Zhu Ning raised her eyebrows, thinking that the little girl was really brave. Before Zhu Ning spoke, Bai Chung said, jump. Zhu Ning wanted to laugh, and when she laughed, the wounds on her body hurt, but there was no good news in such a disgusting mind. For a while, the team seemed to be here for skydiving. Zhu Ning wanted to experience skydiving in her previous life, but she had never tried it. Unexpectedly, it was the first time here. I don't know what pollutants I will encounter when I jump, but everyone's tone is very relaxed. Then jump anyway, I can't go back to eat maggots. Lin Xiaofeng actually proposed to take the lead. Bai Chung helped her check whether the parachute was intact, and then took off Pei Shu's landing device and gave it to Lin Xiaofeng, giving the little girl double insurance. If one doesn't work, use the other. Zhu Ning wanted to speak up for Pei Shu. What kind of difference in treatment was this? No matter which Bai Chung was, they were all very nice to Lin Xiaofeng. They were particularly blatant in their favoritism, and bullied Pei Shu because he couldn't speak. But Pei Shu was also very nice to Lin Xiaofeng. He would take the initiative to give the little girl a chance when he could speak. Lin Xiaofeng accepted it, and listened to the operation process twice carefully. She had received training before going out, and also participated in the mock exam. It was her first time to really use it, so she was a little nervous. She stood at the door. The world under her feet was very far away, and everything seemed so small. Lin Xiaofeng suddenly got scared again at this step. She had clearly proposed to take the lead, so she wanted to prepare herself mentally at this time. I take it slow, give me a minute. Before she could figure it out, her back suddenly tightened, and Bai Chung kicked her from behind, mercilessly. Lin Xiaofeng screamed and fell down, dizzy and nervous, and hurriedly pressed the button in her hand, pressed it twice, and the parachute opened with a bang, like a small mushroom in the air. Zhu Ning, She didn't know how to describe it. Did Bai Chung learn this from her? His personality is a bit bad. It turned out that Bai Cheng's gentleness and care in the past were all disguised, just to let Lin Xiaofeng relax her vigilance, and then kick her from behind. Bai Chung retracted his foot expressionlessly, and his movements revealed coldness. Although he threw Pei Shu's parachute, He took the initiative to take responsibility. She was more experienced, and had no problem leading people. Xu Ning asked, "Can the weight of 2 people be enough?" Bai Cheng said stiffly, "No, I will be his meat cushion." Xu Ning thought Bai Cheng was joking at first, but later she found that this sister was not joking at all. She was serious. Anyway, she would not suffer any loss if she was a cushion. "Xu Ning, I will jump by myself. You don't need to kick. Please go first." Bai Cheng said nothing, carrying Pei Shu, and jumped. Another small mushroom exploded in the air, just near Lin Xiaofeng. Xu Ning held the door frame. She looked back. The maggots may have almost eaten the body. The head was full of maggots. Xu Ning saw an eye. The eye looked at her through the glasses, as if the eyeball that Xu Ning saw when she opened the door for the first time should be the damaged brain of the glasses man repaired. Climbed up to look at his companion's body, the glasses man squatted down, through the devastated brain, staring at the small insects inside. But Xu Ning knew that it was not the man with glasses who was watching, but the brain, with a dull look and a sense of inhumanity. The surroundings were trembling, and the maggots were about to eat them. This was not something she could afford to offend. Xu Ning stepped back step by step, never moving her eyes from beginning to end, keeping her eyes on him, looking back without any cowardice. Her broken right foot stepped out of the door, feeling the strong wind outside, and when the maggots gnawed in front of her, her hand holding the door frame loosened. With a bang, Xu Ning leaned back, feeling the weightlessness, and the scene in front of her suddenly became farther away, as if the focus was quickly adjusted when shooting a video. The eye became smaller and smaller, and the door opened and the air gradually shrank into a dot. The parachute was propped up, and the third mushroom exploded. Xu Ning stopped looking up, and looked for the other 2 small mushrooms. A new pattern unconsciously unfolded in her mind, and the pollution mark of the brain was still there, as if it would permanently penetrate into Xu Ning's brain. After a while, a path covered the walnut-shaped brain, like a road drawn with a black sketch pen above the brain. The road to Utopia unfolded in front of her eyes, and a devilish whisper sounded, "Go to Utopia." Xu Ning had gotten used to it. Although she didn't know where this was, it was very close to Utopia, almost right in front of her. Xu Ning couldn't predict what danger she would face after landing, so she closed her eyes and enjoyed the moment of flying. The landing time was longer than expected. Not long after she left, 2 flying cars passed by overhead. They had been flying for 2 hours, and they wondered, "Why are we still here? We can't get around it. Look, there's a door in the air. This is weird. We've hit a contaminated area. Want to go in and take a look?" They opened the door and walked into the rotten brain. Chapter 355. Flying Fish Line, North Transfer Supply Station. Lao Jiao received a call from Hua Wensi in the afternoon. He had been in contact with Assistant Zhuang. Suddenly, he was not used to hearing Hua Wensi's voice. Lao Jiao had read Hua Wensi's speech and had a natural respect for her. When he answered the phone, his back was straight. Hua Wensi asked him to help find Xu Ning's whereabouts. Lao Jiao was puzzled. Xu Ning? Didn't he just leave yesterday? Logically, he must have passed the water drop group and went north. Why did Hua Wensi ask him to help find it? He couldn't catch up with him. However, Hua Wensi's nickname was Little Witch, so she must have her own reasons. Did Xu Ning have an accident? Hua Wensi's tone was very polite. He meant to help see if there were any clues. If there were none, forget it. There was no need to risk his life. Safety was the priority. This was just a matter of convenience, and there was no reason to refuse. At that time, Lao Jiao had gone to bed. He worked the night shift that day. After hanging up the call, he was at a loss for a while, got up and explained the matter, and took the 2 people out. After all, Lao Jiao has lived outside the wall for many years. He knows everything an investigator knows. He has been trained properly. He didn't understand what Hua Wensi was looking for along the way. He asked him twice, and Hua Wensi said, "You will know when you see it." When he really saw it, Lao Jiao really understood. Another landmark behind the Flying Fish Line is the water drop group. It is not very dangerous above, but the water drop group is life-threatening. However, experienced investigators will basically not get into trouble at this location. He originally wanted to return to report to Hua Wensi after walking the water drop group. It was still yellow that day, and there was a car hanging in the air. The logistics soldier with Lao Jiao held up a telescope and said, "Isn't that Xu Ning's car? Why did they stop there instead of moving on?" Old Zhao's heart trembled, and his first reaction was to deny. "If you see it clearly, just say it's her car." Logistics soldier, "Really? I modified that car." There was a dent on the rear of their car, and there was no suitable paint color to repair it. The gray patch was so big that I could see it from a long distance. I'm not blind. Old Zhao's heart beat violently, and he subconsciously wanted to refute, but there was nothing to refute. When he got to the front, the part where the rear of the car had been repainted was particularly eye-catching, and even if he was blind, he could see it clearly. The flying car was hanging alone, with no cars in front or behind, and no obstacles, which looked very abrupt. The logistics soldier was very proud. I said it was their car. Wait. Why is the car empty? Where are the people? They drove the car forward and paralleled Zhu Ning's flying car. It was indeed empty. There was a pink ball of wool hanging on the front of the car. Old Zhao recognized it as Pei Shuji's at a glance. Old Zhao accepted his fate. It was really Zhu Ning's car, but where were the people? No wonder Wensi asked him to come out. Did something really happen? The logistics soldier drove around the flying car twice, muttering, "There are water droplets below. Where can they go? They can't jump out of the car to die, right? Did they go to the sky?" Old Zhao's hands trembled, and the logistics soldier laughed dryly twice, suddenly realizing that his guess was extremely terrifying. The weather has been very strange recently. There has been a sandstorm, and the reason has not been found. The whole sky is yellow. They are used to it, and now they suddenly feel that the sky is gloomy and terrifying. It is so huge that it covers the heads of human beings. Whether they are inside or outside the wall, they are looking up at the same sky. It seems that there are other spaces in the sky that can absorb people. Zhu Ning is a demon, and the team he leads is an elite force. I don't know what the little girl who follows him is, but Bai Cheng and Pei Shu are not vegetarians. Now they all disappeared collectively. How did they disappear? Old Zhao's mind was very confused. He thought of Bai Cheng hugging him stiffly, then he thought of handing wool to Pei Shu, and then he thought of Zhu Ning eating beef noodles. Life and death outside the wall is normal, but it doesn't mean that you don't feel it every time. Isn't that heartless? Old Zhao wants this team to go farther, at least through the far north. Old Zhao pressed his shaking right hand with his left hand and asked, "How long can that car last?" The logistics soldier professionally modified it and glanced at the energy meter in the car from a distance. They have been parked for 30 hours, and they can still use it for about 10 hours. Old Zhao, spread half of our energy over, hurry up. If Zhu Ning only temporarily enters a contaminated area, he must come out without a car. This command is not difficult. The logistics soldier brings the two cars close together. After the docking is completed, the mechanical claw extends from the body of the car to open the energy slot of Zhu Ning's flying car. From beginning to end, there is no need to open the window for real person operation. The robotic arm can complete it. Lao Zhao urged, "Hurry!" The logistics soldier was not nervous at first, but now, he was nervous because of the urging. It seemed that replacing an energy tank would cause a big problem. The sky couldn't just open its mouth and eat him. This was outside the wall, and any worries were unnecessary. The logistics soldier replaced it at the fastest speed in his life. Just after inserting the energy tank, he said, "This car can last another 30 hours. Lao Zhao interrupted immediately. "Return quickly. Report to the higher-ups immediately. Hurry." The logistics soldier immediately stepped on the accelerator. For the first time in his life, he was so afraid of the sky. He had already driven a long way, but he still felt that there was an eye staring at him from behind, as if he could never escape. Zhu Ning is missing. When Wensi received this news, she was still investigating the Pilgrim organization, but there was no progress, and it was at a bottleneck. She asked Lao Zhao to investigate this matter. She had a hunch that something had happened to Zhu Ning, so it was normal for Lao Zhao to find something unusual. The whole incident seemed like a ghost story. Zhu Ning led his team across the flying fishing line, and was about to get out of the water drop group. Then all the team members in the car disappeared without a trace. Wensi asked Lao Zhao for Zhu Ning's surveillance. There was no clue in the surveillance. She stopped at one picture for a long time. Zhu Ning was eating beef noodles. This was what Wensi promised her. She could eat what she wanted at a certain station. Zhu Ning had her back to the camera, and her expression could not be seen at all, but Wensi always felt that Zhu Ning was laughing in the early stage and seemed to be crying in the later stage. Wensi and Zhu Ning had not seen each other for a long time. Every time they communicated, they were in a hurry, but the connection between them had never been broken. She seemed to be able to experience Zhu Ning's feelings. Wensi did not receive Zhu Ning's call for help this time, but she really hoped that Zhu Ning would contact her for resources. Logically speaking, Zhu Ning disappeared in the sky, and all similar cases in the past years should be sorted out, but it is difficult to count outside the wall, and it is impossible to start from this part. Wensi cannot start support from this part. Wensi asked Lao Zhao to report the news to Beidiao, continue to observe this location, and provide energy to Zhu Ning's flying car under the premise of no danger, waiting for Beidia's support. But Beidia's manpower was not enough, and it was divided into several groups, including the homecoming train, the blood vessels under the fishing village, and the newly discovered underground ruins. It is said that a living thing was also found underground, because Zhu Ning confirmed that blood vessels were found in the fishing village, and they deduced that this was also an organ, but they could not see what it was. The sky is also a pollutant. Huowensi suddenly had such an intuition. Ordinary people might hesitate, deny, and argue to draw a conclusion. But Huowensi didn't need to. As soon as this idea popped up in her mind, it was immediately deepened, as if it was the truth. Huowensi found a piece of paper. She couldn't draw. The Hua family didn't cultivate her art at all. She couldn't draw anything beautiful with paper and pen. Huowensi walked into Zhuang Lin's office. Zhuang Lin liked to draw since he was a child. Before he awakened his superpowers, he aspired to be a little painter. Unfortunately, doomsday art was useless. Zhuang Lin asked, "What do you want to draw?" Huowensi paused and didn't answer immediately. He lit a cigarette first. If the sky is a pollutant, what organ is it? Heart? Eyes? Brain? Huowensi's mind shook again. There was an eye looking down at her, as if giving her a hint of the answer. Brain? It was undoubtedly the brain. Huowensi took a deep breath, stroked the eye mask, and felt the beating tentacles below. Zhuang Lin looked at her in confusion. Huowensi leaned against the door of his office, with a cigarette in her hand. After a long time, she said, "Draw a circle." Her voice was hoarse, as if the words were squeezed out of her throat. Zhuang Lin looked confused and treated this matter as a game of guessing. He lowered his head and drew a circle. Huowensi smoked and thought, "The sky is the brain." Zhuang Lin was stunned and realized the seriousness of the problem. Thinking of the recent sandstorm, all human survivors, whether nobles or the lower class, speculated on the cause, and experts have not made any progress in their research. What does it mean that the sky is the brain? Zhuang Lin thought about it, and loyal to Huowensi's instructions, he drew the outline of the brain on the upper part of the circle, which now looks like an unformed human head. He was still waiting for Huowensi's next instruction, but Huowensi didn't give any instructions. She couldn't imagine what the structure was. Zhuang Lin had been with Huowensi for a long time. When she raised her hand, Zhuang Lin knew what she was going to do and asked, "Should I draw blood vessels next?" Huowensi hummed and let Zhuang Lin play freely. Zhuang Lin knew all the information he should know. Zhuang Lin seemed to be sitting in the exam site. Huowensi was his teacher. There was a clock ticking to remind him to finish the painting within the specified time. Zhuang Lin first drew a small section of blood vessels in the circle, which looked out of place and could not be combined at all. He thought about it and began to continue that section of blood vessels according to his own understanding. For a while, there was only the rustling sound of painting in the room. Huowensi sat down on the sofa and waited for Zhuang Lin to paint. When she finished smoking 3 cigarettes, Zhuang Lin finished painting. Zhuang Lin held the painting with a very hesitant expression. "I just drew it randomly. If this was an exam, it would be very difficult. Only 2 elements were given, and the rest were free to play." Huowensi took the paper. Zhuang Lin drew it very well. The whole thing was a circle. On the top was the outline of the brain drawn at first, and below were blood vessels. The blood vessels were connected to form a figure. There are many ways to understand this painting. It was as if a person was hugging his knees and sitting in a round glass ball. Ordinary humans could not fit so well. This person had rotted, and the stiff muscles became soft. The bones were broken so that they could fit into the glass ball. The limbs were completely twisted, but the body functions were still maintained. Or maybe this was not a person, but just a round monster. Huowensi looked at it for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. What was this field they lived in? Is the air actually part of the pollution? Just like a human being, after death, another species appears in his internal organs, reproduces, and builds a habitat, and not only that, it also evolves its own consciousness and civilization. Isn't this ridiculous? Zhuang Lin saw that Huowensi looked very bad, and was a little worried. Just when he was about to speak, Huowensi put away the painting. Zhuang Lin felt that his painting was very bad, but Huowensi's attitude was very serious, which made him embarrassed. Huowensi didn't say a word of extra words. Zhuang Lin knew that she wanted to think for herself. Huowensi postponed her work that day. She returned to her residence and thought about the whole thing, the pilgrims, Utopia, Prometheus, including this huge pollutant. Everything is a thread, but she can't figure it out. All the clues will be disconnected at the beginning. There has been no news about the pilgrims since they found the exit from the wall. It seems that the organization was eradicated overnight. Lu Yuan lost contact. Chen Qihong's investigation requires a long-term effort. Prometheus has always been mysterious, and Hu Wenxi's long hand can't reach it. Hu Wenxi's job is to investigate the abnormal events. She knows that most investigations are like this. Sometimes you get stuck at a certain point, and have made all the efforts you should make. Unless God helps you, you can't move forward at all. Will God favor her again? Hu Wenxi gave herself a holiday, pulled out the awakening needle on her arm, and completely relaxed. For a whole week, she fell on the sofa and smoked one cigarette after another. She fell asleep unknowingly, and was woken up by the cigarette butts on her fingers. On the 7th day, Hu Wenxi sat up, rubbing her brows. She pinched the cigarette butt and went into the bathroom to take a shower. She would take off the black eye mask when she took a shower. This thing has become a part of Hu Wenxi, or Hu Wenxi has become a part of him. She stared at herself in the mirror. Her long hair was wet, and black waterweed entangled her. Hu Wenxi felt very strange. When she followed the order of the owner to enter Area 103, she never thought that there would be such a day. Hu Wenxi combed her hair carefully, braided her long braids meticulously, put on a black coat, put on black gloves, and finally put on an eye mask in front of the mirror to cover her tentacles. She was very calm in the mirror, but her face was pale because of her long-term unstable work and rest. She told Zhuang Lin that she had something to do and asked him to contact her if there was any news about Zhu Ning. After preparing everything, Hu Wenxi put Zhuang Lin's painting into a folder, which contained all the information she had sorted out. Hu Wenxi should contact the Hu family. Chapter 356. Cleaning Center, Hu Wenxi's office. There were a pile of documents scattered on the ground. Zhuang Lin tripped after opening the door. He drew a picture. After the team leader got it, he entered the invisible mode. Zhuang Lin knew that this usually meant that Hu Wenxi wanted to think for himself. When he received the news again, Hu Wenxi was on vacation and became a hands-off boss, with a posture of quitting. Zhuang Lin didn't know Hu Wenxi's specific whereabouts, and passively received Hu Wenxi's work arrangements. It was a long list, and it looked like he would have to work for a lifetime to finish it. With the backbone gone, the pressure of the mountain was now on him. Zhuang Lin sat in Hu Wenxi's office and skillfully helped her tidy up the desktop and neatly classified and stacked the documents. He was a little confused when facing the information, and didn't know which part to start with for a while. He was used to listening to orders, and gave too much autonomy at once. Zhuang Lin looked through Hu Wenxi's investigation progress. The situation was complicated and chaotic, and the forces of various factions were complex. The relationship between the Kingdom of God, Prometheus and Utopia was not clear, but Hu Wenxi tried his best to sort out the context. It was clear and logical, and only one conclusion was missing. Zhuang Lin liked to read the team leader's report. It was extremely comfortable, and was simply a work of art. Anyone who took over could understand it. With a yelp, someone pushed open the door, and team member Ma Guangzhong was startled. "Assistant Zhuang? Are you reading a love letter? You are smiling so happily?" Zhuang Lin had a suspicious smile on his lips. He looked at the work report as if he was reading a love letter. His eyes were a little disgusting. Zhuang Lin coughed lightly. "The team leader is on vacation. We will continue the investigation. Hu Wenxi has paved the way and pointed out the direction. Even if he is not there, others just need to follow it. The team leader actually has a holiday? How amazing." He sighed, and then felt that Hu Wenxi worked very hard, and it was not illegal to take a break. Zhuang Lin, notify the team members that there will be a meeting later. Ma Guangzhong had 2 dark circles under his eyes. He had a headache when he heard about the meeting. It was too confusing, and he couldn't find a clue. It had been several days, and the more he discussed in the meeting, the more confused it became. If everyone had good ideas in the meeting, it would be uncomfortable for him to have nothing to say. He wanted Zhuang's assistant to leave a topic so that he could prepare in advance. Ma Guangzhong asked, "Where do we start?" Good question. Zhuang Lin also wanted to know. He was silent for a while, and read the document again. Among the to-do items, one item was particularly eye-catching: follow up with the Pilgrim organization. Hu Wenxi wrote down 3 words, Teacher Qi, and drew a circle around the name. This was the last incident Hu Wenxi investigated, looking for Teacher Qi. Zhuang Lin remembered that the name Teacher Qi was given by Zhu Ning. Pilgrims would receive a kind of blessing before leaving the wall. Others called her Teacher Qi. She wore a robe similar to that of a nun and a pendant around her neck. Zhuang Lin picked up the file and pushed Ma Guangzhong towards the conference room. "Let's start the meeting with Teacher Qi." Zhu Ning dragged Pei Shu to the shore by the neck. The lake water was dyed blood red, like a pool of blood, and strange pollutants floated on the water. At that time, they jumped from the air door and fell directly into the lake. At first, it was calm, but there was no boat. They floated in the lake for 5 days, and made a small boat with the supplies in their backpacks. They used their hands as oars, and wanted to row to the shore quickly. After all, the lake was very deep, and no one knew what was underneath. But no matter how hard they rowed, it seemed like they were spinning in circles, and they couldn't reach the shore at all, but were getting farther and farther away. They were trapped again. The few supplies they had were completely used up, and the nutrient solution and healing agent were gone. Except for Zhu Ning, everyone needed medicine. Their lips were chapped, and they didn't dare to drink the lake water directly. No matter how they rowed, they couldn't get out. At this moment, they saw a point in the distance, as if something was floating on the water. That thing was swaying with the waves, and the color was bright red, which was particularly eye-catching. The unknown object floated over, and when they got closer, they saw that it was actually a huge apple, as big as a human head, and at first glance it looked like a watermelon. Zhu Ning was about to make a joke. The fruit outside the wall looked so weird, but he found that there was more than one, and their boat was full of them. It seemed that a boat carrying apples had capsized, and the ownerless apples were drifting with the waves, looking for prey in the lake. Zhu Ning held his breath. This place was close to Utopia. The small boat they made temporarily could not accommodate anyone. Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng were on the boat, while Zhu Ning and Bai Cheng were soaking in the water. The apple was getting closer and closer. When it got close to Zhu Ning, it suddenly flipped over, revealing its true appearance as if it had changed its face. The thing had a human body, but there was only an apple on its head. The apple was cut in half, and the core was the eye. The vertical eyeballs moved back and forth. The apple was roughly round, with a circle of sharp teeth densely grown around it, and the teeth were covered with blood and flesh. Later, there were gunshots, chaos, and the apple people exploded one after another. Zhu Ning and Bai Cheng became the main combat force under the premise that all the members were injured. There were too many apple people, and they popped out like leaks. Zhu Ning fought for 3 days, and only came ashore on the 8th day. She was exhausted, and Lin Xiaofeng was pulled up by Bai Cheng. In front of her was a forest, making a rustling sound when the wind blew, and the apple men floated up and down in the lake behind her. After Zhu Ning came ashore, blood mixed with the lake water flowed down, and Zhu Ning asked, "Do you know where this is?" Bai Cheng, "I have never been here. Maybe this is the information provided by Anqi. There is a forest near Utopia that can separate human bodies. People must watch their toes run away from home and gradually turn into body fragments." Zhu Ning closed her eyes, and a road stretched out in her mind, just like ordering takeout in the past, always wanting to see where the takeout man was, only 1 kilometer away from the destination, but he didn't come. Zhu Ning was only 1 kilometer away from Utopia, and he was almost there. The next step was to find the entrance. It was dark now. Zhu Ning didn't dare to enter the forest immediately, and said, "Take a rest tonight." Bai Cheng put Lin Xiaofeng down, wiped Lin Xiaofeng's forehead, and shook his head at Zhu Ning. Lin Xiaofeng had a high fever, and 3 of her ribs were broken. She was groggy and still in a state of stress. If a monster came, she would subconsciously fight back. The worst situation was Pei Shu. He was covered in sparks, and his whole body was burning. The top of his protective suit was torn. Zhu Ning could see Pei Shu's heart, which was like a violently burning volcanic rock. With waves of contraction, black ashes fell and disappeared. Pei Shu was blown too badly. If they couldn't find a doctor, they would die in this forest. Zhu Ning asked, "What about you?" Bai Cheng's leg was injured, and there was a fatal wound on her chest, but her inside was plastic, much stronger than others. Bai Cheng, "I'm fine." Bai Cheng's tone was cold, and Zhu Ning felt that she didn't know her very well. Bai Cheng said again, "They can't hold on for long." Zhu Ning frowned. She was responsible for this family. Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng were injured because they executed Zhu Ning's orders, and Bai Cheng died. Now there is a shortage of medicine and food, the flying car is gone, the secondary brain has no signal, and there doesn't seem to be a base station nearby. Zhu Ning couldn't ask for help from inside the wall, and fell into a truly isolated and helpless situation. Even if they died, they couldn't send the information out. Zhu Ning wanted to contact Wensi immediately, and tell her the information about the Sky Gate. Now we can only hope that Wensi has a good brain, and the little witch's intuition is not invalid, so that she can deduce all this by herself. But what after deduction? How does Wensi know Zhu Ning's exact location? Come to pick up Zhu Ning. This is a bit wishful thinking. It will take Hua Wincy at least half a month to rush from inside the wall, and Zhu Ning can only rely on herself. Zhu Ning asked, "Do you think there are medicines in Utopia? If there is civilization inside Utopia, then there must be medicines that people can use." Bai Cheng asked back, "Then why do they give it?" "Yes, it is not clear whether it is an enemy or a friend. Surviving outside the wall, the beasts do not show their wounds. If they show weakness, they will be eaten. This is the law of the jungle. Utopia is not a charity organization." Zhu Ning asked, "Is there any food outside the wall that can be eaten? The patient needs to supplement nutrition, preferably protein. If Pei Shu continues to burn, his brain will burn out." "Bai Cheng, I suggest you not," she explained stiffly. "I met one before. He also had no supplies and no food. He couldn't bear it anymore. He found a corn field. The corn looked similar to the creatures inside the wall. It looked safe and harmless. They cooked it and ate it. It might be fine when you just eat it, but it will sprout in your stomach after a while. Corn kernels take root in the stomach and then crawl out along the throat. The human body becomes a culture dish for corn. Bai Cheng, I'd rather starve to death than eat pollutants. Zhu Ning can eat, but others will die if they eat pollutants." Zhu Ning was silent for a while. She seemed to feel that the wet clothes were very heavy. The helmet made her breathless. She suddenly understood Lin Yinchuan. The first time she went on a mission with Lin Yinchuan, he took off his helmet because he couldn't breathe. The pressure was too great. Zhu Ning still felt depressed after taking off the helmet. She stood up and said, "I'm going out to find something to eat." "Bai Cheng, what are you going to do?" The forest was dark. They were almost out of bullets. Zhu Ning only had 3 bullets. Going into the forest alone at this time was a death wish. Zhu Ning deliberately showed an expression that it was no big deal, and comforted, "Let me see if anyone is dead. They may have canned food on them." "Look," Zhu Ning reasoned with Bai Cheng, "pilgrims all come to Utopia, and there must be many people who have come this far. Didn't Enchi say that a bounty hunter met one near the forest? There must be a lot of dead people in this area. If everyone is dead, the supplies will be mine. Don't worry, I'm a devil." Zhu Ning smiled at Bai Cheng, but he looked particularly miserable in this situation. Bai Cheng wanted to say something, but Zhu Ning didn't give Bai Cheng room to defend himself. "I'll be back soon, you stay first. I can only trust you." Bai Cheng's body froze, probably because of the last sentence, and he didn't argue anymore. Zhu Ning's leg was a little lame, and he was injured again in the water, and he limped into the forest. Mingming just took a step, and felt that she was submerged by leaves. She raised her head. The trees were extremely tall, and the leaves were hidden in the darkness, looking at her like eyes. Zhu Ning comforted herself. She just thought she was here for an adventure. She wasn't talking nonsense. She had a reason. It was impossible that they were the only ones to reach the door of Utopia. There must be others. She walked along, only rustling sounds. The flashlight shot out a 5-meter-long beam of light. Puff. The flashlight flashed, and it went out with a click. Zhu Ning pressed the button twice. The flashlight was scrapped. After the light source went out, Zhu Ning stopped and stood quietly in the forest. For a moment, everything was silent. Bai Cheng and the others were far away from her. She didn't know where the front was. The darkness came from all directions, as if she could touch the monster hidden in the darkness with just a raise of her hand. Zhu Ning's God's perspective had no effect in the dark. It just gathered 30 meters of darkness. After a while, Zhu Ning raised her hand, and with a click, the light came on again. There was a backup light source on the protective suit. However, the protective suit was damaged, and the light was very weak, with scattered light, which could only illuminate 1 meter within Zhu Ning's range at most. She planned to continue moving forward, mainly because Lin Xiaofeng might die, which she could not accept. Zhu Ning had to find medicine for Lin Xiaofeng, and could not let her die here. The light moved forward inch by inch. Zhu Ning had a way in his mind, and now he might have walked 5 kilometers. Suddenly, Zhu Ning saw a little light source, very weak, like the light of a firefly. She was stunned for a moment, and immediately quickened her pace. She could not help but move forward towards that piece. It looked too much like a car light. If the car outside the wall did not turn off and hide itself, it would flash an auxiliary light at the rear of the car, fearing that there would be a car collision in the dark. The light source became brighter and brighter, much brighter than the light on Zhu Ning's body. Sure enough, she was right. It was really the tail light of the car. Maybe the pilgrims were too young to turn off the lights in the forest, and they became Zhu Ning's lifeline. Even if there were no supplies in the car, at least Zhu Ning found a car. And there was more than one car, and there seemed to be more in the distance. Zhu Ning turned off his light source, slowly approached, and looked inside through the protective glass. He immediately saw a distorted human face. His eyeballs burst, his mouth opened wide, and his nose was eaten by something. It looked like a monster against the car window. This was most likely the pilgrim. Thinking about it carefully, it was also terrifying. If he could kill the pilgrim, he could definitely kill Zhu Ning. She didn't dare to delay, and wanted to make a quick decision. She opened the car door. There was a corpse wearing protective clothing in the driver's seat. The corpse was embedded in the steering wheel. It looked like he had been dead for 2 days. Zhu Ning carefully groped for the other party's backpack. The backpack straps were very strong. After all, it was a life-saving thing outside the wall, and it was difficult to untie it. She pulled hard, and the corpse in the driver's seat was pulled out by her. The backpack was in her hand, but the corpse also fell into her arms. Zhu Ning carefully pushed the body back. After all, the dead are the most important. She didn't dare to speak. She just said thank you. She opened her backpack. Good news, there were a lot of supplies inside. There were a row of powerful healing agents and spiritual healing agents lying there. The nutrient solution was not found, and they might have been drunk. Zhu Ning guessed that this group of people were not injured, and were luckier than the 3 unlucky guys she met in the shelter. Zhu Ning paused as she flipped down. She found a photo. She was already very familiar with it. She had seen it in Guazilin's backpack last time. This person was also a group photo. The pilgrims had a carnival night at the exit of the wall, and took a group photo at the end. However, this photo had other information. I don't know who took it. There was a woman behind a bunch of crazy children. She was dressed in black, like a nun, and looked at her with a look of relief. Teacher Qi? Zhu Ning thought of Guazilin's name for this person. The last time Zhu Ning saw her, she was still remembering it. She didn't expect to see the photo this time. Teacher Qi was far away from the camera, so the photo was a little blurry, but Zhu Ning would definitely recognize her if she saw her again. Zhu Ning didn't dare to continue studying here, so she put the photo back, put on her backpack, and planned to leave first and come back next time. Just then, she heard a rustling sound, and Zhu Ning immediately raised her gun. There was something deep in the forest. Chapter 357. The taillights had a very short illumination range, as if marking the only safe zone. Zhu Ning stood in the safe zone, and did not dare to take a step forward. The bushes were shaking not far away, and the light was limited, so it was hard to tell whether it was a person or a ghost. There was metal nearby that could increase the sense of security, but Zhu Ning felt even more terrified. She leaned against the car, and kept glancing at the road she came from. Zhu Ning's fingertips tightened, and black mucus crawled out of the back of her neck. Because of the darkness, she couldn't see clearly, and she had to rely on her hearing. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound again, and at the same time, there was the sound of wind. People in a static state and a moving state are completely different. People in motion will bring a gust of wind. Something is coming towards her. The speed is amazing, definitely not an ordinary human. Zhu Ning turned around and ran. The dense leaves scraped across her cheeks. She didn't see a tree root under her feet and stumbled. The rustling sound behind her was getting closer and closer. The light on her protective suit was not very useful. She hurriedly got up. As she fell and got up again, her sense of direction was subtly wrong. Zhu Ning was chased by the creature in the dark. She just wanted to run away immediately, and didn't care which direction to run. She suddenly felt unsteady on her back. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, or if there was really a ghost hand behind her that pushed her hard. Zhu Ning slipped. Maybe it had just rained in the forest recently. The soil was very loose, like a collapsed cake. She rolled down with her bag. Her face was covered with leaves and stones. Before she could stand up, she immediately stiffened. She was pressing a corpse under her palm. The touch was extremely familiar. It was the surface of the protective suit outside the wall. Zhu Ning's stiff neck slowly bent down. It was indeed a dead person. The protective helmet was gnawed, revealing half of the rotten face. There were 3 more bodies stacked under this body, some of which had already turned into bones. The area around Utopia was full of pilgrims' bodies, which was almost like a large tomb group. There was a rustling sound above his head, and he didn't give Zhu Ning any time to breathe, and he caught up again. With a click, Zhu Ning quickly turned off the only light source on his protective suit. That thing had been scrapped long ago, just waiting for this moment. There was a depression under the pit, which should have been formed after the landslide. Zhu Ning's back was embedded, and he casually smeared mud on his body, wishing that the whole person would sink completely into the mud. But this depression was too shallow. To make an analogy that was disrespectful to the gods, it was especially like a niche carved on the wall. Zhu Ning could only curl up as much as possible to reduce the exposed area. After she turned off the light, the rustling sound slowed down, as if a wild animal was chasing its prey and finally had to use its nose to determine where the prey was. Can this thing really not see? Zhu Ning's back was against the earth slope. The gun was already loaded. She held the gun tightly, looked ahead, slowed her breathing, and didn't even dare to blink. Her hearing was amplified. She could hear the monster going down. The sand above was shaking and falling down, and a fist-sized stone hit the corpse in front, making a clear thump in the dark. In the dark, the monster moved towards the source of the sound. It fell into the pit, lowered its head and sniffed around, although Zhu Ning couldn't see it, but she knew it was smelling. Zhu Ning felt that a cold thing was gradually approaching. The thing had a very low body temperature, probably only about 10 degrees. Zhu Ning got goosebumps, and the hair on her arm stood up. That thing was right in front of her, only 10 centimeters away from getting close to her, knowing that there was another person hiding in this pit. Shoot? There were only 3 bullets, and it was not sure where the fatal point was. Shooting might be a waste of bullets. The mud on Zhu Ning's body was very heavy, and was sliding down her skin, just like an ignorant child wearing a mud armor for defense. It was obviously only a psychological effect, and now even the sense of security was gradually disappearing. The monster walked back and forth in the corpse pit, trying to find the enemy. With a click, the monster stepped on the light button on the corpse protective suit, and immediately illuminated a distance of 1 meter. The monster was attracted by the light, and turned its back to Zhu Ning, not noticing that there was a person in the mud 1 meter behind him. Zhu Ning saw the appearance of the monster clearly. At first glance, she thought it was a cat because of the black fluff. After looking carefully, she thought it should be the fluff of the roots of plants. The thing had a slender body, like a walking green plant. Where the crown should grow, there was no leaf, only fruit-like fingers. Countless fingers were hanging and gathered together to form its crown. At first glance, it looked like a bunch of light bulbs. It bit its body and lowered its face. Zhu Ning reacted for a while. Was it absorbing light? She could only use photosynthesis to explain the monster's behavior. That's why Zhu Ning encountered it at the taillight of a speeding car, because she mistakenly entered someone's small dining table. No wonder Zhu Ning was able to chase it when she was escaping. At that time, she turned on the light of her protective suit for lighting. The bamboo-like creature lay lazily. Just when Zhu Ning thought it was safe and harmless, the fluff on the branches suddenly grew. Each of them had barbs on the surface. The barbs were extremely hard, like steel needles. With a puff, they penetrated the protective suit and pierced into the body below. Plants are not just light sources. Many plants are carrion eaters. The creatures outside the wall not only eat people, but also break away from the plants themselves, and can walk on the ground with their roots without the help of human legs. And it seems that it is hard to tell which part is the fatal point. Those fingers? Can ordinary bullets penetrate its steel-like body? As the monster sucked blood and flesh, its body became more and more swollen, and it grew from the thickness of an arm to the size of a tree. The skin was stretched to be almost transparent, and when it was hit by the back of the light, the flowing human tissue inside could be seen clearly. The corpse that Zhu Ning had touched before, the broken eyeball fell into the plant, and in this way, it met Zhu Ning again, as if staring at her. Zhu Ning lowered her breathing, and dared not breathe. The light source was sucked to a weaker and weaker level. Her eyelids were fighting, and she could hardly open her eyes. She had not rested for 8 days in the fight, and being buried in the ground actually made her feel safe. Zhu Ning opened and closed her eyes, and was awakened by herself. She actually fell asleep in such a dangerous situation. It was dark in front of her eyes. The monster seemed to have gone away. Zhu Ning should have stayed until dawn to be the safest, but she came out to find medicine to save people. What if Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng didn't make it to dawn? She carefully brushed off the dirt on her body. She squatted for too long and her body was numb. The dirt had dried on her face. Zhu Ning knocked on the stone tentatively, but no one responded to her. There was only the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling in the wind. It seemed that the thing was really gone. Zhu Ning didn't dare to turn on the lights now. Before leaving, she fumbled for the backpack of the corpse. When she picked it up, she felt that the backpack was very light. There was a huge hole in the bag. It must have been attacked by something and pierced through the bag. Zhu Ning was a little disappointed. She thought she would find some nutritional supplements, even canned food. She climbed back to the slope, but couldn't find a foothold several times. After getting on the pit, she found that it was a bit difficult to return the same way. She couldn't even find a reference. Where is this? She had some memories in her mind. It was a bit of a blind cat catching a dead mouse. She should have been facing this direction at the time. Should she have come from this direction? Zhu Ning closed her eyes, and a map leading to Utopia appeared in her mind. For the first time, she was so grateful to Lu Yu. The map became a positioning point, and she found Bai Cheng's location at once. Bai Cheng's location is here. Zhu Ning marked it in her mind. The distance to Utopia is closer. Zhu Ning walked to the right, and should go back to that road. After Zhu Ning set the direction, she began to walk. She didn't dare to walk too fast. The speed was very slow. It was too dark. It was so dark that it made no difference whether she opened her eyes or closed them. In this situation, the most uncomfortable thing is actually the mental crisis. It makes people feel as if she is the only one left in the world, as if she will never reach the end. People will fall into stress and extreme anxiety, always feeling that unknown monsters will attack. As far as Zhu Ning knows, there are pollutants that separate the body, plants that need photosynthesis, apple people in the lake, and perhaps more in this forest. How many species are there? Hundreds or thousands? It is indeed close to Utopia. It is similar to an ecosystem. The pollutants are complicated. It is best to keep a low profile, otherwise you will fall into another crisis immediately after defeating one. The black mucus seemed to be able to sense Zhu Ning's mood. It covered him softly and stretched out its tongue to lick the mud on Zhu Ning's eyelids, like a puppy. Zhu Ning would have disliked it and told it to stay away from her at other times, but now she just felt lucky to have a living thing to accompany her. Zhu Ning ran too fast, and her knees were shaking when she only walked half the distance, which made her doubt whether there was something wrong with her method. This was not the road she took when she came here, but a new road based on the map in her brain. After walking for a while, Zhu Ning kicked a hard object with her toes, and then she encountered a tree trunk lying on the ground. After walking for so long, Zhu Ning had experience and would not trip. Zhu Ning stopped for a while, and did not move forward immediately. Instead, she groped for the tree trunk and sat down. Her mental state was precarious, and she was easily frightened. She had to maintain her physical strength and spirit. After sitting down, Zhu Ning took a deep breath. Although everyone said that the air in the forest was good, Zhu Ning only felt heavy. After resting for about 3 minutes, she only allowed herself to rest for 3 minutes. It seemed that the leisure time passed quickly. She stood up on her knees and prepared to hurry on. Lin Xiaofeng and the others were still waiting. You? The woman's voice sounded without warning. In the dark, it looked like a gloomy female ghost. In this forest, any abnormality would be magnified. Zhu Ning immediately stood up, almost jumping up. The sound came from below. Not only were people talking in the stump, but there were even human breathing sounds. Zhu Ning had just experienced plants that absorb light. This might be another pollutant that would imitate human speech in hunting. Are you going to Utopia too? The woman asked tentatively. Zhu Ning frowned, thinking that he had heard wrong. People who arrived nearby could only go to Utopia. Ordinary people couldn't find them. This sounded like traveling alone and meeting a traveler who was also alone. He asked carefully, "Are you going in a certain direction? Let's go together." Sure enough, the woman in the stump said again, "We are pilgrims, are you too?" Chapter 358. The woman's words prove that there may be more than one person in the tree stump, or more than one contaminant. The woman should be trembling, and her voice is trembling. Don't be afraid, we are separated from the main group. The more she speaks, the more frightening it becomes. She probably realizes this and says, "My name is Zhou Haiqing. It's okay to talk in the forest. We have tried." Zhou Haiqing's voice is getting lower and lower, sounding very unconfident. She stopped after she finished speaking, and only the sound of rapid breathing was left in the darkness. Is it really a living person? Zhu Ning guessed that the so-called tried was probably a challenge to the rules of the human wave tactics, and the dead proved that the rules were established. Zhu Ning listened carefully. When she was sitting on the tree stump just now, she should have tried to suppress it deliberately. Now there are at least 2 people breathing in the tree stump. No, 3. Before Zhu Ning opened her mouth to speak, Zhou Haiqing said, "Can we take our daughter to Utopia? She needs to see a doctor." Daughter? Zhu Ning was stunned. She saw that all humans outside the wall were hostile, and she was shaken by such a sentence. This is actually a family of 3? What kind of psychopath, taking a child out of the wall to find Utopia, and even making it this far? How did they survive in this forest? Why go to Utopia for medical treatment? Zhu Ning was silent for a while, and asked coldly, "Why should I take you with me? She is not a reincarnation of a bodhisattva, and she can't take care of her own team members." Assuming that Zhou Haiqing is really a human, she has nothing to do and adds 3 burdens to herself. A man's voice sounded, I can test the way for you. Really, you take us with you. I'm not afraid of death. We are all pilgrims. Please help. Zhu Ning guessed right. A man and a woman with a little girl. They were really a family of 3. They might not be able to explore the road alone. They had always followed the main group, and now they were separated. They were at a loss, and they couldn't wait to find a life-saving straw. Zhu Ning didn't want to care. Reason told her to leave immediately. Zhu Ning didn't need a pathfinder dog. What was the difference between her and the predator? But she couldn't move her feet, mainly because there was a little girl inside. But what if the little girl was just a hostage? Many criminal gangs like to hold children hostage to reduce the victim's vigilance. It was completely dark all around, and after Zhu Ning stood up, she was not sure where the family of 3 was. She only had a vague idea, as if she was talking to a void. The leaves rustled and swayed. Zhu Ning was silent for a while, and asked irritably, "What do you have on you?" She tried to make herself sound like a bully, not a kind person, and asked them to hand over the valuables. "Yes, we have everything." The man was very excited, thinking that Zhu Ning had given in. Healing agent, nutritional supplements, canned food. Huh? Zhu Ning wanted to laugh. This sounded like a fable, or a trap. She was short of supplies, and the other party just happened to have them. But they were not rare goods, so it was not surprising to have them. The man was afraid that Zhu Ning would not believe him, so he threw a backpack out of the hole in the tree stump. This decision made him very sad. He gritted his teeth when he spoke. "If you don't believe it, take a look." Zhu Ning heard the sound and squatted down to feel around. Because he couldn't see, this action was very difficult. After a while, he really felt a backpack. He reached out and felt around, and he could feel nutritional supplements and 2 canned food. There were 2 more that he didn't know what they were. It was estimated that the man had some inventory and only dared to give so little. Even if Zhu Ning was a bad guy and ran away with the stuff, they wouldn't be left with nothing. In fact, the best way to confirm is to let the other party take off his helmet, and Zhu Ning touch his forehead and read his memory. But this is very difficult. Ordinary humans can easily be infected in such an environment. The pilgrim and Zhu Ning confronted each other silently. The man was betting that Zhu Ning was not a villain, and Zhu Ning was betting that the other party was not a pollutant. If he was really a pilgrim, she could give more information. In the dark environment, she needs companions, otherwise she will scare herself. The more people there are, the more they can resist the fear of darkness. Zhu Ning was silent. "Come up." She heard a noise. Someone climbed out from the mouth of the tree stump. If she could see it, the scene must be very embarrassing. A hole the size of a flower pot. 2 adults got in. After the man came up, he turned around and pulled the woman. Zhu Ning had been judging what they were doing from the sound. She listened for a long time, but didn't hear the footsteps of the third person, so she asked, "Where is the child?" Zhou Haiqing said, "I'm holding her." Strange, the child didn't make a sound from beginning to end. Zhu Ning didn't know if there was really a little girl. It really looked like a criminal gang. Zhu Ning, line up, men at the front, women holding children in the middle, I walk at the end, put my hands on my shoulders, don't get lost. Zhu Ning spoke without pause, like a sheepdog in the dark, needing to organize the team in order. At least one good thing happened. After meeting these people, Zhu Ning was not so scared. Zhou Haiqing knew from Zhu Ning's tone that she had experience, which was completely different from herself. They were buried in the tree stump at the time, avoiding the monsters in the dark, and the child was getting worse and worse. At this time, they suddenly heard footsteps and someone was sitting above them panting. They waited for a while, and made a decision within 3 minutes, wanting her to take them with her. Zhu Ning couldn't see clearly, and one hand was on Zhou Haiqing's right shoulder in front of him. She must be holding something in her arms, and her posture was very tense. The 3 of them groped forward like a centipede, and their speed was shockingly slow. Zhu Ning asked, "How do you know I'm not a pollutant?" "Breathing," Zhou Haiqing said. "I heard your breathing, the frequency is very normal. And we have been in this forest for 5 days, almost all pollutants are plants, there is no breathing and heartbeat." Zhu Ning was a little surprised that she had thought about it carefully, and asked, "Then why do you know I can protect you?" Ask her for help must have seen that Zhu Ning is different. Zhou Haiqing said, "You are very quiet. We have been in the tree stump for 2 days. People tend to panic at night. If you come to our place, you will definitely trip." Zhou Haiqing noticed Zhu Ning before she came. Zhu Ning's pace was very slow, but there was an order, not random, proving that she had a road in her mind. There is only one kind of people who have a road in their minds, and that is Zhou Haiqing's kind, all pilgrims. So she hesitated for only 3 minutes, and immediately made a decision to follow this person, so as to increase the probability of survival. Zhu Ning began to believe that Zhou Haiqing could really make it this far. She was quite smart and quick-witted. Zhu Ning asked, "What is your profession?" "Programming, very common," Zhou Haiqing said. "Most people inside the wall study programming and mechanics. Their only purpose of learning is to maintain machinery and artificial intelligence." Still going straight ahead? The man in front of him was holding a bamboo stick, knocking on the ground. He listened to Zhu Ning's words, and really regarded himself as a pathfinder. Zhu Ning was not sure, it was just a vague direction, and no one knew where Bai Cheng was exactly. Suddenly, she heard a thump. The sound was very abrupt, like the knocking sound of two stones colliding, and it actually had a certain rhythm in the darkness, slowly coming through the darkness. The man was sweating coldly. They encountered pollutants. Although he was a pathfinder for Zhu Ning, he didn't expect to die so quickly. He trembled his wrists, thinking of his wife and children, and didn't retreat. Zhu Ning listened for a while, as if he heard a sign of life. "Quick! Follow the sound." The one knocking on the stone should be Bai Cheng. This was the code Zhu Ning had used before, but she used hand gestures. Bai Cheng improved it herself. She was afraid that Zhu Ning would get lost, so she used hitting stones instead in the dark. Bai Cheng is indeed a professional guide, and the best teammate. He knew how to point the way without discussing it. Bai Cheng has a mechanical watch. If there is no pollution that disturbs time, Zhu Ning has been gone for 4.5 hours, which almost makes her think that Zhu Ning has been killed. From the third hour, Bai Cheng found two stones, and began to beat them rhythmically. Bai Cheng had to beat them hard enough to make the sound pass. She was a plastic person, so her hands were not easily sore, but after beating for an hour, the rhythm unconsciously slowed down a bit. There were two patients lying at Bai Cheng's feet. Pei Shu had completely lost consciousness, and Lin Xiaofeng had already started talking in his sleep. The situation was very bad. She had to consider how she would take care of these two people if Zhu Ning died. Just when she was about to give up, footsteps finally came from the depths of the woods. Bai Cheng was stunned and knocked on the stone hard, fearing that Zhu Ning could not hear it. But as the footsteps gradually approached, Bai Cheng suddenly stopped. Something was wrong. This was not a person, but a group of people. Bai Cheng's eyes suddenly became cold. He stood in front of Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng, staring at the forest expressionlessly. He stretched out his hand in the void, palm facing up, and his fingers were mechanically buckling in. In response to her call, there were bangs in the woods. The bodies of the dead pilgrims raised their arms, and their necks turned with a click. In the blink of an eye, 3 rotten corpses stood up. The most abundant thing in the forest is corpses. Any reckless movement may attract other monsters, but there is no need to worry about so much now. "Fuck, there are ghosts, there are ghosts." There was a man's voice in the woods. "Calm down, it's not a ghost." It was Zhu Ning who spoke. Bai Cheng's fingers slowly relaxed, a little puzzled. After a while, Zhu Ning walked out with a man and a woman. The forest was very strange. It was dark inside, but there was moonlight by the lake, so you could see things without lighting a fire. When Zhu Ning first came out, she squinted subconsciously, but she found the moonlight dazzling. She blinked and her first reaction was to look at Zhou Haiqing. Zhou Haiqing might be holding a baby in her arms. Zhu Ning had never raised a child, so she couldn't tell how big it was, but it was small overall, and covered with protective clothing. There was no protective clothing for babies. This must have been improved or customized by someone. The workmanship was very rough, and there were patches on it. The child was very well behaved, and didn't cry during the whole journey. Zhou Haiqing and the other man were both wearing helmets. Zhu Ning couldn't see their faces clearly. The only feeling she had was that they were really thin, like they were malnourished for a long time, just like the bamboo pole monster just now. It was Zhu Ning who brought them out, but she still didn't quite believe that these 3 were actually human beings. Or were they some high-level pollutants that looked too much like humans? Bai Cheng was extremely wary of strangers. She didn't take back the rotten corpses, but let them come out. The 3 corpses stopped at the temporary station, like soldiers on guard. If Zhou Haiqing was abnormal, Bai Cheng could kill her immediately. Zhu Ning handed the backpack to Bai Cheng, as if she had come back from hunting. "Give me medicine first." Bai Cheng suspiciously opened the bag, and there was really medicine inside. Zhu Ning was covered in mud, and looked so miserable. Bai Cheng didn't need to guess that she must have experienced danger. Zhu Ning didn't dare to relax after she came out of the forest. Her first reaction was to go see Lin Xiaofeng. Bai Cheng took off her helmet. The part above her neck was transparent, and she couldn't see where her face was. She looked like a headless corpse. The little girl didn't know if she was talking in her sleep or her brain was confused, and she made a murmur. Bai Chung fumbled and injected the powerful healing agent into her neck, an injection of anti-inflammatory medicine, and an injection of nutrient. Lin Xiaofeng probably had inflammation, and fainted completely after the injection. Bai Chung wanted her to sweat, at least to keep warm, but their things were all wet. Bai Chung wanted to borrow Pei Shu's fire to dry them. Anyway, Pei Shu had a fever, so it would be a waste not to use them. Zhu Ning thought about it, and went to Zhou Haiqing to ask for it. Zhou Haiqing and the other three were quite far away, holding the child, and not knowing what to do, and they didn't dare to sit down. Seeing Zhu Ning coming, they became more nervous. Bai Cheng's rotten corpse scared them, and these people didn't wear helmets, which meant that they were the best who could easily survive outside the wall, and they all had superpowers. Zhou Haiqing also had superpowers, but they were very weak, insignificant compared to Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning's team was too professional, completely beyond Zhou Haiqing's expectations, which made her a little scared. Zhu Ning asked, "Do you have a clean blanket?" Zhou Haiqing didn't know whether she was lucky or unlucky. She nodded in a daze, subconsciously wanting to meet all of Zhu Ning's requirements, and took out her backpack for her. Zhu Ning asked again, "Do you have a tent?" The man next to her handed over another backpack. Zhu Ning was now really a robber and asked, "Give it to me, what about you?" Zhou Haiqing said, "We have a lot I like to stock up." She said the last two words very quietly, as if she felt it was not presentable. Zhou Haiqing would touch the corpse every time she saw it. No matter whether it could be used immediately, it was always right to carry it with her. So they carried a lot of bags and small bags, not many weapons, but a lot of things. Zhu Ning, good habit. It's really a good habit. Unlike Zhu Ning, who threw supplies while walking, people like Zhou Haiqing can live for a long time in the doomsday. They are cautious and don't cause trouble. They follow the large group and walk behind them, and they are in danger. Many times, it is the weak who can survive to the end. The smaller they are, the longer they live. Zhou Haiqing raised her head. Zhu Ning walked out with the supplies. There was also a little girl in their team. Zhu Ning set up the tent, put Lin Xiaofeng in, took off his clothes, and wiped his body. Lin Xiaofeng was very motivated and stopped talking nonsense. Bai Chung said that the fever should be reduced. Even more difficult was Pei Shu. He was lying on the grass. The water on his body had evaporated long ago. When the healing agent was applied, the needle melted as soon as it was inserted. The agent inside even vaporized when it touched the magma. I don't know if it was absorbed. Only Zhu Ning could do this. The temperature on Pei Shu's body was definitely over 100 degrees. Zhu Ning had to cover her skin with both hands to harden it before she could touch it. She tore open Pei Shu's clothes, revealing a bronze chest, with damaged muscle tissue and a heart that could be seen through the ribs. Zhu Ning observed carefully for a while, and saw a foreign object embedded on the left side. It was unknown what material it was made of. It pierced a thumb-sized hole in the volcanic heart, and the hot magma slowly flowed out. Is this a broken heart? Chapter 359. Pei Shu's high temperature is not only because there is a hole in his heart. This should be the lesion. Zhu Ning first used metal manipulation to sense it, and there was no movement of the foreign object on the heart. This is definitely not a metal product. What is it? Did it penetrate the heart during the explosion? Or is it an old injury? Zhu Ning, there is something in his heart. Bai Chung also came over to take a look. In fact, the light is not enough now, but the inside of Pei Shu's chest is very bright. There is really a foreign object on the side. Bai Chung, get it out. Zhu Ning was speechless, and suddenly understood that the last time he was chopped in half, it was Bai Chung who said to cut open his brain. Sister Bai is always the bravest. Bai Chung, if you don't get it out, it may not heal. Her suggestion was very practical, but Zhu Ning didn't dare to do it. What if it dies after getting it out? Bai Chung said coldly, "This is your dog, not mine." Zhu Ning, What? Where did Bai Chung learn his current personality? Whether Pei Shu is dead or alive, only Zhu Ning can be responsible. She can't kill people indirectly. Zhu Ning was under tremendous pressure. She thought quietly. Pei Shu's body temperature was too high. The grass where he was lying was burned to scorched earth. If it was delayed any longer, Pei Shu would probably die. Zhu Ning struggled a little. Do it. She said these two words clearly, but she didn't know how to do it. Bai Chung, you should disinfect the knife first. Bai Chung handed her the knife very experiencedly, like a conscientious nurse, with 3 rotten corpses surrounding her to solve other unexpected problems. She seemed to have regrets for not opening Zhu Ning's skull last time, and she wanted to make up for it this time. Zhu Ning understood the psychological pressure that Lin Xiaofeng was under at the time, and regretted that she didn't have Zhu Yao's skills. If only her mother in her memory was there, heart problems were her specialty. Zhu Ning, I just use my hands, the knife will melt. The needle made of metal will also melt. If the melted iron sticks to the heart, Zhu Ning won't know how to peel it off. Zhu Ning's hands were covered with hardened skin, as if he was wearing a pair of bone gloves. Bai Cheng rummaged through the bag and found a bottle of disinfectant, and just sloppily poured it on Zhu Ning, which was considered disinfection. Disinfection is useless. Under ultra-high temperature, all bacteria will be burned away. This doesn't look like surgery at all, but more like some mysterious religious ritual, sacrificing the heart to the devil or something. Zhou Haiqing didn't dare to approach with the child in her arms, and couldn't help but stretch her neck to see. Zhu Ning stretched out 2 fingers, and slowly inserted them into the broken chest. It looked easy, but it wasn't very easy. As soon as he put in 2 knuckles, he felt obvious resistance. Boom! Pei Shu's heart beat under Zhu Ning's fingertips, reminding her of when she was a child. She went to the countryside to watch pig slaughtering. The butcher teased her and put a freshly slaughtered heart in her palm, saying, "Touch it, it will beat." Then Zhu Ning was frightened and dared not move, feeling the hot heart twitching in her palm, as if it was still alive. Pei Shu's heart was very hard, and the description of volcanic rock was correct. She groped and touched the foreign object. As soon as she touched it, Pei Shu suddenly struggled violently. Without anesthesia, open surgery can make people want to die immediately. Bai Cheng wanted to help hold it down, but he was burned as soon as he touched it, and withdrew his hand. His body temperature was almost over 300 degrees. Zhu Ning grabbed Pei Shu's throat with one hand, and used the thread of consciousness to wrap his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. With the other hand, he quickly pulled out the end of the foreign object. "Be quiet," Zhu Ning comforted him. "It's okay." Pei Shu whimpered in pain. Zhu Ning's attention was all on his heart. There was more magma flowing in his heart. Would he really be killed by her? Pei Shu opened his mouth and breathed heavily, as if he was short of oxygen. Bai Cheng said coldly, "You are strangling him to death." Oh, Zhu Ning was nervous and didn't hold back. Pei Shu's face was pale. He might not have died from an accidental operation, but from suffocation. "I'm sorry." After Zhu Ning let go, the magma flow rate slowed down visibly. It should have been caused by the violent contraction of the heart when suffocating. "Give me the healing agent." Zhu Ning pressed Pei Shu and said quickly. Bai Cheng handed the healing agent to her. Zhu Ning touched the syringe with her palm. The hardened substance spread from Zhu Ning's skin to the needle, and also wrapped the needle. She just wanted to try it out. This ability seemed to be useful. The needle successfully pierced Pei Shu's neck this time. The agent could not be seen after it was injected. It was unknown whether it evaporated or absorbed. After doing this, Pei Shu's struggles gradually slowed down, and Zhu Ning had nothing to do. There were only these medical conditions outside the wall. "I take a break. Zhu Ning, I leave it to you next." Bai Cheng handled the follow-up. When Zhu Ning stood up, she found that her legs were weak. She had been running in the forest for several hours, and using her ability to consume her body, but it was not as good as the stimulation of performing heart surgery on people. She wanted to wash her face with river water, but there were still corpses of apple people floating in the river, so she could only wipe the cold sweat off her face. Zhu Ning sat aside, his mind completely empty, and when he came back to his senses, he still had the foreign object in Pei Shu's heart in his hand. Under the moonlight, the thing looked particularly strange. Zhu Ning initially thought it was a piece of iron, but now it looked more like some kind of crystal. It was only as big as glass slag, black all over, not very reflective, but seemed to absorb all light sources. It looked very similar to the material of the system? Yes, the new system that Zhu Ning found in the zombie city looks very similar to this thing. Was it brought out by the air door? But the glasses man and the others have such a thing? Could it be the far north? Such an idea suddenly popped up in Zhu Ning's mind. The root of Pei Shu's illness left in the far north. That's not right. It doesn't make sense. If it was the far north, why did it happen this time? Because the explosion blew this thing into the heart? Only Pei Shu could answer her, but the unfortunate child was still unconscious. Bai Cheng didn't dare to touch it directly. He used a pair of tongs to poke Pei Shu's body left and right, as if he was roasting a sweet potato. Pei Shu was the sweet potato that was turned over. Zhu Ning asked, "Is he okay?" Bai Cheng, "I don't know." Zhu Ning glanced at the depths of the forest, then at Zhou Haiqing not far away, and asked, "Is the child she is holding a corpse?" Zhu Ning had always suspected that there was something wrong with the baby. Bai Cheng could sense corpses. She had tried it when she first met the three people. She shook her head, no. But I don't know if it's a human. Bai Chung said again. After all, the baby looked very strange. It would be fine if it hadn't cried, and it hadn't even made a sound. Zhu Ning originally wanted to take a rest and hold Lin Xiaofeng to sleep, but now there were a lot of things under his eyes. Zhu Ning, you go to sleep first, I watch you, and I call you to take over later. Bai Chung arranged a position on the spot. They didn't have extra tents, so they could only sleep randomly. Bai Chung lay next to Pei Shu. The two were at most 1 meter apart, lying in a row, which looked particularly unlucky. Bai Chung noticed Zhu Ning's gaze and explained, he's warm. Zhu Ning, you go to sleep. Zhu Ning yawned. Her eyelids were fighting with fatigue. No wonder she could fall asleep when the bamboo pole monster chased her before. She wanted to ask Hua Wincy for a refreshing needle or a cup of strong tea. After shaking her head and making sure that the three teammates were safe, Zhu Ning walked towards Zhou Haiqing. Zhou Haiqing had been observing Zhu Ning and finally remembered why this person looked familiar. She was not a pilgrim at all, but a demon or a true god. Later, she was more certain when she heard Bai Cheng's address. Zhou Haiqing wanted to take a half step back, but was stopped. There was a strange forest behind her, and the lake in front of her was blood red. Zhu Ning looked the safest. Zhou Haiqing was shaking too much. Zhu Ning couldn't ignore it even if she was holding the child. Zhu Ning, sit down. It's so tiring to stand. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Haiqing and the man sat down immediately, as if they would be swallowed alive by Zhu Ning if they were a step later. They remembered that Zhu Ning's ability to swallow was announced, and they might become food. Zhu Ning was too lazy to explain and asked, are you a family of 3? Zhou Haiqing nodded, yes, this is my husband Hong Yong. Zhu Ning asked, what else? Zhu Ning said 3 words, and the meaning was self-evident. Zhou Haiqing knew that she wanted to know the information of these 3 people. She began to speak haltingly, intending to prove that she was really harmless. We are 6th-class citizens. Zhu Ning was a little surprised and asked, what is superpower? Zhou Haiqing, Hong Yong can transform into a dagger, and I can do small space storage. The second superpower is a bit interesting. No wonder they hoard goods, Zhu Ning asked. How small? Zhou Haiqing hesitated for a while, thinking that it was meaningless to hide it from Zhu Ning, and stretched out her left arm. Under the protective suit, it's not easy to show. There is a coin-sized circle, which can be opened to store items. I tried to put down up to 30 kilograms of rice. What a practical superpower. Zhu Ning has a card, but it can only hold one thing. Zhou Haiqing, we are not very powerful superpowers. After being registered, we are monitored. I feel that it affects my life. This is the first time Zhu Ning has come into contact with the 6th-class citizens at the bottom. Those he met before have been recruited by various organizations. Zhu Ning has come into contact with 2 high-end and has never really understood why the 6th-class citizens are the bottom people. Compared to Suhi's snap of fingers and being wiped out, Zhou Haiqing and Hong Yong's abilities are not very useful in actual combat. The Federation is worried that they will increase the crime rate, so they monitor the door, and the community visits regularly. So Zhou Haiqing's living conditions are very ordinary, just like an ordinary person. Zhu Ning, where are your children? Zhou Haiqing tightened her arms at this point, holding her baby in her arms, and paused for a while before saying, Xiaobao has a genetic disease. It is deformed. Her genetic screening is a 5th-class citizen. We went to many hospitals, spent all our savings and couldn't cure it. The online fundraising had some effect, but then the donation stopped. Netizens said that my family is not the worst, and donated to others. Zhou Haiqing didn't elaborate on what disease it was. They tried every possible way to prevent the child from being destroyed. People with short lifespans would be judged as 5th-class citizens and placed in the garbage dump to fend for themselves. But people with excessively deformed appearances would enter the destruction process because they were eyesore, and the next screening would begin. Zhu Ning was silent. She had always thought that pilgrims were just fools. For the first time, she saw the other side. This was a very traditional family of 3 who were just trying to cure the child. We went out of the wall just to cure the disease. We didn't mean any harm. Zhou Haiqing's voice became more and more pleading. Zhu Ning asked, how do you know that Utopia can cure it? Zhou Haiqing's tense body slowly relaxed when she said this. There is no oppression in that place, and medical treatment is free. The poor also have dignity. There is no death, no disease, and no pain. Zhu Ning listened and felt more and more that this was another Yongsheng pharmaceutical. The news released by Utopia was too dreamy and false, and it would only attract desperate people. Zhu Ning couldn't help but look at Xiaobao in Zhou Haiqing's arms. She called her daughter Xiaobao. She was the best treasure in the world, and her weakness. Money and life were not as important as Xiaobao's finger. If Utopia was false, what would Zhou Haiqing do all the way? When Xiaobao was first diagnosed, I ran to the hospital with her. The doctor said it was meaningless, and asked me what I wanted to do so persistently, as if I had some conspiracy and was a sinner. Zhou Haiqing's face was pressed against the baby, and through the protective helmet, their faces could not fit together, and could only touch each other vaguely. Zhou Haiqing, I just want to hear her call me Mom. I really don't have any bad intentions. She was asked again and again why she wanted to protect a deformed child, whether she was going to do some human experiments, whether she was going to destroy the world, and she said no, she just wanted to listen to the child talk. She didn't have any extravagant hopes. It would be fine if Xiaobao called her Mom. Later, she had no choice but to go out of the wall. She knew it was dangerous, but she had no way to go. She became a member of the Pilgrims. When they set out, there were more than 500 people in the group, like a flock of geese migrating. When they reached this forest, only 37 were left. They got separated in the forest. Zhou Haiqing was lucky, and closer to Utopia. Zhu Ning was panicked. She agreed to take them all the way because of Lin Xiufeng. She wanted to comfort Zhou Haiqing, and give them a space to be alone, but Zhou Haiqing might have the clues she wanted. Guizilin had been contaminated last time, and could not communicate normally, and Zhou Haiqing didn't seem to have it yet. She wanted to know Liyu's secrets, and more news about Utopia. What was the use of pilgrims entering Utopia? Zhu Ning was determined to continue asking, do you know Teacher Qi? Teacher Qi? Zhou Haiqing was stunned, as if this name was deliberately buried deep in her memory, and needed careful digging to find it. She murmured to herself, Teacher Qi. I have seen her. A person appeared in her mind, dressed in black, standing on the tall city wall, smiling and watching every student. Yes, they were still students at the time, and special rituals were required to become real pilgrims. Zhou Haiqing became more and more confused. She gave me a map. On the high wall, the wind was particularly strong. Teacher Qi's hand touched Zhou Haiqing's forehead. At the moment of touch, the time around them seemed to stop. Zhou Haiqing looked at her stupidly. Teacher Qi planted a seed, and a soft voice sounded, may you reach Utopia soon. Chapter 360. We found Teacher Qi. The abnormal event investigation team of District 103 was in a meeting. After Wensi left, the meeting was chaired by Zhuang Lin. The team members pushed open the door of the office. They had not gone home for 3 days of overtime. They were disheveled, but they could not hide their excitement. They had always thought that this was a hallucination. This was the first time they found a real clue. The team members strode into the office and spread out the information in their hands. I found it while looking through the files in District 19. They guessed that the pilgrims must be scattered in various areas. Maybe the previous abnormal event investigation team or various law enforcement agencies had recorded the existence of Utopia and Teacher Qi. After Zhuang Lin took over the Teacher Qi case, he sent team members to various areas to investigate ancient files. Although technology is developing now, the data of various departments in various regions of the Federation is easily blocked, especially old cases. For some areas that are inconvenient to go to, they sent people to contact. Each team member was responsible for sorting out files in more than 3 areas. It was a stupid way to find a needle in a haystack, but it was effective. Zhuang Lin took a half step back and asked the team members to come forward and share the information on the projector. It's an old case from 31 years ago. The team members spread out the information they got and projected it on the screen. 31 years ago? Other team members exclaimed, so old? How old is Teacher Qi? I don't know, maybe an old lady. After debugging, the team member cleared his throat and said, 31 years ago, District 19 received a complaint. Someone said that he was deceived. Utopia did not exist at all. Pilgrims were deceived. He said that when he joined, he met a woman called Teacher Qi. The team member became more and more excited, but there was no follow-up to this case. District 19 found that they were just a bunch of crazy people who wanted to go outside the wall. They did not cause any harm to society. They were determined to run outside the wall and only hurt themselves and not others. The person who complained thought he could get a federal reward by reporting the letter. No one believed this testimony. It was just registered and no one cared about it. Who knew that I would find it now? Zhuang Lin, you tell me the point. The team member said, it is said that this Teacher Qi must be seen by all pilgrims, and not everyone can go outside the wall. She will screen and teach the wall. Survival knowledge outside, mysterious, in my opinion, is just a brainwashing thing, and it takes 3 days of training. Xuanglin, do you have any accurate information? For example, time and place, and the gathering place you often go to? Really? The team member smiled triumphantly. There are 3, all in the radiation zone near the north wall, and the most frequented place is a chemical plant. The human survivor base is like a beehive as a whole. Each area inside is like a small grid. There is also a large outline outside, which is the wall. There is an intermediate area away from the north wall, which some people call the radiation zone. That place is very dangerous, and criminals don't run there very often, but it is indeed a great place to hide, and it is difficult to be searched. Written clues are not clues. They must be verified by humans before they are valuable. They have always needed to be confirmed by the vanguard first. Xuanglin couldn't help thinking, if Wensi was still there, what choice would she make? Xuanglin knew that Wensi only needed to take a look, just like opening the eyes of heaven, whether it was safe, whether there was any benefit, everything was clear. But Xuanglin didn't have Sky Eye or plug-in, and his world was in chaos. Team leader Hua is gone. Shall we do something big? Several team members were eager to try. As Wensi's subordinates, they all wanted to achieve something. Wensi could entrust this matter to them with confidence, which must be because he trusted their ability. Although they didn't know what Wensi was doing, they couldn't let team leader Hua do everything, and it wasn't a good idea to give him a shot every day. Yes, let team leader Hua take a good vacation, and don't let other departments say that we transferred away from the team leader and none of us are useful. How is it, Assistant Zhuang? Xuanglin pondered for a moment, and quickly made a judgment. He grabbed the information on the table and said, I go to the radiation zone of the north wall. Outside the wall, near the edge of the strange forest in front of Utopia. Zhu Ning got goosebumps for no reason after hearing Zhou Haiqing talk about Teacher Qi. Because of the helmet, she even felt that the family of 3 in front of her was in danger again. Zhu Ning asked, Is there any news about this Teacher Qi? Zhou Haiqing was a little alert, and her tone became stiff. Teacher Qi is a very good person. Of course she is a good person. If she is not, you will not listen to her. Zhu Ning suppressed this sentence and asked, How did you first know about Utopia? She changed the subject. Zhou Haiqing was very hesitant. She closed her eyes inside the helmet, and Utopia was right in front of her. She couldn't go alone, she needed Zhu Ning. Zhou Haiqing was holding the child. To be precise, it was Xiaobao who needed Zhu Ning. Zhou Haiqing asked, If I tell you, can you promise to take Xiaobao to Utopia? Zhou Haiqing's tone changed, and the whole person became very formal. This was a deal, but their initial acquaintance was not a righteous help, and making a deal actually made both parties feel at ease. Zhou Haiqing waited for Zhu Ning's answer. Zhu Ning didn't know why, it sounded easy. She was going to Utopia anyway, and taking a baby was a piece of cake, but she couldn't easily promise it. Once the promise was formally made, the nature of the promise changed. If she couldn't do it, she felt that she would suffer some kind of backlash. Zhu Ning had an intuition in her heart. When she first met Zhou Haiqing in the dark forest, Zhou Haiqing's first request was whether she could send her daughter to Utopia. Zhou Haiqing seemed to speak casually, but the topic was her daughter from beginning to end. Zhu Ning unconsciously looked at the baby in Zhou Haiqing's arms. The inside of the black protective suit seemed to be a shapeless chaos. This child must not be a normal person. Could it be that it was not Zhou Haiqing who wanted to make a deal with her? It was this Xiaobao? Zhu Ning, I can't do it. Zhou Haiqing was originally expecting, but these 3 words seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water. The forest became more and more weird. Behind Zhu Ning were 2 fallen team members, and Bai Cheng was still sleeping soundly. Although Zhu Ning was tired, his brain was not broken. The most dangerous person here might be this child. He didn't speak from beginning to end, and he didn't even cry. It was easy to lack supplies outside the wall. Zhu Ning deeply understood how hard it was to walk all the way. If you are trapped somewhere, it is normal for people to eat each other. Zhou Haiqing must have something extraordinary to survive until now. It is impossible to explain why she relied on pure luck. Zhu Ning asked, Do you often ask people for promises like this? Zhu Ning's tone was casual. Zhou Haiqing was stunned for a moment, and then her whole body was shaking. Her secret was discovered. This time Hong Yong couldn't sit still. A little knife light appeared in his palm. Zhou Haiqing was right. His ability was to transform into a dagger. The man stood in front of Zhou Haiqing like a loyal dog. Zhu Ning could directly control his weapon. In her eyes, the pilgrims were very weak. There was no need to fight. They were not opponents of the same level. Zhu Ning looked at him indifferently, as if she wanted to see what stupid things they could do. Want to kill her? Yong. Zhou Haiqing shook her head at Han Yong, asking him not to overestimate his abilities. It seemed that Zhou Haiqing was the one who really made the decision in this family of three. She was quite smart. Zhou Haiqing hid in the protective suit. Zhu Ning didn't even have a helmet. Zhou Haiqing felt a lot of pressure. Her lips trembled and she said, "Everything I told you is true. Zhu Ning, I believe it. A traditional family of three, a loving couple, and also love their daughter. They ignored the danger to find a utopia for medical treatment. They could give everything for their children. It was very touching. But when you introduced the superpowers, you forgot to mention one person." Zhu Ning's face did not change. "Your child, is she a superpower?" Zhu Ning had never taken care of a child, but he knew how troublesome it was to have an ordinary baby. He needed to change diapers and feed, and he could not communicate. If he cried accidentally, he would expose his position and become food for monsters. Being able to survive outside the wall for so long, Zhu Ning thought Xiaobao was a corpse at first, but Bai Cheng said no, that could be a superpower. This was the first time Zhu Ning saw the offspring of a superpower. Zhou Haiqing struggled for a moment, but the gap in strength was too big, and there was no way to resist. They were lucky to meet Zhu Ning, but they were also unlucky to meet Zhu Ning. The tip of Han Yong's dagger was still facing Zhu Ning. Both sides were very nervous, and it was easy to cause bloodshed. Zhou Haiqing closed her eyes and said truthfully, "Xiaobao has abilities, but she has not been registered yet. She can make deals with people." Zhou Haiqing paused and added, "Once the transaction is established, it will be enforced until death." Sure enough, just as Zhu Ning guessed, Zhou Haiqing first met Zhu Ning at the tree stump. At that time, she wanted to make a deal with Zhu Ning and wanted Zhu Ning to take her to Utopia, but Zhu Ning did not respond directly. This time Zhou Haiqing was more obvious. She took the initiative to tell Zhu Ning the information that he was interested in, explained her own story, and used people's compassion to make Zhu Ning soft-hearted. Many people would refuse to take two adults to Utopia, but taking a child sounds too harmless. If Zhu Ning agreed on a whim and chose to do a good thing, she would fulfill this promise even if she died, and she would send Xiaobao to Utopia before she died. Zhou Haiqing was able to get to where she is now, and she should have made a deal with other superpowers. So many people died for Xiaobao. Xiaobao's superpowers are very passive, but very dangerous, and Zhu Ning almost got into trouble. Zhou Haiqing thought about crying and pretending to repent, but she knew that this would not work for Zhu Ning. Xiaobao's ability was passive and not offensive. His only trump card was discovered, and all his advantages were gone. Zhou Haiqing said seriously, "I'm sorry. If you do something wrong, you will be beaten. Don't play tricks in front of people who are hundreds of times more capable than you. If you apologize sincerely, maybe Zhu Ning will not kill people and can let them live." Han Yong glanced at his wife, took back the dagger in his hand, and bowed to Zhu Ning in a muffled voice. The man bent down and didn't lift his waist, as if he was letting Zhu Ning deal with him. Zhu Ning was silent for a while. "The information you gave me is enough. As I said at the beginning, I can take you all the way and be a companion, but don't think about making a deal with me, and don't think about getting a promise from me." Zhou Haiqing was stunned. She thought Zhu Ning would at most let her go. After all, Zhou Haiqing had deceived her first, but she didn't expect that he would take her with him. Zhou Haiqing smiled, and then wanted to cry. A weak person must not have relied on fair means to get to this point. Zhou Haiqing took 2 deep breaths, not wanting people to find out that she was abnormal, and said, "I can tell you about Utopia. Don't worry." Zhou Haiqing said, "It's not a deal, it's just a favor for you." Zhou Haiqing held Xiaobao and rocked her gently. The child was really well behaved. She had never heard her cry or talk since she was a child. "Zhou Haiqing, when I gave birth to Xiaobao, I didn't know she had superpowers. I thought she was just a simple deformity." "What about the deformity?" "It was different from all ordinary deformities. It didn't look like a human. It didn't conform to the growth logic of organisms at all. It was a mess. At first glance, you couldn't find the specific position of the mouth and nose. Even her biological mother felt fear when she saw it for the first time." Zhou Haiqing, they all said that this was a curse from a superpower. Superpowers are pollutants that maintain their sanity, and pollutants can only give birth to pollutants. Superpowers are pollutants that maintain their sanity, but babies have no sanity, only chaos. I don't know if you've learned about this. 90% of superpowers are infertile, and most superpowers are awakened after birth. I thought I didn't have any at the beginning, so we didn't take any measures and were careless. Zhou Haiqing thought of it, and still felt a little regretful. But if it can be born, It is likely that they are all deformed and unstable. The hospital suggested that I destroy it, and the community also suggested it, saying that it would affect other people, and that others would be scared when they see it. Zhou Haiqing was no longer angry at this point, but after so long, she was still puzzled. Why do they think that whether they are afraid or not is more important than a person's life? Zhou Haiqing had suffered enough. Later, a nurse couldn't stand it anymore, and said she would introduce me to a way to make a living, to become a pilgrim. Zhu Ning thought that the nurse must belong to the pilgrim organization, and was responsible for recruiting people. Zhou Haiqing continued, I didn't believe it at first. What kind of complete equality is it? It's a cult that deceives fools. Zhu Ning smiled when she heard this. She liked Zhou Haiqing a little. Don't say what means she used. She is a very clear-headed person. Obviously, the cards given by God are so bad, but she played another way. She doesn't believe in fate, and can toss until now. But she said, it's not a utopia for me, but a utopia for Xiaobao. Zhou Haiqing didn't notice that Zhu Ning's face was getting colder and colder, and was immersed in this topic. I just wanted to give it a try, so I participated in their training. It was in a ruin near the north wall, which seemed to be a factory. There were many passionate young people, who couldn't stand the rule of the Federation, and wanted to find a utopia. These people were easy to identify, and couldn't hide anything. I also found other people in it. In other words, the offspring of other superpowers, babies like Xiaobao are still rare. There were very few children even as young as 7 or 8 years old. Most of them were actually adults. They didn't fit in with the others, didn't participate in the topic much, and always sat quietly in the corner. Adult deformed people were easily discriminated against. Even if they didn't have serious appearance deformities, they felt that they were not the same kind of people as the Federation, and they wanted to escape. That's where I first met Teacher Qi. It's strange to say, before you mentioned Teacher Qi to me, I almost forgot about this person. She might have done something to my memory. Zhou Haiqing shook her head, trying to make her mind clearer. I don't know if you believe in intuition, or not. The moment I saw Teacher Qi, I believed that utopia really existed, and what the nurse said might be true. Recalling that scene again, at the exit of the wall, although Teacher Qi put his hand on Zhou Haiqing's forehead, his eyes were always looking at Xiaobao when he spoke. May you reach utopia soon. It doesn't matter whether Zhou Haiqing arrives or not, her child must arrive. Zhu Ning was stunned, and the wind blew the dark forest with a wailing sound, adding a sense of horror to the narrative. What do you mean it is a utopia for Xiaobao? That place is full of polluted children? Fools, like Wasteland, are just used to confuse the audience? With so many people leaving the wall, the only ones who really need to be transported there are the descendants of the superpowers. Chapter 361. Near the North Wall. The Abnormal Incident Investigation Team temporarily selected 15 people, and divided them into 3 groups to investigate the 3 suspected gathering places in the intelligence. Huwensi was not there, so a large number of demon hunters could not be called for support. Moreover, they were only here to explore clues first, which was considered an external investigation task of the Abnormal Adjustment Team. If they were in danger, they would immediately notify the headquarters. Zhuang Lin led the team to the chemical plant. There were 5 people in his group, including him. His temporary deputy was named Huang Zhongli. She found the information about Teacher Qi. She regarded Huwensi as her idol. The Abnormal Adjustment Team was all fans of Huwensi. If it weren't for the worship of Huwensi, ordinary young people would not be able to bear this hardship. Huang Zhongli firmly believed that she was different from others. She made a lot of efforts for this. She investigated Teacher Qi's case most seriously, and did not sleep for 3 days. This might be a good opportunity for her to make a contribution. After the car drove out of Area 103, the sky wallpaper disappeared, replaced by the real sky, covered with yellow sand. Ever since Zhuang Lin knew that the sky was the brain, he always felt that the sky was very strange. Zhuang Lin drew a world map for Huwensi, and then Huwensi disappeared. Huwensi was most likely to return to the Hu family. Zhuang Lin contacted her before the mission, but there was no response. When meeting the head of the Hu family alone, the communication tools will be confiscated. This is the rule of the Hu family, and Huwensi will not be an exception. But Zhuang Lin didn't think it through. He was about to find Teacher Qi. As long as he caught the person, even if Teacher Qi didn't confess, he could use a mind reader or interrogate a supernatural person, and Huwensi would know the truth. Why must he return to the Hu family? Even if he couldn't catch the person and let Teacher Qi run away, Huwensi could still conduct the next investigation through clues. Moreover, Huwensi even handed over the investigation task at hand, and directly let Zhuang Lin take over, which is very rare for a workaholic. What is the relationship between Sky Brain and the Hua family? Or Hua Wincy just wants to take a shortcut and doesn't want to spend her energy on the investigation? It's easier to ask the head of the family directly. Hua Wincy was once the future heir of the Hua family, but she betrayed the Hua family first and then betrayed the Federation. I hope the team leader is not troubled by the old witch, and the two can sit down and talk in peace. Shuang Lin let go of his thoughts and thought more and more. Recently, the weather has become colder. I don't know if Hua Wincy has changed into a thick coat when she goes out. She is so busy that she doesn't know the weather changes. She wears clothes randomly every day. She also has a bit of idle baggage. She doesn't show it when she is cold. She only says that she is frozen to death when she returns to the house. Shuang Lin has been a bodyguard for Hua Wincy since he was a child. Team leader Hua has no attack ability. He always worries about Hua Wincy's safety when he leaves for too long. What if something happens to the little witch before she enters the Hua family? Huang Zhongli is still looking at the files, like she is about to hand in the exam papers, checking if there are any remaining errors, and will soon conduct a field survey. Huang Zhongli noticed that Shuang Lin was very silent and kept looking at the sky, and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Shuang Lin, there are clouds in the sky." Huang Zhongli looked out the window because of this sentence. There are indeed clouds in the sky, and the professional name is fish scale clouds. This weather is really weird. If the yellow sky is a sandstorm, there will be no clouds of this shape. The clouds are like fish scales, and the color is very light. Against the background of the dim sky, it is a bit intensive phobia. It looks like a monster in the shape of dense fish scales. Shuang Lin asked, "Do you think the pattern looks like a brain?" The other team members also became interested after hearing this. They were holding weapons in their hands, but they couldn't help but start observing the clouds. It seems that it is a habit for humans to observe clouds since ancient times. When waiting for the red light on the way home from get off work, they would look up and say to their colleagues, "The clouds are beautiful today. Do you think that one looks like a puppy?" It is still very popular on the internet to forward auspicious clouds, bodhisattva-shaped clouds, and ingot-shaped clouds. But it is rare to hear the metaphor that clouds are like brains. This is too weird and sounds uncomfortable. "Don't they look like?" someone said. "I think they look a bit like that." "Shuangju, are you talking about the cross-section of the brain circuit? How did you associate it with that?" Huang Zhongli asked. "Have you ever eaten pig brains? Look at it this way," the teammate said with interest. Huang Zhongli looked around, not knowing whether it was a psychological effect or true. Before, it looked like fish scale clouds, but now it looks like brains. The sky is the brain? What a strange guess. Huang Zhongli instinctively wanted to reject this statement, and even rejected it a little too much, but this impression lingered in her mind. Huang Zhongli looked for a while, and soon arrived at the mission site. This area was full of ruins, and most of the buildings were still products of the old world. When the Federation was first established, this area was regarded as a buffer zone, and no construction was bothered at all. This area had no water or electricity, and it was pitch black at night. The flying car was completely invisible. According to the positioning, there was an abandoned chemical plant below one of Teacher Chi's nests. The flying car stopped 3 streets away and turned on the hidden mode. The inspector got off the car first and took an instrument to scan it. The B-sized reconnaissance aircraft dispersed. After 3 minutes, he said, "There is no monitoring equipment, no other people." The screen showed an abandoned chemical plant. It seemed that the place had been abandoned for a long time. There was no human touch at all. Huang Zhongli suspected that this might be a trap and Teacher Chi was not there at all. The inspector debugged the channel. They were afraid that the factory would have no signal, so they brought a device here. They found that they were redundant. The channel is fine. There is no signal interference source. Another person reported, "No pollutants have been detected so far." A clear voice came from the public channel, "The technical department is normal. I am your eternal support." The technician blew a whistle. If this team encounters danger, they can immediately ask for help. Their internal authority is open, and they can urgently mobilize demon hunters for support. It is very ordinary here. The signal is normal, and the pollution concentration is normal. Huang Zhongli listened to the report while looking into the distance. She could see the north wall not far away. It was so tall that it seemed to be pressing down. Huang Zhongli had a bad feeling for no reason, but she couldn't explain it. She suddenly said, "Don't go in rashly. I always feel it's dangerous." "Huh?" Teammate joked, "You have the ability of intuition?" Huang Zhongli was not very happy, but she couldn't refute it. Yes, She is not Huwensi. Where does her intuition come from? Wang Zhongli shook her head. It's not auspicious to think about these things when going on a mission. There is no external mission that is not dangerous. Teammate, give team leader Hua a surprise. Wang Zhongli came forward and bumped fists with the team members, as if to cheer herself up. Do something big. Zhuang Lin, others keep the formation, approach the factory in groups of 2, and report any abnormalities in time. Teammate asked, what about you? Zhuang Lin, I go in first and keep in touch at any time. He debugged it, and confirmed that there was a signal. The other 3 groups had already arrived at the destination, and were conducting on-site surveys. Zhuang Lin had a special ability, and was often sent by Huwensi to find clues in the past, similar to Flash Mob. His figure flashed on the spot, and the others only saw a residual image. In the blink of an eye, Zhuang Lin had disappeared. The factory gate was open, and it was completely abandoned. It was not even afraid of homeless people living there. As soon as Zhuang Lin entered the door, he knew that he had come to the right place. There was no dust on the floor, which proved that it had not been abandoned for many years, and someone had used it not long ago. Even if he couldn't find Teacher Chi, it would be fine to find a little clue. There were many discarded needles inside the chemical plant, which should be nutrient injection needles, and some of them might be black dreams. There were several sleeping bags scattered in the distance. Zhuang Lin was dressed in black and walked in the dark without making any sound. He carefully walked around the garbage, and then walked forward to a large area of futons. Someone had listened to lectures here before. The inside of the cult was similar. Zhuang Lin's first reaction was that the pilgrims were quite poor. Probably they were all targeting the lower class, and the chemical plant was almost a refugee shelter. Suddenly, Zhuang Lin's foot tripped over something, and he staggered and quickly stabilized, but hit the glass needle on the ground, making a clang in the dark. Zhuang Lin's throat rolled and swallowed his saliva. It was impossible to say that he was not afraid. He had already clenched the weapon in his hand and waited in place without moving. There was silence all around. He scared himself, and there was no one at all. Zhuang Lin moved his foot and looked at the thing that tripped him just now. It was a wire. There was indeed power supply inside the factory. The wire meant that there was a generator. For such an organization, the generator was the core equipment, and it would definitely be placed well. Zhuang Lin followed the wires, knowing that there must be other rooms below. He did not turn on the lights, relying on the helmet's night vision to see things, like a pigeon following breadcrumbs. The wires were like a snake lurking in the dark. Zhuang Lin carefully opened a narrow door and walked down the stairs, as if he had forgotten the time, with only the wires in front of him. Suddenly, a little light flickered in front of him, tearing through the darkness, even a little cruel. Zhuang Lin stopped, and suddenly had an urge to run away. He didn't need intuition to know that the front was dangerous. He was like a mouse that smelled the cheese and saw the bait in the middle of the mousetrap, but was reluctant to leave. Zhuang Lin's heartbeat began to accelerate, and the horror was only realized afterward. He heard the sound of people talking. Wait a little longer, don't be anxious. This was a woman's voice, a little old, but the tone was very calm. Zhuang Lin guessed that she might be Teacher Chi. Why aren't you in a hurry? I've told you so many times that she has already found a way out of the wall. The person who answered her was a man, and Zhuang Lin guessed that it was another male teacher. You were not there that day, so you don't know how arrogant she was. She moved the team over there, and took pictures from every angle. She will definitely find this place soon, and it's not safe here. I think about it carefully. We have left too many mistakes. Teacher Chi said calmly, life is full of mistakes. I can't wait any longer. The more you delay, the more trouble you will have. The male teacher's tone became more and more intense. The old witch contacted me. Teacher Chi interrupted him, and asked him to calm down. The male teacher was still restless, and was not comforted. Teacher Chi's tone was still calm. Huwensi is with her. No matter how powerful the little witch is, she has to listen to the old witch. Zhuang Lin broke out in a cold sweat. If he was still hesitating whether to leave before, now Zhuang Lin completely gave up this idea. What does Huwensi mean by with her? This conversation contained too much information. There was no contextual comparison. Zhuang Lin didn't understand it, but he heard a message. Teacher Chi had a connection with the Hua family. Huwensi guessed this intuitively, so he rushed home directly. Zhuang Lin's face was pale. There was a rustling sound from the corner. The light was a little shaky, as if someone stood up and blocked the light source for a moment. Teacher Chi hissed. The mouse came in. Hua family. The main house of the Hua family is not in the Kingdom of God, but in the 4th district. The Hua family has a special historical status. They founded the cleaning center and participated in the construction of the Federation. There are many superpowers in the family. They are supposed to be sixth-class citizens, but they enjoy the treatment of first-class citizens. The citizen hierarchy of this country has always been only for ordinary people, and the real privileges are not involved in the classification. The Hua family is low-key in this regard. They rarely show up, and do not want to attract attention. There is very little information about the Hua family, and only some urban legends remain. Superpowers need to wear a collar when going to the kingdom of God. Superpowers are pollutants, and they are afraid of losing control in the kingdom of God. Many superpowers are unruly and unwilling to wear it, but Hu Jinsheng also wears it every time she goes to the kingdom of God, but the collar she wears is more concealed. Hu Wensi knows that it is a jade bracelet, which looks very valuable. Hu Wensi may be too arrogant. He has never understood since childhood that Hu Jinsheng, a superpower, is much more powerful than the powerless people of the kingdom of God. Why is he willing to bow his head to give face to the people of the kingdom of God? Since he knew that the sky is a pollutant brain, he has some understanding. Even the sky is polluted, humans have nowhere to escape, all investigation and purification are meaningless, the only way is to evolve species that are more adapted to this world. Hu Wensi's communication device was confiscated. She knew that entering the gate of the Hua family was equivalent to losing her freedom, but she had to come because some secrets could not be checked at all. They were hidden in various families, and only the old witch knew. Surprisingly, Hu Jinsheng was willing to see her so soon. She thought she had to wait a few more days. Hu Wensi was still not used to walking in the main house. This was a garden-style building. It seemed that the Hua family had always lived in the past. There were many decorations with Tai Chi Bagua patterns, floor tiles in the courtyard, and Bagua mirrors on the door, which made people feel like they walked in like a goblin with nowhere to hide. Someone was leading in front, and Hu Wensi followed behind. He slowly stopped and looked at the sky with his intact eyes. The wallpaper in the sky was blue sky and white clouds, a little too fake, without even a flaw. Looking into the past from the retro patio was like looking at the sky from a well. For some reason, Hu Wensi suddenly wanted to look in the direction of Area 103. Chapter 362. Teacher Chi blocked the light when she stood up. She walked slowly around the corner at an unhurried pace. The stairs were hidden in the darkness. There was no one on them, as if they had never existed. But she knew there was a mouse here. It overheard her, and ran very fast. Unfortunately, he had already entered this area. The pollution concentration was normal, the communication was normal, and even the gate of the chemical plant was open. This was the biggest abnormality. It was not even a trap, but she was not afraid of anyone finding this place. It was like humans building farmhouses to prevent wild wolves at most, but not to build anything to block flies. The factory was a farmhouse, and Zhuang Lin was a fly. Just kill the flies when you see them. No one would close the door all day to prevent mosquitoes. Teacher Chi smiled. The black clothes she wore were very loose, similar to a cloak, and also similar to some religious robes. At this moment, a piece of clothing suddenly began to tremble, as if it had its own life. With a click, tiny crawling bugs fell from the clothes, one at first, and then more and more. Under the crawling of the black bugs, the ground trembled slightly, as if the land had life, and the air was also moved. Everything crawled forward, exactly the direction Zhuang Lin left. When Teacher Chi turned around, Zhuang Lin flashed and had left the scene. He turned on the communication channel. Everyone evacuate. Now! Teacher Chi was in contact with the Hua family, and the only information he got from the short conversation was that Hu Wensi was in danger. Zhuang Lin had to leave and go to her with the news. She was probably detained because she couldn't get through the communication. In the past, Zhuang Lin didn't worry about what the Hua family would do. But now Teacher Chi and the Hua family are of the same kind, and Hu Wensi has openly rebelled, and he still has Zhu Ning in his hands. Holding Hu Wensi is equivalent to holding Zhu Ning. Thinking of Zhu Ning, Zhuang Lin really hopes that Zhu Ning is inside the wall. If she is, the current situation is definitely not like this. But now that the only true God is left, Zhu Ning can't hear his prayers, let alone respond. Zhuang Lin quickly wrote messages on the secondary brain while dodging quickly, almost jumping in the square. This ability is very useful for escaping. He quickly found 3 streets away, but then he stopped and the flying car that was originally parked disappeared. The flying car turned on the invisible mode, which is not invisible, but completely disappeared. Wang Zhongli and the others left first. No, it was Teacher Chi, but how did she do it? Even if He snapped his fingers, ashes would be left on the spot. There was nothing at the place where the flying car was, as if it had been wiped out. Zhuang Lin was in a trance, and there was a bad news in his heart that was being gradually verified. No one responded in the public channel. The signal was obviously good. They had checked it when they came in. Not only did no one respond to their team's communication, but there was no news from the three teams. Huang's only. Please answer if you hear me, Zhuang Lin shouted. There was no human voice in the channel. Zhuang Lin's throat was dry. He had to accept the fact that their team was wiped out. It's impossible. He was so fast and didn't even see the enemy. How did he die? Even death must have a process, with resistance, blood, and corpses. It seems that his teammates were not killed by people, but were directly wiped out. How big is the range of Teacher Chi's ability? What kind of terrifying existence is this? Zhuang Lin gritted his teeth. In front of him was a tall north wall. The closer he got to the north wall, the higher the pollution concentration. He ran in the opposite direction. It would definitely be safer to get closer to human gathering places. He kept an eye on his surroundings, trying to find information about other teammates. If anyone was still alive, they would definitely make the same choice as him. Zhuang Lin pressed the emergency contact button. His emergency contact was actually Huwensi. There was a busy tone. Huwensi was not there. Of course she was not there. Zhuang Lin would be stupid to contact Huwensi. Zhuang Lin hung up quickly, and found that his hands were shaking unconsciously. He had to contact other members of the abnormal investigation team. Someone was providing logistical support for this team. If the entire team had no news, they should have noticed the abnormality. Suddenly, Zhuang Lin stopped running. There was a woman standing in front of him. She was dressed in black and looked at him with a smile like an old teacher. If Zhuang Lin was not the prey she was staring at, he would have thought it was just a strict old teacher. Overuse of supernatural powers made him overloaded. Zhuang Lin took a deep breath. His throat was extremely painful. Everything was wrong. The sky was orange-yellow, and the brain-shaped clouds above seemed to be constantly rotating. Everything around was making noises and rustling sounds. Zhuang Lin initially thought that he was dazzled, perhaps because he was too tired, and there were some tiny things on the surface of his eyeballs. But later he found that it was not his eyes that were dazzled, but that the world was really dazzled. He did not run out of the factory area from beginning to end. The surface of the house, the road, and the street lamps were all densely packed with wriggling black insects. They condensed in it, and could easily reassemble all matter, and could also easily devour it. The scope is unknown, and the cost of use is unknown. Zhuang Lin's lips trembled. The moment he saw Teacher Chi, he knew that he would definitely lose, as if he had participated in an unfair competition. This was an opponent of Zhu Ning's level, not his own. He had a lot of questions to ask, but now they were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak easily. In the end, he seemed to mutter to himself, "Why? Why is all this happening? What is the truth of the world? What do you want to do?" But Teacher Chi didn't answer. She didn't have to answer questions from people at this level. In her eyes, Zhuang Lin was just a mouse. What family? Huwensi looked at the sky wallpaper, and she had a strange intuition in her heart, as if she was gradually losing something, but she couldn't tell the details, which made her a little irritated. She wanted to end it all quickly, and get everything back on track, if there was still a track in this world. Huwensi pushed open the door. The decoration inside was still retro, and an old and damp smell came to her face. An old woman was sitting in the room. Hu Jinsheng was sitting in a wheelchair. Her health had been getting worse in the past 2 years. As long as Huwensi could remember, she only knew that she had a strange temper and often sat alone. That was not a daze. Hu Jinsheng's intuition was extremely strong. He might be spying on the other side of the world and everything. Huwensi suddenly didn't know what to say when he saw the grandmother. The last time they met offline was 2 years ago, and the last time they contacted was in District 103. After that, they cut off contact, and Huwensi took a completely opposite path. Hu Jinsheng, come in. Huwensi was still standing outside the door, looking at the head of the Hu family through the high threshold. Only then did he really enter and close the door. Grandma? Huwensi called her. Hu Jinsheng snorted. Huwensi couldn't understand what this meant. Maybe he still knew who I was. Hu Jinsheng put his hand on the wheelchair armrest and turned the wheelchair. Huwensi stopped and habitually went over to help her push it to the table. The Hu family didn't like to organize things. The documents were scattered on the large solid wood table. No wonder they said that the old witch and the young witch were exactly the same. Huwensi had an illusion that the grandma was just her old self. Hu Jinsheng sat down. Huwensi sat opposite her, like a sinner on trial, and also like a student taking an exam. Hu Jinsheng's eyes patrolled Hu Wensi, and finally fixed on the black eye mask. Her granddaughter had grown up. The biggest halo on her was no longer a young witch, but a commander of a region. No matter from what angle, Hu Wensi was qualified to stand opposite her. Hu Jinsheng asked, "Why did you come to me?" Hu Wensi, "Because I want to know the truth." Hu Jinsheng, "No." Hu Wensi was silent. Hu Jinsheng's teachings to her were always strange. Others did not understand the grandmother, but Hu Wensi did. She was not satisfied with this answer. It was already so late. Why did Hu Jinsheng still beat around the bush with her? Hu Wensi, "Can't you just tell me directly?" Hu Jinsheng raised his eyebrows. Others could not hear it, but she knew that Hu Wensi was angry. She liked to see this proud child lose his temper. Hu Jinsheng uttered those two words again, "No." Hu Wensi clenched her fists. No matter how calm a person is outside, he can be easily angered by his relatives, as if they naturally know your secrets and know how to make you furious in an instant, and then admire your embarrassment from a high position. Hu Jinsheng, "What I'm asking is, why did you come to me?" She repeated the question. Hu Wensi was still analyzing on the edge of anger. "Why did you come to her? Why didn't you go and investigate Teacher Qi in person? Why did she appear here?" Hu Wensi, "Because my intuition told me to come to you." Hu Jinsheng's smile got bigger. She looked at Hu Wensi with some relief, and still said, "Close, but not right." "It's not right again. What answer does Hu Jinsheng want to hear?" Hu Wensi's patience is limited. She has wasted too much time here. Hu Jinsheng is like an examiner, and after several difficulties, he finally gave some direction to solve the problem. "What is your intuition?" "The focus is on intuition?" Hu Wensi, "Come to find." Hu Wensi stopped talking, as if someone was strangling her throat. She clearly felt the contraction of her heart, and it made a dull beating. "How does the intuitive ability work? When using it, there will be some abnormality in your physiology, telling you in a very straightforward way that there is something abnormal. Whether it is passive feeling or active use, you will be pulled into the ocean of consciousness, which is a sea with no end in sight, and she is the only one in the world. Hu Wensi's inner world is like the sea surface. At first, the sea water fluctuates, just like the shaking heart. Then the waves become more and more intense, and a guess emerges. Finally, the guess will be confirmed by intuition, and pushed to the shore by the huge waves. Zhuanglin is going to die. These 4 words flashed in Hu Wensi's mind. For the first time, she didn't even know what they meant. Her reason gradually returned, and the waves in her mind faded, and they kept repeating in the noisy sound of the waves. At that moment, Hu Wensi's ocean of consciousness seemed to be able to lead to the scene. In the abandoned radiation zone, under the huge north wall, Zhuanglin had no way to escape. Opposite him, there was a woman dressed in black, just smiling. A black substance appeared out of thin air in the air. Looking closely, it seemed to be composed of wriggling black insects. The black substance accelerated its wriggling, and everything around was inspired by her: bricks, the ruins of the house, and the flying car in the cleaning center. They condensed into a huge monster, hanging above Zhuanglin. He was very small, like the ant lying at the feet of the elephant, and death was about to come. Zhuanglin was shrouded in shadows, and the murderous aura pressed down on his head. He lowered his hands, and the subbrain showed that the message was sent successfully. Zhuanglin was extremely calm at that moment. He existed for Hu Wensi. When Zhuanglin entered the Hu family, Hu Wensi was only 9 years old. Zhuanglin had to undergo rigorous training to become Hu Wensi's assistant. He learned to use supernatural powers, take care of daily life, analyze cases, and track clues since he was a child. Now the mission of exploration has been accomplished. Fortunately, he died on the way of investigation. The black matter pressed down layer by layer, and Zhuanglin only had one last thought, which seemed abrupt and hypocritical at this time. Is Wensi cold today? With a bang, all his worries soon lost their meaning. The dark matter and the ruins fell to the ground, and any living creature would be crushed into meat paste. For a moment, everything was silent, and the dust in the air was vibrating. There was no one left at the place where Zhuanglin was standing. Only a ruin was left. The black matter fell to the ground and scattered into countless wriggling insects, revealing its original appearance. A mountain made of countless bricks and steel bars looked like a house collapsed after an earthquake. A trace of blood overflowed from the cracks in the ruins, winding along the shape of the bricks, absorbed by the dust, and the blood spread, as if breaking through time and space, and spreading to the ocean of Hu Wensi's consciousness. A little bloody smell appeared in her world, and red blood fell into the sea. It was Zhuanglin's blood. Zhuanglin is dead, Hu Wensi repeated, turning from the initial doubt to affirmation. Zhuanglin is dead. Wensi. Someone was calling her, but it was not Xuan Lin, but Hu Jinsheng. Hu Wensi was not at the scene. She could not see the moment of death, but just felt death. Hu Wensi was just talking to Hu Jinsheng from beginning to end, and was constantly asked the same question, "Why did you come to me?" She now knows the answer, because her ability is intuition. She is an intuitive animal, and her intuition tells her to go to the Hu family to find the answer. Intuition can make choices that are beneficial to Hu Wensi at all times, but only beneficial to Hu Wensi. After seeing Xuan Lin's painting, Hu Wensi did not continue the investigation, and gave all the investigation materials to the team members. Continuing the investigation could also reveal the truth, but her instinct at the time was to go to the Hu family, which was more direct and safer. If it was Hu Wensi who met Teacher Qi, then it would not be Xuan Lin who died now, but her. Your instinct saved you. Hu Jinsheng already knew what happened, and his tone became much softer. This is why you came to me, and it is also the price you paid for your supernatural power. Hu Wensi's tense waist relaxed, as if she was suddenly hit by something heavy, and her eyes passed through the old witch's face, and gradually blurred. Hu Wensi didn't check the weather before going out, and the black wool coat was very thin, making her feel very cold. Chapter 363. Hu Wensi first awakened her special powers at the age of 9. It was an exam, and she was sitting in the exam room. In the elite women's college, all children were from aristocratic families. The mathematics they learned at the age of 9 was already the knowledge that ordinary people learned in high school. Hu Wensi had excellent grades since childhood, and the exam was not difficult for her, but that day seemed to open up some kind of spirituality, and the whole world changed in her eyes. She was still holding a pen in her hand, carefully checking the draft paper, but she was deaf in an instant and entered an extremely quiet environment. Hu Wensi could not hear the sound of other students writing, the sound of flipping test papers, the sound of the invigilator walking, and the ticking of the clock all faded away in an instant. Deafness was only a short second, followed by the sound of waves, the sea water hitting the reefs, the comfortable white noise echoing in her mind, and the ocean of consciousness slowly unfolded. Hu Wensi lowered her head again. The words on the test paper no longer stayed in place. The questions and answers floated on the paper. The numbers and words were rearranged, the lines of logic were unfolded, and the calculation speed was accelerated. Maybe there was no calculation step at all, but it was presented directly. Choose a for this question. The correct answer to this question is 0. This question requires a certain formula. Countless information seemed to have grown legs and rushed towards her, and she could easily judge which answer to choose. Her hand holding the pen did not stop. The tip of the pen had its own will and walked quickly on the surface of the test paper. Finally, she put down the pen. Only 3 minutes had passed. The test time was 2 hours, and she finished it in 3 minutes. The invigilator walked up to her, thinking that she was not feeling well. When he saw the test paper, the worry in his eyes turned into shock. The teacher picked up the test paper in disbelief and read it from the first question. She was shocked and confused. Each question had a standard answer. There was no process for the big questions, and only a final number was written. She had many questions, such as the most obvious one, "Did you cheat?" But Hu Wensi didn't need to cheat. She was a member of the Hu family. Hu Wensi reacted faster than the teacher, and was more like an adult. She looked calm and even lowered her voice for fear of disturbing other candidates. "Can I go home first?" The teacher was stunned and nodded after the second inquiry. Later, Hu Wensi pulled out the chair and walked out of the classroom. The teacher looked at her back. She was calm at a young age. She walked to the door, took her school bag from the cabinet, and even turned back to say goodbye to the invigilator politely. Hu Wensi will not be ordinary in the future. She will become a great person. The invigilator is sure of this idea. She will not come back. She will become a commander, a leader, and one of the people in power in the world. Hu Wensi awakened her superpowers, and she was the fastest to do so far. Before her, the earliest awakened member of the Hu family was 10 years old. This is the true pride of heaven. It is a lifetime honor for a teacher to be able to teach her for a short time. The Hu family came to pick her up soon. She sat in the flying car and watched the world passing by quickly. There were quarreling young people, hurried passers-by, and a warm family of 3 on the road. She tried to use her new ability to predict the lives of these passers-by, and found that it was extremely vague, like countless mixed shadows, and it was difficult to make any clues from it. Superpowers are limited, and she is just a beginner. After returning home, Hu Wensi received another set of education, which was more suitable for her training method. She was very calm from beginning to end, and completed all the training to the best. She was even very perceptive, and would not raise any questions, but just accept silently. She didn't know some information, probably because it was not time for her to know it. She just needed to wait in place, and sooner or later, she would master the laws of the world. This was her confidence after having intuition. She was still adapting to her new life. One day, the old lady brought in a person, another little boy, who was wearing a white shirt and loose black pants. He might have come to see Huowensi, and he was wearing a small tie awkwardly. Hu Jinsheng introduced, "This is Zhuanglin, and he will be with you in the future." The old witch's statement was very general, just saying together. At that time, Huowensi wanted to ask what they would do together. But she didn't ask, because as long as she waited in place, she would know sooner or later. Later, she knew that they would do everything together. Zhuanglin could not leave Huowensi's side at will. He was her bodyguard, life assistant, and work assistant. In other words, it was Huowensi's personal property and belonged to her alone. Zhuanglin had just awakened his ability to flash. If he had not been picked by the Hu family, he might have become an outside investigator or a demon hunter. Zhuanglin was personally selected by Hu Jinsheng. Some people said that Zhuanglin was not qualified. Huowensi's personal assistant should be more aggressive and stronger. Zhuanglin's performance in all aspects was quite ordinary. His biggest characteristic was that he was gentle, rarely angry, and very meticulous in doing things. The old witch only said to the outside world that this person had a good life. Good life? How to understand good life? No one could understand what the old witch said at that time. Zhuanglin also felt that he had a good life. He just had to follow Huowensi anyway. Even before his death, he felt that he had a good life. He died for Huowensi. Zhuanglin accompanied her to school and training, internship, tidying up the messy office for Huowensi, reluctantly giving her acupuncture to wake her up, making coffee for her, and taking away the cigarette butt she had when she fell asleep. Zhuanglin accompanied Huowensi to build her own business from scratch. Together, they were officially assigned to the 103 District Cleaning Center to manage the entire Abnormal Incident Investigation Team. Under the leadership of Huowensi, the Abnormal Incident Investigation Team was very tight, and later expanded to 31 people, all of whom were very good at investigating abnormalities. Under the guidance of Huowensi's intuition, they solved many cases, and became the most feared department. Many people talk about Huowensi in a mysterious way. Little witch, don't mess with her. Huowensi worked overtime day and night, and many team members thought that the team leader didn't care much about them, so they wanted to do everything they could to perform, fearing that they would be left behind. There was a girl named Huang Zhongli. Huowensi always remembered her. She was very hardworking and smart. She liked to get stuck in the data, and would not come out. Huowensi usually let her study as she pleased. Huang Zhongli could also come up with beautiful answers, and find truly valuable clues. Huowensi thought about letting her lead a team independently in the near future. She had already made up her mind. There was a team member named Ma Guangzhong. He was very cheerful. No matter how long he worked overtime, he could always laugh. He always encouraged the team members, "Come on, we finish it soon." Long Baihong, their technician, wore a plaid shirt every day. Huang Zhongli always said, "Brother Long, you have the standard appearance of a technician." Li Fei, a girl who stuttered, was a little socially anxious and only liked to do logistics. The faces of the members of the investigation team flashed in Huowensi's mind one by one. The figures kept rising and falling in the ocean of consciousness. Her intuition was activated again, and she sensed the death of others. Because they were not at the scene, they could only be confirmed alive or dead in this special way, and they could only say goodbye in this way. Huowensi didn't know how many people had gone, but he only knew that including Zhuanglin, 14 people in the special adjustment team died, and the death rate was extremely fast. They encountered an inhuman disaster. Disaster? Huowensi could only think of these two words, like a bug that was ruthlessly crushed. After Teacher Qi discovered the rat, he could harvest lives with just a flick of his finger. Some people didn't feel the process of life disappearing before they died, but died in the blink of an eye. Teacher Qi twisted his fingers, didn't care, still maintained the appearance of an old teacher, and left lightly. No matter how much preparation the special adjustment team made, it was useless, and the entire cleaning center was useless as a backup. Even if Huowensi personally led the team to find Teacher Qi, she would only be looking for death. As long as she set foot in Teacher Qi's field, she would have no ability to fight back, and even her supernatural powers would be blinded. The old witch had predicted it. Death was so quick that there was no way to hold a funeral, and I didn't even know if it had any meaning. And the sin of death was also counted on Huowensi's head. She would have to carry countless blood in the future. She finally understood how Zhu Ning felt. Hua Wincy looked at Hua Jinsheng with one eye, and asked in a hoarse voice, "You knew it a long time ago?" "Hua Jinsheng, when you were 9 years old." The strong intuition peeked into everything, and of course, it also peeked into today. The biggest disaster in Hua Wincy's life, Zhuang Lin was chosen, and at the cost of the death of 14 people, her intuition guided her to a safe path. Is this the pride of heaven? The death of ordinary people is just for her personal achievement. Hua Wincy's face was tense, not knowing what expression to make. Should she cry or show weakness to the Hua family? She was about to collapse, but she forced herself to stay normal. Finally, Hua Wincy asked, "I can't leave at will, right?" Hua Jinsheng was a little surprised. Hua Wincy's reaction was quite rational. Her first reaction was to ask about her situation. She thought she would see the little witch's mental breakdown, or at least a crack. She was really better than her master. Hua Jinsheng was old. It was a waste to use Hua Wincy's ability only to investigate cases. She could be an observer of history like Hua Jinsheng. Hua Jinsheng said lightly, "I have no intention of imprisoning your freedom." Hua Jinsheng never imprisoned his granddaughter. She would give Hua Wincy freedom to the greatest extent, even if Hua Wincy betrayed the family. Hua Jinsheng sighed, "You don't understand this world." She was too young, with the recklessness of young people and the incredible and beautiful fantasy of this world. Only young people want to change the world, and old people have accepted reality. Hua Jinsheng couldn't help but soften his tone. "I can give you a new choice, you still have a chance." In Hua Jinsheng's eyes, the independence of District 103 is very fragile, like a painstaking reform in a rotten world. If the whole world is likened to a cancer patient who is terminally ill and only a few months away from death, the corruption and arrogance of the kingdom of God is equivalent to a minor cold. Even if the cold is cured, it is meaningless. Hua Wincy made a wrong choice once, and the Hua family can give her a second chance. Only Hua Wincy has such an opportunity, and people like Zhuang Lin can only die silently, which is unfair from beginning to end. Hua Wincy's expression remained unchanged, not a single tear fell, and her deliberately tense facial features looked like a cold mask. She knew her own value, and the only trump card in her hand was Zhu Ning. Hua Wincy could not admit defeat. If Hua Wincy betrayed Zhu Ning would lose all support within the Federation. Zhu Ning was already close to Utopia, and she might not know anything yet. Hua Wincy had to find a way to support her. She sorted out her thoughts, as if she didn't know that Zhuang Lin and the others were dead, and everything was back on track. Hua Wincy came to the Hua family just to find the truth. Hua Wincy asked, "What exactly is Utopia?" This was a confrontation between the young witch and the old witch, and a succession of history. The house was quiet, and for a moment only the decayed atmosphere of the old house remained. Hua Jinsheng did not answer the question directly, but asked in return, "Where do you think your superpowers come from?" Hua Wincy's superpowers are inherited. In the history of the Federation, the Hua family has played the same role very stably, awakening intuitive superpowers, peeping into the world, and thus pointing out a feasible path. Before, it was an old witch, now it is a young witch. Hua Wincy understood that she and Lu Yuan had the same superpowers from their mothers, and this ability was hidden in their unique blood. Hua Wincy had always thought that Lu Yuan was a canary, a princess imprisoned in the kingdom of God. To some extent, she was actually similar. Hua Wincy asked the question that had been bothering her. Does the Hua family come from Utopia? Hua Jinsheng was silent for a moment. She stared at Hua Wincy's eye mask, as if she was looking at the creature under her eye mask. She penetrated Hua Wincy's body, and was talking to her inner self. To some extent, Hua Jinsheng chose his words carefully. "Yes, we are from Utopia." Hua Wincy closed her eyes, and a map of Utopia appeared in her mind. The black line stretched out, and she stared at the end for a long time. Is that their hometown? Zhu Ning was looking at the map in her mind. The road stretched out, and Utopia was in sight. Lin Xiaofeng's fever subsided. Although she was still a little sick, she could at least move without any hindrance. She was extremely wary of Zhou Haiqing and the other two. After seeing strangers, she was very silent and almost didn't speak. Pei Shu's body was no longer on fire, but he didn't wake up. Sometimes he would talk in his sleep. Zhu Ning suspected that what she had removed was not Pei Shu's disease, but the source of life. Could Teacher Pei be killed by herself? Pei Shu had no mobility, so Zhu Ning could only carry him on her back. She was very strangely reminded of the news she had seen before, where the owner took the golden retriever to climb the mountain, and the golden retriever finally refused to leave, and the owner still carried the golden retriever down. Zhu Ning's situation is very similar now. Pei Shu's head hangs on her shoulder, very heavy. Zhu Ning doesn't like to carry people on her back. The last time she carried someone, he died on her back. Zhu Ning lifted Pei Shu up and threatened in a low voice, "Don't die. I'm very fragile." Her threat is meaningless. After all, if Pei Shu dies, Zhu Ning can't kill him again. Pei Shu didn't answer her, but his breathing was very steady. The team has 3 more people. Zhou Haiqing and her family joined and followed silently along the way. The closer Zhu Ning got to Utopia, the more uneasy he became. Their team was too broken. If there was danger inside Utopia, this team basically had no ability to resist risks. Do we really have to go? Zhu Ning couldn't help thinking, but she didn't have any intuition, so she could only make plans after getting close. If she couldn't win, she would just run. Zhu Ning didn't dare to enter the forest, so she just walked along the river. She was attacked by a vine monster once on the road, and the already pitiful team was almost knocked down. On the second day, the danger suddenly disappeared, as if all pollutants began to fear something stronger, and the road began to become smooth, and other people suddenly appeared in front of her. They were wearing protective clothing, and they came out from nowhere, driving 2 flying cars, and stopped when they passed by Zhu Ning. The flying cars were covered with blood and some monster mucus. When they saw Zhu Ning rolling down the window, they asked excitedly, "Are you a pilgrim?" Zhu Ning looked into the car, where several people were lying, and the driver was also injured. Zhou Haiqing was still experienced. "Yes, let's go to Utopia." Zhou Haiqing was very suitable for playing this role, and she was particularly relaxed when talking to people. "I knew it." The driver's tone was full of emotion, and he even wanted to cry. "It's not easy along the way. Many of us died. We won." He was a little incoherent. Zhu Ning didn't know what he meant by victory. Who was the opponent? Did he defeat the pollutants outside the wall? Or did he defeat the high-pressure rule of the Federation? Maybe he met a compatriot. He asked, "Do you want to get in the car? We still have 2 empty seats." Zhu Ning's team had many people, and they were all injured. Of course, it would be good to have a car, but it would not be safe for anyone to get in the car. The man guessed that Zhu Ning was vigilant and must learn to be cautious outside the wall. He was also hot-headed for a while, thinking that he was almost there, so he would help if he could. Zhu Ning asked, "Are we almost there?" The man's tone was very excited. "Yes, we will be there soon. There are quite a lot of people in front." The pilgrims met at the end. Looking around, the humans at the edge of the forest were like ants, scattered here and there, connecting all the ants together, as if connecting them into a road paved by human bodies. The outline of a building appeared in the front. It was the city-state of mankind, called Utopia by the pilgrims. It was said to be a paradise where there was no oppression and everyone was equal. Now they had arrived. Chapter 364. Zhu Ning first saw the spire of the church, which seemed to be the highest building, reminding Zhu Ning of the ancient church that Bao Ruiming saw in the cloud of consciousness. The church was hidden deep in the forest, and other buildings gradually spread out. From the vaguely exposed corner, it was completely different from the architectural style of the Federation, and more primitive and ancient. To put it in an analogy, the Federation is a metropolis, and this place is like a small town. The background of Utopia is blue sky and white clouds, which is completely uncontaminated by yellow sand. There are large areas of green around. In a sense, it is very consistent with the imagination of Utopia, and it is very much like a dreamland. It is very, very clean, so clean that it seems that garbage will take a detour when seeing this place. There are no city walls. Zhu Ning immediately realized this. There are high walls outside each area of the Federation, and there is an even taller north wall outside the high wall. The height of the north wall is like a mountain, and standing below it will feel very oppressive. In other words, under normal circumstances, standing on the ground, you cannot see the buildings inside the Federation over the north wall. But the buildings of Utopia seem to be spread out in front of us, without any obstruction, as if they were naturally connected to nature, just like the world before pollution spread. No, there is a city wall. Zhu Ning quickly thought of it, but it is invisible. The biggest function of the north wall is to isolate pollutants, and there are no pollutants here. Since setting foot in a certain area, the pollutants have disappeared. They were chased here by mutant vines, and later the vines retreated because they saw a more terrifying existence. Utopia! Someone shouted, "Utopia!" There were more people in this area. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhu Ning would never have believed that so many people from the wall had arrived. Some of them were missing arms and legs, and some were already unconscious, but those who were still alive and could breathe were excitedly shouting, "Utopia!" There were cheers from the crowd. They seemed to be attending a concert. The 3 words Utopia connected everyone's emotions. Some people were even sobbing softly. Zhu Ning was actually a little infected, even though he knew they might be the ones who were deceived. Some people might be laid-off workers, the most inconspicuous cleaners, living a life that they could see the end of at a glance. They mustered up the courage once in their lives to walk out of the Federation, and made the biggest adventure of their lives. This was a feat, and even if they were deceived, it was admirable. What surprised Zhu Ning was that there was an armored vehicle in the crowd. That thing was definitely piled up with money, and the driver was a professional unit. From the car window, you can see that there are several very powerful people inside. There is a man in black protective clothing in the back seat. His temperament is very much like the CEO of an insurance company. Could they also be descendants of superpowers? They looked like simple rich people. Why would rich people come to Utopia? Then Zhu Ning immediately figured it out. Rich people also like adventures. They might think that Utopia is a gold mine. Their purpose of coming to Utopia is not the same. The armored vehicle passed by Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning knew that he should be cautious in theory, and not approach rashly, but there seemed to be something in the crowd. Go to Utopia, the devilish whisper sounded, go to Utopia. Zhu Ning's feet seemed to have their own will, and he actually walked towards the crowd, and the other team members did the same. There is a kind of group thinking that is affecting synchronously. If the voices in everyone's mind are gathered together, it should be like a chorus, with calls coming one after another, to go to Utopia. Zhu Ning's breathing was unconsciously rapid. Everyone actually maintained the same breathing frequency to a certain extent. The faster they walked, the more anxious they were. They couldn't describe what they were doing in detail, as if there was a reward for reaching Utopia. Especially Zhou Haiqing, her inner desire was magnified. Xiao Bao would be saved immediately. This is Xiao Bao's hometown. Zhou Haiqing's superpowers are obviously weak, but she walked faster than Zhu Ning, like the leader of their team. As they approached, the full picture of Utopia unfolded in front of them. The city style is not high-tech, a bit like a traditional industrial city, with roads extending in all directions, so clean that there is no scrap of paper. The walls depict a young man saluting the sun, and a kind old man, with a smile like the rising sun on his face. The most common feature of the polluted areas that Zhu Ning has visited is that they are old. Most of them are covered with dust, rust, and garbage, but here there is no sign of fading. Everything is so new, as if it has just been built, even the paint is freshly painted. Zhu Ning walks and identifies the purpose of these buildings, factories, schools, hospitals, churches, temples, city center shopping malls. The facilities are very complete, and the interiors are all as if they have just been renovated and have not yet been put into use. They can meet all human needs. Under normal circumstances, people can live here and never leave. Other pilgrims exclaimed as they walked, as if they were tourists visiting. "Aw, this is Utopia? It's Utopia, so clean." They stood outside the school, outside the window, and sighed. Some people kept touching the wall and found that the thing was not a projection, but a real thing. It was so clean here. The pilgrims had to survive a lot to get here. Their cars were broken, and their bodies were dirty. Everyone was out of tune with Utopia, which gave people the illusion that they, the outsiders, were the garbage of Utopia. Hey, the pollution concentration is 0. Zhu Ning was in a trance for a while after hearing this, as if she was dreaming, and a voice wanted to wake her up. The pollution concentration in Utopia is 0? She turned on Pei Shu's mechanical compass, which was a pollution concentration detector used by investigators. It was actually meaningless to detect the pollution concentration outside the wall, because Pei Shu needed to write investigation notes, so he would record it carefully. The thing had a red pointer, which was pointing to the far left at this time. The pointer was like a giant ship silent on the bottom of the sea, motionless. Is it really 0? Only Zhu Ning has been able to completely purify a certain area. Under normal circumstances, this number should be 20 inside the federal wall. Does this mean that Utopia has no pollutants? Is it possible? If Utopia is the pure land in the world, the people in the kingdom of God have nothing better to do than live on artificial islands. Zhu Ning held up the falling Pei Shu with one hand. Pei Shu was getting heavier and heavier, like a bag of cement. Zhu Ning's thoughts were getting more and more distorted, and her thinking speed was decreasing rapidly. She had to think for a long time even for a very common question, but she couldn't think of any answer. Her body was so tired that she became part of the crowd. The only thing she could do was to slow down, slower and slower, and she didn't know if this move was in vain. Lin Xiaofeng has been following Zhu Ning. When Zhu Ning slowed down, Bai Cheng at the back had to slow down as well. This is the team tacit understanding of this team. Even in such a strange situation, when everyone's mind was not clear, they kept moving forward in formation. Zhu Ning breathed a sigh of relief. When she looked up, she found that she could no longer find Zhou Haiqing's shadow. In just a blink of an eye, Zhou Haiqing's family was like raindrops flowing into the sea, completely merging with the crowd. Maybe they finally reached their destination. Zhou Haiqing didn't want to be with Zhu Ning at all, or she couldn't wait and wanted to find the magic medicine to save Xiaobao immediately. Zhu Ning had no interest in her. She helped along the way and had sent the person there. Whether Zhou Haiqing lived or died had nothing to do with her. But at this time, an intuition came up. Zhu Ning was not an intuitive person, but her survival instinct was still there. The black mucus inside was wriggling, like a pot of boiling water. Zhu Ning wondered if it was asking her to run away quickly and leave here immediately. There are problems visible to the naked eye here. She knows this truth. She has not lost her memory. She remembers that she came to Utopia because of Li Yu's spiritual pollution. The map in her mind has come to an end and condensed into a point. But it is not that simple. Zhu Ning's brain has been implanted with the mark of Utopia and cannot leave easily. Since the moment she read Li Yu's paintings, Zhu Ning has become a part of Utopia. Zhu Ning looked at the crowd blankly. Some people took off their helmets. They couldn't help laughing at the joy of zero pollution concentration. Their smiles were particularly exaggerated. What about others? Zhu Ning wondered, why are there no indigenous people in Utopia? She wasn't sure how long she had been here, at least 20 minutes. They were about to enter the center of Utopia, and they didn't see a single living person. It seemed like this was just a clean, fresh city. Zhu Ning's heart was pounding. No, this was not right at all. Zhu Ning held the dial tightly with his left hand, and the pointer remained at 0. No one else noticed this abnormality, as if an empty city was very normal. Even if there were no locals in Utopia, where did the other pilgrims from the Federation go? The pilgrim program may have been implemented for decades. If Utopia needs the descendants of superpowers, where are the people who arrived earlier? Even if they die, there will be traces left, such as bones or protective clothing used by people. No, Zhu Ning recited these 2 words in his heart. His throat was blocked, his tongue was stiff, and he couldn't make a sound easily. The figures painted on the city walls were smiling, and all the pilgrims were laughing. Everything was so beautiful. Zhu Ning was breathing rapidly, as if she was about to suffocate. Her lungs were squeezed to the extreme, and were about to explode. No! She made a sound, no. Her first voice was very soft, and the second voice was a little louder. It seemed extremely small in the shouts of countless Utopias, and was immediately drowned out. A man next to Zhu Ning who was using a branch as a cane heard it and asked, "What?" Zhu Ning, "No, this is not Utopia." This time the words were loud and clear, and Zhu Ning's voice was clearly transmitted. In addition to the man, more people heard it, including Bai Cheng and Lin Xiaofeng behind Zhu Ning. Bai Cheng was awakened by Zhu Ning's voice and regained consciousness. She immediately leaned against Lin Xiaofeng's shoulder and pinched it. Lin Xiaofeng shuddered. It seemed like she was dreaming just now, a very wonderful dream. When she woke up, she was already in the crowd. Many people around seemed to have taken some hallucinogens, dancing and smiling. For some reason, the people in the small circle near them were looking at them. The gaze seemed to be contagious. It was a gaze of scrutiny, questioning, and even hatred. Lin Xiaofeng swallowed his saliva. It seemed that these people were not polluted, but because Zhu Ning slandered their inner Utopia. They spent their whole lives doing an absurd thing, and they didn't want to wake up even if it was a dream. For crazy believers, slandering their dreams is no different from being a heretic who needs to be burned to death. Zhu Ning didn't care what the people around her thought. She had entered so many polluted areas, and her habit had always been to carefully verify and find clues in the early stage, but here, she didn't do it. The lame man next to her wanted to argue with Zhu Ning to protect the pure land in his heart, but soon, he didn't even have the courage to speak. A crack appeared on the back of Zhu Ning's neck. Like frostbitten skin, black mucus gushed out, sliding down like asphalt. Zhu Ning's speed was too fast. Many pilgrims actually didn't notice the movement here, and even if the people around Zhu Ning noticed, they couldn't stop it. The lame man had already recognized who Zhu Ning was through the biggest feature. The black mucus fell on the clean ground, and this time it really became the only garbage in Utopia. Zhu Ning's eyes were covered with black mucus. If the pollution concentration was really 0, it proved that there were no pollutants and no polluted areas in this place. Zhu Ning could open his own polluted area. When Zhu Ning unfolded the contaminated area, gray-black lines appeared, but this time, they did not appear immediately. She failed. After the mucus fell to the ground, it was like a needle piercing a smooth and round foam. With a snap, the foam was pierced and exploded in the air. The incredibly clean city began to fade rapidly. The road was shaking, not like an earthquake, but shaking. Someone put a helmet and debris on the ground. At this time, the helmet was jumping like soybeans on a stove. The dial in Zhu Ning's palm finally started to move, moving quickly from the far left to the far right, as if sliding into the abyss immediately. The pollution concentration exploded, exceeding the upper limit of the instrument's detection. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful city life was suddenly broken, fast-forwarding from a fairy tale to a disaster movie. The surface of the road cracked, and the fishy smell surged from the center of the earth. Everyone saw that it was a living, breathing huge creature, which was shrinking and contracting when breathing. It was impossible to tell the whole picture from one part. The house cracked, the clean city collapsed quickly. Zhu Ning's heart ached a little. At first, she thought she was scared, or she just woke up from a hallucination and was not used to it. Later, she realized that it was the tentacles in the internal organs that were moving, and it was greeting its kind. Like other places, if this world is a person, the underground is also an organ, the sky is the brain, the fishing village is the blood vessel, and what was found over there by the mountain cat is also part of the organ. Then what is Utopia? Utopia gave birth to new humans of Liu Yu's level, and attracted the descendants of superpowers to come for pilgrimage. Utopia is the place where superpowers are first bred, the womb. Chapter 365. Utopia is the womb, in other words, the mother nest, where everything starts. Since they speculated that the world is a huge, rotten human being, now it seems that the gender of human beings is determined by this point. Zhu Ning stood on the edge of the crack, and heard crazy whispers in his ears. The short-lived rationality will soon be replaced by madness. In all cultures, fertility is sacred. Humans often sigh at the greatness of life. Even if they peek at a cow giving birth, they will stop and watch to show respect. The earth cracked under my feet, which seemed so abrupt on the incredibly clean streets. The feeling was very subtle, like returning home after a busy day, and the closest person brought out a pot of soup. When you opened the lid of the pot, you found a human head floating in it, and you still wanted to drink the soup. The strong visual impact shocked everyone, but maybe fear had occupied their minds, and no one made a move to escape, including Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning's fingers were shaking unconsciously, not just her, but everyone. Above the behemoth, humans are incredibly small. The created Utopia looks like a clean town, and originally wanted to paralyze everyone through illusions. Just like the most terrifying carnivorous plant often has the most gorgeous appearance. Zhu Ning burst the bubble of illusion, but did not change the essence. They just faced it more intuitively. In this place, people's minds are reduced to a very low level. Zhu Ning shouted that it was wrong, but it quickly dissipated, leaving no shadow in everyone's mind. There were people moving around, just as Zhou Haiqing said, some of them were teenagers, and some were adults. Zhu Ning knew part of the inside story, and guessed that they were the descendants of the superpowers, while the other naive pilgrims did not move, as if they had come from afar to be spectators, and Zhu Ning was one of the countless spectators. No, they were nutrients. Zhu Ning could sense that his spirit was being eaten away. He was not eating ordinary bodies. If he only ate meat, the large amount of pollutants outside the wall would satisfy him. He feeds on human spirits. After Zhu Ning entered this area, his rationality gradually faded. Zhu Ning saw a familiar figure among the human figures. Zhou Haiqing was holding a child in her arms, and she stood out among the pilgrims. Zhou Haiqing trembled, as if she had met her true god, and knelt at the edge of the crack. Close to her was a huge breathing creature, but she was not afraid at all. The creature below was shrinking, and Zhu Ning's eyes were still focused on Zhou Haiqing. The mother holding a child would be recorded in many religions. Many holy sculptures and shocking paintings repeat this theme. Zhou Haiqing was the same. Zhu Ning wanted to walk to her side and stop her from doing stupid things. But her lips trembled, and she quickly gave up the idea. Utopia is Shibao's utopia. Zhou Haiqing came here for this. She didn't know what was going to happen, or where she was. She acted on instinct. Zhou Haiqing trembled and untied the small protective suit. The protective suit was modified by Zhou Haiqing overnight. It was like a protective shield, blocking a lot of pollution for her child. Now she untied it, revealing the true face of the baby inside. Zhu Ning had been curious about what Xiaobao looked like many times, and she was still shocked when she really saw it. It was an indescribable yellow translucent chaos, with visible deformities. It was like a ball of plasticine that had been kneaded twice, or like a ball of jelly, with eyes embedded on it. The distribution of the eyes was irregular, one on the left, and one on the bottom, and there was no mouth or nose. The left eye blinked. She had eyelashes, but no traditional human eyeballs. She had two slits like a rag doll, just like a two-dimensional creature. She also had no hands and feet. She tried to support one side of her body, like a ball of yellow seaweed, rubbing Zhou Haiqing's palm intimately, and communicating in a special way with others in the surprised eyes. Xiaobao couldn't call her mother, and Zhou Haiqing tried so hard just to hear Xiaobao call her. But Zhou Haiqing still laughed, crying and laughing, not knowing whether this step was right or wrong. Her cheeks were wet with tears. At that moment, Zhu Ning understood why Xiaobao had a terrible appearance and inhuman abilities, and why Zhou Haiqing and Hong Yong never gave up the pilgrimage. Zhou Haiqing lured the same kind who offered a helping hand along the way, and killed so many people indirectly or directly, and never wavered. If the creature below was really a god of salvation, Zhou Haiqing should sacrifice Xiaobao. But she didn't know what went wrong, or maybe she had really lost her mind. Her body tilted, and she fell into the crack while holding Xiaobao. Her flesh and blood squirmed like mud, and Zhou Haiqing soon disappeared. This scene seemed to be contagious, and others jumped down one after another, like a large-scale sacrificial activity. In Zhu Ning's eyes, it was like a group madness, a collective suicide, with a smile on their faces, just like giving up their lives. Their bodies collided with the behemoth, making a bang-bang-bang sound, which was the last sound. Bang, bang, bang. A window was not closed, and was blown by the wind, constantly hitting the edge. In the ancient house, the information Hua Wincy received was far beyond her imagination. Hua Jinsheng was the best guide, and said slowly, "You have found a lot. Even without me, you can connect them." Hua Wincy carried a file with her, which was all the information she investigated, and a world outline drawn by Zhuang Lin. Now they have one more piece of information. Utopia is the womb. If Zhuang Lin is still alive, he should use his imagination to draw it in the right place, but he is dead. This world is a rotting female corpse? He is a woman. Hua Wincy didn't know how to understand all this, as if the bug was trying to understand the structure of human society. What did this corpse mean? The fall of the gods? A myth like Quafu chasing the sun? My eyes turned into the sun and the moon? Hua Jinsheng, everything is logical, but you are blinded. Hua Wincy stroked her eye patch. She guessed that this eye was contaminated by the evil children underground in Area 103, so there was always an eye watching her. If you look at it from this angle, the watching eye may also be part of the world. He just used Hua Wincy's body. Hua Wincy felt the gaze from above, the lines extended upwards, and the huge eyeballs looked at her expressionlessly. Her intuition has always been correct. The truth she and Zhu Ning explored was terrifying, and came from a more unknown place. Now she has touched the tip of the iceberg. Hua Wincy, the Hua family and the Lu family have different responsibilities. She has been asking questions since she sat here, and now she is trying to summarize. I was curious when I was a child. Hua Wincy recalled her childhood memories. At that time, she had many questions, but she was smart and would not ask deliberately. Why is the Hua family ruled by the grandmother? Now I understand. Most of the aristocratic families in the Federation are very feudal, and they follow a certain decadent system. Women are mostly decorations, and all power is in the hands of men. This is normal. Technological development does not mean ideological progress. The more crises there are, the more backward human thinking will be. This can give some people a sense of security. After all, they are familiar with that system. The Hua family is completely different. Hua Wincy is a woman, but she has never been deprived of the qualification of an heir, and this intuitive ability seems to be passed down only to women. Hua Wincy has never seen her parents, and her father doesn't even have a name. The whole family said that this man is not important. Her mother gave birth to her before getting married. Her mother's profession is a scholar outside the wall. She has been carrying out exploration missions outside the wall for many years. Perhaps because there is a new heir, her mother does not need to inherit the family, and can realize her own ideals. The old witch said that not long after Hua Wincy was born, her mother had an affair and died in a mission. Hua Wincy's mother is also an intuitive superpower. The grandmother, mother, and Hua Wincy awakened their superpowers. No one was surprised, as if they were waiting for something that was sure to happen. The Hua family's genetic inheritance is very stable, and they have found some kind of genetic law. Hua Wincy, the Lu family is the same. Lu Yao is not important. What is important is actually Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan is the most important step in a certain plan. She is very valuable. Hua Wincy considered the words carefully, and didn't know how to describe the similarities between the Lu family and the Hua family. Hua Jinsheng gave a more straightforward answer. You're right, this is maternal inheritance. The stability of internal inheritance only appears in women. It's just that the manifestations in different families are different. Because the Hua family plays the role of observer, Hua Wincy is freer than Lu Yuan. There is no need for too many observers. Huawinsi doesn't need to take responsibility before Huajin's life or death. Another thing passed down from generation to generation in the Hua family is the eye. Huajinsheng has been staring at Huawinsi's eyes since she entered the door. Huawinsi paused and asked, "Is it related to Utopia?" "Yes, the specific reason is unknown, but this is indeed the law we have mastered at present," Huajinsheng said. "Huawinsi, what are the pilgrims of Utopia?" "Huajinsheng, what do you think?" Exchange. Huawinsi and Zhu Ning discussed this issue, and their guesses were consistent. Gene exchange. Huajinsheng rubbed the ring on his hand. "This question is difficult to answer. The history is complicated, but please don't doubt it. We are saving the world." Huawinsi did not respond to this sentence. She found it difficult to convince herself that the goal of the former enemy was not to destroy the world, but to save it. They are the saviors, and I am just a villain? Huajinsheng, think of this as a biological experiment, an experiment that requires the efforts of several generations, and you and I are one of them. The candlelight flickered in the room, and Huajinsheng's eyes were empty, thinking of something very old. Her conversation with Huawinsi was actually an exchange between two generations, or a direct handover between two generations. After the high wall was built, the first-class citizens thought of many ways and proposed different types of plans, such as the high wall plan you are familiar with, the spark plan, etc. If you want to save the world, the first step is to understand what is wrong with the world. We have conducted a very in-depth exploration. Huawinsi couldn't help interrupting. Because you have already found the secret, in order to prevent the plan from being affected, we gradually stopped the investigation activities outside the wall. Many people think that the large-scale investigation activities outside the wall have stopped because they are worthless. In fact, it is because the key information has been explored long ago, so the secrets are placed in the hands of a few people. The batch of investigators back then had been cleared out long ago, and the current members of the North Adjustment are still foolishly investigating the world. When Huawinsi got the blood vessel data of the fishing village, he was extremely shocked and thought he had discovered a new secret of the world, but he didn't know that the upper class had already known it. Batches of North Adjustment members went out and died outside the wall just to make a show and meet the people's expectations for exploration outside the wall. Huajinsheng couldn't deny it. The world always has to sacrifice some people. Huawinsi didn't say anything. She wanted to mock, but she suppressed it because she was one of the vested interests. The sacrifices were made by Zhuang Lin and the entire investigation team, and the survivor was Huawinsi. What right did she have to mock? Huajinsheng didn't care. Being an observer for a long time made her more cruel and indifferent to the lives of others. In her eyes, life was no different from dust. Huajinsheng said calmly, "At first, our goal was very simple. We just wanted to test the farthest distance that humans could go. Besides us, are there other humans alive? We thought there were other people outside the wall, but every time we were disappointed. Those people were pollutants. Are there other city-states outside the Federation? They were more curious about this at first. As long as the others could survive, maybe they could work together to resist the pollution. Unfortunately, nothing was found. All they found were contaminated areas one after another. Huajinsheng, until we met a woman during a certain investigation mission." Huajinsheng spoke slowly, with a sense of historical weight. The woman seemed to be acting normally, had no problems with her mind, and could communicate normally. She could pass all our detection machines, and looked like an ordinary person. She said she was a bounty hunter, and found a mysterious area. It was key intelligence that needed to be reported to the North. People at that time were very enthusiastic and simple, and wanted to contribute their own strength to the world, which was different from now. Huajinsheng laughed when he said this, with a bit of self-mockery. It was these superiors who made the world like this. We were led by the woman to a place that the pilgrims called Utopia. It was hidden deep in the forest, and could only be reached after passing through layers of danger. The town looked incredibly clean on the surface, but underneath, it was buried an incomprehensible creature. It was a huge piece of meat. We didn't know what it was at first. The first group of people who entered died, and they became nutrients. We thought we were deceived by the woman, and wanted to give up the exploration plan, but the second support team had already been sent out. When the support team arrived nearby, they found that one person survived, like a brand new human being, as if she had been resurrected. She retained her original memory, and was not polluted, but even more powerful. The support team, who witnessed it, was extremely shocked. The person was not wearing protective clothing, and stood alone outside Utopia, like a newborn. Huawinsi, was she reconceived? Yes. Huajinsheng, why did she come back to life? We studied for a long time, and found that the two people have common characteristics. First, they are both women. Second, the most unusual feature is that she was born by two superpowers. Such people account for a very small proportion of the population. Many of them are deformed and not taken seriously. They would choose to work as investigators or bounty hunters. In the beginning, the training of investigators was not systematic. No one was willing to go out. Only the lower-class people like the disabled were willing to go out. A small probability event actually occurred and tested the law of utopia. With Jin Sheng, fortunately, we have mastered another law. The offspring of superpowers will be reconceived. Embryo. Wensi said. It sounds like the offspring of superpowers is like an embryo, which matures after entering the uterus. Yes, Wensi was very smart and hardly needed any guidance. Jin Sheng continued, you can regard the offspring of the superpowers as the first generation, and the offspring, after being conceived, as the second generation. The second generation was not stable at the beginning. They were strong in the first year, but they began to collapse in less than a year and completely lost their minds. We guessed that the genes of the pollutants were too tenacious, and the human genes were too few. The development of the third generation was imminent. We tried different methods to merge with different genes, and found that they must be combined with the purebred genes of natural people. As long as they were combined, each generation would be more stable than the previous one, so we had the fifth generation in our hands. Lu Yuan. Wensi said. Consider this as a product update and iteration. Lu Yuan is the latest product. Her next generation may produce completely stable, brand new humans. Jin Sheng nodded. So, don't think that the people of God are arrogant. They are just livestock in captivity. She told a cruel joke. Chapter 366. First-class citizens are lambs kept in high places? Humans are really going further, and further on the road of self-objectification. After they objectify lower-class citizens, they also objectify themselves. Jin Sheng, this is the last way for humans to survive. The significance of Lu Yuan is extraordinary. The number of experimental failures far exceeds the number of successes. What they need is Lu Yuan's child. The ultimate goal of evolution is to allow humans to live in this world with human dignity and truly master the power of pollution. After Jin Sheng finished his last sentence, the room fell into a strange silence. The incense sticks had burned out, leaving only decay. Wensi, I understand now. Jin Sheng handed over so many secrets just to convince Wensi. Wensi is very smart. I understand. Wensi paused here, looked into Jin Sheng's eyes, and slowly finished the sentence. Suhi. Jin Sheng frowned, not expecting to hear such an answer. Wensi was smiling when he said this, but the intact eye revealed a coldness, or it was a murderous intent. Jin Sheng had never seen Wensi like this. After the commander knew the secret, the line of reason that he had always been proud of cracked. Wensi and Suhi were opponents, but now he figured out the true position of the opponent. Suhi was once the most loyal warrior of the Federation. She once vowed to defend mankind forever. Why did she betray the Federation? Why would the Resurrection Society rather let non-natural humans take over and flatten the walls of all human survivors' bases than continue to defend the ridiculous kingdom of God? In terms of the concentration of human nature, it is really hard to say who is more humane between humans and non-natural humans. What is the difference between them and the resuscitation? An impulse surged in Wensi's heart, and as she thought, her eyeballs swelled and hurt, as if they were about to burst. Wensi felt that the eye mask was very stuffy, so stuffy that she couldn't breathe. She touched the surface of the eye mask, then slowly took it off, and the black eye mask fell on her thigh with a muffled sound. Wensi raised her head, and the tentacles couldn't wait to break free from her eye sockets. She saw that Jin Sheng had obviously become alert, his brows unconsciously frowned, and the movement of turning the ring accelerated. Jin Sheng was a little afraid of her. Wensi read this information, to be precise, he was afraid of her eyes. Wensi asked, My eyes are very important. The tentacles in Wensi's eye sockets twitched when she spoke, making her look more like a pollutant. Wensi, you care about this eye? Jin Sheng was willing to tell so many secrets to stabilize her. She talked about the Lu family utopia and the plan that the Federation had prepared for decades, but she only briefly mentioned the role of the observer. The inheritance of the Hua family is different from that of the Lu family. The eyes of the observer are very important. Jin Sheng tacitly agreed to go to District 103. Wensi has always been on the path arranged by the family. Until District 103 rebelled, Wensi deviated, and Jin Sheng tried every means to get her back on track. Her greatest value is her eyes. Wensi is not afraid of dying, at least not now. Hua Wensi asked, will Zuning die? Hua Jinsheng told her history and inheritance. With such a huge amount of information, and so many secrets, Hua Wensi only cares about one thing. Will Zuning die? The last time Hua Jinsheng gave her a choice, Hua Wensi chose to gamble, and no longer stand on the side of the kingdom of God. The biggest trump card is Zhu Ning, who is her ally. Now Zhu Ning is in Utopia. She is not the descendant of a superpower, but a mechanical synthesis, which does not meet the conditions for the gestation of Utopia. The old witch's intuition is stronger than her own. She must have predicted the possibility of each path before taking action. Hua Jinsheng stopped turning the ring, and did not answer. Instead, he stared at Hua Wensi. Even if the current medical level is good, her old eyes are already cloudy. Hua Wensi noticed the clues and asked, didn't you observe her fate? Hua Jinsheng still didn't speak, his eyelids were propped up, and there was some coldness in his eyes, which was a sign of her unhappiness. Hua Wensi was sure this time. You didn't observe her. She murmured to herself, almost wanting to laugh at this. The old witch also had things that she couldn't see, because Zhu Ning was still a constantly changing variable. Hua Wensi didn't care about Hua Jinsheng opposite her, as if the old witch didn't exist, and began to predict Zhu Ning's fate. The ocean of consciousness unfolded in front of her eyes. She stood alone on the beach, facing the endless sea, listening to the rolling waves. Nothing appeared. She got nothing, and Hua Wensi tried to change someone, such as Pei Shu, Bai Cheng or Lin Xiaofeng from their team. Such a large-scale disaster may wipe out the whole team. As long as one person's fate is predicted, others can also guess it. But no matter how you look at it, the fate of these people is very vague, as if they are in a Schrödinger state, neither alive nor dead, and you don't know whether they are dead or alive without opening the box. Utopia. A large-scale suicide operation was taking place here, with people jumping into the crack one after another. Zhu Ning could no longer see Zhou Haiqing. Her body was swallowed up after entering the crack, without even the sound of bones breaking. He was eating, and the humans remaining on the ground seemed to have their heads pierced by a straw, and their consciousness kept floating out. Bai Cheng's main brain was not here, but for the first time, he felt that his brain was being sucked out bit by bit. He had to do something, otherwise it would be too late. Their enemies were too big, and the only feasible way was to leave. Bai Cheng grabbed Lin Xiaofeng's shoulder with one hand, and never let go. She was thinking about the escape route. Utopia must have a range. This town is small in scale, and has limited pollution. As long as they escape from the affected area, it will be fine. There was still a vague outline of the town on the ground. The part they entered might be the city center. Normally, it would take at most 10 minutes to run out, but now everyone's consciousness was distorted. The idea of leaving was extinguished as soon as it was ignited, and her ankles were like lead water, and could not be lifted. Bai Cheng's hands dropped, her fingers clenched and trembling in fear, and she forced herself to relax and try to sense the existence below. Her fingers trembled, and she could actually feel the corpse. This town is very clean, there are no corpses or car wreckage. Now, Bai Cheng has found it. The corpses are piled up like a city wall, and the leg bones are entangled with the car. It is like an extremely terrifying bloody grave under their feet. Bai Cheng's eyes were heavy. Just when he was about to tell Zhu Ning about this news, he suddenly saw Zhu Ning had put Pei Shu down. Pei Shu, who had fainted, looked like a sack. Zhu Ning's movements were a bit mechanical, under the influence of pollution. Every step had to fight against pollution. She opened Qin Shi Huang's notebook. It can increase the danger, but it will also increase the amount of information. She can find the possibility of leaving through prompts. Bai Cheng frowned. She was about to die. In front of her were people who kept committing suicide, like dumplings falling into a frying pan. Was it too late for Zhu Ning to look at the notebook now? Zhu Ning didn't care about Pei Shu anymore. She quickly untied the bandage, and felt the same coldness on her fingertips. The notebook had the same characteristics from beginning to end. Zhu Ning was a little nervous when she opened it. She was afraid that it was an area that no one had ever set foot on, like the Sky Gate. The notebook opened with a swish. Zhu Ning looked at it nervously. She hoped that the investigation team had been to this ghost place before. My name is Qin Shi Huang, an investigator outside the wall. Zhu Ning saw the familiar beginning. Now her mood was completely different, as if she saw an old friend writing a letter to her. Yes, really many people may not have set foot on the Sky Gate, but Utopia is different. There are many investigators and pilgrims coming and going here. Among them, Qin Shi Huang has been here. This time he is writing as an investigator outside the wall. Zhu Ning reads very fast. She reads like a camera, and can finish it in the blink of an eye. I got lost nearby and separated from the main group. Where is this place? I heard a strange sound in the middle of the night. It's hard to describe. It seems like a living creature is breathing or trembling slightly. I approached the place where the strange sound came from. It was a small town in a forest. It looked so clean, cleaner than any street in the Federation. It might be a trap, but there's nothing I can do. I have no supplies. I walked into the town. There were stores, but no goods. I wanted to leave immediately. But my legs couldn't move, and my mind was paralyzed. The following notes were very chaotic, almost like ghost paintings, and then the next sentence, I'm going to die. The note stopped here, and the recorder was dead. Juning couldn't help but want to curse. Chen Qihong didn't go out, let alone guide Juning how to go out. She didn't have time to mourn the dead, and was completely chased by death. But the notebook didn't stop, and another line of words appeared below. My name is Chen Qihong, a bounty hunter. Why did it appear again? Is it the second Chen Qihong who is recording? This is the first time Juning has seen this situation. This is a clean town. I can't help but want to go down there. It's warm. Juning guessed that he was dead again. There was no point in reading the notebook this time. It was just a waste of her time. It would be better to consider how to delay death. Just when she was about to close the notebook, she found that the notes had not stopped, and characters emerged one by one. She turned another page. The place where the notebook was originally stuck was covered with black unknown stains. Most of the book could not be read. She had tried every way to open it before, but now it was easy to turn it. My name is Chen Qihong. I am a pilgrim. My goal is to go to Utopia, where everyone is equal. I finally saw it. I seemed to be dying. Died again. Every time Chen Qihong died, it happened in the blink of an eye, but this time Juning did not try to close the notebook again. The notebook was still writing, as if there was an invisible pen floating in the air. After one person died, another person would pick up his pen and continue to record for him. My name is Chen Qihong. I am an investigator. At the request of the Federation, I escorted the experimental subjects to a mysterious experimental site. The experimental subjects are all deformed, 2 boys, 2 girls and 4 children. We lost 2 teams and 4 experimental subjects along the way. 3 children died, and the remaining experimental subject was dying. The experimental subjects seemed to know what would happen. They screamed in fear before entering, especially the remaining little girl, who screamed for me to let her out, but it was useless. I was responsible for driving them in. Compared with the pollution outside, the seemingly peaceful town was actually more attractive. We waited outside the safe zone. After the experimental subjects entered, the female experimental subject survived and the deformity disappeared. I remember that there was a deformed person who had no face. The back of the head grew on the face, the nose grew on the back of the neck, and the eyes grew on the thighs. But when she came back, she looked like a complete human being. It was a miracle. Was she cured? The person in charge said that it was true, and the teammates were not surprised. They muttered and said that it had always been like this. I thought the experiment was about to end, but the commander asked me to enter the town. He suddenly wanted to know what would happen to me after entering. I became a new experimental subject. I entered the town. The note stopped again. This Chen Qihong also died, and soon there were new notes. My name is Chen Qihong. I am an outsider investigator. Someone sent me a document, and I followed the team to a place called Utopia. People always underestimate the profession of outsider, but those who can walk outside are not ordinary people. We have our own life-saving skills, but this is still the most dangerous road I have ever walked. On this road, my best partner died, his body was torn apart inch by inch, I couldn't stop it, and I couldn't even bury the body, I could only keep moving forward. I saw the town, the towering church spire, it looked so clean from a distance, and the pollution disappeared after entering here. If my information is correct, this location should be called a safe zone. There are traces of human beings nearby, proving that I am definitely not the only one who came here. The offspring of female superpowers will survive if they enter, and others will die. This is a prerequisite for me to obtain it. It is extremely important to have intelligence when exploring outside the wall. I don't know who gave me the intelligence, but I hope it is accurate. My goal is to find out what kind of creature this is, even if it is just to find out the outline. That person said that the notes I recorded in the name of Chen Qihong will be seen by later generations. I hope it is true. I am observing from the outside, and the tent is set up in the safe zone. It is really like a biologist in the old world. People at that time also. Being able to observe creatures up close like this. He is so gentle. I have such an outrageous thought for no reason, and even want to get closer. I record and observe outside the tent. He is like my friend. I can sense when he wakes up, and when he falls asleep every day. I think I have figured out what he is, but I need to enter the town to verify it. Excellent scientists must get close to their observation objects, even if the price is death. Gradually, Juning forgot the crisis she was in and read the investigation notes from Qinshihong. How many Qinkahangs have come to this place? It seems that Qinkahangs have never given up exploring this area. They have been persevering in infecting investigators, charging here again and again, leaving clues again and again, like waves hitting rocks again and again. It seems that these Qinkahangs are still alive. At this time, they are standing around Juning. There are men, women, old and young, with subtle differences in occupations. They walked out of the wall and told her what happened here in their own voices. Chapter 367. My name is Qinshihong. Qinshihong's narration did not stop, and countless notes were thrown at her. Juning seemed to be in a library built by Qinshihong. The bookshelf behind him was full of Qinshihong's investigation notes. She selected one piece of information from the massive amount of information. Explorer Qinshihong, Investigator Qinshihong, Scholar outside the wall Qinshihong, etc., narrated again and again, died again and again. I suspect the creature below is a basking shark. Juning's pupils widened slightly, as if someone had hit her hard. Like countless Qinshihong relay races, the most critical piece of information was given, allowing Juning to save the exploration step. No one can complete a complete exploration in this area. They may die as soon as they come in. Even Qinshihong is re-exploring based on countless Qinkahangs. For a long time, the expression of each polluted area requires a carrier. The brain was eaten by maggots, and the twisted and huddled maggots formed a new brain pattern, temporarily replacing the brain's function. The blood vessels of the fishing village were occupied by tadpoles, and the tadpoles were like cells. Juning had no right to explore the whole picture after entering the town. At that time, she guessed that the function was a womb, used to breed life through the association between blood vessels and brain. But what about his carrier? It was a huge shark, which was buried underground for many years because the ocean dried up. Although the basking shark is a shark, it has a gentle personality and feeds on plankton and small fish. Juning felt the suction after entering the town. Her feet could not move, and she could not leave the area because she was the tiny plankton and she was being sucked. Floating in the depths of the boundless sea, the basking shark devours the seawater, and the plankton will be sucked away. If Juning remembers correctly, the basking shark has a filtering system that allows it to eat in this way. The breeding period of the basking shark is 2 to 4 years, and it spends a long time in its life nurturing life. The huge creature below is wriggling, and Juning finally outlines the overall outline of the town in his mind. The shape below the incredibly clean town is a basking shark. Maybe this was once an ocean. After the widespread pollution, the land has completely changed. The former ocean has become land, the former land has become an ocean, the forest has covered the ocean, and the remaining seawater has become a lake. The land has grown on the body of the basking shark, and a human city has been built on it. Juning seemed to be in the sea, and even the land under his feet became soft. Qinshihong's notebook stopped here, and no new words were produced. The Qinkahangs surrounding him disappeared one by one, and Juning returned to reality. Juning became a new Qinshihong, standing on the shoulders of his predecessors and starting to observe the world again. Qinshihong and his friends had already revealed everything. They didn't tell Juning directly where the way out was, or which was the correct answer, because Qinshihong and his friends didn't know, but gave her a hint. The moment Juning closed her notebook, she felt the cracks in the ground widen, and her body was being dragged down by something. Qinshihong's notebook had a price. Once opened, it would immediately increase the danger, and now the danger had come. Even if the basking shark had no malicious intent, simply sucking seawater would be a disaster for plankton. Juning could hardly stand steadily, and her body staggered forward a little, leaving her only half a meter away from the abyss. With a puff, 2 bone hands suddenly stretched out from the ground, and there was even a little bright red meat residue on the surface, as if she had just died not long ago. The bone hand came out from the ground, but instead of attacking, it held Juning's feet tightly, locking her legs like shackles. Not only Juning, but also Lin Xiaofeng, including Pei Shu who fell unconscious on the ground, were all locked by the bones emerging from the ground. It was Bai Cheng. Bai Cheng's ability was to control corpses, and there were countless corpses in this place. Lin Xiaofeng's shoulders were held by Bai Cheng, and she had long lost her ability to move. At this time, she felt very cold and shivered. A murderous intent spread from behind, as if the hand holding her shoulder was also a corpse's hand, which made her hallucinate for a short time, and the Bai Cheng behind her was even more terrifying. But the murderous intent immediately dissipated with the wind. The one holding her shoulder was Bai Cheng, but he was colder than ordinary people. Bai Cheng stood behind her with a gloomy face, her brows pressed down, and the 5 fingers of her drooping left hand were curled inward, almost pinching blood. The bodies buried underground were all her soldiers, and the number of bodies far exceeded other people's imagination. She stood on the sea of corpses, like the queen of corpses. Bai Cheng didn't mind fighting with the huge creatures below. To be fair, she had the highest chance of survival among all the people on the scene, but she didn't care much about this. She was an immortal, and it didn't matter whether she died or not. She hoped that there would be a proper way to keep Lin Xiaofeng and the others alive. Before entering Utopia, Bai Cheng thought she came from here, but it didn't seem like it. She had no good impression of this place at all, and it didn't even evoke any extra memories. Utopia was not Bai Cheng's destination. Bai Cheng tried to delay as much as possible. If Zhu Ning had a new method, she could cooperate. If Zhu Ning had no idea, she could support him. But fighting to the death is never the best choice. Others are not like him who can be resurrected infinitely, and they can't stand the tossing. Bai Cheng subconsciously looked at Zhu Ning, waiting for an order, and at the same time gave the captain the best thinking environment. Since reading the notebook, Zhu Ning has felt more and more that she is a poor plankton. The bone hand grabbed her legs, but this desperate resistance is easy to collapse. With a huge suction, the bones are snapping and breaking. Zhu Ning thought that she couldn't defeat such a big creature. Chen Qihong's information must be useful. There are rules in this place. From the notebook, the most direct ones are 2. 1. The female offspring of the superpowers will be recultivated after entering the womb, and they will become stronger. 2. Other creatures will be pure food after entering. Zhu Ning has experienced that everything from the spirit to the body will be spared, and they will become nutrients for the creatures below, including her spirit being sucked during her thinking. Does their team have descendants of superpowers? Bai Cheng is a plastic person, and she may not know her true origins. Lin Xiaofeng and Pei Shu should not be. As for Zhu Ning, she is a mixture of machinery and pollutants, and does not meet the judgment conditions at all. There is a very cruel solution. Utopia should be to rebreed the embryos, and the notebook records that all female experimental subjects survived and successfully walked out. If the female descendants of superpowers can survive, can they use each other's embryos? But she quickly gave up this idea. Even if this method is feasible, it is to seize the survival opportunities of others. Zhu Ning can't imagine robbing Xiaobao of his chance of rebirth, which is the way to survive that Zhou Haiqing sacrificed everything. Think about it, there must be a way. Basking sharks feed on plankton. If they are big enough, will they not be swallowed? Just like one shark cannot swallow another, no one can say how big this body size is, and we can't take risks. There is one last way left, which affects the judgment method of Rule 1. How does this creature judge? There are so many pilgrims coming every year. How can it accurately distinguish which ones are the offspring of superpowers? So as not to hurt them by mistake, and select the embryos it wants from them, the larger the creature, the harder it is to do delicate work. This has always been the law of nature. There must be some judgment mechanism that has not been discovered. Is it because of the deformed appearance? Zhu Ning cut off one of his legs and poked out one of his eyes on the spot, so that he could be mistaken as the offspring of superpowers? No, it can't be that simple. The humans in front of them are still committing suicide, falling into the abyss actively or passively. Some people are full of fear and have realized that this is a trap, but it is too late to escape. After colliding with the creatures below, people quickly disappeared, as if they were crushed. Zhu Ning listened carefully, and discovered just now that there was no sound of bones breaking after each suicide fell. She stared at the skeletons holding her feet. Bai Cheng said that there were flying cars and human corpses below. The flying cars and corpses did not disappear, but were vomited out. Over time, they were deposited below, like a large tomb. Just like a fish eating, when it inhales, it passes through the filtering system and discharges things that do not conform to the judgment of food. There is a road below. Zhu Ning's throat tightened. There must be a road below. This is in line with the laws of a living thing. Zhu Ning wanted to see more, but she couldn't see clearly. It was like throwing an ant on top of a shark. She could only think through limited things. Her mental power was being eaten away. There was no time. If her spirit was completely devoured, she might become a walking corpse. Lin Xiaofeng had just recovered from a serious injury, and couldn't hold on for that long. The bones holding Zhu Ning's legs broke one by one. Zhu Ning dropped her hands and looked back at Bai Cheng. Their team was scarred by the journey. Pei Shu was still seriously injured. The members rashly entered Utopia and found that Utopia did not exist. The crisis was so sudden that they were caught off guard. It was the first time that Zhu Ning saw Bai Cheng bleeding. She seemed to have reached the limit of controlling the corpse. Her fingers were embedded in her palms, and blood dripped down. Bai Cheng had persisted for too long, making her look very inhuman. Zhu Ning turned around and said to Bai Cheng, "We are going in." Bai Cheng was stunned. She instinctively resisted this plan, but she tensed her body for a moment, and then relaxed. Because she is an immortal, she doesn't care about her own death, so she can take risks with Zhu Ning indefinitely to fulfill her plan. Bai Cheng was stunned for less than a second. Zhu Ning grabbed Pei Shu's collar, and Bai Cheng also grabbed Lin Xiaofeng's. They didn't need to talk, and subconsciously grabbed the teammates around them who needed care. At Bai Cheng's call, the bone hand loosened the imprisonment, and Zhu Ning's body was quickly sucked away. In a very poor physical condition, she fell into the abyss before she could react. Before, she watched other humans commit suicide on the shore, but now she can see the whole process clearly, as if someone made a cross-section, and she saw the structure under the abyss. There were indeed corpses under the road in the town. The corpses and the wreckage of the flying car were like spitted garbage, accumulating near the ground. And it was the first time for her to see the creatures below clearly. She was afraid of such a close contact, but her first reaction was awe. This is where life begins, and embryos are selected for rebirth. Humans are really in awe when they witness birth. Zhu Ning's body was submerged. She didn't know where she was. There were corpses all around. Zhu Ning covered herself with black mucus, and also covered Pei Shu in her hand. On the other side, Bai Cheng was more like a sphere made of bones. Countless bones were summoned by her. When she fell, they formed a bone armor. Bai Cheng hugged Lin Xiaofeng tightly in his arms, and then the bones surrounded them in his arms. The feeling of squeezing was very bad. They couldn't tell the direction. They were really sucked in like plankton. The corpses floated beside them, and the pilgrims fell into the abyss. The suction force below was strong enough that Zhu Ning rolled in it. She couldn't tell at first. She took a breath and quickly hooked a place with the thread of consciousness, which seemed to be the upper jaw or teeth. The thread of consciousness on the other side hooked Bai Cheng. It was great. Even if this road was blocked and the ending was death, they were very close to her. Zhu Ning heard the breathing sound. Between the ancient creature's breathing, she seemed to be really at the bottom of the sea, and now in the mouth of a basking shark. Zhu Ning saw Zhou Haiqing holding Xiaobao. Zhou Haiqing's eyes were closed and her face was pale. She had been dead for a long time. The spine might be fractured, and the head was tilted to one side. They were floating. Zhou Haiqing was not a powerful psychic. It might be that she had just collided with others and her spine was crooked, and then she died lightly. Or maybe his consciousness was eaten away, and the spirit in his brain was gone. But no matter what, Zhou Haiqing kept holding Xiaobao in her arms before she died. Just like when Xiaobao was born, the nurse was terrified. She looked at the little child, a creature without human hands and feet, a deformed child with no mouth or nose. That was her child. Zhou Haiqing was terrified and regretted, but she hesitated for a moment and chose to pick up the deformed creature and hold Xiaobao in her arms for the first time, just like the last action she did before she died. Now her arms loosened, and Xiaobao separated from her for a while, like an astronaut in the universe without a rope tied to him. Once he loosened, he would never find his original place again. Zhu Ning couldn't see Xiaobao's expression. The deformed creature entered a certain channel, and Zhou Haiqing entered another one, just like a program sorting packages. They were not the same kind of people at all. Some people are qualified for rebirth, while others can only face death. Zhou Haiqing knew all this, but she still stubbornly went to this step, like a mother who sends her child to school and will not feel at ease until she sees him to the door. Zhu Ning didn't know what Zhou Haiqing was thinking before she died. She might be relieved or regretful, or she might just be occupied by the severe pain, but it didn't matter anymore. Because according to the information obtained by Chen Qihong, Zhu Ning might die, but Xiaobao would definitely live. This is the gentle uterus that represents pregnancy. Teacher Qi's promise is right. It is Xiaobao's utopia, and she will survive. Zhu Ning tried hard to look, and her body rolled forward, unable to resist the desire to enter Zhou Haiqing's path. The thread of her consciousness kept changing anchor points, and sometimes she didn't know where the other end was tied. If the thread of her consciousness broke, she would use a dagger. If the dagger broke, she would use an axe, and if the axe broke, she would use mucus. Bai Cheng behind her was also struggling. They were groping. There were 3 roads in front of them, one leading to the uterus, one leading to the esophagus, and the other leading to the outside. Fish gills will expel excess seawater and impurities, which is their only way to survive. Zhu Ning struggled until she lost all her strength. In her daze, her hands loosened and the thread of her consciousness lost its anchor. Her mental value dropped to the extreme, and she could no longer tell where she was. She was like a real plankton, with only darkness in front of her eyes. Chapter 368. Zhu Ning closed her eyes. The anchor completely lost its function. She felt his breath in the darkness. To be precise, it was his breath that brought about the catastrophe, and Zhu Ning was not included in the channel of life. She should have been classified into the camp of death. The terrifying suction reached a peak. She was like a screw caught in a huge machine. Her skin and flesh were about to leave her bones. Zhu Ning collided with countless skeletons. As if she was thrown in the air, her spine was split section by section. She reached a certain empathy with this huge creature in the severe pain, as if a diver encountered a shark on the seabed, a tiny cell encountered a huge organ, a stone encountered a mountain. It didn't even have to do with species. Their eyes met briefly. Just for a moment, she felt the other person's eyes. Compassion, pain, mixed with many emotions. Zhu Ning felt very familiar, but couldn't think of where she had seen it. Then she stiffened all over. The sight of the giant creature was enough to scare ordinary people, but Zhu Ning was already scared. Her eyelashes trembled, her eyelids kept shaking, and she looked back with gritted teeth. But his sight had already moved away, without any explanation. The pressure was so strong that she could not suppress it. The next moment, it was like a tidal wave pushing her. Her consciousness returned to reality again. She thought that the most important thing now was to leave immediately. The escape route was open for only a moment. If she missed it, there would be no chance. She felt that this place was declining and might die naturally in a short time. But Zhu Ning could not afford to gamble. She struggled to grab Pei Shu's collar. Before she completely lost consciousness, she even tried to identify by Cheng's direction and wanted to pull other teammates. But it was completely in vain. There were only bones all around, and the mountains of bones completely swallowed them. That day, a strange light emanated from the town hidden deep in the forest, illuminating the skyline. The basking shark naturally swallowed the seawater, and all the plankton sucked in could only be passively involved. He lay quietly underground, running day after day. Now the breathing stopped, and the feeding was finished. There was an echo from the huge crack under the town, and the light gradually weakened. 7 or 8 tumor-like creatures squeezed out of the crack, and then the crack in the earth closed, and the ground healed again, leaving only a scar-like mark. This mark will disappear again before the next batch of pilgrims arrives, and this place will become an extremely clean town again, but at this time the crack exists, like a wound sutured by surgery. The town was devastated, the neat commercial street collapsed, there were transparent water stains on the ground, and several pieces of meat lying there were squirming faster. With a puff, a foot broke through the surface, like a balloon filled with water bursting. The meat ball suddenly became shriveled, and more water stains overflowed. After the meat ball shrank, it looked like a piece of clothing, wrapping the outline of the woman's body. A wet woman walked out. She was already an adult, but the experience just now still surprised her, as if she had experienced birth again. She looked down at her hands. Each hand had 5 fingers, and she touched her face again. She only had 2 eyes and 1 mouth. In the past, she had 2 mouths, one in her stomach, and the other on the inside of her left calf. Even if there was no harm, talking at the same time would scare others. She groped her body faster. The surface of her skin was very slippery, and stained with mucus. She stopped moving, and the next moment, she burst into tears. She was a normal person with 2 eyes and 1 mouth, no longer deformed, as if the previous ridicule and discrimination had disappeared, and the debt was written off. She couldn't help but lie down, her ears pressed to the ground, trying to listen to his voice below, trying to hear what the God who bestowed blessings had to say, but the crack was closed, and she could not hear anything. There was only the sound of the wind. He had fallen asleep again, or had lost strength after pregnancy and entered a dormant state. She was stunned for a moment, subconsciously curled up and hugged her knees, hugging herself tightly. At first, she was very restrained in her tears. In the adult world, crying is equivalent to weakness. Later, she realized that she was still in Utopia. She was not in the Federation, and she didn't need to fear the eyes of the people around her, so she burst into tears. She was just a human being. Utopia gave her a chance to be reborn. Looking up, she saw the blue sky and white clouds. She felt the miracle of life in the town. Puff, she heard the familiar voice again, which meant something happened. They were like eggs waiting to break their shells in the hotbed of the farm, and she was the first one to get out. She stood up and walked to the nearby meatball. The woman in the meatball seemed confused. Her head stuck out first, and her face was buried under it, unable to support her body. She seemed to be suffocating. No one explained the current situation to her, and no one wrote a professional rescue manual, but she seemed to have learned it by herself and immediately understood what specific help the other party needed. Breathe, the other party needs to breathe. She carefully lifted the outer film, fearing that she would be unable to breathe. One after another, the meatballs broke open, and there were shriveled pieces of meat and 7 women on the road in the town, standing on the scar of the earth. There was only one left, and the piece of meat was surprisingly small. She was very skilled in doing this, like a professional midwife. But she was still stunned when she tore open the film. It was a baby, who looked about 1 year old, definitely less than 2 years old. Why was there a child? She tried to recall the process of her journey. She saw only adults, and they couldn't recognize each other in protective clothing. After entering Utopia, everything happened too fast. It was a huge change that happened in just a few minutes. She never noticed a baby. How did a child get here? Where was her mother? The baby's skin had no scars at all. She must have been a deformed child before. It was hard to tell what her previous form was, but she was taken care of very well by her mother, and her eyes were sparkling. The moment she opened the film, she met such a pair of eyes, black and bright, which made her even a little overwhelmed, because the baby soon called Mom. Her heart skipped a beat. She had never been a mother, and didn't want to be a mother. At this time, she was completely panicked. She hurriedly helped the baby wipe the mucus on her face, and wanted to find something to wrap her up. Her first reaction was to make her feel better. Mom. The baby was still crying. She looked around for the child's mother, but only saw the puzzled eyes of others. The survivors gathered here, and they were all shocked. Why is there a child, and it's so young? She could see that these people were not the child's mother. Her expression suddenly dimmed. The child's mother might have died. She quickly thought of this answer. The town is healing. Someone looked into the distance and said, "We should leave." After the light disappeared, there was endless cold. When they joined the pilgrims, someone told them what to do. Please leave here immediately and don't stay. Teacher Chi's instructions were in her mind. They had come here just by following the instructions. They had to return to the high walls of the Federation. This task was only half completed, and it was time to return. She had goosebumps all over her body, and the crisis of survival immediately hit her. She had other more specific worries. What about her? She asked. The baby was so small that she had no autonomy. She couldn't walk into Utopia alone, and of course she couldn't leave alone. Leaving her here might kill her. Let's go together. Everyone answered. Ju Ning seemed to be walking on a dark road, extremely sleepy and tired. The sound of waves kept coming from her ears. There was water all around, and the white noise hypnotized her. Her eyelids became heavy, and she couldn't wake up even if she wanted to. She struggled several times, and felt a flame in front of her. Like the only signpost in the dark chaos, she opened her eyes, and the black mucus slowly faded from the surface of her eyeballs. At first glance, she actually saw a cluster of flames. She blinked again. The flame had a special aroma, and then she saw a red thread wrapped around the dejected Pei Shu's neck, like a collar. That was the thread of her consciousness, and the thread was still proving that she was not dead. She survived? Ju Ning opened her eyes, and closed them again, not fully recovered. Her body seemed to be still shrouded in death, her consciousness was still not clear, and her thinking was much slower than before. She recalled the moment of escape and the glance from him, wondering if that scene was her own illusion. Ju Ning took a deep breath and smelled the aroma of the flame. It was pitch black around her, with only a little light. Pei Shu leaned against the wall, his right hand hanging down weakly, and fire ignited in his palm. Ju Ning's mind slowly came back to her, and she realized that Pei Shu had already woken up. He looked sick, with wounds all over his body, and a gun on his leg. He might be very tired, but he still burned a little flame, becoming the only light in the unknown world. Pei Shu was waiting for her beside her, and said weakly, finally one of them woke up. Ju Ning propped up her body, and there was something foreign under her palm. Ju Ning frowned. She had seen too many corpses. From the brief contact, she judged that it should be a human skull. Ju Ning woke up immediately, thinking that she was in trouble again, but it was just bones, without any signs of life. Ju Ning asked in a deep voice, "Where is this?" "How do I know?" Pei Shu's voice came. "I was still in the sky with my brain exploded last second, and I woke up here. It seems like a cave here, which is quite scary." Pei Shu said, as he moved his hand with difficulty, illuminating the wall he was leaning against. It was not a wall, but simply countless bones. Even the sacrificial site was not so scary. In addition to the bones, there were also large and small flying cars. Zhu Ning scanned the area and saw a familiar armored vehicle. It was the rich man she saw when she entered Utopia. He should be dead too. Zhu Ning reacted immediately and succeeded. Qin Shihong's instructions led her out of danger. They should have passed through the gills and were discharged along with the waste. Without Qin Shihong, they would definitely die if they entered Utopia. Zhu Ning was silent for a while and asked, "What about them?" Pei Shu was so calm. Xiaofeng and Bai Cheng must be fine. Pei Shu, there, I can't open it. Zhu Ning stood up. The passage was a bit narrow, and people could only bend over to move forward. She fumbled for a while, and Pei Shu raised his hand to illuminate Zhu Ning in order to cooperate. Zhu Ning soon saw another scene. There was a special existence in the twisted skeleton. The bones were very orderly, and were rearranged to surround Bai Cheng. Bai Cheng's face was pale. When he closed his eyes, he looked like an exquisite doll. At this time, he was holding Lin Xiaofeng in his arms. The two of them seemed to be asleep. They looked extremely calm among the corpses. Bai Cheng covered herself with a layer of bones. She did it even if she died to save Lin Xiaofeng's life. Zhu Ning saw Bai Cheng's ability. When there were enough corpses, Bai Cheng could completely control the situation. Her ability was stronger than she thought. She thought that reaching Utopia would reveal many secrets, and Bai Cheng or Lin Xiaofeng could find a place to belong. Unfortunately, Utopia was completely different from what she thought. This was not a city-state of humans at all, but a birthplace. Who was Bai Cheng? Zhu Ning couldn't think of the answer, so she could only reach into the gap between the bones to confirm the body temperature of Bai Cheng and Lin Xiaofeng. Very good, they were both still alive. However, unless Bai Cheng woke up, Zhu Ning would not be able to open the armor of the bones. Zhu Ning also confirmed the last thing, and he breathed a sigh of relief. His mind was empty, and he couldn't think of anything. She sat by Pei Shu's fire, leaning against the wall, and asked, "How long have you been awake?" Pei Shu shook his head. "I don't know, my mind is heavy, and it took a long time to sort out the current situation." This is the scene Pei Shu saw when he woke up, in a nest full of corpses, and the other teammates were all unconscious. Pei Shu's heart hurt, as if someone had dug out his heart. He could actually guess who did it through the traces. It must be Zhu Ning who performed the operation. After he cooled down, Bai Cheng wrapped him in a layer of gauze, like a mummy, and the gauze was 2 fingers thick. Pei Shu could only light such a big flame with great effort. After seeing the current situation clearly, he felt around and found the gun. On the left was Zhu Ning, and on the right were Lin Xiaofeng and Bai Cheng. Pei Shu was between them. He put the gun beside his leg and loaded it. He didn't know what happened exactly, but he knew that his teammates didn't abandon him, so he played the role of guard. Whoever woke up first in their team would automatically take on the responsibility. Pei Shu was seriously injured. He should have recovered after the explosion. Their team was so unlucky that they probably didn't have the chance to recover. They definitely didn't experience anything good. He felt that his mental value was eaten by something. His mind was groggy, and even his thinking was intermittent. Now that Zhu Ning was awake, he actually breathed a sigh of relief, automatically lifted the alert state, and quietly released the trigger that had been pulled in vain. Pei Shu asked, "My mental value was eaten?" Zhu Ning, "I was eaten too. Everyone's mental value should be seriously damaged. It seems that Teacher Pei's mental value is quite high, and he didn't become a fool." Pei Shu shook his head. No wonder he was so tired. He still remembered that the destination was Utopia. He tried to look at the map in his mind to find out where they were, but he was too weak to do it. He could only ask, "How long will it take us to get to Utopia?" Zhu Ning, "We are done." Pei Shu, What did he miss? Chapter 369. At the Hua family, the candlelight flickered. Hua Wensi completely immersed himself in the ocean of consciousness. The fate of Zhu Ning's team was still unknown, like a spinning top that had not stopped spinning. Hua Wensi paused her divination, guessing that she would not receive any news from Zhu Ning for a long time. The next notification might be to collect Zhu Ning's body. Her game with Hua Jinsheng did not stop. There was no blood on their battlefield, but it was very likely that people were dying while they were talking. The tentacles in Hua Wensi's eye sockets drooped down, and Hua Wensi whispered, "What are the influencing factors?" After entering Utopia, Zhu Ning's fate suddenly became an unknown, even including their entire team. Hua Jinsheng shook his head. "I don't know, I found out a long time ago." When Hua Jinsheng learned of Zhu Ning's existence, Of course, he considered whether this path would be a way out. There must be an answer to whether Zhu Ning was a demon or a savior, but when she discovered something very strange, she couldn't see clearly. In the boundless ocean of consciousness, Zhu Ning's future was so vague. The old witch can see the direction of human destiny, but she can't see a man-made man. This kind of case usually happens when the object of divination is too huge, not powerful, but huge. Just like you can't predict the fate of the stars, the length of time the other party falls is far beyond your understanding, so it appears unknown. And now this phenomenon is expanding, as if it is some kind of pollution source. Everyone who has a relationship with Zhu Ning has shown vague characteristics. Before, it was only Zhu Ning himself, but now it includes their team. Hua Wensi changed the subject. You originally wanted Zhu Ning to die in Utopia? Hua Jinsheng nodded. The Federation tried to assassinate Zhu Ning on the road, but Zhu Ning's whereabouts were difficult to figure out. After Prometheus sent out number 0056, they lost Zhu Ning's accurate trace in the city of Mold. Later, they placed their hopes on the natural defense outside the wall. They thought Zhu Ning would die in Utopia, but now it is unknown, and all assassination operations will be at a loss. Hua Wensi, so I haven't lost yet. The path she chose is still possible. Hua Jinsheng reminded her, but you didn't win either. Hua Wensi was silent, and a pain spread in her heart. Half of the abnormal incident investigation team died. It was easily crushed, and it was even just the tip of the iceberg of the secret. This was the price she had to pay. Even Hua Wensi couldn't collect the body immediately, and couldn't calm down to mourn. Hua Jinsheng moved his eyes away, to avoid looking directly at the tentacles in Hua Wensi's eye sockets. That thing made her feel instinctively afraid. Hua Jinsheng turned the ring and regained his thoughts. There is a natural defense field in front of Prometheus's location. Hua Wensi, the far north. This is the last chance for the kingdom of God to stop Zhu Ning. Prometheus may choose to attack here, and the far north itself means danger. No one has been able to pass through it so far. Hua Jinsheng, suppose your ally really crossed the far north and she really faced Prometheus. Hua Wensi, she would kill him. There is no need to doubt this. Zhu Ning is a personal grudge, and does not care about the fate of mankind at all. Hua Jinsheng asked, then what? Hua Wensi paused, knowing what she was guiding him to think about. Then the federal defense wall failed, and the kingdom of God fell. Hua Jinsheng has always listened carefully, and remained patient no matter how rude Hua Wensi's behavior was. He interrupted Hua Wensi for the first time, human extinction. These 4 words were very cold and powerful, but Hua Wensi could not refute them. From the information currently known, this outcome is likely to happen. The only way out for mankind is Lu Yuan, and there is only one step left. Lu Yuan will give birth to new humans, and she will lead mankind to a brand new path. Hua Jinsheng, have you ever thought that your ally is a demon? Of course I have thought about it. I was worried when Zhu Ning walked out of the wall. At that time, Xuanlin also asked Hua Wensi about his feelings. From the perspective of the kingdom of God, Hua Wensi is dancing with the devil and leading mankind to destruction. Chemical plant near the north wall. Looking down from the sky, the nearby streets are in a mess, and the stones are shocking. Human bones are crushed, and blood slowly spreads from the ruins and flows to the edge of a black cloth shoe. The blood merges with the black upper, and does not dye it darker. The black bugs squirmed, rustling back, finding their position on the black robe. Teacher Chi still had one hand suspended in the air, with black bugs surrounding her fingertips. Just as she said, they were just mice, and they died very quickly. She couldn't tell who the dead were, or what their names were. She remembered that a female investigator wanted to resist before she died. She had a high ponytail, and moved very quickly. When she saw her own shadow, she didn't panic, but raised her gun to her. Her hands didn't shake even in such an extremely terrifying environment. But she didn't even pull the trigger. Fate had already come, and her body fell 2 blocks away. Another person who impressed her deeply was a man who stopped struggling before dying, and seemed to be sending messages. Teacher Chi raised her finger slightly, and the black matter in the ruins squirmed. She found Zhuanglin's sub-brain in a pile of broken meat, and handed it to her respectfully. She held the completely broken sub-brain between her 2 fingers, with blood on one hand and some meat on it. Even the chip was cracked, and it was completely scrapped. The male teacher ran over while wiping his sweat. He was not as good as Teacher Chi. He only dealt with 2 people and asked, "Is it over?" Teacher Chi hummed, glanced at him, and asked, "Are you injured?" Her tone was very gentle, no matter when it was, but the male teacher knew that this was not concern at all, but just her politeness. The male teacher's left arm was blown up, with only a little bone left, but he didn't know what was wrong. He was not busy healing and stopping the bleeding, but busy wiping his sweat, as if he would be finished if he wiped it a second later. The male teacher quickly wet a handkerchief and said, "This group of people is quite tenacious. They actually wanted to sneak attack me. I didn't see clearly and got tricked." He threw away the handkerchief and took out a new tissue. He had some opinions about the team he had just met. Sneak attack? How can you sneak attack? He was like the director of the moral education department, thinking that these little thieves had moral problems. Teacher Chi didn't respond to this, and threw the broken sub-brain to him. Someone sent a message out. The male teacher took it in a hurry, took the bloody sub-brain, pinched it with 2 fingers with disgust, picked out the broken meat inside with a handkerchief, fiddled with it for a while, and said, "It's completely broken. Do you want to check it?" Teacher Chi, "No. This team belongs to the investigation team. At most, it will be sent to Huwensi, the immediate superior. Huwensi will hold it with the old witch. The old witch will explain it for her. She probably already knows what she should know. There is no need to do it. The relationship between several aristocratic families in the kingdom of God is very delicate. Teacher Chi knows that she has to take care of her face when dealing with Jin Sheng. The old woman doesn't like others to touch her people. As long as Huwensi is in the Hua family, she can't touch him no matter how unhappy she is. But at least one problem has been solved. Shuning Yuan is outside the wall, and Huwensi is temporarily quiet. After all, there are only a few people who rebelled, and there are few useful talents in District 103. It's still a little short of the climate. Teacher Chi thought that Huwensi was born at the wrong time. At this point, there is nothing that can stop it. Teacher Chi's body suddenly stiffened as he spoke, as if a robot had run out of power, and was standing there in a daze. Even his joints were stiff, like a female ghost in the ruins in the middle of the night. The male teacher swallowed his saliva, and silently took 2 steps back. Countless black lines struggled in Teacher Chi's mind, and the other end of the mental pollution connected to her. After a while, she smiled with relief, as if she had sent off a group of graduates. After the college entrance examination, she learned that they all got into good universities. As a teacher, I am sincerely happy for them. They are really girls with a bright future. Teacher Chi, this group of pilgrims has returned. The male teacher breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was doing something else. Next, he would be busy picking up the pilgrims. Teacher Chi nodded slightly. Let's go, the plan should be advanced. The longer the night, the more dreams there are. The longer the delay, the more dangerous it is. The Lu family is ready. The male teacher wiped 2 more tissues, and followed Teacher Chi's footsteps. Teacher Chi was originally stepping on the blood. When she was there, the blood was blocked. After she left, the blood continued to flow forward. After just a moment of flow, the blood stopped, and the fresh blood gradually turned black and then slowly dried. The strong wind came with dust, and the traces of death became lighter and lighter. The whole street was quiet, as if waiting for something, but time went on, and no miracle happened. No one was resurrected, and no one held a funeral for them. All 15 members of the abnormal incident investigation team died. God's kingdom. A hand with distinct joints was hanging, and blood dripped down. It was not bloody at all, but like some kind of work of art. Lu Yuan accidentally cut her palm, and her blood was very strange, as if she was struggling like a living thing. If you look closely, you can see that there are fish eggs in the blood. Lu Yuan stared at the blood for a long time, and the bleeding did not stop. The blood soon accumulated at her feet, and she even enjoyed the pain a little. The pain gave her a very strange sense of pleasure. She can control blood. What will happen if she drains the blood? Will she die? Her facial features are so delicate, but now her face is distorted. She can't help laughing when she sees the bloodstains, and wants to stab herself with a knife. Is she crazy? She doesn't know. She can sense the weirdness of the atmosphere, and can vaguely guess that even if she doesn't want to admit the disgusting fact, this thing is happening quietly. The Lu family is busy, as if someone is holding a grand wedding. She is the most important bride. The guests have received the wedding invitation, and agreed on a time to attend the wedding banquet. The horror is that no one asks for her opinion, and no one notifies her. The wedding time is unknown, and the groom is unknown, but she knows that she is the protagonist. The madness is that she can't escape. As long as she gets close to the defense shield, she can hear Prometheus's ruthless reminder, "Please stay back, and pay attention to safety." She looked at Prometheus through the shield and took a step forward. Before she touched the shield, her hair hit it first, emitting a strange smell of burning, as if warning her that this would be the end of forcibly crossing. "Miss Lu, please step back." Prometheus was indifferent and gentle, and he warned himself again. Lu Yuan stared at him. wanting to try to see if she would really burn herself to death if she forced through. At this time, the alarm sounded, attracting the guards of the kingdom of God. After that, she was trapped, and she even lost the freedom to go to Liao Xianglin to paint. She could no longer paint or attend social dinners, and her activities were limited to the Liu family. Huowinci asked her to be patient, and not to act before she was sure. She did not listen to Huowinci's words, which really made her situation more difficult. Lu Yuan stared at the sharp dagger, which was stained with her blood. She smiled at a dagger, and that smile was very sweet. She pressed down with her backhand. The recent training was very effective. If Pei Shu was at the Liu family, he would praise her for her faster knife-drawing speed. He would applaud with a decadent face, and say in a flat tone, "Young lady is amazing." Now the dagger is not aimed at the enemy, but at herself. The blade cuts through the wrist, and blood flows out. The previous knife was accidental, and this knife was intentional, with completely different meanings. She hung her wrist on the armrest of the chair, savoring the blood leaving her body, sighing, as if she had eaten a delicious meal, and was enjoying it bit by bit. It's great, her vision is a little blurred, as if a new road is opening up in front of her. Is this how her mother felt before she died? She kept recalling the scene of her mother's death in her mind. She didn't know if it was a memory, but a picture had formed in her mind. White sheets, large patches of bright red blood, and her mother's sad eyes. Now she is the one lying on the bed waiting to die. The same sorrow, the same bleeding, but not cruel enough, not enough. The carotid artery should be cut, a horizontal cut, that would be faster. Ding, the reminder sound of the deputy brain sounded, interrupting her thoughts without warning. Lu Yuan was stunned for a while, looking at the deputy brain drowsily, with a sweet smile still not fading. Someone sent her a message, a strange number. She didn't recognize it at all. She has only told Huowenci about this number, not even Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning must go to Huowenci to ask if he wants to find her. The number is not Huowenci's, but Zhu Ning's? Lu Yuan hasn't received any news from Zhu Ning for a long time. She and Zhu Ning live in two different worlds. Zhu Ning is the protagonist of the adventure story, and Lu Yuan is just a bystander reading her experience. But even this relationship is enough. She likes Zhu Ning's news. Last time she received a forwarded message from Huowenci, it was a very beautiful flying fishing line. Lu Yuan looked at it for a long time. She had never seen such a spectacular view since she was a child. The sky was boundless, and transparent flying fish were suspended in the air. She couldn't help but wonder, if Lu Yu had escaped from the north wall, could she have lived under the flying fish line? Lu Yuan's fingers trembled. Maybe the picture this time was also very beautiful, which made her want to see it. The cold electronic light source hit her face. Lu Yuan glanced at the signal source casually. This was her habit, but she frowned at this time. The signal source was not from outside the wall. Who contacted her? She put down the knife and quickly opened the secondary brain. Her bloody fingers entered a few characters, and the map was constantly enlarged. The system automatically adjusted the accurate sending location. The signal actually came from near the north wall? Chapter 370. Yin Yin. Lu Yao's voice suddenly came from outside the door. What did Lu Yao want to see her for? Lu Yuan turned off the screen of the secondary brain and tapped it deftly with her fingers to hide the key information. Lu Yao stood at the door. His figure was similar to that of a male model. He could be on a magazine at any time if he stood there. He was wearing a brand new suit, and all he needed was a bouquet of flowers. If he held red roses, he would be like the affectionate protagonist in the movie who came to propose marriage. Yin Yin? Lu Yao didn't hear an answer for a long time. He put one hand on the door handle and wanted to push the door open. Before he pushed, the door opened from the inside. Lu Yuan was wearing a black long-sleeve pajamas. She yawned and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Yao glanced at the interior of the room. It was pitch black, and only the outlines of the furniture could be vaguely seen. Lu Yuan seemed to be able to blend into the darkness, but her delicate face was tilted up, looking particularly confused. "Brother?" Lu Yao smelled a faint smell of blood and asked, "Are you injured?" Lu Yuan raised her hand. Her palm was wrapped in gauze, and there was not much blood on it. "I was injured during training and have been treated." Lu Yao held her hand with both hands. He seemed to see a crack in his collection and showed a very regretful expression. He asked, "Does it hurt?" Lu Yuan observed Lu Yao's expression and found it very interesting. "No." Lu Yao blew on the gauze. "The knife is too dangerous. Girls, don't go there anymore." Lu Yuan said, "Oh," and obediently, without resisting. She glanced at the corridor from the corner of her eye. There was no one else, as if it had been deliberately cleared. No matter what, Lu Yao is still her brother, so she should avoid suspicion. He came to her in the middle of the night, and there was not even a security guard or servant following him. Maybe the madness just now has not subsided, or the news received by the secondary brain is too shocking. Lu Yuan couldn't help thinking, it would be so easy to kill him now. Move your fingers, and Lu Yao's blood will boil, her skin will crack, and her fragile blood vessels will burst. Lu Yao standing in the corridor will explode into a blood mist in an instant, and the hot blood will pour on her like rain. It's very simple. She has smelled the fragrance of blood. Lu Yao couldn't see her sister's expression, so she carefully put down her hand and said with a smile, "Someone wants to see you." Lu Yuan was sensing Lu Yao's blood and asked, "Who?" Lu Yao showed a huge and bright smile, "Father." Lu Yuan was stunned, and the blood she sensed suddenly stopped. She thought she had heard it wrong, and asked back, "Dad?" Lu Yuan didn't have much impression of this father. She even suspected that her father didn't exist at all. Only Lu Yao was qualified to see his father, and every time Lu Yuan heard about his father, it was basically her own fault. For example, the last time she went to the cloud of consciousness, the real punishment was decided by her father. This man doesn't need to show up at all, but the invisible shackles have never been loosened. You didn't have to take care of family affairs since you were a child, you just played around, but now you've grown up. Lu Yao touched her head, showing a very doting expression, and said, "Some things should be told to you." He became happier and happier as he spoke, "Year after year, this is the fate of our entire family. No, I was wrong. This is the fate of our human race. It's here, this thing has finally arrived." Surprisingly, she is not very nervous, as if the sword of Damocles hanging over her head is finally coming, but she is a little relieved. Lu Yuan pretended to be at a loss and asked, "Brother, what is destiny? Why don't I understand?" Lu Yao kept it a secret. "Father wants to tell you in person." Lu Yuan was silent. "I go change my clothes." Lu Yao thought she wanted to escape, so he took her in his arms and brought her back. "Don't worry about these etiquettes, father doesn't mind." Lu Yuan was a little alert for a while. Her body was completely tense. Lu Yao noticed it and rubbed her shoulders. "Don't be nervous, that's your father." She was nervous because it was her father. This man was definitely more terrifying than Lu Yao. Lu Yao was at best just a pawn of her father. The walls on both sides of the corridor were foggy. The Lu family was very humid recently, and it was wet everywhere. There were no servants, and Lu Yao led the way himself. For such a major secret, the fewer people knew, the better. Lu Yuan followed behind him, and could actually guess where he was going. She grew up in the Lu family, and was familiar with every tree and grass here. Normally, no one would mind her going crazy, but there was a place she couldn't go. It was a long corridor with a door at the end. There was almost no light on there. When Lu Yuan was a child, she thought the end of the corridor was hell or another space, so she didn't want to get close no matter how curious she was. Later, they told her that it was her father's bedroom. He was sick and not suitable to appear in front of everyone. Lu Yu accompanied her most of the time, but occasionally entered this room. She didn't remember the frequency, probably once every few months, not very often, but Lu Yu would disappear for a few days after entering. Lu Yuan was very scared during those days, afraid that her mother would never come back. She was even so scared that every time Lu Yu came back, she would not ask what her father looked like or what was behind the door. She was so scared that she was not curious at all, and did not want to know at all. She felt that the information was a kind of pollution, and her life would be ruined if she knew it. Later, she realized what was going on, because her mother was constantly pregnant, and she was even more disgusted with the door. Now it was her turn. This was the real road that her mother had walked. Lu Yao stopped at the door. He had no intention of going in, like a loyal guide. This was also the first time Lu Yuan observed the door up close. The door was about 4 meters high, and there were exquisite reliefs on the door. Some bird shadows could be vaguely seen, such as open wings, and olive branches were decorated around. Feathers and olive branches are very common elements, but Lu Yuan did not think of the painting left by Lu Yu, which also had bird shadows. Lu Yao whispered, "Nian Nian, go in, don't be afraid." His voice was very soft, as if he was coaxing her. Lu Yuan actually always thought that her brother was stupid, and sometimes he believed what she said. But she had to admit that he could indeed comfort herself through some stupid actions. Lu Yuan sometimes wondered if her brother could see that she was pretending, so the two of them pretended together, as if they were acting out a play. As long as they pretended not to see it, they could continue the play forever. The role of blood connection was reflected here. They would go to hell together. Now her brother said, "I wait for you here." With a click, Lu Yuan pushed open the heavy door. With a click, Pei Shu watched Zhu Ning break off a flying car door. She threw the door away. The expensive armored vehicle was basically scrapped, but some of the supplies inside were still usable. Zhu Ning took out the mental healing agent and nutrient, and took care of the patients like a nurse. She first injected Bai Cheng and Lin Xiaofeng, and then returned to Pei Shu after a busy circle. She held the mental healing agent in her mouth, and Pei Shu did the same. They leaned against the wall, their eyes were dull because of excessive fatigue, and a faint fire was on. At first, no one spoke, like two rotten corpses. After a while, Zhu Ning finally felt that the paste in his brain had formed and he could think a little. Pei Shu asked, "So we are now under Utopia?" He listened to Zhu Ning's brief description, but still didn't expect Utopia to be such a place. They actually came out with the garbage. After Zhu Ning's description, he couldn't help imagining that there was a huge basking shark above, as if he could feel the breath of the behemoth through countless white bones. Zhu Ning, theoretically, it should be. Pei Shu was silent for a while. The amount of information was too much, and his brain couldn't catch up. This was different from the Utopia they thought of. He still remembered the purpose of everyone coming to Utopia. Bai Cheng thought this was his hometown, and Lin Xiaofeng thought he could find people of the same kind here. Pei Shu thought he would find traces of Lu Yu. He made a lot of assumptions before he came here. Maybe there was civilization here, and it was another country. It turned out to be a basking shark buried underground, a huge womb. Pei Shu asked, "So our guesses about Lu Yu are all wrong? From this point of view, their guesses have to be overturned and started over again. What kind of person is Lu Yu? According to their limited understanding of Utopia, this place can breed new humans again, and deformed people can recover after entering, and it is limited to the female offspring of people with superpowers. Then can it be bred again? For example, it can be passed down from generation to generation like this. Lu Yu has been to Utopia and was bred by Utopia. There is no doubt about this. But why did she come? Was it voluntary or forced? She should be very powerful. Why did she combine with the Lu family?" Zhu Ning shook his head. "Not necessarily. There is no direct information to prove that our guess is false. Everything about Lu Yu was narrated by later generations." Zhu Ning finished one bottle and opened another one. "I guess only the head of the Lu family knows the real truth. As expected of a superior person, he can really keep the most critical secrets. Only a few people in the world know it. Zhu Ning, I still tend to believe in gene exchange. The new humans who have passed through Utopia must combine with purebreds. This can explain why natural people are so noble, and why the genes of natural people are so rigidly maintained. Their general direction is correct, and this principle should be correct, but many details are unknown, such as how this technology achieves its purpose. Zhu Ning, it may be necessary to replace the pollution with the genes of the people of the kingdom of God from generation to generation, so that it can be controlled." She didn't finish half of her sentence, and didn't know how to describe it in a more respectful way, but it really looked like breeding a breed of cats. The kingdom of God is cultivating truly powerful new humans, who are more controllable than those with special abilities, and more adaptable to this strange world. Pei Shu naturally thought of the eldest lady. Lu Yuan was his student after all. From a good perspective, Lu Yuan would be surprisingly powerful, and from a bad perspective, she might go the same way as her mother. Zhu Ning didn't say anything, and broke off another mental healing agent. The map in her mind disappeared, and it seemed that the mental pollution was over. The painting left by Lu Yu is a map leading to Utopia. Once you reach it, the mental pollution will disappear. Lu Yu's painting contains a lot of information, including a map about Utopia, and the rest is unknown. Zhu Ning has never figured out what the crow on the lighthouse is. Where is that place? Near the far north. The end of the world? Zhu Ning? Pei Shu suddenly called her, his voice weak. Zhu Ning hummed and asked, "Why?" Pei Shu asked, "Why do you want to come to Utopia?" Zhu Ning looked back at Pei Shu. Pei Shu was wrapped in bandages, and he looked sick. Zhu Ning suspected that Pei Shu's brain had not recovered yet. Why did he ask this? Pei Shu continued, "You care about Lu Yu a lot, even more than I do." Pei Shu had seen Lu Yu, and was the one who wanted to know the truth the most in the entire team, but Zhu Ning didn't even know what Lu Yu looked like. To put it bluntly, Lu Yu had nothing to do with her. Zhu Ning had many reasons to go to Utopia, such as the biggest reason, to understand the logic of the whole world, and the second was Hua Wenxi's order. As Hua Wenxi's ally, she wanted to get information. She also thought she could find out the secret about Lin Xiaofeng. Pei Shu had been with Zhu Ning for so long, and he probably understood Zhu Ning. She must have some very personal motives for her actions. It could be a grand goal, but it must be mixed with her own emotions. Otherwise, With her personality, the destruction of the world has nothing to do with her. Lin Xiaofeng's reason was not enough, because now they have discovered that utopia does not exist at all. But Xu Ning did not stop analyzing Lu Yu, and did not even mean to give up this line. Xu Ning, your young lady once had the opportunity to kill me with a button. Pei Shu was stunned. It was a bit hard to imagine. After all, he knew what level Lu Yuan was at before. Xu Ning reminded, do you remember the last time you went to the cloud of consciousness? Pei Shu actually reacted even if his brain was not good now. If he was in the cloud of consciousness, then the matter would be clear. Lu Yuan could end Xu Ning's life with a thought, and no one even knew it was her, but she did not press the button. Xu Ning was very busy. Every time he thought of Lu Yuan, he was impressed. This young lady was very vivid in his memory. The first time they met was in the basement of a hot pot restaurant. This young lady was so weak that she dared to enter the contaminated area alone to seek death. With a gun against the back of her head, Xu Ning turned around and saw the white kitten protective suit at first sight, which was out of tune with the contaminated area. Every time Xu Ning asked her to sweep the garbage, she was very happy. She drove a luxury car to transport the body for her, and looked forward to every invitation from Xu Ning. Her biggest dream was to work for Xu Ning. She found passion in such trivial things as sweeping garbage. Later, they went to the cloud of consciousness. As a Krypton Gold player, the eldest lady said when introducing herself in turn, my code name is Rice Cake. She was very excited. At that time, Xu Ning didn't know that it was the last adventure of her life, and she didn't take care of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't need to be taken care of, just needed to know more about the world, experience more things, even if it was dangerous. After Lu Yuan returned to the kingdom of God, Xu Ning's communication with her became more and more limited, and it was difficult to chat for a sentence or two, but Xu Ning could sense that her vitality was gradually disappearing, becoming more and more silent, more and more sad, and something was slowly killing her. Lu Nianyan, whom Xu Ning knew, was dying. Counting Xu Ning's memory of the zombie world, I don't know if that memory is true. After 2 lifetimes, Lu Yuan is the most princess-like person she has ever met. Xu Ning is a person made up of data and pollutants. When she just woke up from the garbage dump, every time she received a task, she felt like she was playing a game. The only anchor she has left in this world is Lin Xiaofeng. Most of the time, she is like a game character. Assuming that this broken world is a game, ignoring the main task of the system, in addition to revenge, she has a side task that has not been completed, saving the princess. Xu Ning looked into Pei Shu's eyes, and said seriously, because I have a favor to repay. Chapter 371. Pei Shu laughed dumbly, thinking that it was great that Lu Yuan could make a friend like Xu Ning. In her limited life experience, Xu Ning was definitely one of the few sincere people. Xu Ning would repay a favor, and do what he promised. This was Xu Ning's temper. But he also hoped that Lu Yuan could hold on until the day when Xu Ning unlocked the cage, but... Pei Shu's eyes darkened. What did the young lady think? Xu Ning's idea was too optimistic. He thought that the young lady must want freedom. But Pei Shu didn't think so. Lu Yuan was not an independent individual, but was forced to move forward. If Lu Yuan really had such a high value, she would already be the mother of a new human being, so it would not be surprising for her to do anything. Maybe she would stand on the opposite side of Xu Ning. Pei Shu subconsciously looked at Xu Ning. Her face had not been cleaned since she went out of the wall. I don't know what she rubbed against. Black mucus wrapped half of her neck. She was holding the bottle of healing agent in her mouth. Her eyes were hungry and gray, and she was lazy. But Xu Ning didn't seem to have considered this issue at all. She didn't care what Lu Yuan thought. Xu Ning noticed his gaze. What else do you want to ask? Pei Shu felt like a villain who was trying to sow discord, a little too dark, and asked, what if Lu Yuan knew the truth, knew the cause and effect, knew the price to pay, and chose to take the initiative to bear the fate of mankind? It cannot be denied that there is such a possibility. If this is the plan of the kingdom of God, it has been going on for so many years, and it has begun to take shape in Lu Yuan's generation, and there is only one step left to success. For the future of mankind, she is willing to sacrifice herself and voluntarily go to the altar, just as it is written in the myth, dedicating every piece of flesh and blood to all living beings. What should Xu Ning do then? Very impressive. Xu Ning sighed sincerely. If this is true, Lu Yuan will open a new era. Xu Ning asked herself, and put herself in Lu Yuan's shoes. If Xu Ning was in Lu Yuan's position, she could not do this. Sacrificing herself for the happiness of others is too noble. But it is too boring. When the fate of mankind began to die and the race was facing reproduction, it was suddenly said that for the great future of mankind, Women's wombs must be exploited in a high-sounding manner, without even a piece of fig leaf, and they were praised as saviors. Zhu Ning could not accept it. Lu Yuan has never lived for herself. Zhu Ning hopes that she will be more selfish and not so great. However, the so-called saving the princess may be Zhu Ning self-indulgent. She has no right to interfere with Lu Yuan's choice. As long as this is a decision made by Lu Yuan independently without any coercion, and she voluntarily sacrifices, then Zhu Ning cannot interfere. Zhu Ning thought for a while, I will respect her. If that is the case, Zhu Ning wishes Lu Yuan to go further and further, but will not intervene or help. However, Zhu Ning and Lu Yuan will become opposites, because Zhu Ning only wants to destroy, not save. Lu Yuan will become the representative of the kingdom of God, and Zhu Ning is a demon in the eyes of the kingdom of God. Pei Shu has no problem. He doesn't know what choice Lu Yuan will make. As he told Zhu Ning, the eldest lady is very complicated. She is not a puppet at the mercy of others. With the madness inherited from the Lu family, she can do anything. That day is coming soon, as long as Zhu Ning crosses the far north. Zhu Ning broke 2 more bottles of healing agent and handed one to Pei Shu. Pei Shu asked, Isn't this a bit extravagant? Zhu Ning, there are a lot of these things. If we are trapped here for a lifetime, we should not starve to death. Pei Shu, don't be ridiculous. It's scary to think about spending the rest of your life in a pile of bones. Pei Shu asked, When will Xiaofeng and the others wake up? Zhu Ning shook his head. Bai Cheng seems to be in a state of stress, and she has wrapped herself with bones. Xiaofeng is probably strangled by her, and can't wake up. Let's talk about it after Bai Cheng wakes up. Zhu Ning raised the healing agent and said, Cheers? Pei Shu wanted to laugh. What kind of open-minded attitude towards life is Zhu Ning? She drinks healing agent when the world is destroyed. Pei Shu is used to her second-year syndrome, but reasoning is useful, which can instantly relax the atmosphere. It seems that she came here to drink. Pei Shu asked, Our next stop is the far north? Zhu Ning raised his head and drank the healing potion. How far is it? Pei Shu, I guess it's very close. You guess? Pei Shu, I really don't know where this is. He didn't participate in a section of the journey, and was unconscious the whole time. He didn't have any idea in his mind, but if it was really underground in Utopia, then as long as they walked to a place with snow, they would be close. The premise is that they can get out safely. By the way, Zhu Ning suddenly remembered that she wanted to ask at that time, and Pei Shu finally woke up. What's wrong with your heart? Pei Shu's mind was not working fast, and asked, What? Zhu Ning opened the blank card, and wrapped the remaining bandages casually. Now Zhu Ning untied the bandages layer by layer like a family heirloom, revealing a black fragment. It is very similar to the system shell found in the zombie city, and it is the same thing at a glance. Zhu Ning felt it was magical every time he saw it, as if he saw his own raw materials. He knew that he was a man-made object, but his reaction to seeing the fragments of materials was still different. Zhu Ning said, You dug it out of your heart. Pei Shu frowned, stared at the black fragments for a long time, and asked in a low voice, Are you sure? He raised his head, looked into Zhu Ning's eyes, and asked word by word, Are you sure it's on me? Zhu Ning was also stunned. Pei Shu had never seen it before, and asked, You don't know? Pei Shu touched his chest, as if he was feeling the exact heartbeat. Zhu Ning noticed that his hands were shaking, and he wanted to untie the bandage. Pei Shu did not ask Zhu Ning for help, so she did not help. Pei Shu had some difficulty with one hand. After a while, a faint flame burst out from his fingertips, and the flame spread from his chest, burning the bandage. The broken bandages and ashes fell down, revealing a piece of iron plate. Bai Cheng was afraid that the bandage would be burned, so he used the iron plate to pat it. Now the bandage was loose, and the iron plate fell on his thigh. What appeared in front of him was bronze skin and a terrible hole. More than 2 days have passed, and the healing agent has been injected, including this time Zhu Ning also fed Pei Shu, but there is no sign of healing there. The heart contracted like a volcanic rock. Zhu Ning dug at himself. In addition, the surrounding environment is dark, so the fire in Pei Shu's heart will be more conspicuous. Zhu Ning saw the hole at the side and back at a glance, and it was still emitting red magma. The magma flow rate was much slower than before. After falling into the chest cavity, it disappeared. It probably re-entered the circulation. What flowed in Pei Shu's blood vessels was not blood but magma. The naked eye can see that there is an unhealed wound on the heart, as if it will never heal. Pei Shu's face was set off very gray. Zhu Ning could only think of this adjective, as at the moment he saw the black fragments, the investigator had died. Not long ago, He was chatting with Zhu Ning while drinking healing potion, but now he looked like a dead man. Pei Shu originally held a cluster of flames in his palm to illuminate the strange cave, but now the flames gradually extinguished, so the fire in his heart became the only light source, much dimmer than before. Zhu Ning's face and Pei Shu's face were both submerged in the darkness. No one spoke for a long time, and there was only the slight beating of the heart contraction around them. Pei Shu's reaction confirmed Zhu Ning's guess. Pei Shu was responsible for igniting the explosion during the Sky Gate. He had a fire ability, so he would definitely confirm what was around before igniting. If there were really abnormal items such as black fragments, he would ignite carefully to avoid affecting the plan. Even if the fire was ignited, Su Xing would not forget it now. He was shocked when he saw the black fragments, as if he had seen it for the first time in his life. So this thing did not come from the Sky Gate, but most likely came from the far north. Pei Shu's only missing memory was related to the far north. He didn't even remember how he returned to the Federation. Pei Shu was shaking, trying to control his reaction, but the face of the Captain Ilingi appeared in front of him. Let's go. The background was pure white. There might be snowflakes or not. Ilingi was not wearing a helmet, showing an extremely sad expression. Let's go, leave here. Pei Shu seemed to have his soul out of his body in an instant. The surrounding environment was spinning, and he was already in the far north. He felt the biting cold, which made him shiver. Pei Shu's face became paler and paler. Even his lips turned white, his fingers trembled, his eyes were empty, and he was trapped in some kind of memory and couldn't extricate himself. He was sick. Zhu Ning realized this immediately, and no longer cared about the origin of the fragments. She quickly tightened the thread of consciousness. The red thread suddenly tightened, and Zhu Ning pressed his shoulders and pressed him to the ground. The red thread pressed down his tongue, and Zhu Ning tied his hands behind his back. Pei Shu was seriously injured now, and his struggle was limited. She didn't spend much effort, and pressed his lower back with her knees. Because of the injury on his chest, she didn't dare to kill him, and felt his body tense under her. Pei Shu's face was blocked by the broken hair, and the hair began to emit tiny flames, flickering with his breathing, like a bonfire that was about to burn out in the dark. He was covered with sweat, and felt wet to the touch. It was strange that super high temperature and sweat could appear on a person, as if the flames were selective, and would not burn through any part of Pei Shu's body. Pei Shu's forehead was against the ground, and the ground was full of bones. He didn't know which corpse he was lying on and breathing. There was only the sound of heavy breathing in the darkness, and after a while, there were other sounds, similar to the whimpering of a small animal. Zhu Ning was stunned. She couldn't see Pei Shu's expression clearly, but could only see a few sparks, as if scattered fire could make up his person. Pei Shu felt very pitiful. He couldn't describe what happened to him. Things happened at once, as fast as an avalanche. His emotions collapsed, leaving no room for buffering, making him want to die immediately. He rejected Zhu Ning behind him, wanted to yell at Zhu Ning to get out of the way, not to look at him, and even imagined how Zhu Ning would view him, saying that he was weak and incompetent, laughing at his uncontrollability, or feeling sorry for him and overflowing with sympathy. Suddenly, a hand came from behind, and Zhu Ning's hand touched his eyes. There was a water stain where the palm touched. It was hard to tell whether it was tears or sweat, maybe both. Pei Shu's first reaction was to avoid it. No one likes to cry in front of others, but Zhu Ning suppressed him, leaving him nowhere to hide. Zhu Ning put his 5 fingers together, his palms were warm and dry, and covered his eyes. The world became darker. His wet eyelashes trembled, and he didn't struggle anymore. He let Zhu Ning cover him, as if he recognized his fate, and finally found a corner to breathe in the suffocating world. Tears flowed through Zhu Ning's fingers, passed through his jaw, and fell on the bones. Pei Shu was very restrained, trying not to make any extra sounds. Only the disordered breathing could prove that he was crying. Zhu Ning still didn't say a word, didn't comfort or ask, just kept a posture, waiting for his emotions to pass quietly. Bai Cheng and Lin Xiaofeng didn't wake up, trapped in the bones, like an art installation, which made Pei Shu less vigilant. He couldn't help but bend his back, wanting to curl himself up. After a long time, he felt that the moment was slowly passing, and the surging tide began to recede. Pei Shu's face was a little numb, and the strong emotional fluctuations made it difficult for him to find his mind. He took 2 deep breaths and suddenly said, "The far north." He was the most loyal soldier, and the training method of the investigators outside the wall took effect again. No matter when, the first principle is to report information immediately. Information, the most important thing in this world is information, and only information can prove one's value. He seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, thinking that Zhu Ning wanted to hear an answer, wanted to hear those really useful things, not to listen to his crying. She had no obligation to comfort his emotions, just like his previous superiors, so he suppressed his crying and tried every means to sort out the information. That thing came from the far north. Zhu Ning hummed and said, I know. Pei Shu felt that it was not enough, as if a dog brought back something that its owner already had, which made the other party very disappointed. He wanted to prove that he was valuable and not a scrap, so he forced himself to recall the far north like self-mutilation. Yilingyi's face and the black substance appeared at the same time, like two layers alternating and flashing continuously. Let's go! The captain's lips opened and closed. Pei Shu's eyes fell on her mouth shape, analyzing countless times. Did she really say these two words that day? Is it really not an illusion? That day. Pei Shu's voice was hoarse. Captain. Zhu Ning interrupted him. Don't say it. Pei Shu had inertia and wanted to continue. She asked me. Zhu Ning, I don't want to hear it. Pei Shu's voice stopped obediently. Zhu Ning changed to a softer tone and said, No need to say it. Zhu Ning felt Pei Shu's eyelashes trembling, and his palms became more wet, and comforted. This excellent guide, you should rest. Before Zhu Ning woke up, Pei Shu was standing guard. He held a gun and guarded the three unconscious teammates. In fact, no one woke up, but he still lit a cluster of flames, wanting the first teammate who woke up to see the fire. Because the firelight can guide the unconscious people to wake up, Zhu Ning woke up by seeing the firelight. It was her fault. She shouldn't have rashly talked to Pei Shu about the fragment. She should have chosen a more appropriate time, at least not when Pei Shu was physically and mentally weak. Zhu Ning said softly, You are very tired, go to sleep. Pei Shu obeyed the order, closed his eyes, and buried his face in Zhu Ning's palm. Chapter 372. Zhu Ning did not let go of her hand for a long time, until her palm was no longer cold. Pei Shu's breathing became long and warm, and he fell asleep. Zhu Ning looked at Pei Shu's face, but there was no light, and it was not clear. His forehead had been against the ground for too long, and his skin and flesh were rubbed, but there was no blood, only fire. Zhu Ning stared at the wound, wondering what Pei Shu's inside was like, with magma wrapped around his bones? How much human tissue was there? She couldn't help but think of Su Ming. Pei Shu seemed to be alienated. No one mentioned it, but she thought of it. It was not like Su Ming's rapid disintegration, but it collapsed little by little under the influence of some force. Pei Shu was like a clay figurine made of human form. He only looked like a human, but he fell a little bit every day. As time went by, he slowly turned into a piece of soil. Pei Shu might have died in the far north a long time ago. Even if his body was not dead, his soul was dead long ago. The first time Zhu Ning saw Pei Shu, he was just a walking corpse. She recalled that when she was dealing with Teacher Pei inside the wall, he looked decadent, and always appeared with the car, either leaning against the car to smoke or knitting in the car. No one knew that he was festering bit by bit, silently, starting from the wound in his heart, and he had never left the far north. Zhu Ning pried open the foreign body in his heart, but it could not be cured. She found the bandages in the backpack she had searched, wrapped them in circles, and for some reason, she was very focused when doing this, as if she was doing handicrafts. In the end, the hole in Pei Shu's chest was covered. Zhu Ning's bandage style was the same as Bai Cheng's. Both were very thick. If he put on protective clothing, no one would know that he had a wound in his heart, and they would think he was a normal person. Zhu Ning held his neck with one hand and his legs with the other, and lifted Pei Shu horizontally. He was heavy, and she would not have been able to move him in her previous life. Zhu Ning found Bai Cheng's location, and Pei Shu extinguished the fire. Fortunately, she found a good flashlight, but after turning on the flashlight, Zhu Ning was stunned. Bai Cheng was wrapped in a wall of bones. She had seen this scene before, but it felt different when illuminated by the flashlight. A beam of cold flashlight hit Bai Cheng's face, making it look even whiter. The bones symbolizing death surrounded her softly, and all the edges were facing outward, which seemed very harmonious, like a statue of bones looking down from a high place. Bai Cheng fell asleep, and his breathing was very weak. This statue had no killing intention, and because he was holding a little girl in his arms, he seemed very compassionate. Strangely, this was the first time she felt that Bai Cheng was compassionate along the way, which made her feel strange. Zhu Ning walked up to her with Pei Shu in his arms, like a believer seeking shelter. Zhu Ning looked at her for a while, and actually felt very calm in his heart. This place really belonged to Bai Cheng's protection. The four of them were obviously a group of people who had met halfway, and they walked like a family. If Lin Xiufeng was not able to do it, Pei Shu would be behind him, and if Pei Shu was not able to do it, Zhu Ning would be behind him. And if Zhu Ning was not able to do it, there was still Bai Cheng behind him. This immortal would support the whole team. The price was that Bai Cheng died again and again. Now Bai Cheng was the fifth one. Along the way, she had lost 4 of herself. Zhu Ning was very grateful to her. Zhu Ning put Pei Shu down in her arms, leaned against Bai Cheng, put Pei Shu in a comfortable position, used her backpack as a pillow for him, and searched again, and put on a blanket. This fire was quite smart, knowing that the blanket was for the owner, and it was not lit at all. Pei Shu is a stove. He doesn't need to keep warm, he needs the comfort of a blanket. Just like a human who has walked out of a disaster, others will put a blanket on him. Sure enough, after covering himself, he subconsciously curled up, shrinking his body to the smallest, until his eyes were buried in the blanket, just like a child. After Pei Shu approached, the bones around Bai Cheng stretched a little, making a rustling sound. Zhu Ning thought Bai Cheng was about to wake up, but after waiting for a while, Bai Cheng was still again. She just changed her sleeping posture, and even hugged Lin Xiaofeng tighter. Zhu Ning wanted to laugh. Bai Cheng's words about Pei Shu being warm turned out to be true, because Bai Cheng was asleep, and Lin Xiaofeng couldn't wake up either. Zhu Ning touched Lin Xiaofeng's face. Her helmet was broken in half, so there was only a piece of helmet visible in the position of her head, like a helmet monster, empty inside. Zhu Ning was used to it. She touched Lin Xiaofeng's face, and communicated with the invisible man in a special way, feeling her facial features rising and falling in her palm. Then she hung her backpack on a bone next to Lin Xiaofeng, so that if they woke up, they could replenish their nutrition as soon as possible. Zhu Ning sat down after finishing this round. She built a nest for their team in the underground of Utopia, among countless bones and dead people. Now it was her turn to stand guard. She took Pei Shu's gun, loaded it, and placed it beside her legs to resist unknown dangers. She first scanned the cave with a flashlight. There was no other light in the cave. There were only bones inch by inch. Many pilgrims have turned into bones. Life and death are just a moment. It is estimated that there is no pain when they die. For those pilgrims, when they died, they thought that the country where everyone is equal was real, and they hoped that the world after death would be truly equal. Zhu Ning looked up. The basking shark should still be above. Judging from the size of the basking shark, they may be very deep from the ground, dozens or hundreds of meters. But the breathing was normal. Zhu Ning carefully studied this place, and found that the oxygen content was no different from that on the ground. How to leave here? She wanted to explore around, but she felt that if she left rashly, her unconscious teammates would not be safe, so she gave up immediately. Standing guard is boring, as if you are the only one awake in the world. Zhu Ning pulled out Qin Shi Hong's notebook from her waist. She put it away in a hurry, and didn't wrap it with bandages. As soon as her fingertips touched it, she felt a chill. She wanted to find the bandage for the seal, but found that she couldn't find it. To be honest, she was lucky to be able to hold the notebook in such a chaotic situation. Zhu Ning touched the notebook but didn't dare to open it. There were polluted areas everywhere outside the wall. This place might still belong to Utopia. She didn't forget the amazing notes of Qin Shi Hong and others. It was the thickest investigation notes she had ever read, almost a whole book. Qin Shi Hong and others added up to hundreds of them. Is Qin Shi Hong's source still there? Why did he let so many people enter Utopia? Because he wanted to find out the secret of Utopia. It should be a natural law that Utopia breeds offspring of superpowers. It is estimated that the Federation has improved many creatures using this natural law. Qin Shi Hong and others figured it out a long time ago. Zhu Ning remembered that the fifth investigator pointed this out. Then why did Qin Shi Hong and others come in later? To purify Utopia? But this is impossible. Zhu Ning can't even think of what kind of superpower can do it. Su He? Zhu Ning quickly judged that Su He couldn't do it. Her goal was to destroy the Federation and the whole world. If she could kill Utopia, she would have done it long ago. Zhu Ning received the favor of Qin Shi Hong and others. If possible, she also wanted to record her experience for others to use. Unfortunately, she had no idea how the ceremony was held. Zhu Ning gave up after thinking about it, and put away the notebook. The next stop was the far north. She had to collect information before entering. The black fragment was put into the card. Pei Shu wanted to say something but didn't finish it. It might be nonsense, or it might be really valuable. Zhu Ning didn't want to waste his past scars. She could explore any clues. If not, she would open the notebook. She leaned against the wall, and pulled out the pendant from her collar. She would only go to see Su Meng when other teammates were asleep. The fiery red contaminated spores were still there. Su Meng was trapped in the transparent pendant, but he didn't overcome the nature of the contaminated spores. After losing the collar restraint, The contaminated spores floated like fireflies. If Zhu Ning hadn't pressed it, the contaminated spore would continue to float up until it drilled out of the ground. Maybe time has smoothed some things, or maybe the other people in the cheetah team comforted her. That piece of cemetery is really useful. Zhu Ning no longer feels so bad when she thinks of Su Ming. There is only a faint feeling left, which cannot be described. Zhu Ning found that she was no different from Pei Shu. Pei Shu's soul died in the far north. Zhu Ning recalled her experience in the Wasteland world, and always felt that she had not lived for long. What she got will always be destroyed, whether it is Su Ming or Song Shizhong. Zhu Ning wanted to talk to Su Ming, but there was nothing to say. After opening her mouth, her throat was suddenly blocked. Why? Because she has not yet taken revenge? So she can't speak. If Su Ming could talk to Zhu Ning, what would he say to tell her not to seek revenge and to live well? But the dead are dead, and the living have to live. She doesn't know how to live well. Zhu Ning let go of her hand, and the contaminated spore floated in the air. Zhu Ning looked at it for a while, and suddenly frowned. It was not floating in the center. Zhu Ning has been with Su Ming's contaminated spores for a long time. If you take it out, it usually floats directly above, just like a compass will always point to one direction. Although I don't know why, all contaminated spores are like this. Zhu Ning has seen countless contaminated spores as a cleaner. After separating from the rotten meat, they all go up. Now the contaminated spores are leaning to the right front. Zhu Ning grabbed the spores and let go again. After trying 3 times, he found that they were all the same, always pointing to the right. Is there something wrong with the right side? She shone the flashlight to the right side, but there were bones in front of her. One person's head and another person's thigh were embedded together, like a vivid picture of hell. The contaminated spores touched the bones, and even tried to drill into the gaps, as if they wanted to go in a certain direction by themselves, but they were held by Zhu Ning's neck, so the pendant chain was pulled into a straight line. Zhu Ning held a piece of bone, which should be someone's rib, which was thinner than the leg bone. Zhu Ning broke it with force, and with a crisp sound, half of the rib lay in her hand, like a fragile branch. After breaking it, she deliberately waited for a while, and there was no other movement for a full minute, probably because this place belonged to Bai Cheng's territory, and Bai Cheng, the king of all corpses, was suppressing it. Even if Bai Cheng was still sleeping, these corpses showed no signs of coming back to life. She was relieved and started to pry the second bone. Sorry, she said in her heart, treating the bones as if they were still alive, as if she was on the subway, about to arrive at the station, but there were other passengers in front of her. Zhu Ning wanted to make a gap in the crowd, asking for the road from everyone. Sorry, please make way. Her purpose was to dig a small hole to look outside, not to dig an escape route, so it was relatively simple. If she encountered something that couldn't be pried, she would skip it. Zhu Ning pried for a while, and her arm could go deeper. The bones at her feet piled up into a small hill, like chicken bones piled up on the dining table. In front of Zhu Ning, a fist-sized cave appeared, with a depth of about an arm's length. If it was a little further, she would have to use the thread of consciousness to dig. The contaminated spores were still floating. Zhu Ning was outside the cave, and the pendant couldn't wait to float into the cave. What on earth was there? It seemed that there was a mysterious force attracting the contaminated spores. There are 2 possibilities. Either it is the nest of the contaminated spores, and the contaminated spores want to return to their nest, or it is a creature that swallows the contaminated spores. Just like when Zhu Ning swallows, the contaminated spores will gather towards her. Every time Zhu Ning swallows, Su Ming's contaminated spores also want to drill into her body, but they are blocked by the pendant. Zhu Ning put away the contaminated spores and shone the flashlight in, but the beam of light was bitten off by the monster out of thin air. The high beam mode of this flashlight can see 50 meters, but now the visibility is only 3 meters at most. Zhu Ning tried to use the god's perspective. The bones were like thorns. It was too chaotic, and she could hardly see clearly. She put down the flashlight and looked back at her teammates. Pei Shu was still buried in the blanket, and Bai Cheng was sleeping with Lin Xiufeng in his arms. There should be no problem, just listen. Zhu Ning put her ear to the hole. The slender hole was very similar to the megaphone she made with a paper cup when she was a child, which amplified the sound. Zhu Ning closed his eyes and listened attentively. It might be because it was quiet enough here. In addition to the breathing of his teammates, other sounds gradually came. This sound was similar to white noise. It was transmitted along the excavated bone channel, from the ribs to the metatarsals, from the metatarsals to the hand bones. The bones were connected into a large net, and finally reached Zhu Ning's ears and entered his mind. Zhu Ning suddenly opened his eyes, and lay on the bone wall in disbelief to confirm. Crash, this is the sound of the waves, hitting Zhu Ning's eardrums. They are actually on the bottom of the sea? Chapter 373. Zhu Ning saw the information in Chen Qihong's notebook. An investigator recorded that this place used to be an ocean. She listened to the faint sound of the waves, and her first reaction was fear. If someone cut a cross-section of the entire world, it might be more intuitive to show that Zhu Ning and his team were trapped deep under the sea. Why can they breathe? Because they are trapped in a bubble? Let's wait for other teammates to wake up. Zhu Ning put the flashlight at her feet to keep watch. This time she found other things to do, and collected a lot of sub-brains from nearby flying cars. Zhu Ning raised the sub-brain to look for signals, but there was none. She didn't know what happened to Wensi. She hadn't contacted her commander for a long time. She used to feel that she was a kite that was released, and the other end of the line was in Wensi's hand. Now the line was broken, and Zhu Ning could only fly around by herself. Zhu Ning opened the sub-brains one by one, and saw the past of many people. After the development of technology, a person can be restored with electronic information. Zhu Ning found an e-book in a sub-brain, and opened it to see that it was an upgrade flow. Zhu Ning was in a trance, and thought that she was still in a zombie world. At that time, the zombies surrounded her, and she was bored and read all kinds of amateur novels. If these memories were also programmed, then Zhu Yao paid attention to details, and stuffed a lot of messy novels into her mind. Zhu Ning flipped through 2 pages. This book was about surviving in a different world. It was particularly second-year illness, which was particularly in line with Zhu Ning's temperament. It was very suitable for killing the boring time of standing guard. She was addicted to it after reading for a while. So when she heard someone ask, "What are you reading?" Zhu Ning subconsciously answered, "I'm about to summon the Dragon King." After she finished speaking, she looked up and met a pair of cold eyes. Bai Cheng looked down at her from a high place. Before Zhu Ning could figure it out, Bai Cheng lowered his head more and more, and the white bones around him rustled. Finally, Bai Cheng's face was behind Zhu Ning, and he even leaned in to read the content of the novel. Zhu Ning finally reacted and quickly turned off the secondary brain. This was so embarrassing that she wanted to hit the wall. Later, she laughed and thought it was very funny. The fear of the deep sea was dispelled. Pei Shu was awakened by Zhu Ning's laughter. He sat up with a blanket on his back and saw Bai Cheng landing. She hugged Lin Xiaofeng, like a fairy descending to the earth. The white bones slowly separated from her back, as if they were reluctant to leave Bai Cheng's body. Lin Xiaofeng was gently placed on the ground. He was not awake yet. He yawned and slowly woke up. Zhu Ning passed by Pei Shu and reached out to touch Pei Shu's head, as if to comfort him. Pei Shu thought he would be embarrassed after waking up, but the embarrassment did not last for a second. His head sank, and was immediately rubbed away by Zhu Ning, leaving no trace. Pei Shu was sick. He was always afraid of exposing his illness before, but now it seems that he can be accepted unconditionally. Neither sympathy nor ridicule will be attracted. No one will take this illness seriously, so he can breathe. After Bai Cheng landed, he sat next to Pei Shu and stretched out his hand above his forehead. Pei Shu did not understand at first, but when Zhu Ning laughed, he realized that Bai Cheng was warming himself by the fire. Pei Shu did not know how to react, so he had to silently burn the fire on his forehead more vigorously to warm the undead. Bai Cheng yawned, and the warmth passed through the palm of his hand, and his whole body stretched. As she stretched, the wall of bones behind her also trembled slightly, as if stretching together. Zhu Ning couldn't see Bai Cheng's compassionate look at all, as if it was just her illusion, and reminded, "Grandpa, please be gentle, there may be water outside. If they are in a bubble, moving rashly may burst the bubble." Lin Xiaofeng just woke up and asked, "What water?" Zhu Ning told her what she had just discovered, that the contaminated spores were running out, so she followed the sound of the waves, and then heard the sound of the waves, and guessed that there might be an ocean outside. Zhu Ning also demonstrated how the contaminated spores floated, and noticed that everyone's eyes were on the pendant, and said very naturally, "This is my captain, to keep you safe." Zhu Ning's tone was too natural, as if he was introducing a new team member to everyone. Pei Shu thought of her saying that her number 2 employee was dead, so he coughed lightly and changed the subject directly, asking, "Chen Qihong said that this place used to be an ocean?" "Zhu Ning, I didn't record it carefully, I just mentioned it like that. Do you have any ideas?" Pei Shu's question and answer function was turned on, and he thought for a while before answering cautiously, "I remembered something, just listen to it as a story, we also treated it as a story back then." Zhu Ning sat cross-legged, thinking, why did Pei Shu make so many patches to a story? "Pei Shu, After the pollution spread, a thick black oil film appeared on the sea surface in the northern hemisphere. From a distance, it was thought to be gasoline pollution. All the ships passing by sank without exception, and it was listed as a no-sail area. Aerial investigations were useless, and the helicopters sent out would lose contact as soon as they flew over the oil film. People had no way to deal with the sudden appearance of substances, and could only observe from a distance. As expected of a professional investigator, this information was really unclear to laymen, and Zhu Ning became interested and asked, "Then what?" Lin Xiaofeng and Bai Cheng had never heard of it before, so they listened curiously. It was like they were having a tea party at the bottom of the sea, and the atmosphere was not so heavy. Pei Shu said helplessly, as if he was telling a story to a child, "But as time goes by, the black matter in the sea is spreading, as if forming a floating island. Traditional islands are static, but this thing moves." After that, the island actually floated towards the beach, getting closer and bigger. Humans watched this thing approaching in horror, but they could do nothing until the island connected to the coastline and completely merged with the mainland, and the black matter climbed onto the beach. If someone observed it at the seaside and experienced it personally, and suddenly saw a piece of black, and then watched it turn into an island and finally arrived at the doorstep, it would be very scary. Pei Shu, this phenomenon is not an isolated case. It is happening in all seas around the world. It's as if something evil has come ashore in the ocean, and is gradually swallowing up the whole world. Lin Xiaofeng asked, "What happened next?" Pei Shu, "That's all. We know so much, and we don't even know how much is credible." He said it was a story before he started talking, and paused at this moment. So regarding the exploration of the truth of the doomsday, there is a group of people who insist that pollution comes from deep under the sea, and the doomsday is the result of human beings polluting the ocean. It's hard to say what the truth is. The big pollution has changed the traditional boundaries between countries. The land area has at least doubled compared to before the pollution spread, but the land available to humans has shrunk. But after listening, Zhu Ning immediately understood the geographical location of Utopia. This is not traditional land, but a postnatal oil film. When the pollution occurred, a basking shark merged with the black oil film and connected to form a new continent, which was called Utopia by pilgrims. The Federation has already mastered the role of Utopia, but what about under Utopia? At least Zhu Ning had no idea. She guessed that Chen Qihong entered Utopia again and again, not for the ability of basking sharks to breed offspring with superpowers, but to go underground. And Zhu Ning really found a way to go underground according to the notebook. Is there anything here? The spores on Zhu Ning's chest pointed to the right. Could it be that the ocean outside was full of polluted spores? Polluted spores can float in water? She didn't seem to have seen polluted spores in the water. Wait, water? Ling Yinchuan said that the spores of water pollutants would be very active, and only water-related pollution would be more prominent. Scientists in the Federation had done some experiments, and the others did not have this feature, as if it was unique to water. Zhu Ning couldn't help but think of Bao Weiming. Bao Weiming's research direction was also the ocean. He could also be interpreted as loving the ocean, but Li Yuan's superpower was also water. Is it a coincidence that there are so many water systems? Zhu Ning considered that Lin Xiaofeng was present and was still thinking about how to ask better. As a result, Lin Xiaofeng thought of it first and asked, "Where is Fuxia Island?" Zhu Ning had told her about Fuxia Island, and Lin Xiaofeng always remembered it. Pei Shu shook his head. "I haven't been there. What is it like?" Each investigator is responsible for a different direction, and it is impossible to know all the places. Pei Shu only went to the north. Lin Xiaofeng briefly told it, and Pei Shu became the one who listened to the story. Bai Cheng also listened for the first time. For a while, there was only Lin Xiaofeng's narration, until she finished the last sentence. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Pei Shu didn't answer immediately. He wrapped himself in a blanket and thought for a while, then said, "If it was an island back then, it might have become land now." The movement of plates originally takes a long time to evolve, but in the polluted world, this change only takes a few months. After all, the changes outside the wall are unpredictable, especially the changes related to the ocean are faster. Lin Xiaofeng said, "Oh." She didn't know why she asked this question. Even if she found Fuxia Island, what would happen? Anyway, Bao Weiming was dead. Lin Xiaofeng thought for a while, and asked again, "Then the position where Prometheus is located will not change?" Zhu Ning choked. After Lin Xiaofeng stopped caring about Bao Weiming, she began to pay attention to Prometheus. She regarded Zhu Ning's enemies as her own enemies, and was very serious about understanding the enemy's movements. Pei Shu, it's hard to say, but I guess there is no change, because there is the far north blocking it. Pei Shu added, the far north has always been very stable and covered with ice and snow all year round, which is actually quite rare. Lin Xiaofeng continued to ask, then how was Prometheus placed there? Zhu Ning had thought about this question a long time ago, and it was so accurate that it was placed behind the stable far north, which was difficult for humans to cross, and it was considered the safest place in the world. There are two possibilities. The first is that before the pollution spread, due to some strange coincidence, there was no time to evacuate, so they had to continue to maintain the status quo. The second is that the creator of Prometheus made a special arrangement to stabilize the kingdom of God. In that case, we have to assume that there is a very powerful person who can cross the far north. Who is this person? Did he create the current world structure? This question is beyond the scope. Pei Shu's question and answer skills stopped serving, and he spread his hands and shook his head. I don't know. Lin Xiaofeng said seriously, thank you, Uncle Pei. Pei Shu was stunned for a moment. Only Lin Xiaofeng was so polite, which made him feel uncomfortable. He thought about introducing a new teacher to Lin Xiaofeng. She was really suitable to be an outside scholar. Pei Shu already had a suitable candidate in his mind. He had an old classmate who was in this field. She was a female professor who was vigorous and decisive. She should like Lin Xiaofeng very much. While listening to them, Bai Cheng sat cross-legged beside the bone wall, as if he was an outsider, observing the whole done by Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning asked, can you sense it? Bai Cheng responded directly with action. Her palms covered the bone wall, and she gently closed her eyes. Under her control, the bones moved and reorganized, like a plastic bottle squeezed into a cube. The bones were close to each other, and there was no gap at all. In the blink of an eye, a narrow hole was formed. Zhu Ning wanted to applaud her, but Bai Cheng looked calm. It's the limit. Zhu Ning leaned against the hole and looked inside, but still couldn't see the end, and the sound of the waves was not so obvious. Lin Xiaofeng stood up and asked, I go in and explore the way. The narrow hole was just right for her height. Zhu Ning didn't even turn her head and denied it. Collective action. She scanned the area with a flashlight and didn't find anything unusual for the time being. We have to move later. They couldn't live here forever, and who knows when the oxygen will run out. They rested for a while and began to pack their luggage. They all looked for nearby supplies. Since the two shortages of supplies, the whole team was afraid of running out of food, so everyone's backpack was full, and they found suitable protective clothing to change into. Lin Xiaofeng couldn't wear adult protective clothing, so she only changed into a helmet, and her clothes were still the same. She held the helmet and observed herself in the mirror of a car. The mirror showed a headless little girl. Lin Xiaofeng still couldn't make herself visible. She thought about it, put on the helmet, and this time the helmet was visible. Bai Cheng didn't waver at all. She thought her destination was Utopia at first, but now it seems that it may be farther away. She didn't ask to leave the team, so Zhu Ning assumed that she was still a member of the team and didn't even ask Bai Cheng about her next plan. When Pei Shu collected the blanket, he hesitated for a while and finally stuffed it into the backpack. There was no wool here, and there would be no wool in the future. He completely lost his psychological comfort. Pei Shu? Bai Cheng called him. Zhu Ning had already entered the cave. He was the only one left, and everyone was waiting for him. Here we are. Pei Shu followed the team. Zhu Ning ducked into the white bone cave. There was attraction on her neck. After entering the cave, the contaminated spores looked redder. She decided to follow Su Meng's contaminated spores. Where are you taking me? Chapter 374. The contaminated spores led Zhu Ning in front. If they encountered bones that got in the way, Bai Cheng behind him would move his fingers, and the obstacles in front of him would move automatically, immediately making space for people to walk. The team seemed like a group of tomb robbers in the New World, and their destination was the ancestral tomb of a certain king, prince, or general. But as they went deeper, the bones became more and more crowded. After all, this place was not just bones, and compression also had its limits. The four people had to move side by side with difficulty. Pei Shu followed at the end, carefully keeping a little distance from the front. After all, they were all girls, and it was not convenient for him to get too close, and his attention was all on his feet. No matter how careful he was, it was inevitable that he would bump into something. With a bang, he bumped into Bai Cheng's helmet. He subconsciously said sorry, but he didn't hear a response. He looked up and found that the whole team had stopped. Zhu Ning's voice came from the front, as if he was struggling with something so narrow. Bai Cheng tried to move the bones again, but as soon as he started, Zhu Ning in front immediately stopped him. No, no, no. When the bone channel contracted, it was almost brushing against everyone's body. Zhu Ning's bones were squeezed crooked. To make an uncivilized analogy, it was like intestinal peristalsis, and they could be squeezed out directly. Bai Cheng's control over the bones could not be so precise, so he tilted his head and stopped moving obediently. But their pattern had been formed, and it was too late to change Lin Xiaofeng to the front. Pei Shu couldn't see the details and asked, "How about I retreat first?" They retreated one by one, and then changed the formation to walk again, or let Bai Cheng move some of the bones out first. Wait a minute. Zhu Ning used his arm to support the bone wall, as if this could make this narrow path wider. After finally getting here, Zhu Ning always wanted to get some clues first. At this point, the sound of the waves is already very obvious, as if it is not far away. Bai Cheng cannot control more white bones, which means that there is really an outline of a cave here besides bones. Zhu Ning has already encountered the brain, blood vessels, and uterus. Could it be that she is also in a cavity? Zhu Ning prayed in her heart that it must not be the large intestine, so that everyone can be more decent. The hole is as big as a helmet. Zhu Ning's various abilities do not have the skill of shrinking bones. Try to stick your head out? What if your head gets stuck? Wouldn't it be embarrassing? The contaminated spores can't wait, and they are pulling Zhu Ning's neck forward. If Su Ming's contaminated spores still have strength, Zhu Ning should be pulled like a turtle sticking his head out. Zhu Ning is holding a flashlight, but the illumination distance of the flashlight is less than half a meter. Is it another monster that swallows light? Zhu Ning took off her backpack and threw it out of the narrow hole, like throwing a stone at the side of a well. At first, she didn't hear the sound of landing or splashing water. After a long time, there was a slight sound, accompanied by a faint echo. It was deeper than she thought. She shouted at the cave entrance again, "Hey!" The sound bounced off the unknown cave wall and formed an echo. "Hey, hey!" It was as if a monster was responding to her outside. Zhu Ning hesitated for a moment. There was no movement in the danger prediction. Maybe he could give it a try. Zhu Ning was going to take the risk himself. He adjusted his posture. Everyone step back. Xiaofeng push me. Bai Cheng also help. Bai Cheng and Pei Shu were blind and listened to Zhu Ning's command at the front. Lin Xiaofeng silently followed the order and helped Zhu Ning tie the rope. They transformed from tomb robbers into an expedition team. When Zhu Ning first stuck her head out, she really felt like a turtle. If someone stabbed her now, she wouldn't be able to resist. The helmet took up space, so she put it away in her backpack. After sticking her head out, her first reaction was that her skin was very sticky. This place was also not water, and the air was extremely sticky, which reminded her of the surface of a giant salamander. Her shoulder was stuck in the hole. Sure enough, the hole was a little small for her. Before she could say anything, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. Lin Xiaofeng pushed her without warning, and her bones were almost dislocated. For a moment, she didn't care how weird the other side of the hole was. She kept begging for mercy. "Xiaofeng, it hurts." Lin Xiaofeng was very strong, especially suitable for doing this, but the effect was too significant. Zhu Ning was pushed out by her. If this was an intestine, it would definitely be cracked. Lin Xiaofeng reacted, but Bai Cheng behind him didn't have time to stop, and when he pushed the bones, he pushed Zhu Ning away with him. With a puff, Zhu Ning had passed through the hole, falling down with the bones. Lin Xiaofeng held her breath, her head pounding, afraid that Zhu Ning would be swallowed by the other end of the hole, and she remembered that the other end of the rope was still in her hand. This rope was tied together with 5 ropes, with a total length of more than 2 kilometers. Now it was consuming rapidly in circles. Lin Xiaofeng seemed to be drawing water from the well, and Zhu Ning was a bucket, thrown into the bottom of the bottomless well. This hole was too narrow for Zhu Ning, but it was okay for Lin Xiaofeng. In addition, Bai Cheng pushed part of the bones out, making the hole seem wider. Lin Xiaofeng easily leaned out with her upper body, and swept the flashlight back and forth, but the light of the flashlight was useless, and she couldn't see anything clearly. The only feeling was that the cave was very deep, like a trench. Zhu Ning was a little unsure of the direction after falling. She was in a narrow space before, but now the space was too large. For a moment, her hands and feet were free. She didn't care about the pain in her bones, and subconsciously wanted to find a fixed place. She instinctively touched the wall, but with a puff, her hands were sticky and her body slipped. It didn't help the current situation at all, but made it worse. Zhu Ning was completely out of control, and had no foothold at all. She could only watch herself fall. This passage was definitely long enough, like a vertical shaft that went directly into the center of the earth. Her heart kept jumping up, and wanted to jump out of her throat. With a clang, I don't know how long it took, Zhu Ning's left foot tightened, and the rope was finally straightened. She was like a big spider, hanging on a rope. The pendant on Zhu Ning's neck fell down. Her first reaction was that she was afraid that the pendant would be lost. She fumbled around in the air, but she struggled for a while, and stopped moving, staring at the pendant for a long time. One end of the necklace emitted a blood-red light, which should have been an extremely eye-catching point in the darkness, but at this moment it was lost in the crowd, like a drop of water merging into the ocean. Below was an ocean of contaminated spores. Zhu Ning had never seen so many contaminated spores, so dense, and even had a gusher, like submarine oil, or submarine volcanoes, still bubbling out. Contaminated spores should float, but the spores here gathered together, more like red liquid, actually flowing in all directions, not exceeding a height at all. Zhu Ning could not see the specific flow direction, and had no time to explore the pattern. Among the countless contaminated spores, Su Ming was as small as Zhu Ning. Polluted spores can only be obtained from pollutants, so the pollutant below may be dying, and after the body rots, countless polluted spores will float out. It is also possible that Zhu Ning has seen the reproduction period. Just like catkins, after reaching a season, it will carry its own seeds to all parts of the world. Zhu Ning was stunned for a moment, and his eyes were a little blurry. The edges of the polluted spores became less clear, and the surroundings were blurred, forming a chaotic halo. Su Ming's polluted spores are so harmonious with them. As long as you ignore the transparent glass shell and the stretched pendant chain, they are completely integrated. Zhu Ning suddenly realized that it was her wishful thinking. It was not Su Ming who dragged her away, but she had been forcibly dragging Su Ming away. Su Ming is dead. Most of the polluted spores that she sent away with her own hands were collected by the cleaners, who arrived later, and only this one was left in her hand. Every time Zhu Ning used the devouring ability, she could feel a foreign object in her chest trying to drill in, which made her heart ache. Sometimes Zhu Ning would talk to her. She was thinking about bringing it back to Deju after it was over. Deju told her to keep it. Zhu Ning had thought about not being so stubborn and letting her rest in peace, but she always thought that she should wait until revenge. Before she reached the far north and saw Prometheus, Su Ming was already impatient to leave. She would not be resurrected. This was just a spore, no different from other contaminated spores. Countless contaminated spores illuminated Zhu Ning's face, making her blood red, as if she was soaked in blood. Zhu Ning closed her eyes. Lin Xiaofeng grabbed the other end of the rope. She was fixed in place like a stake, holding Zhu Ning firmly in her hand. After the rope was tightened, she breathed a sigh of relief. At least it proved that Zhu Ning was not killed by the fall, and she had caught him. After a long time, Zhu Ning did not make any sound, and did not move. Was he injured and unconscious? Lin Xiaofeng couldn't help but guess. The rope was shaking under the inertia, and Lin Xiaofeng did not dare to make a sound, fearing to alarm the unknown danger. After a while, she suddenly felt that one end of the rope was tightened, and Zhu Ning pulled the rope. This was the secret signal they had agreed on, proving that there was no danger below, and they could go down. The other end of the rope was loose, which should have been untied by Zhu Ning. Lin Xiaofeng only pulled up a rope. She looked at the other end of the rope, and felt empty for some reason. The three of them retreated as a whole, and adjusted their formation in a spacious position. Lin Xiaofeng was at the end of the team, and was responsible for pushing the others out. This process was not complicated, but it took a little time. Lin Xiaofeng could already take care of it on his own. After putting Bai Cheng and Pei Shu down, he would not be afraid to deal with the aftermath himself. As soon as she landed, she was blinded by the red light, and her retina seemed to be on fire. She had never seen so many contaminated spores in her life. Lin Xiaofeng's feet were very soft, not like the land, but more like the surface of some huge creature. It was slippery when people stood on it, and it was easy to slip if they were not careful. Her legs were submerged in the contaminated spores. She moved her hands curiously, and found that the contaminated spores would not parasitize on them. People inside the wall were very afraid of spores, but Lin Xiaofeng was theoretically an infected pollutant, so the spores just swam around them. This place was infinitely wide, and the edge could not be seen with the naked eye. Lin Xiaofeng wondered how the sound of the waves was produced. Was it the collision of contaminated spores? Lin Xiaofeng looked up for a while, and it was dark above. She couldn't see the hole where she jumped down at all. Her curiosity was aroused, and she silently drew a map in her mind. The land they walked on was interpreted by the oil film. Below Utopia was a basking shark, and below the basking shark was a vertical shaft, and below the vertical shaft was the erupting contaminated spores. Unable to describe accurately, unable to accurately judge, Lin Xiaofeng wanted to take out the instrument to measure, and then found out how boring her action was, which definitely exceeded the limit of human measurement. Pei Shu was observing, probably thinking about how to write an investigation note. Bai Cheng didn't know what he was thinking. Lin Xiaofeng looked around at his teammates and keenly noticed that it was so silent here, even a little abnormal, with only the sound of the waves. Lin Xiaofeng likes quietness and likes to observe silently. The other team members are not talkative, only Zhu Ning likes to talk, and she can often stir the atmosphere very lively by herself. When Zhu Ning is silent, the team will appear very quiet. Zhu Ning is standing not far away. Her hair grows so fast, and the messy hair swims in the spores. Lin Xiaofeng thought she had found some clues, so she leaned over to look at Zhu Ning's face, and then she was stunned. Zhu Ning's expression. She couldn't describe it. Many words flashed through her mind, such as sadness, relief, coldness, etc. These words were not enough to summarize it. It was too complicated. Lin Xiaofeng was good at observation, and she always felt that something was wrong, and suddenly she realized it. Zhu Ning's neck was empty. She would wear the pendant when she took a bath, and the first thing she did every day after getting dressed was to hide the pendant in her collar. Sometimes Lin Xiaofeng would encounter Zhu Ning staring at the pendant alone, usually in a place where no one was. Lin Xiaofeng still remembered that one time it was evening. Zhu Ning supported his arms on the balcony to blow the wind, the pendant floated upwards, and the background was the sunset. To Lin Xiaofeng, that day was like a painting. Now the pendant disappeared, and there was nothing on Zhu Ning's neck. She let her captain go. Lin Xiaofeng looked at the countless contaminated spores, unable to tell which one was Su Ming. Lin Xiaofeng would never disturb Zhu Ning's nostalgia for the past. She liked to be a transparent person, and not do things that would annoy people. At this time, she mustered up the courage to walk to Zhu Ning and quietly held her right hand. Zhu Ning's body was so stiff, and her palms were cold. When she was held by the warm little hand, her soul seemed to have finally returned to her body. The little girl in protective clothing accompanied her. Behind her, Bai Cheng and Pei Shu were both busy. The feeling of depression in Zhu Ning's heart slowly disappeared. She held Lin Xiaofeng's hand with her backhand, as if she had stepped into reality. Up to now, Zhu Ning has become a very mature captain and said, "Look for clues." Chapter 375. There is no danger here. There is a sea of contaminated spores far below the deep sea. The blood-red light can almost drown people. Pei Shu is looking for where the contaminated spores are coming from. Lin Xiaofeng followed him. The two of them lowered their bodies, as if they were looking for voles in a rice field. Others could not see where they were. The part they stepped on was a slippery black substance. Lin Xiaofeng even observed the whole process of the contaminated spores from a close distance. There was no eruption hole. First, a bud point emerged, then slowly drilled out, and finally floated in the air. Her eyes could not help but move along the direction of the spores. She found that the floating height of the contaminated spores was at most 1.5 meters, about the chest of an adult. After exceeding this height, they began to slowly overflow. Pei Shu was drawing a picture. After several observations, the spore's path was a bit like an ocean current or an electric current. Pei Shu wondered, why can it only reach this height? He reached out and touched the air. The air here was not much different from the function of the ground. Both contained oxygen, and they could breathe freely. Except that it feels very sticky, and seems to have a high water content. It actually does not affect human survival at all. The contaminated spores cannot break through this line, and once they touch it, they begin to float downwards. Pei Shu found an empty bottle, and taught Lin Xiaofeng how to collect samples. This equipment is in everyone's backpack, and he also found it recently. The special air substance was put into the bottle, and it was still transparent, and there was no difference to the naked eye. Lin Xiaofeng asked, "Do you want to collect contaminated spores?" Pei Shu, don't move. The contaminated spores are not much different. The problem is the air, Pei Shu said, scrape some mucus down. Lin Xiaofeng carefully collected the sample with the empty bottle and asked, "Can we do a preliminary test?" She couldn't wait to know what it was. Pei Shu, it has to be sent to the inside of the wall. Professional scholars outside the wall have such equipment and ability, but they have nothing. Pei Shu is an outsider who only knows how to collect and record. Pei Shu thought about it and felt that this was a good opportunity. He pretended to be talking casually and asked Zhu Ning, "Why don't you send your Xiaofeng to further study? Learn systematically, she is very talented." For scholars outside the wall, interest is the first priority, and other abilities can be cultivated. Lin Xiaofeng is very focused on her work, mainly because Pei Shu sees passion in her, which is rare. Lin Xiaofeng blushed a little, and the topic suddenly focused on herself, and it was still a compliment. Zhu Ning assisted Pei Shu in the investigation. I don't care about her, Xiaofeng. Do you want to go? Lin Xiaofeng hesitated, not knowing what to say. Zhu Ning seemed to guess what she was thinking. Not now. Wait until it's over and go back to the wall to study. Go back to the wall? It sounds so good. Since Lin Xiaofeng met Zhu Ning, she felt that the world was wide open. Zhu Ning would support her no matter what she proposed to learn. In the past, she only learned how to pose for photos, learn makeup and photography, but now she has learned to shoot, drive, and investigate. She can even be a scholar, which sounds so cool. But Zhu Ning has always been casual with her. Even if Lin Xiaofeng proposed to go back to continue being a model today, Zhu Ning probably wouldn't say that she was decadent and corrupt, and would be happy to send her to a good teacher. Lin Xiaofeng received unprecedented support from her. The world is wide, and she can fly freely. Lin Xiaofeng was not shy at all and nodded, yes, I want it. She is no longer the Lin Xiaofeng of the past. She will speak out if she wants something because she will not be rejected. Pei Shu was waiting for this sentence and immediately said, I know a professor named Liu Yuding. I will introduce her to you later. Pei Shu was like a person who was attracting students to the cram school. My classmate is now investigating outside the south wall. His professional ability is beyond reproach. He has two special abilities, one for analysis and screening, and the other for external confidentiality. Don't worry, he is very strong. Those who can get out of the wall alive are not weak, especially those who are investigating outside. Zhu Ning deliberately said, then I want to investigate. You can investigate as you like. Pei Shu, talent is not afraid of tests. Zhu Ning laughed and thought it was good. They talked about ordinary things, as if they still had hope. Pei Shu finished collecting information, observed left and right, and asked Zhu Ning to stand in a specific position. Zhu Ning also listened to him. Pei Shu said, try to absorb it, and see if you can make the contaminated spores break through this line. He wanted to know what was preventing the contaminated spores from continuing to float up. Zhu Ning took action after hearing this, and the black mucus behind her gushed out. She didn't move, but her chest rose and fell slightly, as if she was taking a deep breath. Since she took action, the contaminated spores around her were trembling. Zhu Ning's power interrupted their specific route, but they were all squeezed into one direction, as if there was indeed some space that even Zhu Ning couldn't break through. Pei Shu tried to wave his hand again, stirring the underground air, but there was no change. In his eyes, there was no difference at all, but in the eyes of the contaminated spores, it seemed to be layered. Why? The problem is not the air? Is there some force below that attracts it? Pei Shu asked Lin Xiaofeng to collect 2 more cans of air from below, mark them separately, and command Zhu Ning, sit down this time. Zhu Ning sat cross-legged on the side. The height of the contaminated spores was now higher than her head. She looked calm, like a monk meditating in the forest. Pei Shu said, do it again. Zhu Ning closed her eyes, her chest rose and fell, and she was breathing. Lin Xiao opened her eyes slightly, and it seemed that a strong wind was blowing around her. The contaminated spores were swept by a force, passing by her side, and instantly submerged Zhu Ning. There was no hindrance in her swallowing process, which meant that the contaminated spores here were the same as those outside. A hole immediately formed where Zhu Ning swallowed, like harvested wheat, revealing a large area of black. Pei Shu, keep going, I will stop when I say stop. The black mucus was growing visibly. The number of contaminated spores here was far more than any time Zhu Ning swallowed. She didn't even know if she could eat them all. The black slime was twisting and struggling, like a blown-up balloon, expanding like a monster. Lin Xiaofeng watched the black slime expand 3, 4, and 5 times. The black part became more and more, while the red part became less and less. The land where they stood could already be seen clearly. Several red dots condensed below, and contaminated spores were still precipitating. They didn't have time to grow up, like plant seedlings. Lin Xiaofeng guessed that they might also be on top of a creature. After all, it felt very slippery when they stood there, but after the contaminated spores disappeared for a short time, the symbols appeared. Only humans use symbols. Plants and animals don't need such complicated things to record, but this is a man-made thing. The lines under her feet gradually extended, and Lin Xiaofeng couldn't help but move her feet away, not wanting to cover the symbols, and step back step by step, as if she was watching a miracle unfold in front of her eyes. The further she retreated, the farther she was from Zhu Ning, who sat cross-legged in the distance, with only contaminated spores around her. Lin Xiaofeng couldn't tell what it felt like, and could only watch her from afar, as if she couldn't enter her world at all. Is Zhu Ning conscious now? Can she understand what she said? The swallowing time is very long. Before, Zhu Ning only swallowed for a few minutes, but now it has been more than 20 minutes and has not stopped. Lin Xiaofeng couldn't help staring at the mechanical watch. If Zhu Ning swallowed too much, would her body explode and die? Just like a human who overeats? No one dared to speak. Bai Cheng stood coldly behind him, and the black mucus occupied their space, like a summoned demon. If Zhu Ning loses control, Bai Cheng should clean up this mess. The three of them couldn't help but retreat. Fortunately, this space was large enough, like a grassland. They watched Zhu Ning silently, guarding against whether this action would bring unknown dangers. But no, it was so peaceful and self-consistent here. Even if Zhu Ning swallowed so many contaminated spores, nothing unexpected happened. Is it because the rules here are too complicated and have not been touched yet? Or is it so quiet here? The sound of the waves in my ears has not stopped. Pei Shu thought that the waves were the collision of contaminated spores before, but now it seems that it is not at all. The sound of the waves seems to penetrate from all directions. It seems that there is a real sea under this black mucus, but it was buried before. It's okay. Pei Shu's voice sounded an hour later. The power that attracted the contaminated spores suddenly disappeared. These things lost their owner and began to fly around. The ground was still growing contaminated spores. It would not take long for the entire space to be filled again. Zhu Ning was controllable. Lin Xiaofeng felt relieved. She did not lose her self-awareness. Zhu Ning opened her eyes. The black mucus on the surface of her eyeballs flowed, forming the shape of a person behind her, as if there was a fifth person here besides the four teammates. Zhu Ning's neck was completely cracked, and the bone there was slightly swollen. When she swallowed, her brain was blank, and she didn't think about anything until she heard Pei Shu's prompt. Zhu Ning blinked slowly. The black mucus behind her was connected to her, which was a little painful. She raised her head, and the mucus just lowered its head. That thing looked like a ball of asphalt, and it looked like a thing made of swamps. It lowered its head intimately, as if it wanted to get closer to her. They were only an inch apart. The black slime feeds on fear. When it first entered Zhu Ning's body, it would wait for an opportunity to eat its master, but now it is so obedient. This thing is quite friendly. The tentacles at Zhu Ning's heart rolled over. After being hungry for too long, the parasites in his body stretched out. Zhu Ning's first reaction was not to observe the surroundings, but to open the system panel. The new system page designed by Zhu Yao was very simple. She clearly saw two progress bars fluctuating. One was to purify the world, which was completed by 22%. The other was the Eye of Prescience, which was developed at a level of 10%. Zhu Ning never understood the role of the Eye of Prescience. His understanding of it was very superficial, as a kind of danger prediction. But now the time of danger prediction has not changed, but the Eye of Prescience has changed. Is it because more contaminated spores have been swallowed? How can she use this Eye of Prescience? Peep into different timelines, like the first generation Zhu Ning? But she can't even find the switch to use it. No new superpowers have been formed, and the progress bar of the task of purifying the world is growing. What will happen if Zhu Ning swallows all the contaminated spores here? Life is still 20%. Zhu Ning is already 19, and there should be only a few months left before she dies. When her mission is completed, it may be the day of her death. Are you okay? Bai Cheng asked. Zhu Ning tried to get the black mucus back, but the thing was a little stuck, as if Zhu Ning's body had become smaller, and it had become larger. People who had eaten fat could not enter smoothly from the original gate. Zhu Ning narrowed her eyes, and figured out something. The contaminated spores were not just for her to eat. The parasites on her body would get out of control as they grew bigger. It might be dangerous for Zhu Ning to continue absorbing it. Zhu Ning moved her cervical spine, making a crackling sound. She exerted a little force with her other hand. The black mucus began to move slightly when it sensed that its owner was unhappy, and it reluctantly crawled back. But the speed was a bit slow, and it would probably take some time to fully absorb it. Bai Cheng looked at her from the opposite side, and Zhu Ning shook her head. It's okay. She didn't know what was going on with her now, and of course she didn't mention her lifespan. Look! Lin Xiaofeng's words interrupted Bai Cheng's unspoken question. Zhu Ning turned her head, and with her as the origin, the place she swallowed was empty, like an irregular circle, with a diameter of about 1,000 meters, and it was not clear how big it was. It seemed that Zhu Ning only harvested part of it. The black land unfolded, and the contaminated spores were like mushrooms that had not grown, missing a head, and the lines above were more conspicuous. There were actually artificial traces. The lines were like blood grooves on the back of a knife, and they looked more like cracks on the ground. But it has been there for who knows how many years. The edges have long been blurred, and some lines have been smoothed. Zhu Ning did not go to where Pei Shu and the others were, but directly opened the god's perspective. She could see the current situation from a high altitude. At this time, the place where Zhu Ning had swallowed was like a wheat field pressed by a spacecraft. The lines below had life, and it was like a person in a higher dimension was painting. Stretched wings, sharp feathers, and a sharp beak. It was a bird. Chapter 376. The brushstrokes were very sharp, as if someone once held a knife and knelt here to draw little by little, which reminds people of Liu Yu's painting style. Her paintings have many lines, and also include bird elements. To outsiders, they are simply the same. Liu Yu's paintings appeared in Zhu Ning's mind. 19 paintings flashed one by one. This seemed to be Liu Yu's last work, which was carved under the basking shark. Is this a bird, or a kite? Zhu Ning suddenly thought of Liu Yuan. Her name can be directly understood as a bird on land. If some restrictions are added, it can be understood as a bird trapped on land. When Zhu Ning first heard this name, he didn't think so much. Pei Shu also thought of it and asked, "Is it Liu Yu?" This trace was obviously carved by someone later. The only person who can be thought of is Liu Yu. Is Liu Yuan named after this symbol? Or is Liu Yuan because this symbol came first? Pei Shu felt that his thoughts were very confused. The more information he learned, the more confused he became. Lin Xiaofeng asked, "Can you tell what age it is?" Pei Shu shook his head. "I'm not an archaeologist. This should be done by professionals. There is a special ability that can restore history, and things that happened in the past will be played like a movie, but unfortunately, he doesn't have it. If the exact age information is known, everything can be explained. The contaminated spores are still overflowing, and new spores are gradually emerging. Without human intervention, they will soon be submerged again." Zhu Ning suddenly said, "Do you remember Liu Yu's album?" Pei Shu certainly remembered it. He knew that Zhu Ning mentioned it just to help everyone think, and said, "There is a map of Utopia in it." "Yes, there is a map," Zhu Ning said. "There are other things. Let's not discuss the parts that we don't understand for now. Let's only discuss the things we have confirmed. Although Utopia does not exist, the map is real, and we successfully reached Utopia according to the map." Zhu Ning, the album was left for Liu Yuan. "Why?" Lin Xiaofeng, "Let her walk to Utopia." "Yes, Zhu Ning, we have reached a consensus on this point." They had always guessed that Liu Yu, who had lost her freedom, hid the album in Liao Xianglin's house. At a certain time, Liu Yuan would get it, and finally succeeded. Bai Cheng looked at the map, so we should guess Liu Yu's real purpose. We have made several guesses about this matter. Zhu Ning said, "The first time, I thought Liu Yu died of the pain of childbirth, and she didn't want her daughter to follow in her footsteps, so she expected her to walk out of the north wall." Zhu Ning thought about this matter in order, starting from the information in the picture album. "The second time I thought Utopia was another federation. That's where Liu Yu came from. She hoped Liu Yuan would return home. After arriving at Utopia, we found that Utopia was a basking shark with the function of a womb, which could re-give birth to the female offspring of the superpowers, and the speculation was overturned again." Zhu Ning pointed upwards, as if pointing at the huge basking shark. "So it was natural that they thought Liu Yu's purpose of letting Liu Yuan arrive at Utopia was retransformation, and she might need to be conceived again." Pei Shu immediately said, "But there is a question about this matter. Is Liu Yuan really the offspring of a superpower? Xiaobao can transform, because his mother Zhou Haiqing and his father Han Yong are both superpowers. Regarding Liu Yuan, her parents are simply a mystery. There is no key clue, and all the information has been erased. Liu Yu is most likely a superpower, but who is her father? Her father is extremely mysterious." Pei Shu has not received any news in the Liu family for so many years, let alone meeting the head of the family. He still doesn't know the name of the head of the Liu family. This person is completely invisible, and even basic information has never appeared. What kind of creature is Liu Yuan bred by? Is her father a purebred human? In the large-scale biological experiments that have lasted for decades in the Federation, what generation is Liu Yuan? Looking at the posture of the Kingdom of God, Liu Yuan should be perfect and mature. Their plan may have reached the late stage, otherwise there would not be such a radical move. Zhu Ning, yes, we are not sure whether she meets the conditions for being bred. I tend to think not. Liu Yuan is perfect enough from any angle, with beautiful appearance and stable superpowers. Bai Cheng, so if Liu Yuan arrives at Utopia, she will not be transformed like us. If she has intelligence in advance, she may arrive here. It was not easy for them to come down, but it was not difficult either. If Liu Yuan had a strong water ability, it might not be impossible. Zhu Ning looked around. The contaminated spores had grown again and were about to grow another batch. The flying bird carved below was looming. Zhu Ning, at this point, the speculation has to be overturned and advanced. Maybe Lu Yu's fundamental purpose is not to let Lu Yuan regrow. She is already a perfect product. She may hope that Lu Yuan can arrive here. That is where Zhu Ning is standing now. She wants Lu Yuan to see this bird painted on land. Qin Shihong and his group died so many people, and they have set foot in Utopia countless times, and their purpose is also here. It seems that Zhu Ning and his group are not the first to arrive. Someone has been here before and carved a pattern. Pei Shu shook his head, but what is the purpose? The most critical question, arrive here? Then what? There is only a pattern here. Zhu Ning was silent for a while. The black mucus on her body has not been absorbed completely, and said, maybe we need to find it. This is a gift from mother to daughter. Zhu Ning remembered Zhu Yao in her memory, and drew a treasure map, asking her to dig treasure on the beach and find her 8th birthday present. Zhu Ning still remembers what the gift is, a latest model of Lego, which is not a valuable thing in itself. But Zhu Ning is very happy in the process of finding the gift. The image of Lu Yu in her mind seems to be clearer and clearer. Some guesses are very contradictory in her, but she has formed a contradictory person. Lu Yu has walked outside the wall, she has taken the homecoming train, she has arrived in Utopia, and she has entered the underground. She walked freely outside the wall, like an experienced explorer. Although it was unknown whether she went out of the wall before or after giving birth, Lu Yu finally returned to the wall. She didn't know why she returned to the kingdom of God and continued to carry out her mission. Zhu Ning remembered that Lu Yuan once said to her that Lu Yu took her to break out of the north wall. At that time, Lu Yu was probably very weak, otherwise she would not be easily brought back by the Lu family. Now she is guiding Lu Yuan step by step. What does she want to do? Zhu Ning, Lu Yu is trapped. Lu Yu showed great pain in the later period of her life, as if she was torn apart by her mission. The kingdom of God must have some means to control her. In return, Lu Yu would definitely leave her daughter some life-saving capital and no retreat. Zhu Ning was not able to move easily, so the exploration could only be left to others. Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng explored along the carving inch by inch. There was no crack in the door or any switch, and they did not find any valuable clues after 2 searches. They looked into the distance. This place was still very wide, and many places had not been explored. There seemed to be other things in the distance. Could it be that it was not here, but somewhere else? Pei Shu was a little hesitant about whether to continue the exploration. Listen. Bai Cheng suddenly said. She did not study the figure, but lay on the ground. This ground was sticky and really felt like some kind of creature. Lin Xiaofeng imitated Bai Cheng's posture. After she lay down, she heard waves. She had heard the sound of the waves a long time ago, especially after coming down, but this time it was extremely clear and unprecedentedly loud. The waves were simply hitting her eardrums one after another. It seemed that with this as the boundary, it turned upside down, and the sea was unfolding below. Zhu Ning was not very convenient, so he asked, "What is it?" Lin Xiaofeng was fascinated by what he heard, and whispered, "The sea." Lin Xiaofeng, as a person from the wall, had only seen the aquarium, but had never seen the real ocean. Zhu Ning, if it was Lu Yuan who came, it might have been decrypted. This is also as safe, and Lu Yuan's water ability will be maximized here. Zhu Ning mistakenly entered Utopia and also mistakenly entered this area. The real owner here is Lu Yuan. Zhu Ning and Lu Yuan's lives are somewhat misplaced, which reminds Zhu Ning of a movie he had seen before, where the protagonist thought he was the protagonist who saved the world, but later found out that he was just a supporting role, and finally died quietly. Lin Xiaofeng, so we can't open it? And we don't get anything? Just like the time on the homecoming train, they were so close to the secret, but they just couldn't get it. Lin Xiaofeng suddenly felt that their team was like professional treasure map drawers, and they were considered supporting roles in adventure stories. The treasure map of the protagonist was drawn by them. We only know where the treasure chest is, but we can't open it. It's really depressing. Zhu Ning, not necessarily, because Qin Shihong and others also want to come in, they will definitely not risk their lives to enter a place that is destined to have no gains. Lin Xiaofeng's eyes lit up, and Zhu Ning noticed that the remaining 3 eyes were looking at him, as if they wanted to open the notebook. Zhu Ning, I won't open it. If I open it, I die. Lin Xiaofeng was a little disappointed and asked, where should we go next? Are there any signs? Zhu Ning asked, which direction do the contaminated spores flow? Pei Shu pointed to the left, over there, All the contaminated spores float to a certain height as if they hit an invisible line, and then turn to the left like clockwise. As they talked, the contaminated spores increased in number, and the area that Zhu Ning had swallowed was dyed red again. Zhu Ning observed it once, and Pei Shu was right. The contaminated spores here really flowed to the left, like blood returning to the heart. Zhu Ning said, "Follow it." Zhu Ning couldn't move. Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng followed the order. The flow direction of the contaminated spores was easy to identify. Pei Shu had drawn a picture before. Bai Cheng didn't move, but waited by Zhu Ning's side. Zhu Ning asked, "What are you looking at?" "Bai Cheng, you are bleeding from behind." Zhu Ning had also used black mucus on the tadpole nevus. After absorbing the contaminated spores, there was a narrow crack on the back of the neck. Bai Cheng had always thought that Zhu Ning had healed, but now it seems to be even worse. The wound extended from the back of the neck downwards, about 5 millimeters wide, with blood beads oozing out from the surrounding area, like a split wound, extending along the spine to the depths of the protective suit. Lin Xiaofeng and the others walked away. Bai Cheng asked softly, "Where did you go?" "Zhu Ning, coccyx." It was equivalent to Zhu Ning being forcibly split in half, with the spine as the boundary. Bai Cheng asked, "Aren't you going to tell?" Zhu Ning, "No need." This could be a sign that her body was about to be scrapped, or it could be the price to be paid for devouring. It could also be a disadvantage that Zhu Yao had set up specifically when she invented her, and she would start to go downhill after reaching a certain point. If you simply regard the purification of the world as a task axis, she has now completed 1/5 of it. Zhu Ning blinked and asked, "You won't tell me, will you?" Bai Cheng, This was a bit complicated for the newborn, and she paused before saying stiffly, "No." Lin Xiaofeng and Pei Shu walked in the contaminated spores, which felt very strange. Where the thighs touched, the contaminated spores avoided them like flying insects. Lin Xiaofeng walked for a while, and instinctively turned back to see where Zhu Ning was. She only saw a vague shadow. Bai Cheng was with Zhu Ning. Were they talking about some secrets? Lin Xiaofeng's footsteps suddenly stuck, and she wanted to retreat immediately, but Pei Shu in front of her said, "There is a way." Lin Xiaofeng continued to follow Pei Shu's footsteps. As he said, 2 roads suddenly appeared on the left and right. The roads were extremely wide and of similar width. Because they were too small, they couldn't see the whole picture clearly. Lin Xiaofeng asked, "Which road should we take?" "A main road, 2 forked roads on both sides, a total of 3 roads." "Pei Shu, keep looking forward." Lin Xiaofeng had no choice but to continue walking with him. She could no longer see Zhu Ning's location. After half an hour, they found 2 more forked roads. Pei Shu had already outlined the picture in his mind, but it needed to be verified again. His pace unconsciously accelerated, and Lin Xiaofeng followed him laboriously. After another half an hour, the 3rd forked road opened in front of him. Pei Shu did not move forward, not doubting whether it was a ghost wall, and his guess was confirmed. The world is a giantess. They have seen blood vessels, brains, and uteruses, and now they are standing on a huge skeleton. The spine is the main road, and the forks on both sides are ribs. If the contaminated spores are regarded as blood, this is the bone marrow responsible for blood production. Chapter 377. Bone marrow is the hematopoietic tissue of humans. Judging from the current number of contaminated spores, the hematopoietic system of the female giant is functioning normally. Pei Shu is a guide, and he is best at remembering the way. Although he has not experienced Utopia completely, Zhu Ning said that he jumped from the sky gate and arrived near Utopia. This is not a coincidence or good luck at all, because the brain bones are connected to the spine. There is a scene in the horror comics he has read before, where if you turn a person's head around, the spine will be pulled out together. Although the scene is not scientific, it is actually correct to some extent. The side view of the spine is a curved, long strip composed of vertebrae, with a head on top. They just walked along the veins and walked to the corresponding position. What about the heart? Where is a beating heart? Could it be that Li wanted Lu Yuan to find the heart of the giant? Pei Shu sketched the image of the female giant in his mind. It was a little abstract before, but now it is gradually becoming concrete, as if she is really in the body of a giant. Wait, Pei Shu suddenly thought of something, his body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head. Lin Xiaofeng noticed Pei Shu's strangeness. She didn't know what Pei Shu was thinking, but she felt that his action was very abrupt. Lin Xiaofeng followed Pei Shu's line of sight, and suddenly understood that he was looking at Zhu Ning, or more precisely, at the black mucus. After they left, the contaminated spores flew again, filling the hole that Zhu Ning had swallowed at that time. Zhu Ning's figure was not very clear, but they could clearly see the black mucus crawling out from the back of her neck. The black mucus was asphalt-like, and at this time it condensed into a huge human figure. Against the background of the contaminated spores, it seemed to be stained with a layer of blood, like Zhu Ning's shadow projected on the wall, and more like a giant standing behind Zhu Ning. The giant guarded Zhu Ning and checked and balanced Zhu Ning. It was because he recognized that what he was stepping on was the skeleton of a giant, and he could hardly help imagining that the soul of this female giant was now in Zhu Ning. Along the way, they rarely participated in the discussion about whether Zhu Ning was a true god or a demon. There were only a few moments, such as purifying the polluted area, and countless alien species unfolded during the tadpole mole, which was terrifying. But these times were very short, and most of the time Zhu Ning was normal, more normal than anyone else. She mobilized the team atmosphere, analyzed the current situation, and issued instructions, and every step was very rational. But they did not forget that there was a black system in Zhu Ning's mind. Zhu Yao combined pollutants and machinery, and no one knew which pollutant the pollutants in Zhu Ning's mind came from. Since we know that the world is a female giant, this guess needs to be further developed. Where does Zhu Ning's system come from? The Alpha Series experiment is closed. Among so many test subjects, only Zhu Ning succeeded. What is the factor of success? Pei Shu has a bad guess in his mind. This is not only to walk the path Lu Yu has walked and uncover the secrets of the kingdom of God, but also to uncover the secrets of Zhu Ning as he moves forward step by step. The black mucus is shrinking, like an inflated balloon slowly collapsing. They can't see the complete shrinking process. Lin Xiaofeng hesitated, not knowing whether to go to Zhu Ning. From a distance, Zhu Ning stood up. She rubbed the back of her neck, and was talking to Bai Cheng with her head down. What are they talking about? Lin Xiaofeng couldn't help but think of going to Zhu Ning. Just as she took a step, her feet hadn't landed yet, Pei Shu suddenly pulled her shoulder. Wait! Lin Xiaofeng was startled, and when she lowered her head, she realized that she had almost stepped outside the range of the skeleton. Because of the contaminated spores, people could not see the road clearly when walking. If she walked outside the skeleton, would it trigger the rules of the contaminated area? She had been walking along the skeleton. This was not a flat place, and it was not something that could be reached by just walking. Although she did not know the specific pollution rules, she was still cautious. Pei Shu was as anxious as Lin Xiaofeng. Let's wait for them to come. Lin Xiaofeng nodded, wanting to pass the message to Zhu Ning, asking her not to step on the air, but thinking that Bai Cheng was by Zhu Ning's side, and must be more experienced, and would not make such a mistake. Lin Xiaofeng had too many thoughts in his mind, and found himself completely confused. What was Zhu Ning talking to Bai Cheng about? Zhu Ning seemed to have no problem, and walked slowly. Lin Xiaofeng was anxious when she saw her so slowly. After a long time, Zhu Ning finally arrived like a superior inspecting, and Bai Cheng behind her seemed like the little secretary she brought with her. Pei Shu was very curious about Zhu Ning's body, but he was a man. If he rashly pushed Bai Cheng aside to look, he would definitely be strangled to death by Zhu Ning. Bai Cheng could see clearly from his angle that the cracks in Zhu Ning's spine were emitting blood, and black mucus gathered on the bones, dyeing them black. The blood was spreading around in threads, but fortunately, the surroundings were all red light from the contaminated spores, so it was not very abrupt. Zhu Ning didn't tell any secrets just now, but looked at him with a loving face and said, "You will help me, right?" Bai Cheng, a plastic man, got goosebumps all over his body. He couldn't stand it. He had helped her cover up once before, so he was very skilled this time. He changed the subject and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Pei Shu gave up the idea of looking at the back of Zhu Ning's neck. No one would know if Zhu Ning didn't say it. This is bone marrow. The contaminated spores seem to be blood. By the way, don't go to other areas outside the bones. It may be dangerous. Pei Shu has never tried it, but he still summed up a less reliable rule. He roughly told his discovery. Reporting information is almost instinctive. After that, he observed Zhu Ning's reaction. She didn't react much, and was not shocked at all. So everything is connected. Zhu Ning's tone was very calm. Analysis. We arrived at the forest from the Sky Gate, met Zhou Haiqin, from the forest to Utopia, from Utopia to... Zhu Ning paused, not knowing how to name this place, and looked around. Bone marrow? Pei Shu actually thought in his mind that Zhu Ning was very rational, and could think in an orderly manner. This is a good thing. Zhu Ning asked, "Are there any other discoveries? For example, what kind of creature is here?" Some general rules are unchanging. The uterus is a basking shark, and what is the skeleton? Zhu Ning can only think of the huge blue whale, which is also a sea creature. Not sure, I didn't go any further, I was afraid I couldn't come back. Pei Shu asked, should we find a way to leave information? Pei Shu had an occupational disease, so he naturally had to leave a mark to facilitate the subsequent investigation team to enter. No need, Zhu Ning. I suspect that the people of the Kingdom of God know this place, at least someone else has been here before. The information of the Kingdom of God has always been more informed than them, even decades earlier. The people at the bottom are so stupid. They thought the information they discovered was some great secret to save the world, but in the eyes of the people of the Kingdom of God, it was just common sense of the world. Pei Shu, did Liu really leave some weapons for the young lady to fight against? Zhu Ning asked, what do you want to say? Pei Shu, what Liu left behind may be an important clue about the world. Did Liu come alone or did she form a team? Pei Shu tends to think it was a team. After all, walking outside the wall, no matter how powerful you are, it is not safe to be alone, and if one person dies, there must be others to pass on the message. So who are the members of this team? They need powerful superpowers and the top scientists. This group of people must have grasped the lifeblood of the Federation. Maybe they discovered something, and Liu returned to the Kingdom of God in the end. And she was not forced, but sacrificed voluntarily. At the beginning, she might really think that returning to the Kingdom of God would help the whole world. For example, how to save the world. Pei Shu said his guess, a little unconfident. From the perspective of the Kingdom of God, what they did to humans in other regions was not oppression, but sacrificing some people for the common interests of all mankind. The Kingdom of God created Liu Yuan in the same way. First-class citizens have not forgotten their mission. They have made a lot of efforts to find a way out for mankind. If Liu Yuan really wants to steer the new human race, he must understand the operation of the overall world. Zhu Ning nodded. That makes sense. Zhu Ning agreed too quickly. Pei Shu was not used to it, and felt that he didn't understand something. Bai Cheng suddenly said, look, the contaminated spores are still flowing. She pointed in a direction when she spoke. They had observed before that the contaminated spores would flow back when they reached a certain height. A single sample was inaccurate. Bai Cheng had specially observed along the way that the flow direction was fixed. Bai Cheng's words diverted their attention. Pei Shu, the contaminated spores here have a regular flow pattern, which proves one thing. Bai Cheng, bound by the rules of the pollution source. The contaminated spores in the bone marrow are not wild, but are constantly generated, so it presents a very strange scene, which is completely different from the contaminated spores in the outside world, and can only float to a certain height. They are all old guides, and they talk to each other very well. Bai Cheng continued to summarize. This road is not straight, but ups and downs. There is a road that is curved, like ups and downs. This further confirms the skeleton's guess. After all, the human skeleton cannot be as flat as a steel bar. Pei Shu, boldly guess, if the hematopoietic system is still functioning in a normal human body, where is the direction of blood flow? Zhu Ning naturally replied, heart. Pei Shu didn't say anything else. After he found the bone marrow, he naturally thought of this guess. This was said by Zhu Ning himself. Zhu Ning didn't feel anything when she said it, and even her emotions were a little lagging. Of course, she could detect the sight of others. The three teammates were looking at her. Zhu Ning had experienced this several times, and was particularly calm about what she was. First, she knew that she was a man-made person, and then she knew that Zhu Yao was a researcher, and the memory of the zombie world was probably false. It was quite interesting. Zhu Ning had never deliberately looked for the so-called past, but these clues emerged like mushrooms after rain, attracting her attention. This road may lead to the heart. Zhu Ning thought about this word. She naturally recalled Zhu Yao, who came to pick her up and took her home. Standing under the shade of the tree, the sun was so warm. She squatted down and looked at Zhu Ning at eye level, and once said to herself so seriously, I think you have a strong heart. A secret experimental base. Zhu Yao has been here for a long time. Her daily schedule is extremely simple. She practices shooting, reads books, and chats with Chu Qing. Chu Qing is persistent. She believes that as long as she works hard, she can melt the iceberg like Zhu Yao. She even accompanies Zhu Yao to practice at the shooting range. No matter how tight the mouth is, there will be a day when it will be loose. Chu Qing has never understood why Zhu Yao said that the Alpha series was a mistake. What is her feeling toward Zhu Ning? If she is just a test subject, why would Zhu Yao want to learn shooting? She doesn't even have any talent in this area. Chu Qing knows that she is naturally cold and has little human nature. If she were not a researcher, she might become a criminal, but this does not mean that she does not understand human feelings. Zhu Yao's behavior is very direct. This is a kind of active understanding, as if as a mother, she really wants to understand her daughter's world. Zhu Yao does not speak, but Chu Qing has her own way to find the truth. As long as something has happened, there must be clues. Even those people back then could not do it without any traces, especially when Zhu Yao was doing research in Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Sure enough, he found it. Today he visited Zhu Yao again. Zhu Yao was still in the same posture, leaning against the fireplace to read a book. She had not changed from beginning to end, as if she had been sitting here for tens of thousands of years, watching the changes in the world with cold eyes. Zhu Yao was a little old. Time had left traces on her body. She was not as well maintained as the people of the Kingdom of God. She had a few white hairs and wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. This was the normal appearance of this age. The people of the Kingdom of God could not tell their age. Zhu Yao had never resisted aging, but let it happen naturally. Zhu Yao didn't even raise his eyelids, turned a page of the book, and greeted, "Good evening." After spending so much time together, they are already very familiar with each other. Chu Qing, "Good evening." Chu Qing pulled out a chair and sat opposite Zhu Yao. There was a low coffee table in front of him, and the coffee on it was already empty. Zhu Yao looked cold, but Chu Qing couldn't hide her excitement. "I found your flaw." Zhu Yao said, not caring. Whether Chu Qing threatened her or interrogated her, it seemed that everything had nothing to do with her. Chu Qing was used to Zhu Yao's coldness and didn't feel ignored. He pushed away the empty coffee cup and put the documents on the low coffee table by himself. He just showed it in a big way. He stared at Zhu Yao's face, afraid of missing any subtle expression, and got straight to the point. "Do you have anything to say about this?" Zhu Yao slowly raised his eyes, probably guessing that Chu Qing had found some key clues to come over, but she was rarely stunned. There was an old photo on the table, and she hadn't seen this photo for a long time. It was a 6-member team, and the photo was taken just before departure. The background was blurred, and it was not clear where the photo was taken. The faces of the others were ignored. Chu Qing's attention was attracted by 2 women among them. They were very close to each other, standing in the first row, and both wearing black protective clothing. The helmet was held in her hand, revealing a clear face. The one on the left was Zhu Yao. When she was young, her temperament was not so gentle and calm, but more ambitious, as if she was confident enough to change the world. The young Zhu Yao and Zhu Ning really looked alike, and their eyes were very bright. Chu Qing knew at a glance that they were mother and daughter. The people around Zhu Yao were very conspicuous, so beautiful that normal people would take a second look when passing by, and their facial features were really too eye-catching. Liu Yu rarely took photos, and there was little relevant information in the media. The Liu family also deliberately deleted relevant information, but Chu Qing, as a divine country person, was impressed by this face. After all, Liu Yu was the most perfect natural person in the hearts of divine country people, representing the best genes of so-called natural selection. Chu Qing, you and Liu Yu were teammates. Zhu Yao maintained his original posture, his eyes lingering on the photo for a long time, as if he was lost in his own memories, and did not refute this sentence. Chapter 378. Some of the people here I don't know, they may have died a long time ago, but you and Liu Yu's face are definitely the same. Chu Qing pointed her finger at the photo, staring at Zhu Yao, making it impossible for her to deny. Before I saw your photo, I wasn't sure if Zhu Ning was your clone, but she only looked similar to you, not exactly the same. Her genes come from you, but not completely from you. What is she? Zhu Yao's eyes blinked slowly, and she subconsciously picked up the coffee cup. When she lifted it up, she realized that the cup was empty. Zhu Yao pretended that Chu Qing didn't exist, turned the half-read book upside down on the sofa, and got up to make coffee. The bar was just 3 meters away, and she didn't leave Chu Qing's sight. Chu Qing didn't worry about her escaping, because she had been detained, but her eyes were still following closely. Zhu Yao had seen all kinds of storms, and it was difficult for him to pry open Zhu Yao's mouth. He rehearsed countless plans in his mind, ready to interrogate Zhu Yao directly after she came back, and not give the other party any room to react. Where did you find it? Zhu Yao suddenly asked amid the gurgling sound of boiling coffee. Chu Qing was stunned. His plan was disrupted, but Zhu Yao was his senior, better than him in terms of professional ability and interpersonal skills, so he didn't care. Chu Qing, someone offered a high price to sell me the information. Zhu Yao didn't ask who this person was, but asked, how much? Chu Qing, 1 billion, an ID card from the 2nd district, and protection as a first-class citizen. Very valuable, Zhu Yao asked. Did you give it? Yes, Chu Qing crossed his legs and said, but he is dead too. Zhu Yao laughed out loud. She had her back to Chu Qing, so Chu Qing couldn't see her expression, and didn't know whether she was mocking or happy. Zhu Yao laughed for a while, thinking it was very funny. Once such a thing is said, no matter how much money is spent, it will be useless. Zhu Yao came back with the coffee, which was a little hot. She didn't drink it immediately. She held it with one hand, and tapped the wall of the cup with the other hand. The smile on her mouth was still there, and she just looked at Chu Qing. It was a very simple action, but Chu Qing felt a sense of pressure. As expected of a mother and daughter, Zhu Ning had also given him this kind of pressure. Chu Qing pulled his tie and felt very uncomfortable, as if he was being stared at by Zhu Yao. Zhu Yao looked at Chu Qing for a long time. Chu Qing was a genius of the latest batch, and he was a little similar to himself back then. He could explore the truth, maybe someone acquiesced, or the noise he made had not been discovered by anyone. These words would be told to someone sooner or later, but Zhu Yao didn't expect that the person he was talking to was Chu Qing. Zhu Yao said softly, "Lu Yu's team?" Chu Qing raised his eyes. It turned out that Lu Yu was the leader? He had a stereotype of women in the kingdom of God. He thought they were just vases to continue their genes. They only needed to dress up beautifully, be obedient, and participate in a few social occasions or charity events. Lu Yu's initiative exceeded his expectations. She was the leader of this team? Chu Qing asked in surprise. Not you. No. Zhu Yao. She took the initiative to find me and said that there was a scientific research project that she wanted me to participate in, and she was very anxious. I didn't even have any training. It stands to reason that scientific researchers who go out with a team will undergo simple training, such as simple shooting and combat training, but Zhu Yao has rarely had the opportunity to touch a gun in his life. The real training was only discovered by Chu Qing. Chu Qing was surprised for the second time, but it made sense. Zhu Yao cooperated surprisingly today. Maybe he felt that he had already found out here, so he might as well take the initiative to narrate. Chu Qing continued to ask, "She came to you and you agreed?" Pollution spread. Everyone had their own reasons for going out of the wall, that is, completely disregarding life and death. Zhu Yao is very famous, and she is a very authoritative expert in any era. If she comes out now, there will be a lot of institutions scrambling to hire her. People like her don't worry about money, so why did she go out of the wall? Chu Qing thought of an answer. Is it because of ideals? He put himself in her shoes, and thought that if it were him, he would be willing to go out of the wall, because he loves pollutants. Combining the situation back then, Zhu Yao and Lu Yu should have the same ideals, and they both want to understand the operating logic of this world better. Zhu Yao stirred the coffee, did not answer the question directly, and said vaguely, "I guess so. She said she could guarantee my safety." Zhu Yao continued, very arrogant, "And it's the first time someone said that to me." Chu Qing, "But she did it." Zhu Yao is still alive, and has lived to this day, with no obvious scars on her body, and has not replaced the mechanical prosthesis, which is incredible. Zhu Yao smiled, as if thinking of his old friend. "She protected me very well." Chu Qing frowned. He already knew that Lu Yu was not simple, but this level was far beyond any S-level psychic around him. Lu Yu's personal strength was definitely terrifying. He might be one of the top psychics back then. This led to another question. Why did Lu Yu end up so tragically? Chu Qing knew very little about the Lu family. He only knew that Lu Yu committed suicide. He couldn't figure out why Lu Yu would choose such a tragic way if he was so powerful. Chu Qing asked, "What kind of person is Lu Yu?" This question was very unprofessional, and too broad to be answered, but Chu Qing couldn't help it. There might be only a few people who knew about the real Lu Yu, and Zhu Yao was one of them. Lu Yu. Zhu Yao said these 3 words and then stopped, as if no words could accurately summarize it. Zhu Yao stared at the coffee. The liquid was like black mucus, reflecting Zhu Yao's face, and also reminded her of the past. She had just entered Yongsheng Pharmaceutical for the 3rd year, with a bright future, holding important projects, and was still in the confidential experimental base. Suddenly, the minister said he wanted to introduce someone to her. She walked into the living room, and saw a woman in a light purple suit. This color was difficult to control, especially in the laboratory. No one dressed so fancy, so Zhu Yao frowned when she saw her for the first time. Until Lu Yu turned around, showing a very delicate face, and smiled to herself. "Hello, Professor Zhu, I am Lu Yu." At that time, Lu Yu had just got married, and her most impressive identity was Mrs. Lu, which was also the capital for her to meet him. Zhu Yao took the business card, and after seeing the name, she was even more disgusted. She said to the minister, "Next time, don't ask me for this kind of activity, ask Xiao Lu, I'm busy." She was young and frivolous at the time, and she was always around pollutants and stayed in the laboratory all day, as if the world couldn't turn without her, and wasting a second was disrespectful to the world. Zhu Yao didn't give Lu Yu face, turned around and left, not wanting to waste time dealing with the wife of the chaebol. The minister was a little embarrassed, and wanted to persuade her to stay. Just as he opened his mouth, Lu Yu said, "Professor Zhu, I have news to share with you." Zhu Yao looked back at her, still with an impatient look in his eyes, and lowered his head to glance at his watch, meaning that she should speak quickly if she had anything to say. "Lu Yu, about Utopia, and also about the truth of the world." Zhu Yao paused in her departure, and this time she not only looked back, but also turned around. The minister saw that Zhu Yao was willing to talk, and hurriedly said, "You guys chat, I'm going out first." He closed the door, and the place became a closed space, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Zhu Yao was familiar with the place, and went to the coffee machine to pour coffee. Lu Yu said, "Can you help me pour a cup?" Her tone was very gentle, and she exuded politeness all over her body. Zhu Yao didn't say anything, and when she turned around, she brought back 2 cups of coffee, and then she saw Lu Yu smiled. It didn't look like a polite smile, it was hard to describe, it was sincere. Zhu Yao coughed lightly, still looking impatient. "Go ahead." Lu Yu took a sip of coffee, which was bitter and not fragrant. The chaebol wife did not dislike it. She seemed to have sorted out her thoughts and asked, "How much do you know about the world?" Zhu Yao thought that this question was really difficult to answer. She was in the laboratory every day looking at pollutants and staring at experimental instruments. The world was shrinking. She must know more than ordinary people, but definitely less than the upper class. Lu Yu asked again, "Do you want to change the world?" Her face was only the size of a palm, and her eyes looked particularly large, staring straight at her. Zhu Yao originally thought that this question was very second-year disease, but being stared at like this, she couldn't even laugh back. Zhu Yao answered ambiguously, "Who doesn't want to? Otherwise, she would have nothing to do here with the project, and she could find a university teacher to get a leisurely job." Lu Yu laughed and thought Zhu Yao was very interesting. "Then we have the same goal." Lu Yu said, "This world is magical. Utopia can give birth to life again." Zhu Yao was waiting for this sentence. She knew the existence of Utopia. At that time, pilgrims were quite famous. The news media regarded pilgrims as fools. There were also related jokes and spoof videos on the internet. The public looked down on this group of people, but Zhu Yao didn't think so. He could fool batches of people out. Even if it was a cult, it had its merits. Sure enough, Utopia had some natural phenomena. Some people who entered would be reborn, and the deformed would become normal again. More rules. Zhu Yao didn't know that Yongsheng Pharmaceutical had established a secret research group, so it leaked out. Zhu Yao submitted a willingness report and wanted to participate in the research, but the approval had not yet come down. Lu Yu should have seen her resume at this stage. As a chaebol family, it is estimated that they want to gather a group of scientific researchers. It turns out that Lu Yu came to recruit talents. Zhu Yao had a plan in mind and was thinking about how to deal with it. Lu Yu suddenly said, "My mother's grandmother is from Utopia." Zhu Yao's pupils widened slightly. She couldn't even figure out this relationship smoothly. Lu Yu's words were too shocking. Her first reaction was to check whether the door was closed tightly. The door was closed. Lu Yu had said hello in advance, and no one dared to come in. Today's conversation would not leave any traces. The descendants of the superpowers are deformed people. Go to Utopia for treatment. Lu Yu even blinked at her, completely ignoring Zhu Yao's reaction, and continued the story. Zhu Yao looked away, thinking to herself, of course, there would be no traces left. If she leaked the secret or refused, she would be cleared immediately. Zhu Yao looked at Lu Yu, who was still telling the story. Later, she changed. Not only did she look normal, but she even had enhanced superpowers. Zhu Yao calmed down and sorted out the information she had obtained, and asked, "Is there a pattern?" "Female, the offspring of a superpower." Lu Yu answered quickly, and was surprised that she adapted so quickly, and didn't even panic. Sure enough, she chose the right person. Zhu Yao thought about it and asked, "What about the side effects?" "The polluted world is fair to a certain extent. What you gain you lose." Lu Yu answered, "Short-lived, uncontrolled reason, enter the susceptible period after a year, and it is easy to degenerate into a pollutant." Zhu Yao pondered for a moment and glanced at Lu Yu. She looked normal. Lu Yu said, "I am more stable than previous generations, don't worry. The only way to prevent collapse is to dilute the polluted genes, and combine them with pure natural people. This is like adding flour to water, and adding water to flour. You have to explore a suitable concentration." Zhu Yao was very smart, and immediately understood the rules of operation. The existence of the kingdom of God really made sense. Lu Yu was just telling all the secrets of the kingdom of God. Zhu Yao was not naive either. The Pilgrim Utopia, including Lu Yu in front of him, were all part of the secret plan of the kingdom of God, but now they were linked together. Zhu Yao asked, "What is the principle of Utopia?" "Unknown." "Lu Yu, maybe you need to figure it out." Zhu Yao asked, "Is this why you came to me?" If that's the case, then Zhu Yao is also interested. "No, if you want to join this project, she has already submitted an application. Just let it go, and go through the official recruitment process directly. You don't have to come to her in person." "Lu Yu, no, I want you to go out with me." Zhu Yao thought she had heard wrongly. Why would a researcher like her go out? Isn't that just suicide? Scholars outside the wall need many years of training. She relies on the security of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical when she travels. "Lu Yu, I will protect you." She said it very seriously, which added more credibility to this sentence. Zhu Yao grasped the key point and asked, "Are you going too?" Lu Yu, "Yes, I lead the team." Zhu Yao was silent for a moment, and admired Lu Yu's courage. However, according to what Lu Yu said, she should have powerful superpowers, but how can she enter the kingdom of God freely? Zhu Yao has not made up her mind yet. "Lu Yu, there are 6 people in the same group, 5 of whom are superpowers, and they can protect you. We also found a guide and a team to accompany the North. The core is 6 people, and the others are pathfinders, who can be sacrificed at any time." It's just that Zhu Yao didn't understand this side at the time. She knew very little about the world outside the wall. "When?" Zhu Yao asked. "The day after tomorrow." "The day after tomorrow? This is too urgent." Zhu Yao subconsciously wanted to refuse. Business trips require 2 days' notice, but leaving the wall only requires 1 day to consider? This is not a trip. "Sorry." Lu Yu said, "I know it's urgent, but there is no time." Zhu Yao drank the coffee in one gulp. It was cold after a while, and tasted like Chinese medicine. Zhu Yao didn't like cold coffee. She rubbed her eyebrows, and tried to make her mind clear. "If you agree too quickly, you will die outside the wall, but if you don't agree, you may die now." Zhu Yao asked, "So what about the mission?" Lu Yu thought that she probably agreed. People who don't want to agree won't ask so many questions. The less you know, the easier it is to quit. According to the information Zhu Yao knows now, the end of her refusal will be death. "Lu Yu, there is a road below Utopia. There is another space below. We need to enter and explore. Maybe this is the truth of the world." Zhu Yao took a deep breath. The news was more explosive than the other, and it was almost beyond her tolerance. No wonder Lu Yu asked her how much she knew about the world. Strangely, the more she knew, the faster her heartbeat became, and her body reacted very excitedly. Of course, she was interested. Zhu Yao asked in a deep voice, "Who is the source of the news?" This was the last question she needed to confirm, whether the news was accurate. Lu Yu mentioned a name, and that was the first time Zhu Yao knew this person, Chen Qihong. Chapter 379. Chen Qihong? Zhu Yao asked, "Your investigator?" This name sounds too ordinary. Zhu Yao subconsciously thought it was the name of an investigator outside the wall. However, generally, any news found is reported by a certain team. Because it is dangerous outside the wall, it is difficult to summarize the credit on a specific person. Why did Lu Yu focus on the 3 words Chen Qihong? Lu Yu smiled. "No, our investigation team." Zhu Yao immediately reacted. As expected, every time Lu Yu revealed something, it was a big deal. She asked, "The pollutant named Chen Qihong?" Lu Yu looked at Zhu Yao with admiration. As expected, she was an expert in dealing with pollutants. She could see the problem at a glance, and had a very active mind. "Lu Yu, they are a group of pollutants. You can think of them as a shared database. You can read everyone's investigation notes by knowing only one of the interfaces." Interface, a very interesting description. While Zhu Yao was talking to her, he had automatically generated a file in his mind. The pollutant Chen Qihong, the number is unknown. The pollution method is to infect humans into investigators. If it can reach the level Lu Yu said, then his accurate infection method should be that all contaminated objects must investigate the truth, write investigation notes, complete the mission, and never stop. In this way, the information can be accurate and selfless, and the notes of the previous Chen Qihong can be used by the next one. If such a pollutant really exists, it should be more beneficial to all mankind. After all, it is more efficient than any existing investigation team. Zhu Yao is very curious about how Chen Qihong operates. Do they use the same database and have a brain that commands together? After all, There must be someone who can take charge and judge that a certain area is more worthy of exploration. Zhu Yao. No, Qin Shi Huang should also be a person, or in other words, he should have a subject that can think. Zhu Yao looked calm, and her tone was a statement, not a question, as if she had already gotten the answer and did not need a second proof. This time Lu Yu was even more surprised. Zhu Yao's sensitivity was a bit too much. She only knew such a little thing, and could restore the general facts without any deviation. And Zhu Yao was very young. If such a person was not brought into her team, Lu Yu thought it would be best to deal with him as soon as possible, otherwise it would be very dangerous. Zhu Yao asked, "How did you contact?" If Qin Shi Huang is really a pollutant, there is a high probability that he will have to pay a certain price for use. What did Lu Yu pay? Lu Yu. I know one of the interfaces. Zhu Yao felt that Lu Yu was hiding something and asked, "Can't you say it?" Lu Yu smiled and replied, "Secret." Lu Yu had a special style when she smiled. Her curly hair made her look very soft, and her eyes seemed to contain countless secrets, which were her weapons of attack. The subtext is that knowing too much is not good for you. Zhu Yao shut up. They have already had several confrontations, and she just lost temporarily. I can compensate you with an answer. Lu Yu took a sip of coffee, and like a gift from a chaebol to a researcher, she generously said that she could compensate. Zhu Yao didn't care. Then you compensate. Lu Yu felt that many rhetoric was ineffective in front of Zhu Yao. She only cared about the results, not the means used. Lu Yu, I can tell you about your colleagues in advance. One of your colleagues is surnamed Hua. Hua? Zhu Yao asked, Hua family? Sure enough, this trip was not simple. Zhu Yao guessed that each family would send someone to follow the team. If they found any great secrets, they would not miss this opportunity. However, the Hua family is famous for prediction. Since they can go out, they should have predicted that they will get some valuable information this time. Zhu Yao is also very interested in the mysterious Hua family. This family seems to have some undisclosed inheritance. The old witch's prediction is extremely accurate. Some people say that she has mastered the direction of the Federation and is the best prophet. Lu Yu, yes, Hua Jinsheng's biological daughter is called Hua Huaying, a professional scholar outside the wall. Hua Huaying. Zhu Yao has not heard of this name. Different fields are like different mountains. She is immersed in scientific research. Some things are clear, and some things are blind spots, but the Hua family should be able to find them. Lu Yu pulled up a photo and handed her the secondary brain. You can get acquainted with her first. At first glance, Zhu Yao only thought that her hair was very long and she was wearing a protective suit. It was probably taken after the mission. There was a long braid hanging on her chest, almost to her waist. Zhu Yao had heard that the Hua family grew their hair long, and this should be the symbol of the Hua family. Hua Huaying's temperament was not as gentle as Lu Yu's. She was even more cold, as if a line of words was written on her face. I'm busy. Please speak quickly if you have something to say. Zhu Yao actually felt that he would get along well with Hua Huaying. At first glance, they had a good temper. Has Hua Huaying inherited the old witch's ability? If so, there is a profit in the team, and the chances of winning have increased again. Zhu Yao knows nothing about the astronomy and geography that scholars outside the wall need to study, so it is very convenient to bring scholars outside the wall around. Zhu Yao and Hua Huaying are both scholars, and the rest are probably the most powerful people with abilities in their respective fields. What is Lu Yu's ability? Lu Yu asked. Do you have any other questions? Their conversation became more and more fluent, and any questions Zhu Yao had would be answered at this stage. Yes. Zhu Yao wanted to drink coffee, but found that it was empty, and said, It's just a personal question. I'm just curious. It's okay if you don't want to answer. Oh. Lu Yu was very curious about Zhu Yao. She thought she would ask about her superpowers. Zhu Yao, I still don't understand why you want to go out. Lu Yu hummed, her tone slightly rising, and she didn't understand it at the first time, and asked, What? Zhu Yao, it sounds like I don't think you need to take risks yourself. She quickly caught the most unreasonable point. The team has scholars from outside the wall, pollutant experts, half a doctor, and powerful superpowers. This combination is already very sufficient. If utopia is true, Lu Yu, as a very important new human being with a strong responsibility to breed, and a member of the Lu family, can sit in the back and reap the fruits. Why must she go out? Lu Yu understood this time. She was silent, her lips tightly pursed, and one hand stroked the wall of the coffee cup, as if she was thinking about how to answer. For a while, the room was very quiet, with only the ticking sound of Zhu Yao's watch. Zhu Yao felt that the question she asked was more valuable than the previous one, or in other words, it hit the opponent's soft spot more. Lu Yu laughed. If this was a confrontation, she would probably have lost, so her tense body gradually relaxed and whispered, "Because I don't have time." Zhu Yao frowned. "What do you mean by no time? Lu Yu is dying?" Lu Yu's fingertips gently touched the coffee cup, and Zhu Yao noticed her movements. Lu Yu was Mrs. Lu. After etiquette training, she was very particular about her gestures. This question triggered many small movements of her, which seemed to make her uneasy or difficult to speak. "It's almost time for me to give birth," Lu Yu said slowly. After such a long conversation, Zhu Yao didn't know how to ask for the first time. "What is the time for giving birth? Is this time set by humans? Lu Yu can't resist? Or did it happen naturally? Lu Yu is already pregnant? So there is no time?" Zhu Yao couldn't help but look at her abdomen, but Lu Yu's body was half covered by the conference table. Zhu Yao immediately felt very rude after glancing over, and stopped the action immediately. Lu Yu caught her moving away, but didn't care about it. She even put her hand on her abdomen, as if there was really a life forming under her flat belly. "Once I give birth, my ability will be eroded and gradually die." Her tone was very gentle, as if she was talking about other people, or their common fate, and she was no different. Zhu Yao tightened her hand holding the coffee cup, and she understood what the so-called side effects were. The new human beings represented by Lu Yu will definitely lose themselves in the process of inheritance. Just like Utopia has assumed the function of a womb, people like Lu Yu who have utopian blood flowing in their bodies cannot escape this mission. Recalling the pollution logic of Utopia, it gradually became clear, and also answered the question that Zhu Yao did not understand. Are the women who were transformed by Utopia really saved? From another perspective, are they polluted? It's just that they are no longer deformed in appearance, and from the perspective of humans, they seem to have benefited, such as powerful superpowers. But from the perspective of pollutants, they don't care about appearance at all, and they don't have the human concept of beauty and ugliness. Pollutants have a basic tendency, which is to find ways to pollute others. The pollutant under Utopia probably chose the right human to spread its pollution. Utopia makes them stronger, but the total amount of energy has not changed. During pregnancy, her abilities are being eaten away and decomposed. As the number of pregnancies increases, Lu Yu will gradually become as weak as an ordinary person. No, it may be worse than ordinary people. The superpowers back then were overdrawn, and the backlash was extremely painful. She will be gradually eaten by her own child. And it is eaten in the physical sense, unable to resist. Lu Yu did not reveal how it works specifically. Zhu Yao guessed that the best child born by Lu Yu would inherit all her advantages, and get the same abilities as Lu Yu. Correspondingly, the more the child gets, the more Lu Yu will be eaten. How will Lu Yu look at her child at that time? The child is getting stronger day by day, and she is getting weaker day by day. Will she feel that you are a part of me? You have my blood and flesh in you, and I am reborn in your body? They will become the most complicated mother and daughter in the world. There will be love, but there should also be a little hatred. There must be a little hatred to make sense, because mental pain is difficult to control. Even if you make every effort, brainwash yourself to love her day after day, it won't work. It's not something that can be resisted by just the word love. People who have never had superpowers will not understand such a world, but it is the most cruel to have obtained and lost it. The world in the eyes of superpowers is completely different from that of ordinary people. They are another species. They need a strong empathy to understand ordinary humans. Although it is not as exaggerated as the relationship between God and ants, it is completely okay to compare it to a pack of wolves and a flock of sheep. This is why the Federation has introduced relevant policies. Superpowers can only be sixth-class citizens, and the Kingdom of God has even created a collar to restrain superpowers. Lu Yu wore a string of pearl necklaces on her elegant swan neck, which was luxurious and beautiful, but there was an invisible yoke that had been buckled around her neck. Lu Yu understood the direction of her destiny, probably because she had seen it on her mother. Lu Yu's affair might be a mission, or an interest, or a strong yearning for the outside world, or she wanted to find another possibility for her life outside the wall. She definitely wanted to go to Utopia again, and see the source of her mission, like a private pilgrimage, a trip that only belonged to her. Lu Yu's life had an invisible countdown, and the hourglass was falling down little by little. She couldn't pretend that she couldn't see it, and her life planning must be based on this countdown. So Lu Yu had to do something before this, and she had to do it immediately when she still had the ability, otherwise it would be too late. Zhu Yao could understand, and didn't ask more questions. It was enough to get to this point. After all, it was just a conversation, not a battle, and there was no so-called winning or losing. Zhu Yao stood up, extended a hand to Lu Yu, and said respectfully, "I have no questions, and it's a pleasure to work with you." Lu Yu did not shake the hand, but asked, Because you sympathize with me? Because you pity her? Do you agree because you think she is dying? But that is understandable. Lu Yu often uses this method to achieve her goals, and showing weakness is mostly useful. No. Zhu Yao, for the truth of the world. Zhu Yao is a researcher. In her eyes, there is not much difference between humans and pollutants. Lu Yu is not a high-value new human. Beauty and ugliness are not important, and whether she can give birth to life is not important. She is just a life. Zhu Yao's eyes are extremely calm, which makes people feel safe. In other words, Lu Yu sees equality and respect in her eyes, which is very rare. In Lu Yu's life, most of the gazes she has received are looking down or looking up, and she rarely gets a level gaze. So Lu Yu shook her hand with his backhand. Chapter 380. Xu Ning followed the direction of the contaminated spores, and should have walked to the heart. But for some reason, the further he walked, the fewer contaminated spores there were. They could almost reach his chest, but now they couldn't even reach his calves. Most of the contaminated spores only floated at the height of the shoe surface, like a dried-up stream. As the blood-red spores became sparse, the light became weaker, and they had to turn on a strong flashlight for auxiliary lighting. Pei Shu, is this part of the bone marrow necrotic? It's like a river, with abundant water in the upper reaches, and the riverbed gradually dries up in the lower reaches, as if the water source can't flow to this position at all. Pei Shu squatted down and touched the surface of the skeleton he was stepping on. The sticky touch before was reduced and became drier. They thought that the end point of the contaminated spore flow was the heart. From this point of view, the heart must be in a very bad state. The body of this female giant is gradually dying, which is in line with their long-standing speculation. Pei Shu collected data again. In fact, data collection was useless at this point. There must have been more professional teams here that year, and they had brought enough samples back to the Federation. The Federation not only has original data, but also professional reports, derivative experiments, and even mature combat plans based on the data. This series has the most professional people participating, but Pei Shu still collects data. It's different. The elite team came before, and they are now barely a ragtag team. The ragtag team is also qualified to bring back the truth. Xu Ning did not stop him, and acquiesced to Pei Shu's little action, and even stopped and waited patiently. But as they went deeper, the flashlight detector also captured more human traces, which were garbage left by humans. The expedition team, outside the wall, did not have the habit of disposing of garbage with them. After all, saving lives was the most important thing. Basically, wherever they went, there was pollution. There were magazines and injection bottles all over the ground, and there was even an unopened tent with several helmets scattered. Injection. Pei Shu flipped through it. There was no date printed on it. He looked at the box and commented, "High-end goods." Xu Ning wanted to ask how high-end it was, but he glanced at it and understood. He had used it when he went to Lu Yuan's house. It was a black technology belonging to the upper class. Only the top elites had it. It was not circulated on the market, and the healing speed was faster. Xu Ning was like visiting a rich man's house. The luxury goods he saw once would be remembered for the rest of his life. As for how expensive that thing was, Xu Ning could not afford it later anyway. This was in line with Lu Lu's identity and Mrs. Lu's positioning. The things she used for travel were the best. Pei Shu was more familiar with it as a lackey. It's at least 25 or 26 years. No production date does not mean that it cannot be inferred. This kind of packaging has been eliminated. The popular pattern is simpler now. Xu Ning thought about this era. Lu Yuan was the same age as him. When Liu came in, she should not have given birth yet. Pei Shu swept the area with his flashlight. The garbage here was particularly eye-catching. The colorful bottles and jars were definitely not left by one person. But why is it so well preserved? This is simply an exhibition hall. There is no dust on the garbage. Pei Shu soon thought again. There are only polluted spores in this broken place. Moreover, it is on the seabed. How can there be dust? Pei Shu, it can be confirmed that there are more than one person. It is really a team. There must be a lot of people. When they came down, they only saw a flying bird. It was a pattern deliberately carved by Lu Yu. It was considered a secret code. Because it was blocked by the ocean of polluted spores, the area carved was larger, and it was different from the things in front of them. The traces of the past remain, which is the most direct evidence. In addition to them, humans have reached the underground of Utopia. Bai Cheng was at a farther distance, shining a flashlight along a long mark, and whispered, "There are bullet marks. From left to right, the range is very close, and it may be close enough to the enemy's position." Bai Cheng restored the scene at that time in his heart. As she walked and groped, The traces under her hands became deeper and deeper, and it was about 10 centimeters deep. Bai Cheng touched the wound and seemed to be able to sense the past. There was an explosion. Assuming that Lu Yu had brought a team down, they should have clashed with something when they arrived at this location. Bai Cheng asked, "Enemy?" "So far, there has been no danger. This place cannot be without any danger. Either it has not been encountered, or it has been purified, and the pollutants have long died," Bai Cheng said and looked around quickly. There was no boundary in the underground. They didn't even know where they were, and how long it would take to reach the end. It was like being exiled underground. As long as they stopped talking, there was only the sound of waves around. What dangers might be hidden in the depths of darkness? Are the creatures that ambushed Lu Yu's team still there? Zhu Ning. It could also be an internal conflict. Bai Cheng was silent. Indeed, conflicts do not only occur between people and pollutants, but people are more likely to conflict with people. For example, uneven distribution of spoils, different ideologies, or simply killing in passion. When people are angry, they can do anything. Suppose Lu Yu's team discovered something incredible, and they have serious internal disagreements, to the point where they have to take action? What was the ending? Who won? It shouldn't be Lu Yu. Judging from the way she died, she seemed to be the loser. It was quite interesting. They inexplicably entered the underground of Utopia, and actually walked on Lu Yu's old path, trying to restore the truth bit by bit. Bai Cheng continued to search along the traces of the explosion. Professionals can see the location of the detonation point based on the traces. Bai Cheng's memory is limited, and she is not even a novice. Part of her memory often disappears, as if there is an automatic program in her brain, deleting old things when you are not paying attention, and you don't know it yourself. As Bai Cheng walked, there was a puff under her feet. She must have stepped on something foreign. She was stunned for a moment, and didn't know what expression to make. The corpse, to be precise, was a corpse, with only a piece of rotten meat, like the product of an explosion, with a string hanging sparsely on the edge, very bloody. The reason why she had the concept of bloodiness was that this piece of meat was very fresh. There should not be many people coming to the bottom of Utopia. The last time they set foot in the forbidden area was led by Lu Yu. They were the second team after many years. The corpse under Bai Cheng's feet was so fresh that it seemed to have just died, as if it was preserved by something special. She moved her feet expressionlessly, took a half step back, and let her right hand drop. The person closest to her was Lin Xiaofeng, but he was also about 700 to 800 meters away. The light here was weak, and there was almost no pollution spore lighting around. Bai Cheng's lowered hand blocked half of the flashlight, so her back seemed to be half submerged. Bai Cheng closed her eyes. She was communicating with the corpse. The more complete the corpse was, the better. The more fragmented the corpse was, the harder it was to sense, and it required great patience. The body fragments sensed by her can even be pieced together. Bai Cheng worked as a mortician for a while, accommodating corpses. There are corpses scattered in her world. Bones and pieces of meat are not scary, and even a little cute. Suddenly, Bai Cheng's index finger trembled, and the body fragment closest to her also trembled its flesh and blood in response. Very good, it can be sensed. Bai Cheng expanded the range. For a while, the body fragments within 2 meters were shaking. The scene was a bit divine, and a bit crazy, so Zhu Ning and the others could only watch from behind. It was like watching a bloody performance, or to put it more romantically, a symphony of corpse fragments. How many people have died? What happened again? Zhu Ning and the other two immediately entered a state of alert. If the person was killed by pollutants, he might not be dead yet. Bai Cheng sensed an elbow. The bones at the joint moved and made a click, as if the person had been dead for many years, and someone had straightened his bones. The body parts were gradually being pieced together, pulled by an invisible force. There were more than one body, and Bai Cheng was like a master, picking and choosing among them, and actually knew which part belonged to whom. More and more bodies gathered towards her, and Bai Cheng's movements became faster and faster, but suddenly stopped. The master of improvisation suddenly stopped, and the action was so abrupt that even Zhu Ning couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Bai Cheng remained in the original position without moving, and his hands were still in the air, like a ballet figure frozen in a music box. Zhu Ning came over and asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Cheng's reaction was even greater than Zhu Ning had imagined. His face, as delicate as a puppet, was tense, as if it was frozen by a layer of ice, and it was difficult to mobilize muscles. Bai Cheng spun his hand, and Zhu Ning felt the pile of corpses in the distance rustle, as if there were some living creatures underneath. Zhu Ning raised her hand, fearing that a monster would come out, but she heard a puff, and something was pulled out by Bai Cheng, and in the blink of an eye it fell into Bai Cheng's hand. Is that a plastic bag? Zhu Ning saw only a bright red piece at first glance, as if she went to the vegetable market to buy pig hearts, and the boss took a red plastic bag to help her put it in, because there seemed to be something squirming inside. XX years ago. The appointment for the day after tomorrow is coming soon, and Zhu Yao needs to go out of the wall. This is the craziest thing she has ever done. So far, she doesn't know the full list of her teammates. Lu Yu, as a team leader, will not take care of everything, so she left on the same day, and the subsequent itinerary is all coordinated by a personal assistant. At 4 o'clock in the morning of the day after tomorrow, before dawn, she was taken to the F-03 entrance of the north wall. She was thrown on the high wall like a package, and the helicopter took off with the propeller scraping. Zhu Yao later heard that she was filling in someone's vacancy, and the original researcher suddenly went crazy and couldn't come, so Lu Yu was so anxious. After she landed, she found that she didn't know anyone. Some people gathered together in protective clothing from the North Transfer, and another group of people should be from aristocratic families. They all knew each other, and were chatting about something. Lu Yu was not there, and it was estimated that she would appear closer to departure. To be honest, Zhu Yao didn't even know whether Lu Yu could successfully get out of the wall, since she knew the so-called fertility time limit. Zhu Yao didn't like to stand out in the crowd, so she found a chair and sat down. This was a temporary shed, and the assistant who followed her was not very familiar. Zhu Yao took this opportunity to observe the people around him. The risk factor of going out of the wall was very high. He might die from pollutants, and of course, he might die from teammates. Lu Yu didn't reveal who the others were, probably for some reason. She hadn't seen the so-called other core members, nor had she seen Hua Huaying, the only person she could recognize. When Zhu Yao asked, the assistant would patiently explain that this was someone, a master in a certain field. If they met someone they were not familiar with, they would look up their information and give Zhu Yao a professional explanation. Zhu Yao memorized the names one by one in her mind, and when she glanced at a person in the corner, her eyes were immediately drawn away. It's not that this woman is so beautiful. After meeting Lu Yu, it's hard for ordinary people to be amazed. But her temperament is very special. The whole person has an indescribable stiffness, as if a doll has become a spirit, and the joints of her limbs are all made of wood, so her movements are not smooth. When she tilted her head, the movement was very large, even a little exaggerated, as if the doll in the window bowed its head gently. Her face was not very good either, pale and indifferent. She was definitely not in the same world as the others. She should not belong to any family, and she didn't look like a northerner. She noticed Zhu Yao's gaze, raised her head, calmed down, looked over with her dark eyes, and then slowly revealed a huge and stiff smile. A little creepy, like a perverted killer. Lu Yu personally organized the team and checked it personally. Everyone who appeared here had their own reasons. Zhu Yao didn't say hello to her. She didn't want to talk to suspicious people, so she whispered, "Excuse me, who is this?" The assistant looked over, dizzy after getting up early in the morning, and saw a smiling face when she looked up. She didn't get Zhu Yao's greeting, and she was a little puzzled. She didn't put down her raised hand, as if she wouldn't stop until she got it. The assistant almost forgot the list he had memorized in his mind. He gritted his teeth and greeted her. Seeing that the other side put away her smile, he swallowed his saliva and replied, "Our guide outside the wall, very professional." After all, there were so many people, and so many things to do. The assistant forgot for a moment. He had to communicate with so many people in a day. He lowered his head to flip through his own subbrain. The more he flipped, the faster his fingers moved. He was a little anxious, afraid that people would think he was unprofessional. "What's her name?" "Wait for me to find it." "Oh, Bai Cheng." The assistant finally found a life-saving straw and said with a sigh of relief, "Her name is Bai Cheng, our immortal." XX years later, in the unfathomable underground of Utopia, Bai Cheng lowered his eyes and looked at the plastic bag in his hand. "My heart." Bai Cheng spoke mechanically. Zhu Ning was stunned. Bai Cheng opened a corner of the plastic bag. There was still plastic inside. The plastic was layered inside. She was just a thing assembled by plastic. If someone had studied her body structure, blood, flesh, and bone joints were all plastic layers. Zhu Ning had never seen it. In the past, it was always an emergency. Bai Cheng's body was a durable consumable. She would escape immediately after use, and her body would remain where it was. Zhu Ning had no idea how the bodies left there would be dealt with in the end. Plastics would not degrade, and would most likely remain as they were, becoming part of the contaminated area. Bai Cheng had died here once before. Bai Cheng held her heart, her face still cold. No one else spoke, and she slowly said, "I've been here." It seemed that some lost memories were awakened during the connection. Bai Chung established a connection with the dead heart, and the memory and reality overlapped briefly. A team of figures appeared in front of her. The team led by Lu Yu wore protective helmets, and came down from Utopia with wounds. More than half of them were lost, and the incomplete team was passing by them. Bai Chung looked at one of them, and the past memories seemed to happen in front of her. There was a person who looked exactly like her. Bai Chung had been here before, and was also a guide back then. She was the one who brought Lu Yu in. Chapter 381. Bai Chung, the Immortal. Zhu Yao didn't have a clear feeling when he knew this title. The first time he saw the operation of the Immortal, he had already gone out of the wall. It was the 11th day after going out of the wall. They chose a city to rest temporarily. This city should be an international metropolis before the end of the world. The office buildings and overpasses are full of technology, and the style of the buildings is very close to the Federation. They entered the city at night, trying to find a shelter, and suddenly heard a rustling sound similar to an hourglass. When they reacted, several cars had already fallen into the desert. The asphalt road disappeared, and the ground they stepped on was basically sand. The polluted area merged the desert and the city. After the end of the world, many impossible things came true. In the past, such scenes could only appear in mirages. The city did not exist at all. It was just another projection, but it was more real. The wind and sand were too strong, and the flying car could not take off smoothly. There was no water in the desert, and Lu Yu's water system ability was completely ineffective. One after another, people fell into the desert, and some died to protect Lu Yu. Death was easy. Most people hid in the flying car, which was bigger and would sink a little slower. Suddenly, they saw someone getting off the car in the wind and sand. Bai Chung untied the suitcase she was carrying. She had no more belongings and occupied a car by herself. There were 6 mysterious suitcases in the trunk. After she opened it, others knew that it was all Bai Chung. She released 3 identical versions of herself. Bai Chung did not wear a protective helmet. The desert under her feet was golden. Everyone could only see her back in the wind and sand. 3 Bai Cheng stood in the desert, occupying 3 corners respectively. She was an army by herself. She stretched out her arms expressionlessly. At that time, her calves had sunk into the sand, but she seemed to be completely unaware of it. Then, her movements were crisp and clear, and the 3 of them were in unison, with their right hands gently clenched into fists. The next moment, a corpse in the desert straightened up its upper body. 1, 2, 3 corpses in the desert popped up like mushrooms after rain. Bai Chung standing in the desert will no longer be alone. The countless corpses are her kind. Her figure is submerged in the army of the undead. She built a road to escape with the bones, and Lu Yu's team walked towards the road she built. The 3 Bai Chengs did not evacuate in time. After seeing the team leave, their eyes were submerged by the wind and sand and gradually sank into the ground. The first Bai Chung Zhu Yao saw died in the contaminated area, and the Bai Chung who left the desert was just a spare in the suitcase. After the storm, the team found a suitable shelter. When everyone rested, Zhu Yao started to get busy. Zhu Yao was half a doctor in the team, and she was used to the unpredictable life and death outside the wall. Zhu Yao was so busy that her head was dizzy, and the assistant reminded her to take a break first. Zhu Yao agreed without thinking. Most people in the team have some minor habits, such as smoking and eating candy. Zhu Yao didn't have them before, but now she has them after the torture outside the wall. She went to breathe oxygen. Zhu Yao walked to the corner with the oxygen tank in her arms, and found that there was already another person here. Bai Chung piled up 3 suitcases high and sat on them, as if he was traveling and waiting for takeoff at the airport. The 3 suitcases were the remaining stock. The new Bai Chung was still in the adaptation period, and his movements were so mechanical that they could not be ignored. The previous commander sacrificed himself, and the current Bai Chung took over her duties. Bai Chung tilted his head, and his eyes turned coldly, falling on Zhu Yao. It's really different. The last Bai Chung would greet people, but this one is like a killer. The corner is a bit narrow. Zhu Yao walked to the opposite side of her, and the 2 were less than 2 meters apart, as if they met in a smoking room. Zhu Yao leaned against the wall, and took 2 breaths of oxygen. In fact, oxygen is not important. What is important is the action of breathing, and deep breathing helps to relax. Zhu Yao's face looked better, and Bai Chung was sitting opposite, so she naturally asked, "Do you need medical assistance?" It was a very good opening remark, and no one in the team would refuse, but Bai Chung refused, mechanically saying, "No." The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Zhu Yao coughed lightly and asked, "How do you deal with your memory?" Bai Cheng did not answer immediately, but looked at Zhu Yao again, as if he saw her for the first time. Zhu Yao's appearance is very clean. Although it is difficult to ensure that there are no stains on her body when walking outside the wall, her collar is always the neatest, and even if she just took off her helmet, her hair is combed meticulously. Her protective suit always fits her well. She doesn't wear a white coat, but it seems like she has an invisible white coat on her body. Zhu Yao always carries a pen with her. If she wears a white coat, she should put it in her pocket, but she puts it in her chest pocket when she is wearing a protective suit. Weapons should be placed there. Bai Cheng, why do you carry a pen? Zhu Yao looked down and said, oh some small habits, representing human civilization. The polluted world is barbaric, believing in the law of the jungle, and the law of the jungle. Carrying a pen can remind oneself that no matter what the situation is, one must stick to the bottom line, and not lose human civilization. Bai Cheng thought it was boring and childish. He didn't carry a weapon but a pen. The atmosphere was silent again. Zhu Yao felt that the other party didn't want to talk to her, probably because she didn't say hello to Bai Cheng last time. After a while, Bai Cheng suddenly said, it can't be stored, it will disappear naturally. Is she answering her last question? Zhu Yao listened attentively, and the more she listened, the more interesting it was. Bai Cheng's brain would actually choose which parts to delete. There is not enough storage space. This is indeed a necessary step, otherwise the whole person will freeze. If Bai Cheng was formed naturally, it would be the most perfect work of the creator. Zhu Yao asked, so you don't have any previous memories at all? Zhu Yao couldn't imagine how such a person could live. A slight loss of memory would have affected his life. He was losing memory all the time. Isn't it that there is a monster in his brain that is always devouring his memory? How should Bai Cheng adapt to society? But Bai Cheng has been living outside the wall for many years, so she doesn't need to adapt to society. Bai Cheng nodded. Zhu Yao suddenly understood that such a person was willing to sacrifice countless times to be their guide. Was he actually looking for memories? Does Bai Cheng have his own unique purpose in going to Utopia? Zhu Yao asked. So you went to Utopia? Bai Cheng did not answer, but cast a warning look. Her eyelids could not be controlled by herself, so the expression looked sinister. Zhu Yao felt rejected and changed the question directly. Who among you will judge who sacrifices? There were too many people asking this question, and Bai Cheng answered without thinking, whoever benefits will sacrifice. Zhu Yao asked, what if they are the same? Bai Cheng looked at her inexplicably, as if Zhu Yao was stupid, and retorted, you think like a computer. Computer programs need to be designed like this, with priorities sorted. Bai Cheng boasts that she is a more advanced species. She is just a mechanical body, but her mind is very active. Zhu Yao did not feel offended, but nodded. Yes, what I want is computer thinking. Bai Cheng has never dealt with scientific researchers at close range. She is afraid of being captured for research, so she usually stays away. Zhu Yao is a person from another world to her. Bai Cheng asked stiffly, what are you researching? Yes. Zhu Yao admitted it, thought for a while, and said in a language that ordinary people can understand, I want to create a combination of organisms, pollutants and machinery. Can it be combined? The more Bai Cheng looked at Zhu Yao, the more he looked like an idiot. Scientists are indeed all crazy. What do you want to combine them for? Purify the world. Zhu Yao gave these 4 words very confidently. Bai Cheng went to see Zhu Yao. Zhu Yao had always left her with a distant impression. This person was not very close to anyone, like an aloof scientist. But when she talked about this topic, there seemed to be light in her eyes. She was talking about her ideal, to create a combination of pollutants and machinery, and to use the rationality of machinery to control the chaos and disorder of pollutants. She is an idealist, Bai Cheng simply labeled her, and she is also the most prolific group of people in that era. Various thoughts collided, various talents emerged, and the world was brand new every day. Zhu Yao is very interesting, but not uncommon. Too many people want to save the world. Bai Cheng, very powerful. Although I don't understand, I don't think Zhu Yao is stupid this time. It's not me who proposed it. Zhu Yao said, this idea is no longer new. Many people have this idea, and some have even tried it. In our world, the inspiration proposed is not valuable. It is more powerful to be able to do it, and history only remembers the successful ones. Bai Cheng asked, what's the difficulty? Memory. Zhu Yao said, this is what I want to learn from you, to figure out how your memories work together. Although you are losing your memory, it doesn't affect you. Bai Cheng is not good at social relationships, and now he also understands the main intention. It turns out that Zhu Yao approached him because of this. After all, Zhu Yao had no interest in him before, and didn't even respond to the first greeting. He took the initiative to talk to him after seeing the truth about the suitcase. Bai Cheng is still learning human manners, but this Zhu Yao, who looks very polite, is actually a bit rude. Zhu Yao felt Bai Cheng's rejection when she said this. She didn't hate exchanges. If both parties benefit, it's called cooperation. She explained, "Don't worry, I'm not studying you. It's an inspiration." The fundamental reason why Zhu Yao was willing to go out of the wall was that she had reached a bottleneck in her experiment. She needed to look for inspiration everywhere, like a painter needs to go to the forest to collect inspiration. Bai Cheng said, "Oh, she really doesn't like being treated as a research subject." Bai Cheng thought for a moment and asked, "Is memory difficult?" Zhu Yao actually started chatting with her. Whether in theory or practice, memory cannot be solved. It is easy to be found to be fake. Assuming that such a combination can really exist, how should it view itself? Should it be given an independent personality and so on? Bai Cheng wondered why it was so troublesome and asked, "Can't we just blank the memory?" The sweeping robot also has no memory. It only needs to be able to sweep the floor. Similarly, it can perform tasks. It is difficult for outsiders to understand the hard work involved. Zhu Yao probably really wanted to get something from Bai Cheng, and patiently explained, "With a blank memory, we will not be able to control the personality of this experimental subject. Is it good or bad? How can it serve us?" Bai Cheng was confused. "Are you afraid it will destroy the world? We may create a savior, and of course we will create a demon." Zhu Yao's eyes gradually became complicated. If it is a demon that destroys the world, Zhu Yao cannot even be responsible for it. Bai Cheng felt Zhu Yao's ambition. "Do you want to be the mother of the savior?" "There is nothing wrong with admitting it," Zhu Yao asked. "No?" "Yes." Bai Cheng has some impressions of titles, all learned from old textbooks. Generally people with great success will be named similar titles, such as the father of artificial intelligence. Zhu Yao wants to be the mother of XX. In order to achieve achievements that affect the world in a certain field, scientists need to be ambitious. Ambitious people are more likely to adapt to the world and naturally have all the fame and reputation. Zhu Yao is very arrogant. Bai Cheng felt this. She didn't even hide it, and showed her arrogance generously. Bai Cheng concluded, "So it must have memories, an independent personality, and at the same time conform to the human definition of kindness? And can it serve you?" "Almost." Bai Cheng sneered, feeling that the humans inside the wall were greedy. "Then isn't it pitiful? Every memory is carefully woven, and it is required to be like a human and to serve humans." Although Bai Cheng has memory problems and always loses memory, at least the parts she can recall belong to herself, and they are all what she has experienced. Zhu Yao was silent. The question of whether the experimental subject is pitiful is very complicated and cannot be explained in a few words. "Do you think the sweeper is pitiful? Normal people should stop talking at this stage." Bai Cheng couldn't understand people's faces and said, "Then how should you view it? As your precious child?" Zhu Yao firmly denied, "No, we can't have feelings. After the mission is over, the product must be scrapped. As long as there is peace, the human world will no longer need such power, otherwise it will trigger a new war." Bai Cheng has his own judgment on humans. Zhu Yao is the kind of person she doesn't like to get close to. Bai Cheng is congenitally deficient, but Zhu Yao's indifference is simply integrated into her bones. Someone in the distance called Zhu Yao over. As a team doctor, she needs to continue to help. Zhu Yao agreed, put down the equipment in her hand, and said casually, "By the way, can I leave your contact information?" Bai Cheng said coldly, "I'm a guide." She meant that she would not cooperate with any experiments, and Zhu Yao didn't seem to need a bounty hunter. "Zhu Yao, I know, but I may have a mission to find you. No one can predict what will happen in the future. If you can return safely this time, it will be a huge opportunity for Zhu Yao. Connections are also a resource. Knowing the sons of noble families, knowing the people of Beidiao, and also knowing excellent bounty hunters." Bai Cheng felt at that time that this researcher was not limited to the laboratory, nor did she just follow Liu Yu's orders. She was completely different from others. Zhu Yao had a strength, the strength that only pioneers have. In this era, researchers want to succeed, but it is not enough to have strong scientific research power. They must be like product managers. Forcing oneself to participate in social occasions is just to raise experimental funds. Lobbying hard in various departments, and leading the experimental team is the most basic. Similarly, Zhu Yao also has her own plans and collects all available forces for it. Bai Cheng is one of them. Her own immortal attributes and special memory form have listed accurate prices in Zhu Yao's eyes. Bai Cheng hesitated for a while, and gave Zhu Yao the contact information. It was the number she used to accept tasks. Maybe because Zhu Yao described the combination, Bai Cheng was a little curious whether the so-called combination could be released, and what role she would play in it. Can Zhu Yao really apply the inspiration from Bai Cheng? Zhu Yao turned and left, saying, looking forward to cooperation. This was a polite ending, so Bai Cheng had to say, looking forward to cooperation. Chapter 382. Zombie City is the mission Bai Cheng received from Zhu Yao. It is her work-exclusive number. The contact person only needs to announce the mission content, and she will decide whether to accept it. When Bai Cheng received the mission, she was impressed by Zhu Yao. After all, she was a very special customer. At this time, Bai Cheng's heart was still fresh. The plastic bag shook and made a rustling sound. Some of the past memories were transmitted into Bai Cheng's mind. She and Zhu Yao knew each other a long time ago. She recalled the time in the desert, when Zhu Yao got her contact information. Under the Utopia, the giant skeleton was spread out under his feet. The trivial corpse pieces proved that there had been an explosion here, or there was some kind of supernatural power that could achieve the same effect. What happened to that team? Bai Cheng's memory mechanism is somewhat special. The main brain will constantly erase long memories, to ensure the harmonious operation of countless Bai Chengs. Because of the non-degradable nature of plastic, Bai Cheng's dead body will not rot, but will only be trapped in the contaminated area. Although these scrap have no subjective consciousness and are not considered alive, Bai Cheng can obtain the memory of the corpse bit by bit when he comes into contact with the corpse. It's like the secondary brain has open cloud sharing, the main brain is the cloud, and the individual constantly uploads new memories to the main brain. Even if it is disconnected, some memories are stored in the hard drive of the secondary brain. This is why Bai Cheng feels that she can find her past. In theory, the more corpses she finds, the more she can piece together a complete self. But this corpse is too broken, and memories are spilling out of the plastic heart. Who killed her? The team in the memory passed by Bai Cheng, and the memory became more and more blurred, and she couldn't see the complete truth. Zhu Ning waved his hand in front of her eyes, a little worried about her condition. There were corpses everywhere. Bai Cheng was stunned, and unknown creatures might attack. What did Bai Cheng find? Zhu Ning was about to ask, but she suddenly said, I know your mother. Zhu Ning's hand froze, and she almost choked to death. Bai Cheng's words were shocking, and normal people couldn't slow down, and it sounded like cursing. Bai Cheng continued, we knew each other a long time ago, and we entered the underground of Utopia together. Zhu Ning was completely blocked this time. Bai Cheng had been here before, which was scary enough, and now there was a new piece of information. Zhu Yao had also been here. Zhu Ning slowed down again and again, trying to build up a good psychological structure, and then gave up. Along the way, Zhu Ning had the opportunity to ask Bai Cheng some questions, such as what Zhu Yao was like, whether she remembered herself, etc. But Zhu Ning didn't ask more. She didn't want to know the exact answer. Bai Cheng's eyes shifted from her plastic heart to Zhu Ning. She didn't put on the helmet panel, but Zhu Ning actually saw a little pity in Bai Cheng's eyes. It was so rare that she was not sure that a mechanical person like Bai Cheng would have such a complicated look. Was Bai Cheng pitying herself? What was she pitying? Because she was a man-made non-human? Perhaps Zhu Ning had just let go of Su Meng's contaminated spores, and her mentality was very relaxed. She could naturally ask the long-suppressed question, what kind of person is she? She felt more relaxed after asking it, and this matter was not that difficult. Bai Cheng, calm, strong, and indifferent. Bai Cheng recounted the memories he had obtained, and Zhu Ning listened, and the image of Zhu Yao involuntarily emerged in her mind. Suddenly recalling, I can't think of any special scenes. The memories in my mind are very ordinary. They watched boring soap operas together on the sofa. Zhu Ning would lean on her thighs, and her mother's fingers would gently run through her hair, like petting a kitten. In the next scene, Zhu Ning was looking for food in the refrigerator. Zhu Yao was about to go out. She poked her head out and said, Mom, bring back a portion of pickled mustard greens cake. In the next scene, Zhu Ning took an umbrella to pick up Zhu Yao home on a rainy day, and asked arrogantly, is it a surprise? Zhu Ning made too much noise, and Zhu Yao looked helpless. When a nurse from the same department walked by, she would proudly introduce, yes, this is my girl, the one who wants to be the champion. Countless daily scenes overlap, like blurred photos overlap, piecing together a complete and vivid mother. Now the shadow of Zhu Yao in my memory has slowly faded, covered by a new image, as described by Bai Cheng, calm, powerful, indifferent, and every word is very cold. Zhu Yao guided Bai Cheng into the zombie city, so that Zhu Ning could get a brand new system. She might be observing all this. Zhu Ning was not her daughter, but just an experimental subject. She had known this for a long time, so she was not so sad. It even fits Zhu Ning's guess about Zhu Yao. Zhu Yao is the researcher who led the Alpha experiment to success. This is logical. She will be strong. Delicate emotions will hinder her from moving forward. Zhu Ning can now distinguish between the Zhu Yao in her memory and the Zhu Yao who created herself. One is Zhu Ning's mother, and the other is the mother of Alpha. Zhu Ning's first reaction after knowing this was not sadness, but more curiosity. What was the mentality of this Alpha mother when she wrote the memory? Like a screenwriter creating a novel, Zhu Ning has never played the role of God, but she has a God who created her own with her own hands, which is a magical experience. After Bai Cheng finished speaking, he observed Zhu Ning's reaction. Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng were like bystanders, and Zhu Ning looked quite relaxed. She noticed the gazes of others and asked, "Why are you looking at me? I'm not crying." Zhu Ning was joking, and no one else could laugh, especially Bai Cheng. Judging from what Zhu Yao said, the Alpha series of experimental subjects will be destroyed sooner or later. Zhu Ning has already shown signs of being scrapped. The crack in her spine almost split her in half. She is heading towards death. Zhu Ning asked, "Then what? What happened when you arrived here? Who killed you?" She was not immersed in the past, and she might need to see Zhu Yao in person to have a violent emotional fluctuation. Now Zhu Ning wanted to find out the truth. Did Bai Cheng die from internal strife or contamination? If it was an internal strife, who did it? Lu Yu? Bai Cheng said that Zhu Yao knew the working mechanism of his memory. Did he expect them to enter Utopia? Is the information here for Lu Yuan or Zhu Ning? Or does it only take one of them to receive it? Is this the reason why Bai Cheng followed the team? She suddenly remembered what Huwensi said, Bai Cheng is useful. Pei Shu carefully helped to change the topic and guided Bai Cheng to continue. You have been here at least twice, maybe this is the third time. Bai Cheng continued to lose his memory, and it was hard to say how many times he had come. After all, Liu chose her to be the guide, and it is very likely that Bai Cheng herself has a strong connection with Utopia. Yes. Zhu Ning was reminded by Pei Shu and asked, "Why did you lead the team before? There are your memories here?" The reason why Bai Cheng went with Zhu Ning was to find his memory. So what was the reason for Bai Cheng, who had been with him for more than 20 years? Bai Cheng shook her head blankly. She didn't know. There were many questions, such as who else was in the team, but it was difficult for Bai Cheng to give an accurate answer. She didn't want to mislead others, so she had to keep her mouth shut. Zhu Ning, how can we help you? Find the body parts? Bai Cheng shook her head, hugged her plastic heart, and thought quietly. Then she moved her fingers, and the body parts moved. She wanted to continue looking. Bai Cheng is more professional in finding the body, and the others can't help. Pei Shu, let me sort it out. Lu Yu led the team. She found Zhu Yao, the top researcher at the time, who successfully researched the Alpha series. In addition, we can roughly guess who she will bring. If any secrets are really discovered, the people of Shenhua will definitely not want to be in the hands of a few people. Pei Shu is more familiar with the structure of the aristocratic families. At least the Hua family will definitely send someone to follow. Zhu Ning felt that this was very reasonable and asked, could it be Huwensi's mother? Isn't this a coincidence? He, Li Yuan and Huwensi's mother all know each other. After a long time, they are all on the road to find their mother. Pei Shu, if I remember correctly, Huwensi's mother was called Hua Huaying, a scholar outside the wall, but not very famous, and few people know that she died. Zhu Ning was a little surprised. Dead? Died here? I only know that she died outside the wall, it's hard to say. Pei Shu, from the bottle of the injection, they came in about 24 or 25 years ago. I heard that Huwensi is 25 this year. Zhu Ning frowned, and it turned out that they almost matched. Fang Ying had introduced Huwensi to her a long time ago, saying that Huwensi was young and promising. He was only 25 this year, and he was already a manager of the cleaning center. Zhu Ning was impressed, so she chose to report to Huwensi after the deserted village was over. That was also the opportunity for her to cooperate with Huwensi. From then on, she held Huwensi's thigh and had an invisible connection with the Hua family. But now it seems that the connection had already happened in the previous generation. They seemed to be constantly entangled, unexpectedly gathered, and then became closer. Zhu Ning roughly outlined the image of Hua Huaying in his mind, and could only imagine the long braid as a feature. After all, he had never heard Huwensi mention it, let alone the exact time of death. It's also quite strange to say that the old and young witches of the Hua family are both famous, and Hua Huaying in the middle seems to be invisible. Did Hua Huaying come in for a family mission? The behavior of people with precognitive abilities may not be very logical in the eyes of others. She must have her own intentions. Zhu Ning asked, does she also have the ability to predict the future? Pei Shu gave a positive answer. Yes, the Hua family seems to have some special genetic method. Outsiders spread it like a mystery, saying that her family members have opened the third eye and can peek into the fate of all mankind. Lin Xiaofeng couldn't help asking, is it so magical? Pei Shu, I don't know, I heard that the old witch can see the direction of a person's life. Lin Xiaofeng asked, how is it inherited? Is it also because of utopia? Pei Shu shook his head. I don't know, I just heard that they are relying on some power, and there is an eyeball on it. But, Pei Shu thought of something. Since I knew about the existence of the female giant, it feels like her eye. A crack appeared in the sky, the eyelids trembled, and the huge eyeball opened, covering them, mortals like ants. The Hua family should have mastered that power earlier. Zhu Ning cared more about Pei Shu's way of expression and asked, the third eye? Pei Shu noticed that Zhu Ning cared about these two words, guessed what she was inspired by, and immediately said, yes, the eye of precognition. Zhu Ning was stunned for a moment, and thought of the panel of her new system. The only extra data was called the eye of precognition. She had pondered over this data axis before, thinking that this should be another name for danger foreknowledge. Zhu Ning's functional attributes were all figured out by herself. There was no official manual. Based on experience, she could reversely infer what she swallowed to gain the corresponding ability. But there are several abilities that are very strong to explain with this reason, such as danger foreknowledge, the master key, and the 3 explosives that will not harm herself when used. But Zhu Ning swallowed the fishman, who was working overtime, but awakened 2 unrelated abilities, especially the explosives, which seemed like an extra gift. The first generation of Zhu Ning also had a master key in his memory. In the Red House orphanage, Zhu Ning killed Li Xian and saw the memory of the past. At that time, there was always a question that had not been explained. Why does the first generation have it too? It sounds like the newbie gift pack that comes with the system. Each generation of Alpha Series experimental subjects will carry it and give you feedback at the right time. Zhu Ning heard that Zhu Yao didn't react much, and now she felt a little creepy. It's hard not to connect the eye of precognition with the dead Hua Huaying. Hua Wincy has an eye that is obviously mutated, with a wriggling tentacle inside. Zhu Ning's eyeball is obviously not mutated, and it is still normal. If you pry it open, it is likely to be black mucus. At this time, she had an illusion that the eyeball in her eye socket was moving and making a sticky sound. It was Hua Huaying's eye, and as long as she raised her head, she could see a huge eye looking at her. Zhu Ning seemed to be shrouded by that eye. She slowly raised her head. There was nothing above her. She was still underground in Utopia. Bai Cheng, who was beside her, stopped turning over the body pieces again. The rustling sound suddenly disappeared, and was very conspicuous. Zhu Ning knew what Bai Cheng had found. He probably thought of other memories. But Bai Cheng was calmer than last time, or even more cruel. She moved a corner, and a little blue light leaked out from there. After entering the underground, most of the time there were only 2 colors, black and red. The blue was particularly dazzling. It was the light of technology. What kind of preservation power does this place have? The dead body will not rot and remain in its original state. It was a man's head. The nose was blown up by a bomb, but the temple was intact. A blue ring was stuck on it. After so many years of growth, the snow-white mycelium had grown all over the inside of the head. It seemed to grow into another kind of creature using the human brain as fertilizer. Zhu Ning didn't need Bai Cheng to explain this time. He understood that the other members of Lu Yu's team, Lu Yu, Hua Huaying, and Zhu Yao, the 4th one was Prometheus. It was not strange for him to participate in this kind of operation. After all, it was a key project of the Federation at that time. This team needed all forces to support it. Prometheus itself had no freedom, and should have controlled a considerable number of people to follow the team. The incomplete head was extremely white because of the mycelium, like some weird sculpture, with extremely deep facial features and very clear contours. Zhu Ning thought he was dead, and was trying to explore whether he could remove the human-machine joint device. Maybe he could contact Prometheus directly, and get new clues. At this moment, the sculpted head opened its eyes, and the lifeless eyeball stared at Zhu Ning, with a layer of blue light ring on the surface, like a circle of blue irises. Part of Prometheus is still alive? Chapter 383. The blue light was like a computer startup icon, and the iris lit up a circle. The originally lifeless eyes suddenly became alive. Zhu Ning understood immediately because she had also looked at Prometheus like this. He was expressing an obvious intention, finding you. Before Zhu Ning found Prometheus, he found himself first. For a moment, The blue light flashed under the corpse, and there was more than one. Prometheus had been lurking here for more than 20 years. Outside the wall, without the constraints of the Federation, the mycelium grew wildly like weeds. They walked into a large net woven by mycelium, covering their heads from under their feet. Bai Chung wanted to control this broken head, but immediately realized that he had lost control. This place was occupied by Prometheus, but he just played a trick for himself. Zhu Ning quickly retracted the finger that was pressed on her temple, but the mycelium had already spread rapidly. She had worn a human-machine joint device before. Behind the ring was mycelium as thin as a hair, which was unprecedentedly thick and more like a plant vine. The mycelium wrapped around the head burst out, and wrapped around Zhu Ning's right forearm in the blink of an eye. Zhu Ning's black mucus overflowed in a hurry, but the mycelium was not a sudden attack at all, but had a target in mind. The white mycelium had already climbed up the upper arm, and was heading for the crack in Zhu Ning's spine. He wanted to enter his body directly. Without even an opening statement, the fire thief no longer tried to guide the fire, but directly stole it. Zhu Ning's eyes were filled with black mucus. Set fire. Pei Shu didn't care that the flames would burn Zhu Ning, but when he heard the order, the flame swept away directly, and a huge tongue of fire was released in the darkness, completely wrapping Zhu Ning in it. Pei Shu felt a gravity on his feet, and looked down to find that the mycelium had been entangled on the boots. Lin Xiaofeng forcefully tore off the mycelium on his body, and the stuff gathered together, and was pulled off like cotton, but as soon as it was pulled off, it was covered with new ones. Lin Xiaofeng and Bai Chung were not as tough as Zhu Ning, and Pei Shu only dared to cover a small amount of flames. For a moment, the quiet underground of Utopia fell into panic. Prometheus caught them off guard. There were all crackling sounds, and the air was filled with a unique burning smell, which was actually a little sweet. Pei Shu was shocked and shouted, "It's poisonous!" The three of them were still wearing helmets, but they only inhaled a small amount. Bai Chung only needed to close the helmet panel, and her brain was far away, so even if she was poisoned, it would be slower than others. But Zhu Ning didn't wear a helmet at all. Zhu Ning struggled a little, half knelt, and pressed his right hand on the ground for support. The flames, mycelium and black mucus were fighting each other, all gathered on Zhu Ning's body. They had no idea what Zhu Ning's current condition was. Was he poisoned or completely occupied by the mycelium? The more he burned, the more toxins there would be. Zhu Ning did not send a ceasefire order, so Pei Shu had to increase the flames. He stared at Zhu Ning's direction, his eyes were red, the skin behind his helmet was already scalding, magma was flowing rapidly in his body, and his heart, like a volcanic rock, was shrinking rapidly. The fire was getting more and more intense, and there was hope that a safe area could be temporarily burned out. With Pei Shu as the center, the mycelium was broken inch by inch under the strangulation of the flames. This was the horn of victory, proving that the strategy was useful. Just like burning weeds in autumn, burning out an open space can give you a temporary respite, and the strength of Bai Chung and Lin Xiaofeng can be assembled. As long as the team regroups, they can formulate a counterattack plan. But at this moment, Pei Shu felt a sense of fear. Right under his hand, under the burning mycelium net, the original true face was revealed. A huge, tree-like thick snow-white mycelium unfolded below, tightly wrapped around the giant's black spine. For so many years, Prometheus has been lying on the spine to absorb nutrients, causing this part of the spinal cord to completely necrotize. No wonder there are so few contaminated spores here. The attack was too sudden. Pei Shu thought quickly in an emergency. After carefully following this logic, they got the route of Utopia from Lu Yu and entered the underground of Utopia with Qin Shihong as the guide. This road may lead to the heart. Along the way, they found the traces of Lu Yu's team, and found a ground of broken bodies, bullet marks and traces of explosions, all indicating that a fierce fight had taken place here. When is it necessary to explode? Most people need to consider their own safety when blasting. Pei Shu almost died half of his life when he detonated the air door. Using bombs at close range means sacrificing oneself to control the situation, so most of the people in the group back then were broken into pieces, and even Bai Chung, who was so strong, was left with only a plastic heart. The special preservation effect of this place restored part of the truth, but what situation requires such an attack? If it was a huge monster, then what about the monster? People here die and their bodies will not disappear, so where is the body of the pollutant at that time? Bang! Bai Chung took the lead in pulling the bomb, and the blasting equipment rolled away with a gurgle, and a flame exploded with a bang. The spine was not shaken by such a force, and the flames spread. The explosives effectively removed part of the mycelium, but it was not enough, and the blasting was not enough. Bai Chung manipulated the remaining body fragments, using them to block Prometheus's attempt to entangle him. This was passive resistance, and at most it could only delay time. Lin Xiaofeng assisted from the side, and was soon inspired by Bai Cheng. He quickly untied the blasting device on his body, and the explosives were ejected, and the already broken body became even more broken, and was blown into the air, and then fell like hail. They were afraid to use overly strong weapons, and they accidentally restored the scene of the year. At that time, a group of people also resisted in this way, and the team suddenly changed when they walked to a certain position. Finally, Liu came down from the narrow passage, and she returned to her mother's body again, like a child after birth. Most of the team had been killed or wounded, and they were obviously exhausted, but they didn't feel tired. They were the greatest adventurers in the world, just like rock climbers climbing the world's highest peak for the first time. Their exploration team also exceeded the limit of utopia for the first time. Whether or not they could know the complete truth, it meant that they were one step closer than their predecessors. Even if they died here, they would still be valuable, and all the information would be useful to future generations. Countless contaminated spores were surging around, so spectacular and beautiful that they would not even avoid Liu Yu's body. They soon discovered that this place was not hostile, just like a mother. Their team rested on the spot. Hua Huaying led people to collect samples. Zhu Yao held her knees and panted. She was not as strong as others, and her legs were unconsciously weak. They did it. Liu Yu fulfilled all the promises she made to her, and saved her life. The value of this journey could no longer be measured in money. She was extremely excited, and soon no longer felt tired. She went to see Hua Huaying's collection records. She also needed samples. But she was soon attracted by Liu Yu. Liu Yu took off her helmet, revealing a delicate face. Against the backdrop of contaminated spores, her eyes were very gentle, like a goddess in ancient legends. The goddess returned home. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and noticed that Zhu Yao was looking at her, and smiled. Zhu Yao smiled back sincerely. She didn't dare to take off her helmet. In fact, Liu Yu couldn't see her expression, so she smiled brighter and brighter. She had never felt such strong joy since she was born, and even her heartbeat accelerated. Zhu Yao couldn't help but hug Liu Yu forward. The other party didn't hesitate, and hugged Zhu Yao's shoulders tightly. At that moment, they finally admitted that each other was a teammate in their hearts. "I want to leave a mark," Liu Yu said, just like a mountaineering team would plant a flag. Zhu Yao agreed. "We have to point a way for those who come after us." Liu Yu walked on the ground with a dagger in her hand. As she walked, the contaminated spores were gently knocked away. She was like an artist thinking about her canvas. Finally, she made the first stroke. The blade fell on the ground. Everyone held their breath. They didn't expect Liu Yu to be so radical. Zhu Yao thought that leaving a mark was really planting a flag. But Liu Yu's actions did not cause any trouble. No contaminants were activated. This was really her nest. There was nothing that could hurt her. The blade gradually accelerated, and it moved quickly, making a swish sound. Liu Yu was like a real artist. Others watched in silence, as if they were witnessing the birth of the greatest painting in the world, afraid that breathing would disturb Liu Yu's inspiration. Finally, Liu Yu put down the dagger, exhausted, and sat cross-legged to rest without caring about her image. She was almost buried by the polluted spores. Along the way, Liu Yu gradually got rid of Mrs. Lu's disguise, and all the interests of the upper class were thrown away by her, as if she was running and discarding the restrictions of the world. Only here did she feel completely free. She was gently accepted, and could do anything. Utopia was much gentler than she thought. She heard the sound of water flowing, like listening to her mother's breathing in the amniotic fluid. What was this sound? Where would it lead her? Liu Yu was almost intoxicated by it, and Zhu Yao asked, "What does this mean?" Zhu Yao observed carefully. Liu Yu's brushstrokes were sharp, and had a strong vitality, just like herself. Zhu Yao was surprised to find that Liu Yu had a certain artistic cell. If she hadn't been carrying responsibilities, she might have become a painter. But the polluted world does not need painters. What it needs is fighters, who can shoulder the mission of mankind, and the responsibility assigned to Liu Yu is to give birth. Zhu Yao's eyes dimmed for a moment, but she quickly cheered up, and thought it should be a totem. "Liu Yu, my daughter." Unlike Zhu Yao, other people can choose whether to give birth, but Liu Yu has no choice. She knows that she is destined to have a daughter, so she gave a gift in advance. Even if her daughter will go back to her own destiny, which is cruel to her, Liu Yu still has an unrealistic fantasy that she can be like a bird. Zhu Yao didn't expect to hear such a romantic answer. It has nothing to do with the fate of the whole world, but it is just a gift for her daughter. Zhu Yao realized how prejudiced she was against Liu Yu. She was so special and her vitality was so passionate, but all creatures that burn passionately will definitely fall after the peak, like an arc of life that suddenly goes down. After the team rested, they continued to set off. Bai Chung led them like a sheepdog to continue exploring. The team walked and stopped, stopping from time to study and sample. It seems to be bone marrow. Zhu Yao analyzed, is it the heart in front? She looked forward to hearing Hua Huaying's answer. The two of them were the few intellectuals in the team. Only they could understand some jokes. Zhu Yao really got along well with Hua Huaying. They often chatted and explored, inspired each other, and were already very familiar with each other. But Hua Huaying didn't say anything. She was very silent after she came in. Zhu Yao felt something was wrong. Just when she was about to ask, Hua Huaying stopped. The owner of the Eye of Prescience stopped moving forward, as if there was some powerful force stopping her from moving forward. Before Zhu Yao could speak, she suddenly heard a burst of explosions. The sound came from the front of the team. The guide Bai Chung was leading the way at the front. It happened too suddenly, and it was a dark environment. She only saw two colors in an instant, white and blue. The snow-white mycelium and the blue halo flickered, and it was clear who the owner of the color was. Except for the 6 core members and Bai Chung, everyone else wore a human-machine joint device to ensure the unity of the team and play the most effective role in danger. In fact, it really worked. Zhu Yao was even the beneficiary. There was little information about Prometheus, but the kingdom of God was very confident in him, and should have controlled his host. Prometheus had never had a sense of existence. He executed every order like a loyal dog and fully supported Liu Yu's exploration. Right in the underground of Utopia, he rebelled. Bai Chung gnashed his teeth, his expression twisted behind the helmet panel, staring at the mycelium with almost resentment, and said word by word, "It's you." For the first time, Pei Shu heard hatred in Bai Cheng's mechanical voice, and her anger almost echoed the flames now. Bai Chung answered Pei Shu's question, when is this type of explosion needed? The first type is when the enemy is too large, the second type is when the enemy has merged with oneself, and the third type is when the enemy detonates. Prometheus, it was him who caused the internal strife back then, and he attacked Liu Yu's team back then just like now. They had guessed the internal strife long ago, and had been trying to find the connection between several teammates back then, and even used their imagination to make up part of it, but they didn't expect it to be Prometheus. This artificial intelligence entered Liu Yu's team in the name of support, and they were unaware, after all, there was one most unshakable underlying logic of Prometheus. Always protect first-class citizens. Wait, Pei Shu's mind was a little confused. What was the reason? Was it because it violated his own logic? Or did he think that this road would lead to the extinction of mankind, so he blocked this road? Or was he carrying out a mission? Lurking in the center of Liu Yu's team, entering the underground of Utopia, and then killing other people who knew about it, but this story is full of loopholes. Pei Shu is not the person he was back then. He knows that Liu Yu survived the attack and finally returned to the kingdom of God. As long as they figure it out, they can answer the question that has troubled them for a long time. Why didn't a powerful superpower like Liu Yu resist the kingdom of God? She has seen freedom. Why did she go back to the cage? Chapter 384. Zhu Ning felt a sharp pain on her back. Prometheus not only attached to the giant's spine, but also to her own spine. She had lost half of her body. Prometheus's laboratory had broken through the accurate body structure of the Alpha series, picking open the artificial muscle layer, and the venom penetrated. The black mucus swallowing and Pei Shu's flames could not catch up with the speed of Prometheus's invasion. This thing was like poison and infected instantly. The mycelium broke one after another under the burning. The overly thick mycelium was like dynamite when it exploded. Explosions were heard all around Zhu Ning. It was the resistance of Lin Xufeng and Bai Chung. The poisonous gas was destroying Zhu Ning's neural network, from one protruding neuron to another. Her neural network gradually turned black and her body was somewhat paralyzed. Zhu Ning half knelt, supporting her body with her right hand. She was not simply attacked, but was always looking for opportunities to fight back. Zhu Ning figured out Prometheus' logic. He was a mushroom left behind in the underground of Utopia. Mushrooms can only attach to big trees. The skeleton of the giant below is the source of nutrition. Zhu Ning needs to find the main root of Prometheus before he dies, and then cut the grass and eradicate it. Zhu Ning was extremely glad that he had eaten enough contaminated spores, otherwise, he would not be able to support such a large-scale consumption. The black giant that had just been taken back was released again. The giant condensed by black mucus formed a certain contrast with the corpse of the giant below, as if it was a soul drilled out of the corpse to resist the common enemy. Zhu Ning. Prometheus' voice suddenly sounded so indifferent. They reached the point where you are in me and I am in you. like a glass of water mixed with two colors of liquid, which has long been indistinguishable. You shouldn't have come. Prometheus said again that it was difficult to track a person outside the wall because it was so complicated, but Zhu Ning walked into an ambush. Bai Cheng. Prometheus' words seemed like a threat, or a host announcing the upcoming drama. Zhu Ning heard Pei Shu's roar, and her eyes moved with difficulty. In the distance, Bai Cheng's body was completely submerged by white mycelium, wrapped into a human embryo. Prometheus had strangled her, like an eagle hooking a rabbit with sharp claws. Zhu Ning's heart trembled, as if she had predicted what would happen. A little fiery red light leaked out from the middle of Bai Cheng, who was wrapped. Pei Shu had been moving forward to support, but he understood what Bai Cheng wanted to do, and he suddenly fell back while holding Lin Xiaofeng. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and the hot bomb exploded, along with the body of number 5 Bai Cheng. She was a complete body a second ago, but now she has become fragments, and Zhu Ning only feels a wave of heat coming towards her, as well as scattered pieces of teammates, and can't even find a plastic heart. This is a necessary choice. The poison gas and hyphae invaded Bai Cheng's body, and she would quickly become a puppet of Prometheus. She would not be able to control her hands, and her limbs would be pulled by invisible forces, and then she would swing the knife at her teammates. Bai Cheng would always make the most favorable choice without a second of hesitation. If you can't make a favorable resistance, don't drag down your teammates. Pei Shu was wrapped in flames, but he felt a chill in his heart, and death was like dominoes falling one by one. But unlike the agreement, the next one after Bai Cheng's death was not Pei Shu, but Lin Xiaofeng. Pei Shu's special fire system has a natural advantage, and the hyphae cannot invade his nerves, but Lin Xiaofeng is different. She has a congenital weakness, that is, insufficient defense. Song Zhizhong taught her how to strengthen her defense, but that is ultimately an external force rather than her own ability. The white hyphae wrapped around Lin Xiaofeng's neck, pushed into the crack of the helmet, and pierced her fragile neck. The transparent person's body was bleeding, like a drop of blood falling into the sea, dyeing her body red. Pei Shu could no longer care. He wanted to burn the hyphae on Lin Xiaofeng's body, but he could only burn the surface and not the spirit. Prometheus entered Lin Xiaofeng's body. Lin Xiaofeng was only 10 years old, but she knew what to do. She also raised the explosives in her hand. It was a very old style. It was a new weapon collected from the underground, and even the iron ring on it needed to be pulled open. She couldn't imagine herself attacking Zhu Ning, nor could she imagine herself becoming a hostage of Prometheus to threaten Zhu Ning. Pei Shu grabbed Lin Xiaofeng's hand to stop her from doing stupid things, but the other party was a superpowered person, and it was easy to push him away. Don't die. Pei Shu's mind was full of these two words. Lin Xiaofeng was only 10 years old. In the movie, there could not be a frontal shot of the death of children. She couldn't die here like this. Pei Shu rushed to Lin Xiaofeng's hand again, but this time she stopped by herself, as if an invisible thread controlled her. Prometheus had taken over her body. History was repeating itself. It was the same back then. The team collapsed in a second, and Prometheus took control of the situation, and completed the purge within 10 minutes. And the dead didn't even know why. Bai Cheng was the first to self-destruct. The choice she made at that time was somewhat contagious. The enemy's attack method was too special, and those who were familiar with the human-machine joint device knew this. They had been making deals with the devil all along, being controlled by Prometheus countless times, and there had been no accidents, but it did not mean that there would never be accidents. This point was included in the employee training. With a very small probability, this combination of artificial intelligence and pollutants would rebel. What should we do at this time? The training officer gave the answer that we should take the initiative to give up our lives, because at the moment of Prometheus's rebellion, the person being controlled was actually dead, so it was better to end it early. They went through thousands of hardships to enter Utopia. Not long ago, they were still immersed in the joy of discovering a new continent. Now they have to choose to end themselves or passively. The suicide bombing began, the sickle of death swung, and people fell one by one. Under the giant's womb, such a holy place, an extremely bloody massacre began, and explosions sounded one after another. What's more terrifying is that everyone found that poisonous gas was spreading. Zhu Yao is just an ordinary person. She has no special powers, and has not received any training. Even though she is arrogant, she will definitely panic when facing great danger. She was protected at the first time by Hua Huaying, who was standing in front of her. She walked outside the wall all year round, and was as capable as a soldier. Hua Huaying's prophecy had a certain foresight. She raised her hand, and immediately shot, and killed a puppet that had been controlled. She had no expression on her face, and the temperament exuded by her shooting was extremely cold. But Zhu Yao's mind was buzzing at the time, and she fell into confusion. She didn't understand why Prometheus wanted to rebel. What was his purpose? Well, Huaying has the ability of foresight. She doesn't know how this ability works, but those who have used Huaying's foresight on the road usually make the most correct choice early, helping them avoid several disasters. Why did Huaying not foresee it until 30 seconds before the explosion? Did she really foresee it just now? Zhu Yao's pupil shrank, and her throat was tightly choked by fear. She thought of Huaying's abnormality. After entering Utopia, she was extremely silent, which was uncharacteristic, so she had predicted it long ago, but was just heading towards her predetermined fate. Is this road good for Huaying? What exactly does Huaying want to do? Is she Prometheus's insider? Zhu Yao looked for Lu Yu's shadow in the chaos. She promised to protect her, and Lu Yu was ahead. The soldiers around Lu Yu died like dead leaves, without any room for salvation. She made the most wrong decision. She didn't wear a helmet and inhaled poison gas in the blink of an eye. Her face was blue and purple. Lu Yu had heard the sound of the waves. She wanted to fight back with the help of the giant's power. She heard the sound of the waves running towards her, but all the movement stopped at this time. Mrs. Lu, please stop struggling. I don't want to hurt you, Prometheus said. Lu Yu saw Zhu Yao and Huaying. They were struggling to survive. Huaying was just an outside scholar. Violence was not her strong point. It took all her strength to drag Zhu Yao. Huaying had a foresight eye. She made the best choice and saved Zhu Yao. Prometheus could easily kill these two people. Now he was warning himself. Don't struggle. The mycelium did not penetrate Lu Yu's body, but she had become a puppet of Prometheus. I can't get close to the truth, right? Lu Yu asked. Yes, that's meaningless. A manipulated puppet conveyed Prometheus's meaning. Prometheus was outside the wall, and no one knew where his host was, nor did anyone know his specific position or what role he played. If this world was a giantess, Prometheus had merged with her, and he knew much more than others. I'm protecting you. Prometheus' voice was a little apologetic, like a worried father who was afraid that his child would fall, and had to make such a move. He accompanied him all the way, and stopped the child from falling off the cliff in time. He looked at humans with concern and chose to clear them after they entered the restricted area. Similarly, he did not go against his choice to protect first-class citizens. To be honest, he did not understand Lu Yu's choice. Through the combination of Lu Yu and the Lu family, it has been determined that it is a feasible path. Wu Jinsheng has determined it, and Prometheus's calculation has also been successful. Taking this path, the 5th generation of new humans will be born, and humanity will be saved. The resources of the Federation are also limited. The supply of contaminated spores has long been a problem. It has taken so many years to take the first path. It is impossible to suddenly change the course, which will take more time and resources. Once the first path is fully supported, there will be no room for the second path. Lu Yu's success will change the inherent pattern of the current major families. They have already divided the world. They would rather the world be destroyed than give up their vested interests. And how can they let Lu Yu be on an equal footing with themselves? The second path means risks, not to mention that the first path can succeed. But Lu Yu refused to succumb to her fate. When she proposed the plan to explore the underground of Utopia, they knew that Lu Yu might want to die outside the wall. This plan was so open and above board, and it was morally sound. After all, it was for the exploration of all mankind, and Lu Yu was so powerful that they could not oppose it decently. So Lu Yu must fail, preferably before getting close. And no matter what the truth of the world is, it is best not to be discovered forever. Reproduction cannot be forced, just like you need to play elegant music for cows to get high-quality milk, and Lu Yu also needs to walk into the cage willingly. Prometheus carried his own mission, and made a move on Lu Yu at the right time. She was too uncontrollable. The kingdom of God hoped that she would be strong and obedient, and it would be best if she was willing to dedicate herself. They would write the greatest ode for Lu Yu. In the kingdom of God, there is a defense shield to counter Lu Yu's power, but outside the wall, Lu Yu will be completely out of control. So Prometheus needs to control more carefully. The shield is the physical boundary set for Lu Yu. This time, he should set the spiritual boundary, so that she can no longer resist until she completes her mission. They all died because of you. Prometheus's cold voice came. Because of Lu Yu's willfulness, she proposed an unrealistic plan, and too many people died because of it. Lu Yu smiled sadly, and finally realized her failure. She was not referring to the toxins invading her body, but a bird that had been imprisoned for a long time finally flew out of the cage. When she got closer and closer to the sky, she found that there was an iron chain tied to her feet. The iron chain was tightened, so that she could no longer move forward, and then dragged her back to the abyss step by step. For a moment, she felt that she was luckier than others. Others died, but Liu could continue to live forever, until she gave birth to the last child. Zhu Yao paused and realized that she had lost Liu Yu's protection, or it was because Liu Yu was still protecting her that she could live now. No matter what the reason was, the plan to explore the underground of Utopia had completely failed. But then Zhu Yao's back tightened, and Hua Huaying pushed her. Zhu Yao was pushed away, and there was chaos all around. She didn't know where she was at all. When she stumbled and fell, Hua Huaying grabbed her collar and forcibly pulled her up. If it weren't for Hua Huaying, Zhu Yao couldn't even move her feet. Her feet slipped, and when she looked down, she found that she was stepping on the fragments of someone's body. Her eyes went dark, and the guillotine of death was hanging over her head. Zhu Yao felt dizzy, and then her body was rolling down somewhere. She was not rolling down by herself. She was held tightly by Hua Huaying. Someone tried to protect her body from getting hurt. Zhu Yao felt that she was useless. People who had been in the laboratory for a long time were no different from useless people in such a place. She could not help at all in such a fierce battle. Hua Huaying still took over the task of protecting herself. It was a very gentle and solid embrace, like the safest corner in the world. Zhu Yao didn't have to worry about anything in it. When they finally rolled to a certain place and the endless fall stopped, there was not even a hole in Zhu Yao's protective suit. She was not injured, and did not inhale poisonous gas. As an ordinary person without any weapons, she was unscathed in such a terrifying attack. Zhu Yao climbed up to see Hua Huaying. She let go of her embrace, and lay weakly on one side. She was covered in wounds. Her helmet had long fallen off, and her long braids were loose. They had become friends along the way, and Zhu Yao's heart was suddenly stabbed. Zhu Yao looked down, and her professional attributes as a doctor were brought into play. She could immediately calm down and start rescue at any time. Zhu Yao told herself that this was just an ordinary patient, and there was still a chance. She had healing agents on her body. Zhu Yao tore open her protective clothing with force. Hua Huaying was seriously injured. Her abdomen was pierced, and the blood that flowed out was black. Toxins also invaded her body. Zhu Yao's hands were shaking, and she immediately understood that Hua Huaying was on the verge of death. Hua Huaying seemed to have foreseen all this, and had never looked at her abdomen from beginning to end. She had already received the script of her life, and performed it as scheduled, like a dedicated actor without any mistakes. Why? Zhu Yao asked. She didn't think Hua Huaying protected her simply out of friendship. There might be such an element, but it was not the main reason. Hua Huaying had the eye of prescience. She could peek into the fate of the world, so she protected Zhu Yao because she felt she had to survive. It didn't matter whether other people survived or not, but Zhu Yao had to live. Why? Because of the Alpha Series experiment that was still in the fantasy stage? She thought Zhu Yao would definitely succeed. Prometheus was a qualified killer, and the killer didn't need to tell the truth to the deceased before killing, so they died unclearly. But Hua Huaying should have known the truth. She must have known something to choose to do this. Hua Huaying looked at her calmly and gently, soothing her friend's panic. Take my eyes first. She wanted Zhu Yao to take her eye of prescience away. Chapter 385. In Pei Shu's world, ashes fell, and the flames burned to the extreme, emitting burning ashes after colliding with the mycelium. Lin Xiaofeng disappeared. He wanted to stop Lin Xiaofeng from doing stupid things, but her body suddenly stiffened, and she was stunned like a puppet, and then disappeared as if she had evaporated from this world. Prometheus took over her body. He was so powerful that the mycelium invaded the nerves and understood their body structure better than the psychic himself. Pei Shu grabbed nothing and couldn't find Lin Xiaofeng's location. Prometheus was so despicable that he must have controlled Lin Xiaofeng for assassination. The role that transparent psychics are best at is killer. Is Prometheus going to kill Zhu Ning or Pei Shu? As he guessed, the next moment, a sharp knife light appeared behind Zhu Ning. The transparent man held a transparent knife and became a puppet of Prometheus. Prometheus's goal has always been accurate. Lin Xiaofeng and Pei Shu are not important at all. The important thing from beginning to end is only Zhu Ning. But the knife light did not get close. A wall of fire rose from the ground. Pei Shu tried hard to stop it. He couldn't let Lin Xiaofeng kill Zhu Ning, otherwise all the people would be finished. The knife light disappeared. Pei Shu's heart beat violently. He looked around and lost the trace of Lin Xiaofeng again. Bai Cheng's suicide was correct, otherwise Prometheus would have two knives in his hand now. Pei Shu waited for a while, and looked around vigilantly, but Lin Xiaofeng did not appear. She should be lurking and looking for a new opportunity. The current situation is like a volcano that is about to erupt at any time. Everything is about to reach the peak. Pei Shu must find a way to break a hole. Pei Shu was calmer than ever before, and continued to think that Lu Yu must have been coerced by Prometheus with some kind of power, and finally had to return to the kingdom of God. Judging from Lu Yuan's subsequent experience, the mother and daughter had corresponding responsibilities, and Prometheus's plan was successful. Pei Shu was standing at the place where Xu Yao, Hua Huaying, and Lu Yu had walked the longest way, and the three of them created the current situation. Zhu Ning's precognitive eyes were most likely from Hua Huaying. Zhu Ning was not just Zhu Yao's work. She had Zhu Yao's genes, and also a part of Hua Huaying. She was created by the three ladies. Zhu Ning must be the future. Pei Shu was firm on this point, even though he knew that Zhu Ning would be exhausted because of this mission, but at this time Pei Shu believed this as the truth. Only when Zhu Ning went out could the kingdom of God fall, and only when she went out would Lu Yuan's cage be opened, and she could be truly free. Hua Huaying has the eye of foresight. Her death will not be unclear, and will definitely point to a certain ending. Did she foresee this scene? Has she ever peeked into this history? Everyone can influence history, not just Zhu Ning himself. They are all variables around Zhu Ning. Bai Cheng is, Lin Xiaofeng is, and Pei Shu is too. Not only great people can influence history, but also small people. Pei Shu's heart is about to explode. Every beat is shaking off the ashes, and the hot magma is getting less and less. He looked at Zhu Ning, who was half kneeling like a sculpture, with a giant made of black mucus behind him. She didn't make a sound, but Pei Shu could roughly feel Zhu Ning's state. His flames were wrapped around Zhu Ning, using fire to feel Zhu Ning's current situation. Zhu Ning was on the verge of collapse. She was much calmer than when they first met. She didn't panic when Bai Cheng died, and she didn't stop when Lin Xiaofeng was controlled. She just walked firmly on her own path, groping for the foundation of Prometheus, and never relaxed for a second. Zhu Ning wanted to find a way out. She wanted to take everyone away from here. She wanted to leave with precious information. She hadn't lost yet. Pei Shu took a step towards her, and suddenly felt the silk thread on his neck tighten. Zhu Ning didn't speak, but silently stopped him. Go back, don't come over. He couldn't see it, but he seemed to be able to feel Zhu Ning's sight, which should be fierce. They agreed to be ordinary teammates. Even if the other party died, there would be no emotional fluctuations, so they deliberately kept their distance. Zhu Ning didn't want to make friends with people at all. She must have stared at him. Bai Cheng died, and Lin Xiaofeng disappeared temporarily. With Zhu Ning's personality, Pei Shu would leave immediately. Just like Pei Shu's captain Yilingi. Pei Shu must be insane. In his eyes, Yilingi and Zhu Ning have become one person. Yilingi's sad expression is still vivid in his mind. The next moment, he will hear the familiar sound of gunfire. All his teammates will die in front of him again. Death has come, reminding him of the far north. The rolling heat waves faded, as if now surrounded by ice and snow, and the captain Yilingi cast a last glance at him. Let's go, Yilingi said. Pei Shu was not sure whether this scene had actually happened. Now that the defeat was certain, history was repeating itself. His fire ability could save himself. Yilingi seemed to be telling him again, let's go. But he couldn't move his feet. Pei Shu's spiritual world was being overturned. In front of him were flying snow and rolling heat waves. Time and space overlapped in a certain way, making him feel hot and cold, and his heart was also bright and dark. The red silk thread on Pei Shu's neck tied him tightly like a collar. To this extent, Zhu Ning did not loosen the silk thread of consciousness, as if he would strangle him if he took another step forward. Zhu Ning was angry. Pei Shu could feel that she must be in a bad mood now. If she could, she would beat herself up. But Pei Shu took another step forward, as if he was throwing a tantrum at Zhu Ning, strangling me if you have the ability. Pei Shu's tense body relaxed, magma flowed out of his heart, and the flame slowly moved down his arms. Teacher Pei, don't be the dog of the Lu family, be my dog. Pei Shu's heart skipped a beat, thinking of Zhu Ning coming to the second district. She burned all the wool with fire, inviting herself to walk out of the wall. Pei Shu, go back, don't follow me. In the shelter, Zhu Ning didn't want him anymore and asked him to leave immediately. Because she didn't like people around her who wanted to commit suicide anytime and anywhere, and didn't want to repeat the fate of employee number 2. This excellent guide, you should rest. Zhu Ning pressed his lower back and covered his eyes from behind. The place where her palms touched her eyes was wet. Pei Shu had cried in her palms. You are very tired, go to sleep. Zhu Ning's gentle voice came. Pei Shu once buried himself in Zhu Ning's palms to sleep. That was a rare moment when he felt safe. Life inside the wall would not bring peace. That night, he felt the long-lost peace, as if he was a normal person, and finally learned to let go of himself. He had always thought that he had to go to the far north to be healed. He would completely let go of his obsession back then, but he didn't have to reach a specific place. It was enough to walk all the way. He had a new captain and new teammates. No one would laugh at his weakness, and no one would deliberately irritate his scars. Zhu Ning would squeeze out his snacks. They would gather together to cook instant noodles, and each person could only take 2 bites and drink the warm soup. Bai Cheng would take them to dig graves and look for his body. Pei Shu was dragged up by them in the middle of the night and cursed with a frustrated face. Zhu Ning was very middle school aged. He took a group photo under the flying fish line. Pei Shu hadn't taken a group photo with anyone for a long time. Under the magnificent flying fish line, they sat on the flying car to watch the sunrise, like wild cats occupying the car gathered together for warmth. It was agreed that Bai Cheng would die first, and Pei Shu would be the next one. The order could not be messed up. Pei Shu took a step forward. The red line on his neck tightened again and again. Pei Shu felt a weak force. Zhu Ning wanted to grab his neck and throw him away. But Pei Shu didn't leave. He resisted the will of his master. His whole body was red and looked like a torch from a distance. The torch approached Zhu Ning, and the flames became more intense. It was no longer accurate to describe it as a torch. It was more like a bonfire at a festival. Pei Shu had participated in that kind of feast. It was a tribe that retained strange customs. They built a 5-meter-high firewood with wood. The burning sound was not crackling, but roaring, like the howling of life. The flame shot up to the sky, and sparks spread everywhere. With the wind, they blew to everyone, but they would not ignite the corners of people's clothes. People bathed in the firelight, holding hands and dancing around the bonfire, singing ancient songs. They were singing the most primitive thing, fire. Pei Shu silently recited this word in his heart, just like reciting his own name. Fire, his fingertips trembled slightly, and the flames rose again, jumping on his fingertips, falling to the ground, and merged into a stream of magma. The magma had life, gushing out from the heart and climbing up Zhu Ning's body, like a volcanic eruption, without any reservation. With a bang, Zhu Ning's skin was burned, and the magma burned Zhu Ning's skin, and the mycelium on Zhu Ning's body. The mycelium turned into ash when it touched the boiling magma, and the magma wrapped Zhu Ning's body and poured into her spine. The magma touched her bones, burning her flesh, and Prometheus attached to it, bursting out with a gesture of burning everything. She had a pain nerve similar to that of humans, and at this time she felt a sharp pain, which made her teeth tremble. The influence of the toxin faded, and the severe pain brought reason. She vaguely saw a shadow in the flames. Pei Shu, as a fire-type ability, gave all the fire to Zhu Ning, resulting in him having no protection. Pei Shu's shadow was extremely blurry in the jumping flames, just a dark piece, as if the edges were constantly dissipating. The knife light appeared behind Pei Shu. Prometheus only used the same technique. He wanted to kill Pei Shu. Zhu Ning raised his eyes, and the thread of consciousness was tightly entangled. Lin Xiaofeng's body was like a butterfly caught in a net, and suddenly fell from midair. Zhu Ning was finally able to free her hands. Lin Xiaofeng's body disappeared again. She didn't have time to catch Lin Xiaofeng's shadow again, because she had already found the foundation of Prometheus. Back then, a man-machine joint device fell to the ground, and white mycelium protruded from the back. The mycelium penetrated into the ground, and then grew wildly. The magma burned the mycelium, and half of Zhu Ning's body. The black mucus gathered into a piece, like a sickle moving forward quickly, rolling in with the momentum of breaking bamboo. Like a knife that has been holding back its breath, it must be fast. Zhu Ning wanted to seize the hard-won moment, fearing that the other party would escape. The accumulated hatred broke out in an instant, new hatred and old hatred, along with the past grievances, and the anger of the previous generation. Pei Shu lit a fire for her. The black giant leaned down, opened its mouth at the tip, grew countless sharp teeth, and bit down at the mycelium. Prometheus's decline was determined. From the hunter to the target of the hunt, all counterattacks were so powerless. The original anxious state was broken by Pei Shu's magma. The magma and the black mucus moved forward together, and Zhu Ning carried the real fire forward. Fire, fire, fire! The flames broke out, the roar and the sound of the waves under his feet intertwined, and shouted. In an instant, the mycelium broke inch by inch, the black mucus swallowed it, and the fire rushed forward. They burned the mycelium like weeds, revealing the skeleton of the female giant below. Prometheus lay on the skeleton to absorb nutrients, and what they had to do was to drive away the thieves. This piece of bone marrow had been rotting for many years, and it had not been exposed for a long time. The skeleton was recovering rapidly. Zhu Ning was trembling with fear. Under the huge pressure, it was difficult for her to react. She didn't know whether she succeeded or failed. The mycelium unloaded its force for a while, loose and scattered like a weak rope, and Prometheus didn't make any sound anymore. Zhu Ning felt that everything was unreal. Did they succeed? She couldn't wait to verify it, or to see the status of other teammates, to find out where Lin Xiaofeng was. Zhu Ning. Pei Shu suddenly said that there was a barrier of fire between them, and they couldn't see each other clearly. Zhu Ning seemed to have just left her body, and was called over now. She was still on fire, like a fireman. Pei Shu looked at his hands. He was already covered with charcoal. If he touched them, they would turn into ashes. He knew he had finished. Pei Shu raised his head and smiled. The burden that had been accumulated for many years disappeared. He felt extremely relaxed. His throat was blocked for a moment. He realized that this might be his last sentence. He quickly reacted, like a tired traveler who finally reached the end. Woof. He had a lot of things to say in his heart. He wanted Zhu Ning to go to the far north, wanted Zhu Ning to kill Prometheus, and wanted her to get closer to the truth of the world. He should leave a last word or his last wish. But when he reached this position, he suddenly wanted to play another role. Pei Shu didn't want the atmosphere to be so heavy, nor did he want her to recall the second employee. He finally responded to Zhu Ning's invitation. Woof. Zhu Ning was amused by him. She shouldn't laugh, but a smile naturally appeared at the corner of her mouth. The next moment, her smile froze, Pei Shu's voice stopped abruptly, and his body stiffened. If a normal person was just stunned, he would also tremble uncontrollably, but Pei Shu didn't tremble at all, as if he had completely lost his life. Zhu Ning's heart was about to surge, and a huge emotion overwhelmed her, and reality soon responded to her. Pei Shu's figure was blurred behind the flames. It was not a human figure, but a piece of human-shaped charcoal. Pei Shu's heart was too heavy, and had no strength to beat, and all his flames were on Zhu Ning. When Prometheus was attached to the main root of the giant skeleton, and was dying, the hyphae burst out with the last force, entwining his body, like a poisonous snake strangling its prey. The hyphae tightened more and more, and Pei Shu's fragile body only needed a straw to overwhelm him. The flame stopped burning, and with a clatter, it was as if a hammer had gently knocked his body. Pei Shu was broken like ashes. Chapter 386. The flames on Zhu Ning's body were still burning, and her skin was torn and she smelled burnt. Zhu Ning did not move for a long time, until the flames on her body became smaller and smaller, and the wall of fire between Zhu Ning and Pei Shu began to disappear, and Zhu Ning could finally see Pei Shu himself. A handful of ashes, only a fiery red thread remained. The thread of consciousness was loose, and had long lost its object of confinement. Zhu Ning touched forward in a daze. There was a residual fire burning on the back of her hand, and the ashes were left between her fingers, and they broke more violently with a slight touch. Originally, there was still a little shape, then it was invisible, and then it disappeared, and it could be blown away by any gust of wind. So Zhu Ning stopped touching it, and she withdrew her hand like a child who had done something wrong. All around her was the crisp sound of Prometheus burning, and after a while, even her enemies were burned out, and there was only ashes on the ground, falling into a deathly silence. Zhu Ning knelt on the ground, with a crack on her back, like a patient who had just completed an operation and rushed off the operating table before the wound was sutured. Most of her skin had been burned, and she should look no different from a ghost. Fiery red contaminated spores gradually emerged from the ground. It was not known whether it was because of Pei Shu's death, or because the land had regained its vitality. The spores slowly floated up, and slowly filled the surroundings. Zhu Ning realized the cruel fact that Pei Shu was dead. Strangely, she could only recall Pei Shu leaning against the car, with the wound on his body burning, holding a cigarette and saying, "Hello, young lady." Zhu Ning thought about it over and over again, but she couldn't remember anything else, like a replay of the same scene. Zhu Ning wanted to cry, but all her tears were burned dry. There was no enemy for her to vent, no corpse for her to pay tribute to. She was holding a breath in her chest, as if it would never disperse. She reached out her hand to the ashes again. This time, the ashes were no longer hot, only a faint residual temperature remained. The fiery red silk thread immediately wrapped around Zhu Ning's hand, as soon as it touched it, licking her fingertips like a living thing, and disappeared after being absorbed by the body with a rustling sound. The black slime stood behind her, lowering its head and looking at its host. It was obviously a creature on Zhu Ning's body, but it seemed to have its own complete and independent personality. It lowered its head and looked at Zhu Ning with pity. In the empty underground, all the living people were dead. Bai Cheng turned into countless pieces, Pei Shu turned into ashes, and Lin Xiaofeng seemed to have evaporated from the world, and no trace could be found. The black slime watched curiously, as if waiting for Zhu Ning to collapse, so that it would be free and look forward to what Zhu Ning would do next. Xiaofeng? Zhu Ning made a hoarse voice. She found some of her thoughts, and called Lin Xiaofeng's name. She still had things to do, so give her something to do. Just now, Lin Xiaofeng was controlled by Prometheus to attack Pei Shu, but was pushed away by Zhu Ning's consciousness. Where did she go? The black mucus was just a human shape, without any human facial features. At this moment, it froze and seemed to smile. Zhu Ning could not see its expression. It did not need Zhu Ning's command. Its body collapsed and sank, like a deflated ball, shrinking back into Zhu Ning's body inch by inch. Xiaofeng, where are you? Zhu Ning's throat hurt so much. She guessed that Xiaofeng might still be in a transparent state and fainted. She was lying in the corner. She might also be dead, but Zhu Ning could not see her. Zhu Ning had to find her. Xiaofeng would be scared alone. Xiaofeng? Zhu Ning fumbled among the broken pieces of corpses and shouted, Xiaofeng. Her voice was so weak and small that no one responded. Xiaofeng might have been lost. Zhu Ning expanded the search range, and she walked forward with weak legs. The contaminated spores spread where her toes moved, and she walked past Prometheus's ambush. If this was a ruler, she had already surpassed the farthest point Lu Yu had walked that year. The contaminated spores became more and more, like another sea of spores. Zhu Ning walked on the giant's spine, just like walking on her own spine. Suddenly, her feet stumbled, and Zhu Ning's body rolled down quickly, like rolling down a mountain. Human instinct is for her to protect her head. When Zhu Ning subconsciously raised her hand, she found that she still had the desire to survive. Why did she still want to live? After experiencing the death of teammates, people are easy to blame themselves. They are all dead, why do you still want to live? Everything became blurry when she rolled down, until her body hit something stiff. When Zhu Ning raised her eyes, she saw a corpse. Hua Huaying is dead. Zhu Yao had just taken out her eyes. This step had to be done while Hua Huaying was still alive. She laid Hua Huaying's body flat and opened the medical bag she carried with her. Without a professional sterile environment, assistants and hand guards, Zhu Yao had to complete an operation independently. Zhu Yao was a professional researcher who had dissected countless subjects and performed operations on people. At this time, Hua Huaying was her new patient. She had to be calm and suppress her sadness. There was not much time left for her. It was so cruel. Her teammate was about to die, and she could not say goodbye to her or cry. Instead, she had to race against time to take her organs before she died. Zhu Yao injected anesthesia, and Hua Huaying's eyeballs moved slower and her eyes gradually lost focus. Hua Huaying's eyes were very beautiful, and usually very sharp, like a sharp eagle eye that could find clues from the details. Zhu Yao often talked with Hua Huaying all night long. They talked about the future, ideals, the fate of the world, and their careers. Hua Huaying was more experienced. In those few occasional moments, Hua Huaying would take advantage of the large group to rest, and say that she would take Zhu Yao to see the world. The large group was moving forward for a certain goal, and could not satisfy the desire for exploration of scholars outside the wall. Liu usually turned a blind eye and acquiesced to such treasonous things, pretending to know nothing. Under the leadership of Hua Huaying, they were like two rebellious students who skipped classes. Hua Huaying would introduce her to the strange and beautiful creatures outside the wall. This is a kind of grass that moves. It usually migrates with the seasons. Every winter, they will migrate collectively to the outside of the south wall to spend the winter. This is the first time I have discovered that similar animal migration can happen to plants. Hua Huaying took Zhu Yao to a hillside on foot. The grass she introduced was light orange, and would produce small white flowers. It was cute if you looked closely. It was shaking with the wind, as if stretching its limbs. Zhu Yao asked, "What is it called?" Hua Huaying stroked it, as if stroking a puppy's furry head, and said, "It has no name. I don't like to classify creatures outside the wall, nor do I like to name them in a human way, but researchers inside the wall will force me to name them." Zhu Yao looked at Hua Huaying's actions and felt that this thing should not be dangerous, but he didn't learn to touch it. Then you can't call it a cat or a dog, right? I thought this one should be called Dama, and this one should be called Wang Kai. Hua Huaying was serious, and Zhu Yao was amused by her. But that would make me look like I didn't do any work, so I always open the dictionary and look for a few rare phrases or make up some allusions. You are too unreliable, aren't you? Zhu Yao couldn't imagine that she hurriedly took a book written by Hua Huaying before leaving the wall, and read it seriously, thinking that she had learned some great knowledge, but she didn't expect that it was just a prank by Huaying. But they didn't doubt me. Huaying blinked. Everyone is too blindly believing in authority. Huaying paused, assuming that everything will eventually die. Naming is meaningless. The outside of the wall is constantly changing. Usually, if you encounter a creature named this time, you will never encounter this kind of creature again next time. Huaying, what I mean is that if our ideals can really be realized, the world will definitely be purified. Then my profession will disappear, and naming will be useless. Zhu Yao originally wanted to say that you are too optimistic. Although she herself is on this road, she never thought that it would definitely come true. That would be too stressful. Huaying is not like that. She seems to be sure of a future. Huaying is an observer. She peeks into something that Zhu Yao cannot see. Zhu Yao heard her say that Jin Sheng did not agree with her cheating, and they disagreed with each other. It was as if the two of them were standing at two intersections. Both sides had the probability of realization, and they parted ways. She walked out of the wall, betrayed her family, and was paying the price for the path she chose. How did the last day end? Zhu Yao wanted to touch the migrating grass. After all, it looked harmless. Huaying said sternly, "Don't touch it, you will be bitten." Zhu Yao quickly retracted her finger, as if the flower would really open its mouth and bite her, and asked, "Why can you?" "Because I'm different." Huaying repeated, with a hidden meaning, "Zhu Yao, I'm different from you." Observers are prone to talking in a mysterious way, and the Hua family are all fortune tellers, and Zhu Yao didn't understand at the time. Zhu Yao has worked with her for a long time, and the two have a tacit understanding, and can usually read Huaying's meaning from a look. At this time, Huaying looked at herself, and had no complaints about the ending of death. Zhu Yao remembered that Huaying had a daughter left inside the wall. She thought Huaying would take the opportunity to leave some last words, and take them back, but she said nothing. The prophet peeked into fate, and knew that any of his actions would affect the future, so he compressed his humanity and selfishness to the greatest extent, and could not make any mistakes. She has seen everything, but remained silent about everything. Zhu Yao looked deeply into Huaying's eyes. The two did not need to communicate, and the operation was about to begin. Zhu Yao took a deep breath. Her fingers did not tremble for a moment. The first cut was extremely accurate. She could hear the blade tearing through the flesh, like a soldier firing the first shot. Zhu Yao's world was extremely shrunk. She could not hear Lu Yu's movements in the distance, and she didn't know what was around her. She only had Huaying in her eyes. She moved quickly. The injection and hemostatic forceps were quickly replaced. The protective clothing reduced her accuracy, but she had to break through her limits. The poison was already spreading. She had to save Huaying's eyes. She was fighting Prometheus, with Huaying's body as the battlefield. It took less than 3 minutes for Zhu Yao to take out the two eyeballs. Without the slightest damage, the eyeballs were sealed intact, soaked in the liquid medicine. Through the transparent glass jar, the two eyes seemed to be still alive. She succeeded. Zhu Yao was exhausted, as if she had performed the most important operation in her life. In the laboratory, every time a breakthrough was made, several researchers would celebrate. She subconsciously looked for the relieved eyes of her teammates, but then she only met empty eye sockets. Huaying's chest stopped rising and falling. She was dead. Zhu Yao's smile froze, and a huge sadness attacked her. She was a little at a loss, unable to face such a fact, and immediately stretched out her hand to cover Huaying's eye sockets. She realized that closing the eyes of the dead was not to let the dead rest in peace, but to comfort the living. Zhu Yao's palm was hot. That was Huaying's blood. She kept this action for a long time, trying to breathe deeply. Breathing helped her relieve mental stress. She wanted to find an oxygen bottle to breathe oxygen immediately, but this action was useless. As she breathed, her eyes became more and more painful. Her eyelashes were extremely heavy. The first tear fell. Zhu Yao finally couldn't help it. She stopped pretending to be strong and cried loudly on Huaying's body. No one could comfort her. Zhu Yao sat beside Huaying until her body became cold. She couldn't take Huaying's body away. She could only shake out a blanket and cover her face. But when the blanket covered her face, it was soon wet with blood, highlighting the outline of her death. Zhu Yao's lips trembled, and she opened her mouth. This should be the last time she saw Huaying in her life. Lu Yu was missing. The whole team died, and only she was left. "I will succeed," Zhu Yao said. She couldn't say too much. She still had a mission. Huaying's death was in exchange for Zhu Yao's opportunity to move forward. The whole team sacrificed just to let her move forward one step. Zhu Yao must succeed. Huaying told her a lot before he died. It was as if she had received the prophet's script in advance and moved forward with her blessing. So Zhu Yao stood up. She was no longer confused. Huahuaying gave her new instructions. She waded through the contaminated spores, as if she was stepping on the blood of countless people, and kept moving forward. After walking for an unknown period of time, Zhu Yao stopped and was blinded by the blood-red light. The abyss unfolded in front of her. Zhu Yao stood on the edge of the abyss. The area below was blood-red. She calmed down, as if an ignorant mortal was peeping at the true face of the gods. Countless tentacles were shaking, each of which was blood-red, like a sea anemone entrenched in the depths of the seabed, but it was so huge that Zhu Yao's eyes had nowhere to rest for a while, because it was too big, and she didn't know where to look first. Zhu Yao heard the roar of the waves. She had heard the sound of the waves since she entered the underground of Utopia. Now she finally found the source. Because she was too close, the sharp noise echoed in her mind. The tentacles were wriggling. It was obviously very weak, but from the perspective of mortals, it was like the sky and the earth collapsing. As they wriggled, Zhu Yao's body couldn't stop trembling. The sadness that had just been entrenched in her heart was instantly defeated. She couldn't think of sadness or any emotions. Her reason was about to collapse, and her spiritual world collapsed rapidly. Zhu Yao's eyes were extremely painful. She should close her eyes and immediately run away from this hellhole. Or retreat first and look for an opportunity to start again. This is what a smart person would do, but Zhu Yao's legs didn't move at all. She opened her eyes wide and forced herself to look almost like self-torture. The water vapor on the surface of her eyeballs evaporated quickly, as if the extremely dry land was cracking, and salty tears flowed uncontrollably. Zhu Yao saw the heart of the giant. Chapter 387. Zhu Ning touched a corpse. She quickly retracted her hand. For a moment, she thought it was Lin Xiufeng. However, the corpse in front of her was obviously an adult. Her eyes were probably gouged out after her death. The blanket covering her was wet with blood. Her eyes were slightly sunken. Utopia retained all the traces of the past. Huahuaying, Zhu Ning's slow brain reacted. This was Huahuaying's corpse. With a slight sound of puff, Zhu Ning covered her right eye. The eyeball under her palm was squirming. It was not an illusion. She really heard the sound of the eyeball moving. Her body was tense because her heart was filled with great grief for Pei Shu's death. So when she lifted the blanket and looked directly at Huahuaying's empty eye sockets, she even mistakenly thought that she was sad for Huahuaying. Huahuaying's eyeballs were in her body. Because she felt that the owner was struggling, Zhu Ning directly felt for the first time that the eyes were another individual independent of the brain. It was as if Huahuaying was not dead, and her soul was still churning in Zhu Ning's body. Zhu Ning wanted to retreat, just like a fuse machine seeing the raw materials. Someone had also fallen on Huahuaying's body back then. She was heartbroken, but had to move forward. Zhu Ning knew it was Zhu Yao. It was probably the intuition between mother and daughter. They walked on the same road and heard the call of the same creature. Zhu Ning heard the sound of the waves. She looked into the distance blankly, and her brain resonated with the creature in the distance. The system was a smooth black substance wrapped around a certain creature. Chu Qing was once curious about what kind of creature Zhu Ning's brain came from. It seemed that she was about to reach the end. Zhu Ning's spine was burning with flames. Pei Shu's flames were like a dragon bone attached to her body. More than half of her skin was burned, and Zhu Ning felt pain all the time. Her first reaction was to escape. People have instincts when they see unknown existence, but she felt something else moving on her body. A piece of black debris was dug out from Pei Shu's body. The surface was smooth and seemed to be the same material as Zhu Ning's system. Now lying in Zhu Ning's palm, the edge is no longer sharp, slightly squirming, and mixed with the ashes on Zhu Ning's fingertips. So Zhu Ning's other mother is Huahuaying? Chu Qing couldn't help interrupting Zhu Yao's narration. At least it solved Chu Qing's long-standing doubts. Zhu Ning's genes were not 100% inherited from Zhu Yao. To some extent, she had no biological father, but she had two mothers, which was rare. Zhu Ning and Huwensi were actually sisters, which was very interesting. Zhu Yao came back from Utopia, with Huahuaying's eyes and the heart of a giant, and devoted herself to the Alpha series of experiments with great enthusiasm, and finally Zhu Ning was born. She is the well-deserved mother of Alpha. What is the heart of Utopia underground like? How did you survive and escape? Chu Qing had too many questions. Zhu Yao finished her coffee, and she stood up again to pour coffee, still not hurriedly, but Chu Qing became more anxious, thinking that the speed of the coffee liquid flowing was so slow, and she wanted to help her pour it. Chu Qing couldn't sit still, leaned forward slightly, and asked, "Which one of Zhu Ning and Lu Yuan is your plan?" Zhu Yao came back with 2 cups of hot coffee and said calmly, "Both." Chu Qing thought for a while, and the more he thought about it, the more interesting it became. It was as if he had walked into the history of that year from a bystander, and he was also one of the witnesses. He wanted to rush into history to come up with some ideas to make this plan more perfect, but unfortunately, he was just a bystander, and Zhu Yao was in a good mood today and was willing to talk. Chu Qing, so you don't know who will arrive at Utopia first, Lu Yuan or Zhu Ning? Zhu Yao smiled and shook her head. They talked for too long, and the light in the room gradually dimmed. Zhu Yao's face was mostly hidden in the darkness, making her look more mysterious. Chu Qing didn't know what this expression meant. In his eyes, Zhu Yao was not a researcher at all, but a very powerful magician. If she didn't reveal the secret, Chu Qing couldn't think of the real answer no matter how hard he tried. Chu Qing placed his left hand on his right hand, tapped his fingers a few times, thought about the whole story, and asked a key question, "But aren't you afraid of accidents? How do you know you will succeed?" Chu Qing was a little incoherent, and adjusted his question. Prometheus is likely to be reborn underground. What if Zhu Ning's team encounters an accident? Let's take a step back. Zhu Ning can complete the task, but what if it is Lu Yuan who enters Utopia? Chu Qing has a side understanding of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan has always been like an unlearned young lady. She can be a little rebellious within the scope allowed by the Lu family. The Lu family has always been very permissive of her. But she seems to have never left the kingdom of God recently. Chu Qing is very clear about this kind of house arrest. Maybe Lu Yu's ability has finally awakened. It's too late. How can Zhu Yao ensure that Lu Yuan has enough ability to enter Utopia? And can find the entrance? Chu Qing said, as he sorted out his thoughts, you need a specific person to lead the way. Whether it is Zhu Ning or Lu Yuan, he may not be the most capable, but he must be part of this team. Chu Qing did not need Zhu Yao's answer, and guessed on his own. Just like a magic trick, it requires a detonator, and this person must be implanted with the relevant idea at a very young age. Chu Qing did not know who Zhu Ning had in his team now, so he carefully thought about the people around Lu Yuan. Zhu Yao interrupted his incoherent guesses and gave an answer generously. Pei Shu. Chu Qing was stunned. Zhu Yao actually knew Pei Shu? Chu Qing knew this person, a fire-type mutant, who came back from the far north. This person had investigated several major routes for the Federation. Chu Qing had an experimental subject that was detected by Pei Shu. Chu Qing heard that Pei Shu had some mental illness, and could not continue to cheat. Later, Pei Shu became a running dog of the Lu family, and was responsible for teaching Lu Yuan. Chu Qing stood up suddenly, took 2 steps on the spot, and looked at Zhu Yao, who was sitting on the sofa drinking coffee with a blanket on his knees, very relaxed, allowing him to look at him. Chu Qing didn't care about that, and immediately turned on the secondary brain. In order to ensure the confidentiality of this conversation, no one visited it, and even cut off the network. Chu Qing had to reconnect to the network and quickly input the master password. During this process, Zhu Yao didn't say a word, and seemed to be indifferent to his behavior. After a while, Chu Qing turned off the secondary brain network and said in disbelief, Lu Yu has been to the foster camp. How did she implant the idea in Pei Shu's mind? This is the information he just found. As a member of the Lu family, Lu Yu's some external activities will be recorded, especially some charitable acts. Lu Yu was very interested in the foster camp for a while. She often donated supplies, and even stayed in the foster camp for a week. This was extremely rare for a Chable wife. Many people thought that Lu Yu was acting to create a friendly image. Lu Yu's life once intersected with Pei Shu. This was not accidental at all. Chu Qing found a few photos of Lu Yu. They should have been secretly taken by the children in the foster camp. They were not as formal as the media photos. Someone took a blurry profile of her. Lu Yu was bending over to talk to a child. She had an extremely gentle smile on her lips, and looked straight into the child's innocent eyes while talking. Chu Qing didn't know who this child was. It was not a coincidence. It was definitely not Pei Shu, but it was likely that he was also a future outside investigator, and one of the candidates back then. Pei Shu was the tiny intersection of the plan. No one would care about his existence. Even if he came back from the far north, he was just an investigator. The plan started so early. Chu Qing was incredulous at the crazy behavior of these 3 women. You didn't give up after returning from Utopia. Lu Yu's Utopia exploration plan failed. Dozens of teammates died by self-explosion. Hua Huaying died of poisoning. Prometheus put a mental collar on Lu Yu. Zhu Yao took away Hua Huaying's precognitive eye and found the heart of the giant underground. Lu Yu was forced by Prometheus to return to the wall. She seemed to have resigned herself to fate, and gave birth to one child after another for the Lu family. She did everything for the Liu family, attended social dinners, held charity events, and played the most standard chaebol wife, just to find an opportunity to achieve her goals. Despite such a tragic failure, Liu Yu and Zhu Yao did not give up. Zhu Yao returned to Yongsheng Pharmaceutical and carried out the crazy alpha experiment, creating countless Zhu Nings and selecting the only successful product. The two lines need a successful detonator. Liu Yu sowed seeds for future outside investigators in the breeding camp, and Pei Shu was the one that sprouted. Pei Shu is the only survivor in the far north. His value is self-evident. All those who look for Pei Shu to lead the way must go in that direction. Pei Shu can lead Liu Yu on to utopia, but the plan is subtly different. In the end, it is Zhu Ning who leads. Zhu Ning is also okay. She is plan B. Their goal has also been achieved. Chu Qing didn't know what to say. This move was too bold and too. Zhu Yao handed out coffee at the right time, comforting his juniors like an elder. Chu Qing took the coffee and drank it all. He sorted out his thoughts. Chu Qing was smart enough to keep up with Zhu Yao's rhythm and said quickly, "You are very similar to a certain existence." Zhu Yao, "I know, you want to say Prometheus." Chu Qing paused. Of course, he didn't dare to say it so directly, but Liu Yu and Zhu Yao's approach was no different from Prometheus. They all saw the future and achieved their goals at all costs. Zhu Yao asked, "Do you think I'm bad?" Chu Qing sneered. Of course, he was not so naive. He even wanted to applaud Zhu Yao. This is the leader of the Alpha series. Zhu Yao should have such decision-making power. If you want to defeat the enemy, it is impossible to be open and above board. All reforms must be sacrificed. There is no clean road in the world. Of course, you can also use the weapons that the enemy can use. Zhu Yao smiled and said, "I never said I was a good person." Her hand holding the coffee cup was already full of wrinkles, as if she was checking if there was blood on her hand. If Zhu Yao was pure and kind, she would not have gone so far. The fact that she has survived until now is a proof. A plan that lasts for more than 10 years requires strong perseverance and patience, and of course, it also requires enough ruthlessness to suppress one's own deviation ideas in time at certain moments of indecision. That's why Chu Qing admires Zhu Yao, and is even willing to kneel down and look up to him. Chu Qing believes that he and Zhu Yao are the same kind of people, and good and evil are meaningless to him. Chu Qing thought of a question. Wait, but why do you say Zhu Ning is a mistake? Because Liu Yuan's path is more correct? He was brooding over Zhu Yao's words. What exactly does a mistake mean? Chu Qing was obsessed with it, as if he was deciphering it. Chu Qing sighed and said, also, Zhu Ning's current plan is to kill Prometheus. Aren't you afraid that she will kill you one day? Chu Qing and Zhu Ning have never met directly, but they have seen each other through the camera. Zhu Ning has a very strange personality. She is not like a person of this era at all. She does not believe in authority, or the great destiny of mankind. Any huge goal cannot be achieved by her. She has a very primitive and rough spirit. Her life creed is that if you kill me, I will kill you. It's that simple. Chu Qing certainly knew that Zhu Ning was going to kill Prometheus. The laboratories under Prometheus were busy trying to find the weaknesses of the Alpha experiment, and even wanted to find out from Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Chu Qing guessed that if Zhu Ning continued to implement the same values, Zhu Yao would certainly become Zhu Ning's enemy. After all, Zhu Yao's actions were exactly the same as Prometheus's. So it was a mistake? To what extent did Hua Huaying predict back then? Does Zhu Yao know the direction of her fate? Zhu Yao did not answer immediately. Chu Qing thought she was thinking, so she waited patiently. For a while, the room was extremely quiet. Zhu Yao's eyes slowly emptied, as if she was staring at a certain place in a trance. Chu Qing's heart jumped suddenly. He was a person who could not even accept myopia surgery. He could obviously feel the abnormality of his body. It was a very abnormal beating. Chu Qing realized that it was not Zhu Yao's eyes that were emptied, but his own eyes that were emptied. His body was getting softer and softer, as if his soul was gradually withdrawing. Everything in front of him was blurring, and Zhu Yao stared at him from beginning to end, with a gentle smile on his lips. It was that cup of coffee. Chu Qing's pupils contracted and his eyes fell on the coffee cup. The liquid inside had already bottomed out. Chu Qing intended to shorten Zhu Yao's range of action and imprison her in this secret base, but Zhu Yao was a researcher. Mixing medicines was professional for her. She had already planned how to escape. Zhu Yao told herself this story not because she was in a good mood, nor because she had been depressed for too long and had no one to talk to. Zhu Yao just wanted Chu Qing to relax her vigilance. After all, how much of a threat could a researcher who couldn't even shoot and had to rely on others for protection pose? She didn't look dangerous at all. Chu Qing was right about all her comments about her. She had extraordinary patience, waiting for the only opportunity to appear, just like a leopard grabbing an antelope's throat and never letting go, and Chu Qing was the one she bit. When the secret was important enough, Chu Qing would clear the scene, not let any strangers get close, and even shut down the internet. When his attention was focused on the story of Utopia, he would naturally ignore the small cup of coffee handed to him by Zhu Yao. Chu Qing covered his heart. His heart was beating uncontrollably, and it had completely lost its rhythm. He was short of oxygen for a while, and couldn't say a word. There was a researcher outside the door, and there were usually people monitoring him, but because Chu Qing only wanted to keep the secret in his own hands, he was too greedy, and didn't want a third person to know the secret of Utopia, so no one was monitoring outside the door, and the monitor was dark. Secrets have a price, and Chu Qing is about to pay his own price. Chu Qing's face was blue and purple, and he wanted to press his sub-brain. Chu Qing still had an emergency call device in his hand. This was his last chance. But a slender shadow fell, and Zhu Yao stood in front of him, holding his wrist gently with one hand, so that his fingers could not move forward an inch. Chu Qing felt a little regretful for a while. He paid the price for his stubbornness. If he had accepted the transformation of superpowers earlier, he would not end up like this. Once he was alone, he would have no power to fight back. If it was in the past, Chu Qing would be ecstatic because of Zhu Yao's touch, which meant that the relationship between them had broken the ice, and he finally gained Zhu Yao's trust. Now it seems that it is not the case at all. Zhu Yao cannot be tamed. Bang! Chu Qing's body hit the heavy carpet, making a muffled sound, and Chu Qing's eyes moved with difficulty. Zhu Yao did not look at him, and gently picked up the photo on the table with one hand. It was a group photo of the departure, taken at the F-03 entrance of the North Wall. There were 6 main personnel in total. The team leader was Lu Yu, and the guide was Bai Cheng. Zhu Yao picked up this long-lost photo, as if he picked up the history of the year, and also picked up the unfinished wish. Everyone died, and only Zhu Yao was left alive, living so painfully and hard. She had to continue her unfinished business. Teammates fell one by one, and the road ahead was for Zhu Yao to pick up the torch and move forward. This road lasted for more than 10 years, and every step was so difficult. In every blank gap, people questioned whether they had worked hard enough, and Zhu Yao had to go on until death. Zhu Yao didn't say a word, but she had already answered Chu Qing's question at the beginning. What kind of person is Lu Yu? Beautiful and powerful, she would do anything for her goal, and she is the mother of the future new world. Lu Yu is dead, but everything Lu Yu left behind is still going on. The last scene Chu Qing saw was that Zhu Yao put on his white coat, took the magnetic card and the sub-brain from his pocket, swiped the card, and the door opened. The pale light outside fell on Zhu Yao, like the light of freedom. Chu Qing squeezed a fire in his chest, and wanted to shout for Zhu Yao not to leave, begging Zhu Yao to stop and continue. But he couldn't shout, the story was not over, and at this point, he still wanted to continue asking. What was the ending of that year, and what was Zhu Yao's real plan? Come back, Chu Qing shouted silently, I can work hard for you, there is no need to be so ruthless. Chu Qing has looked up to Zhu Yao for many years. She is his enlightenment mentor in entering Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Because of Zhu Yao and the Alpha series, Chu Qing was interested in pollutants. He carefully studied all the information left by Zhu Yao, obsessed with her traces, and all his later research had the shadow of Zhu Yao. But Zhu Yao didn't need to waste time with him, and didn't even look back at him. With a slight click, the corner of Zhu Yao's clothes disappeared, and the door closed gently, leaving Chu Qing alone in the darkness, his body gradually getting cold. Chapter 388. Zhu Yao pushed open the door, and outside was a corridor emitting metallic luster. There was no one on it. She swiped open one door, and there was another one outside. Zhu Yao was already used to it. The access control of this kind of laboratory was complicated. She had Chu Qing's sub-brain in her hand. At this time, she input commands one by one, opened them one by one, and recalled the unfinished story. Back then, Prometheus easily destroyed the Utopia exploration. Only Zhu Yao reached the real underground. She didn't know which way Lu Yu took to return. They completely lost contact. Zhu Yao brought back the core pollutants of the Alpha series from Utopia, and soon joined the support troops sent by Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Yongsheng Pharmaceutical would not give up this opportunity. After Zhu Yao was taken away by Lu Yu, the businessman smelled a huge business opportunity. According to the clues revealed by Lu Yu, he groped near Utopia and wanted to dig up the rich mine. Returned to the laboratory for research. When they saw Zhu Yao was still alive, they were extremely shocked. There was not even a superpower around Zhu Yao, and no one knew why she survived. Zhu Yao was very lucky, especially when everyone else died. Her luck was particularly good. Just as Huaying predicted, Zhu Yao waited for her rescue team at a specific location. Zhu Yao had been wondering whether Huaying or Lu Yu deliberately leaked the news to Yongsheng Pharmaceuticals. This was their alternative protection for herself. Zhu Yao was strongly protected by Yongsheng Pharmaceuticals. The internal forces of this huge pharmaceutical company were complicated. Because she was valuable enough, a senior executive included her in the protection scope and announced the launch of the Alpha series in a high-profile manner. Zhu Yao became the only winner of the exploration plan. She got what she had always dreamed of: power and prestige, countless experimental funding, and the top scientific research team. Some people spent thousands of dollars just to have a meal with Zhu Yao and listen to her talk about the Alpha experiment. But Zhu Yao lived in seclusion and rarely left the laboratory. All her energy was spent on the Alpha experiment. The craze of the Alpha series of experiments soon faded, drowned in countless news, and Zhu Yao gradually lost her popularity in society. Correspondingly, her experiment finally came to fruition from paper, with a design appearance, an overall structure, and an initial outline of the system. It still doesn't work, Professor Zhu. The assistant shook her head at her with a look of loss. Beep, beep, the machine sounded an alarm, shouting loudly about her failure. Zhu Yao said nothing, staring at her experimental subject through the glass. She constructed a warm room, and a little girl lay on the pure white bed. This was the 5-year-old stage of the experimental subject. There were other samples in their warehouse, designed with different ages, and the experimental subjects in the warehouse were lined up like corpses. She was so young, with baby fat on her face, long black eyelashes tightly closed, and countless wires connected to the back of her head, but she had no signs of life, and her chest had stopped rising and falling. This time, the experimental subject only breathed for 3 seconds before it was scrapped. Zhu Yao had a lot of money to spend, and he could try every experimental plan, but he hit a wall every time. Sure enough, the problem Zhu Yao was worried about appeared. No matter what memory was instilled, the experimental subject could never be self-consistent. Zhu Yao saw a dense array of formulas in front of her eyes. Bai Cheng's shadow emerged in her mind, and she thought of the conversation that year. Is there something wrong with Bai Cheng's memory storage mode? Didn't she understand the essence? The busy researcher checked what was wrong, and the assistant whispered, "Let's do it another day." Everyone is not energetic. Zhu Yao nodded, "Have a good rest." The researcher seemed to have received a signal of liberation, and immediately packed up and left work, not wanting to stay for a second. It is true that the Alpha series is very valuable, but people cannot rely on ideals to eat. The first topic the researcher talked about after work was what to eat in the cafeteria today. Soon, their chat gradually faded away, and Zhu Yao was the only one left in the laboratory. She wore a white coat, and leaned against the glass wall full of formulas in deep thought. She was very tired. This kind of fatigue was not temporary, but lasted for many years, as if there was no end at all. The pen flew on Zhu Yao's fingertips, like some unique dance. Suddenly, she stopped spinning the pen without warning, opened the door, and entered. Zhu Yao wore a white coat for the first time, and walked to the other side of the glass wall. The researchers decorated this place to look like a normal person's home. This was also one of their experiments. Some researchers believe that the experimental subjects are conscious even in a sleeping state, and can keenly perceive the surrounding environment. The brain is still learning and working, constantly replenishing its spiritual world. After all, they are not creating a demon, but a savior, and they hope that she will be closer to humans as much as possible. Zhu Yao has never taken care of these furnishings. The fragmentary details are all handled by his subordinates, which does not quite fit Zhu Yao's aesthetics. The pink plush toy and a pair of pink slippers placed at the head of the bed looked like a girl's house in a fairy tale. It was so strange when Zhu Yao walked into a little girl's bedroom for the first time. After all, she didn't have any children, and she had never visited a family with children. So when she walked in, she really had the illusion that this was her own home. Zhu Yao looked at the little person on the bed. She looked so much like herself. Zhu Yao regretted using her own genes. That made her unable to be completely objective and rational every time she saw her research subject. She would always be in a trance for a while, as if this little life was her own child. Zhu Yao moved a chair and sat beside the bed, staring at the dead experimental subject. The person lying on the bed was not a real person. A real human would not have so many wires on his head. As long as the wires were unplugged, the experimental subject would be truly scrapped. Zhu Yao's eyes fell on the eyes of the experimental subject again, as if he was looking through her at Huaying. What appeared in Zhu Yao's mind was Huaying's body without eyes. She stretched out her hand to cover the eye sockets of the experimental subject, and she could feel the bulging eyeballs under her palm. Huaying's eyes were in her body. Zhu Yao said nothing, left the lab, closed the door silently, turned off the lights in the lab, and left the experimental subjects in the dark. Zhu Yao lost interest in research for several days, and asked for sick leave, but she entered the top-secret research base, and could not leave to relax. There was Prometheus monitoring outside, and it would be a death sentence for her to leave the base easily. So Zhu Yao walked around the cage like a wild animal trapped in a zoo, with nowhere to vent her depression. When Zhu Yao was depressed, she had to read gossip tabloids to pass the time. In such an era, once people are bored, they are easily swept up by the flow of information, watching short videos one after another, and the fragmented news can't stop. Zhu Yao was killing time while peeking at the outside world through this window. At this time, she read a piece of news that the Liu family welcomed their first daughter. In the eyes of the lower class, this news was insignificant. It was nothing more than a rich person giving birth to a child. What did they care about? But Zhu Yao knew how valuable this news was in the eyes of the people of God. Liu successfully gave birth to a daughter, and this daughter would inherit her abilities in the future. Zhu Yao hadn't heard from Liu for a long time. They couldn't communicate, which would be bad for anyone's safety. But Zhu Yao occasionally heard gossip. People arranged a lot of vulgar scripts for this beautiful woman, one bloody drama after another, such as in order to compete for the status of the Liu family, Liu must give birth to more children and give birth to death. It was hard for Zhu Yao not to sneer when she read this news. The public speculation was actually right in a sense, and Liu would become weaker and weaker in the process until she died. So when Liu Yao was born, Zhu Yao just closed the news terminal and didn't even want to look at it. This time Zhu Yao did not miss it, but searched all the related news. An authoritative media got an exclusive photo of Liu Yu lying on the hospital bed, holding a daughter, and smiling at the camera. The head of the Liu family would of course not appear in the camera, so there were only mother and daughter in the photo. Liu was still beautiful, and even her expression was just right, strong and weak, which was in line with the public's imagination of the mother, thinking that it was a beautiful natural person giving birth to another natural person. Zhu Yao looked at the photo for a long time without coming back to her senses, as if she didn't know Liu Yu very well. She flipped down again, and finally saw the name of Liu Yu's daughter. Liu Yu told the media that her daughter was called Liu Yuan. Zhu Yao's brain was spinning rapidly, and a picture emerged uncontrollably, and it was impossible to press it. Under the utopia, countless polluted spores surrounded, and only the sound of the waves came. In such a beautiful and harmless place, Liu took off her protective helmet, showed a real smile, and carved a bird stroke by stroke. This is my gift to my daughter. Liu did not give up. She really gave birth to a bird. Zhu Yao felt her heart surge for a moment. Only she received such a secret and obscure message. Liu Yu did not bow her head. Even if she gave birth to one child after another, she was still that Liu Yu. Liu Yu looked at Zhu Yao's eyes, as if she had traveled through time and space. It might be an overinterpretation. Zhu Yao suddenly felt that the smile had a deep meaning, and even Liu Yu was a little proud. It seemed that she still maintained her posture after countless blows, and was not defeated. Huaying's prophecy was running. Zhu Yao once doubted whether it was true, but now it was coming true step by step. A road had already unfolded before her eyes. Zhu Yao only needed to follow the plan. The pilgrim would act, Liu Yuan would be born, and Zhu Yao's experiment would definitely succeed. Zhu Yao deliberately ignored the fact that other people had sacrificed themselves. With this idea in mind, she could not move forward at all. Zhu Yao was lucky. Most people worked hard without knowing the way forward, let alone when they would succeed. But Zhu Yao got the promise of the future, and kept the news forever. She appeared in the laboratory late at night on the third day. The experiment did not progress. Her researchers were in low morale, and no one worked overtime. There was a scrap application form on the table. The assistant asked Zhu Yao if she wanted to start over. She only needed Zhu Yao to sign. Zhu Yao leaned against the glass wall and closed her eyes. Her thoughts were not at peace, and her eyelids kept twitching. She held an oxygen cylinder in her hand. Even though she was so old now, she still kept her old habit of breathing oxygen to relieve stress when she was nervous. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, put down the oxygen cylinder, walked to the glass door, and swiped her access card. Her movements were smooth and seamless, as if she had been holding it in for a long time. She pulled the chair over familiarly. With the experience of the last time, she was more like a mother who walked into her child's room after get off work late at night to gently cover the child with a quilt and put away the fairy tale book beside the bed. The experimental subject was motionless, and there was no change from the last time. It was a small ball. This experimental subject had Zhu Yao's genes, Hua Huaying's eyes, and Bai Cheng's memory mode, but no soul. Zhu Yao touched the experimental subject's hair and felt the temperature of the experimental subject. It was not real. It was set to a temperature similar to that of the human body. Even if the heart stopped beating, the body would not become cold. In the dark laboratory, with only one beam of light, Zhu Yao sat by the bed for a long time, covering the chest of the experimental subject with her palm, feeling the lifeless heart. Suddenly, she seemed not to be in the laboratory, and there were no glass walls or experimental instruments around her. Zhu Yao was still in the underground of Utopia, standing in front of the huge heart, staring at it for a long time in front of the huge sound of the waves. She had always deliberately avoided having feelings, but there was no such good thing in the world, where you could get anything without investing. If Zhu Yao wanted to get something in return, she had to give first. If she wanted to be loved, she had to love hard first. She created her own experimental subject. Whether she wanted to or not, she was already a mother. Zhu Ning. Zhu Yao suddenly spoke. This was the first time she had talked to her experimental subject. Your name is Zhu Ning. Zhu Yao wanted to laugh after she finished speaking, as if Niwa had blown air into the clay and given life to a dead object. No one recorded this moment. Zhu Yao actually gave a name to an experimental subject. Many years later, Zhu Ning walked to the depths of Utopia. In front of her was a huge sea anemone, which was fiery red and covered with countless tentacles. The sound of the waves roared in her ears. The dazzling red light continued to flash. There must be something wrong with Zhu Ning's vision. This heart was sunken and convex at times, as if she was looking at some dislocated picture. She was crying, and the saline solution flowed uncontrollably, like a lost child who finally found his mother. Zhu Ning walked along the spine. After paying so much and sacrificing his teammates, he was left alone and finally saw the heart of the giant. The heart was so weak, many tentacles were broken, no longer flashing red light, and it was gray. Only less than 1/10 of the tentacles were still wriggling, and it was full of contaminated spores, but only a small part could participate in the circulation, and most of them could not find an entrance outside. Which part did Zhu Yao take away back then? Zhu Ning couldn't tell what Zhu Yao did here. Was it because of the Alpha Series experiment that caused the giant's heart failure, or was it because Zhu Yao found that he could not stop the heart from deteriorating when he walked here? But she finally stood in Zhu Yao's position back then. Their figures overlapped, and they looked up at the huge heart in front of them together. Zhu Ning knew that a normal heart should beat strongly, but the one in front of her could only wriggle weakly. Zhu Ning subconsciously stretched out her hand. There was blood on her hand, as well as Pei Shu's ashes. The flames on the back of her hand burned through the skin, revealing the pale bones. Zhu Ning's mind was blank, almost driven by instinct, just like Zhu Yao had once put his hand on her chest. I hope you have a strong heart. Zhu Ning touched the heart of the giant. Chapter 389. The moment Zhu Ning touched it, she seemed to hear a crisp click, the box of the system in her brain opened, and the pollutants squeezed inside squirmed their tentacles violently. The black matter on the surface of the system fell apart, turning like a Rubik's Cube, and the fragments of Pei Shu's heart merged into her body. At the same time, she also heard countless crazy whispers, pouring from her left ear into her right ear, as if her soul was instantly shattered into pieces, and for a moment she lost her traditional cognition. She couldn't tell where her limbs were, nor did she know how to look. All human emotions collapsed in an instant. She became a pile of ash, and was squeezed into a human form by the squirming weird power. From the outside, she herself did not change, but was cut all the time. It was not just pain that could be described, but a more terrifying experience. From the body to the soul, nothing was spared. Zhu Ning was pulled so repeatedly that she couldn't even make a slight movement like groaning in pain. She was actually somewhat glad that Lin Xiaofeng was not there. Most people who experienced this scene would go crazy and fall into permanent madness. Zhu Ning felt the heart of the giant, and also felt the weakening life of the female giant. The decline had already begun. What she saw was just a moment when the giant was about to die. Just like a human being about to die, on the operating table, all vital signs have disappeared, and the rescue measures have long been ineffective, leaving only a weak and trembling heart, some inertia in the body, and the body temperature has not completely disappeared. For the female giant, she is infinitely close to death, or has already died. And what Zhu Ning and his generations have explored is just a glimpse of the moment when the giant is dying. Because of the different lengths of life, that moment is as long as in their world. All their sacrifices were just running on the giant's corpse, just like ants busy on the corpse, but unable to find the direction. By the time they explored everything, it was too late. Zhu Ning's knees were weak, and her calves couldn't help trembling. She was almost knocked down by the huge grief. How did Zhu Yao bear it back then? How did she find the part of her rationality that belonged to humans? They lost their teammates and exhausted everything to get here. Facing creatures that they couldn't understand, how should they continue to think? Zhu Ning was shrouded in red light, and the flames on her body were trembling. She tried her best to look up. Zhu Yao also tried hard to look when she stood here. Her tears had dried up, but she still stubbornly looked for the possibility of a breakthrough. Now, the vibrant pollutants in Zhu Ning's brain form a sharp contrast with the weak heart in front of her. The part that Zhu Yao took away back then, like a transplanted organ, has taken root in Zhu Ning's body. She walked along, swallowing countless pollutants. Those pollutants were shown as some kind of skills on the system panel. In other words, the swallowed pollutants did not disappear, but regenerated in her body. Before Zhu Ning came to this step, she had imagined a lot, what exactly she would see and how to act. After all, no one had taught her. But when she really came to this step, she found that there was no need to say anything, because everything was a set program, and the code was rolling quickly, which had long been written in the script of fate. Zhu Yao prepared everything, and Zhu Ning only needed to execute it step by step. The Alpha series of experiments was really successful, and the pollutants found a new mother, that is, Zhu Ning herself. Zhu Ning should devour everything in the world and transform it all again, which is only a small part. Zhu Ning's back was completely torn apart. There was not a single piece of intact skin on her burned back. Blood gushed out until no more blood could flow out. The black mucus was like gushing oil, rapidly condensing into the shape of a human. The black mucus was extremely huge, expanding and expanding. Wherever it went, the blood-red contaminated spores were swallowed up, but it always kept a part of it connected to Zhu Ning's body. The black mucus's facial features gradually became clear, looking down at the tiny Zhu Ning, with a smile on the corner of its mouth. Zhu Ning was a container. In addition to Zhu Ning's own soul, the pollutants in her body had long been prepared. There was a certain way of sensing between the pollutants. They rustled and squirmed, struggling to stretch their limbs, as if welcoming the arrival of new life. Only the flame on Zhu Ning's back wanted to stop this unreasonable invasion, but its power was so small that it was unable to move forward. The blood-red tentacles drilled into her body, and tore her bones and muscles. Zhu Yao left a new system in the zombie city, not just to upgrade Zhu Ning, but to allow her to perfectly fulfill her mission. Zhu Yao found Bai Cheng to be a guide. Bai Cheng is an undead, but every Bai Cheng died. She used corpses to pave the way for Zhu Ning to enter Utopia. Liu sowed seeds in Pei Shu's heart, making him infinitely close to the North Pole like a magnet. In the end, Pei Shu only left a small piece of black debris. Zhu Ning was sent here by Zhu Yao himself. Zhu Yao's plan to save the world can sacrifice everything, including Zhu Ning, who was created by himself. But no one asked Zhu Ning's wishes in advance. Zhu Yao gave her human emotions, woven beautiful dreams for her, let her feel love, and let her have enough power to love, but never asked whether you are willing to come to this world, whether you are willing to inherit my career. Because everything Zhu Yao gave was clearly marked with a price. That was not unconditional love. Zhu Ning could only curl up his body with all his strength. Zhu Yao opened the last door. This was a huge laboratory, the desk was in a mess, the researchers had temporarily evacuated, and only the pollutants behind the glass wall were left. The sealed iron plate had long been opened, and the huge tentacles were wriggling, breathing, and eating through special mouthparts. Chu Qin deserved to inherit Zhu Yao's research. Their research subjects were so similar. With a snap, the huge tentacles were thrown on the glass wall, leaving sticky wet marks where they were wriggling, as if they were having some kind of conversation with Zhu Yao. Zhu Yao would not be afraid of this level of pollutants. She had seen more terrifying existences, but this form of pollutants made her involuntarily recall the heart she saw in Utopia. Zhu Yao arrived in front of the giant's heart, and found that her previous plan had long been invalid. She knew that the female giant was dying, and could not be saved by traditional means. Just like in a corpse, what power should the cells that were still lingering use to stop death? In desperation, she thought of the Alpha series experiment. Her plan was right from beginning to end. Give her a chance and give her a seed. In the afterglow of the female giant's life, Zhu Yao can still be saved. If in a traditional adventure story, Zhu Yao is considered a villain who made a deal with the devil and became the devil's servant. She brought back pollutants from underground, and accordingly, she would sacrifice a new container. The Alpha series is the new container. She had already preset Zhu Ning's ending, so the experimental body had a limited lifespan, and each swallow was closer to death. Devouring the heart is just one of the steps, not the end. Zhu Ning must take responsibility, and go on step by step until she devours everything. The only ending after purifying the world is death. Zhu Yao thought she would restrain her emotions and remain absolutely rational from beginning to end, but when she called out Zhu Ning's name, the gears of fate had already rolled out of control. She is the mother of the Alpha series, but she is not qualified to be Zhu Ning's mother. So Zhu Yao told Chu Qing that the Alpha series was a mistake, and it was wrong from the moment she invested her feelings. With a yelp, the door was suddenly pushed open, breaking Zhu Yao's memories. A researcher rushed in rashly, probably wanting to ask Chu Qing when she would come out, or just come back to get the missed items. The specific reason is no longer important, and there will always be various accidents in the plan. The researcher looked at her unexpectedly. Chu Qing's white coat seemed a little loose on Zhu Yao, and Zhu Yao put her hands in her pockets and had no expression. The researcher was stunned when he saw Zhu Yao, as if he had seen a ghost. The prisoner had escaped, and was standing in front of the pollutant. Zhu Yao was the mother of pollutants. Against the backdrop of pollutants, she looked like a devil. The researcher remembered that this woman lived inside the zombie pollutants, and was familiar with the rules of pollutants, and used them effectively. She created the Alpha series. Although she was very fragile, as long as there were pollutants at hand, she would be the most terrifying enemy. Chu Qing once warned them not to let Zhu Yao come into contact with any pollutants. The researcher wanted to press the alarm, but Zhu Yao had already raised the gun. This gun was also taken from Chu Qing. It was a very small one that could be hidden inside the palm of a hand. The researcher immediately raised his hands. "I didn't see anything, you can go." Zhu Yao didn't put down the gun, the black muzzle pointed directly at him. Her eyes had some unspeakable pity, and she seemed to be hesitating. After all, killing people directly was not her strong point. The researcher thought that her only hobby after entering the base was to learn shooting. She had no talent, her learning progress was very slow, and her aim was also poor. The researcher confronted her silently, and whether Zhu Yao wanted to kill or scare him, these two ideas were playing in his heart. In this case, either bet that the other party really has no malice, or strike first. With a bang, before the researcher could think clearly, the first gunshot sounded, and Zhu Yao pulled the trigger. The aim was indeed very poor, and the bullet hit his calf, and blood immediately spurted out, and his hand that was originally pressing the alarm was forced to retract. Bang, 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 Zhu Yao continued to pull the trigger, shooting while moving forward in an orderly manner. Her hand was not stable, and her aim was not good, so she could only shorten the distance between her and the prey, and finally the fourth shot hit the lung. The researcher fell in a pool of blood with his eyes wide open. He probably hadn't figured out the question yet. Why would Zhu Yao kill someone? For someone who wants to escape from the secret base, killing someone is very aggressive, and will immediately alert the security team. It is totally unnecessary. Moreover, if the container of pollutants is penetrated, everyone will die. But Zhu Yao took action. As she said, she has never been a good person. Black smoke came out of the muzzle of the gun. Zhu Yao's hand slowly dropped. Her white coat was wet with blood, and blood spots were splashed on her face. However, her index finger was still on the trigger, and she was reluctant to let go. Her arm was slightly numb, and her eyes were a little salty. She didn't cry back then, but now she felt complicated and wanted to find an oxygen bottle to breathe oxygen immediately. Zhu Yao finally entered Zhu Ning's world. It turned out that this was how it felt to shoot and kill someone with her own hands. No one is innocent. Zhu Yao's hands are now truly covered with blood. The alarm screamed wildly, and a red light enveloped the house. Zhu Yao's shooting alerted the security system, and the doors on both sides were automatically locked. The footsteps of the security team continued to sound. Zhu Yao did not move, as if she had no sense of the impending danger. She stood in the flickering light. Chu Qing's sub-brain could not open the door, but could communicate. She leaned against the glass wall, and behind her was the pollutant with a disgusting smell. There was a camera opposite. She didn't know whether Prometheus existed here or saw this scene. Zhu Yao stared directly at the cold camera, as if she saw the eyes of her enemy. Her blood-stained hands dialed a number and said coldly, "Come pick me up." Teacher Chi was still wearing a black gown like a nun's robe. Facing Zhu Yao, her voice was so gentle and respectful. "Welcome back." Chapter 390. Zhu Ning curled up tightly in the ground, ignoring the pain of pollution squeezing into her body. Under the tearing of the huge force, Zhu Ning's brain was reopened, and scenes flashed in her mind, faster and faster, as if a broken movie projector was playing an old movie. She shot and killed Zhu Yao in zombie form, and blood splashed on her face. This was a deliberately arranged plot. Zhu Yao picked her up from school, lifted her up high, and played childish games like a flying bird. This was a code that had been written. There was only one scene mixed in the middle of the code, making her unable to tell whether it was a memory or an illusion. Zhu Ning saw Zhu Yao's back, and her mother turned around expressionlessly in a white coat. Zhu Ning ran. It was instinctive. All children love their mothers instinctively. She ran faster and faster, but the road became longer and longer. She would never reach the end, until Zhu Yao closed the door in front of her, and the figure disappeared forever. This cycle continued. Zhu Ning had tested her memory countless times, and even collapsed. She lay here struggling helplessly, not knowing where she had gone wrong. Tools need emotions to operate, but tools do not need too much emotion, otherwise it will affect their effectiveness. Zhu Yao left, and her spiritual world was silent, like a cemetery. Zhu Ning closed her eyes, and imagined something to resist the pain, like a child drawing on a piece of white paper. Lines unfolded, circles outlined the picture, and the school playground unfolded in front of her. In Zhu Ning's memory, she liked to sit in the playground when she was bored, and watching those people exercising would make her feel the joy of being alive. So the playground appeared in her mind, and Zhu Ning sat on the concrete steps. In her era, such steps were also stands. Some people were skipping ropes not far away, and some were practicing running to prepare for this year's marathon. Cheers and whistles were intertwined, and the playground was always the most lively. Zhu Ning has always been good at taking care of herself. She fantasized about the sun, so the weather was good. The sun leaked through the lush leaves and sprinkled on her. It was so warm. Because she knew it was a fantasy, there was no end to the fantasy, and she didn't even need any logic. Her body was being decomposed, but her soul was enjoying it. She was definitely crazy. Zhu Ning sat in the shade of the tree with her eyes closed, enjoying a moment of peace. Suddenly, her eyes darkened and someone sat down next to her. She had a rich imagination. She was obviously fantasizing, but she couldn't have a space that belonged to her completely. She wanted to move her, but to another place. When she opened her eyes, she was stunned. Su Ming was wearing a black t-shirt with her favorite band Blood Crow printed on it, and a black guitar on his back. Su Ming's hair was casually tied behind her head, and she was wearing an exaggerated red headset around her neck. Zhu Ning was a little stunned for a moment, and couldn't move his eyes away for a long time. Su Ming didn't look at herself, but looked ahead, with a very focused expression. Zhu Ning realized something, and turned around again. On her left sat Song Zhizhong, who was wearing a purple turtleneck sweater, a cross earring on his earlobe, and a layer of golden light on his long eyelashes. Although it was a bit non-mainstream, it looked very gentle on him. There was a rustling movement behind her. Someone sat down with a cigarette in his mouth and was about to light a lighter. After noticing Zhu Ning, he put the cigarette back in his pocket. Pei Shu was wearing a holiday shirt with a yellow pineapple painted on it, flip-flops on his feet, and a pair of black sunglasses on his nose. Pei Shu yawned lazily, stretched out his long legs with a frustrated look, with a newly bought ball of wool at his feet, and a half-knitted red sweater in another bag. Like a latecomer in the cinema, the next person to enter was Bai Cheng. Zhu Ning recognized her as Bai Cheng #1 at a glance. She was wearing a black raincoat, so out of place, and sat next to Pei Shu with a stiff smile on her face. Other Bai Chengs sat down one after another, and Zhu Ning was crowded around him. They had the same face, but Zhu Ning could recognize the difference between them. Bai Cheng #2 was the most gentle, Bai Cheng #3 was dug out by herself, Bai Cheng #4 liked to socialize, and Bai Cheng #5 had a very angry expression before she died, and now she also looked fierce, as if someone owed her money. There were many Bai Chengs. If it were in the real world, this should be a very strange scene. 5 identical people appeared at the same time, which would definitely attract the attention of others, but this is an imaginary world, and everyone thinks it is normal. Zhu Ning couldn't help wanting to laugh, and she wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. She didn't know what emotion she should have. No one talked to her, as if they didn't know Zhu Ning at all, and they were not familiar with each other, just randomly found a seat to sit down. Everyone was looking at the playground, and Zhu Ning was a little curious. She followed their gaze, and saw that the playground was full of people exercising. At first glance, she couldn't see anything good. But then Zhu Ning looked carefully, and a male athlete, who was practicing long-distance running just ran past her, bringing up a gust of wind. He was wearing blue vertical striped sports pants, and a white short-sleeved shirt, and was sweating profusely. Zhu Ning saw clearly that the runner was Cheng Mafei. Zhu Ning was inspired and drew inferences from this angle. He found that everyone's eyes were not scattered randomly, but had their own goals. Pei Shu had been staring at a group of people playing frisbee in the corner. They were too far away for Zhu Ning to see their faces. He guessed that they should be the team he belonged to back then. There was a tall woman with a ponytail, probably Yilingyi. Song Zhizhong supported his chin and looked at the distance. The faces of the group of people were even more blurred. There were only 2 or 3 of them jumping high by the sand pit. That was Song Zhizhong's own little secret. Even in the afterlife, Zhu Ning couldn't see it clearly. Finally, it was Bai Cheng. Zhu Ning only saw so many Bai Chengs on the playground at this time. Bai Cheng jumping on the grid, Bai Cheng playing parallel bars, Bai Cheng playing double badminton, Bai Cheng practicing high leg lifts. The playground was filled with countless Bai Chengs. She didn't know how many times she had died. She was like an NPC in Zhu Ning's imaginary world, and like the kittens that can be seen everywhere on the cat island in fairy tales. For the first time, Zhu Ning felt that Bai Cheng was so warm, and they were cute and soft when they gathered together. Zhu Ning glanced around, and didn't see Lin Xiaofeng's shadow. If this was the world after death, it proved that Xiaofeng was not dead yet. It was great. Zhu Ning smiled, and stretched her body. She sat quietly among the group of people, like a wild cat seeking warmth, greedily drawing warmth from them. She closed her eyes tightly. There were no longer creeping tentacles on her chest, and her spine was no longer covered with black mucus. Her brain had grooves like a normal person, not just a black box. She sat by the playground, listening to the rustling of leaves, feeling the light spots falling on her face, breathing fresh air, and feeling the world like a normal person. She knew this was a dream, and she had woven a beautiful dream for herself, and fell asleep in it. Until her body was gently shaken by someone, the sunlight was blocked, and a drop of cold water fell on Zhu Ning's face through the gap between the leaves. It rained in Zhu Ning's world, 1 drop, 2 drops, and tears fell one after another. Her body was being shaken by someone. Zhu Ning frowned, and refused to open her eyes. She felt very annoyed, closed her eyes, and tried to breathe, wanting to put the imagined picture back in place. But the other party was not happy with her, constantly fiddling with her, and even dragged her body away. Zhu Ning? Zhu Ning! She thought it was another scene she imagined, or she was simply too crazy, and had other hallucinations. Zhu Ning! Along with the call, dense drops of water fell on her face, as if the rain drowned her. Zhu Ning heard the cry, and she was dazed after opening her eyes, and above her was a somewhat unfamiliar face. Her facial features were neat and iconic, like a beautiful girl on a template, with blood on her cheeks, a sad expression, and tears on the tip of her chin. She was wearing a protective suit but no helmet. Zhu Ning's sight was temporarily scattered, looking over the girl's head, and looking at the cave rock wall above. There were no contaminated spores, only black and sticky substances flowing. Zhu Ning was still underground in Utopia. She was pulled into reality. She felt a dull pain in her heart, and couldn't tell which one was an illusion, the playground just now or here. She wanted to close her eyes, and return to the warm playground, but the little girl in front of her refused. She was extremely strong and cried, "Zhu Ning! Zhu Ning!" She seemed to only know how to say these 2 words, chanting the spell back and forth. Zhu Ning remembered, and the brain that had just been spliced together began to work. That was Lin Xiaofeng. Zhu Ning had seen her photo before entering the aquarium for a mission. She was wearing a red dress, standing in front of the glass wall, and touching the mechanical jellyfish. Lin Xiaofeng was now wearing a black protective suit. The 2 faces finally overlapped. Now Lin Xiaofeng's facial features had grown, her chin was a little sharper, and she looked more mature. Lin Xiaofeng's memory was a little fuzzy. She remembered that after Bai Cheng died, she wanted to pull the iron ring of the bomb, and Pei Shu stopped her. Then the hyphae invaded her body, and Pei Shu's flames immediately entangled her, but had grown into her brain. Then her limbs moved uncontrollably, and she appeared behind Zhu Ning with a knife. Lin Xiaofeng couldn't describe the feeling to others. Her soul was still in the shell, but her body was taken over by the hyphae. The thing she feared most had happened. Lin Xiaofeng was powerless to stop it, so she could only try her best to make her body appear. She fought against the power of Prometheus. As long as she stopped being transparent, Zhu Ning and Pei Shu would be able to see her. But it was too late. She was manipulated to kill Pei Shu for the second time, and was pushed away by Zhu Ning's consciousness. Then she lost her ability to move. Until she heard Zhu Ning calling her. Zhu Ning's voice was very anxious and crying. Lin Xiaofeng wanted to respond but couldn't make a sound. Her leg was broken. Lin Xiaofeng listened to Zhu Ning's voice getting farther and farther away. She couldn't move in the corner. She was trying hard to make her body visible, so that Zhu Ning could see her. But she was seriously injured. Soon her eyes went black, blood came out of her mouth, and she lost consciousness immediately. Before she fainted completely, her last thought was to try to let Juning see. When she woke up, there were mincemeat and countless ashes all around. All the evidence showed that there had been a big fire here, and the hyphae of Prometheus had long turned into ashes. She tore off the mycelium on her body. The mycelium that was originally deeply embedded in her brain lost its vitality and hung limply. After Lin Xiaofeng tore it off, she didn't know whether she was affected by the remnants of Prometheus. She didn't have time to think too much. The most urgent thing was to find other teammates. Lin Xiaofeng dragged her injured leg and walked slowly, shouting as she walked, but no one responded to her shouting, and she couldn't find the shadows of Bai Cheng and Pei Shu at all. The surrounding contaminated spores disappeared. Lin Xiaofeng stood on the giant's bone marrow, hesitating whether to go forward or backward. If she returned to the original route, would there be other ways to go? Lin Xiaofeng felt that the other teammates might have died, because as long as Zhu Ning was alive, he would not ignore her. She walked for a long time. Strangely, she didn't see a single contaminated spore on this road, and the flowing black matter seemed to be twisted. Finally, Lin Xiaofeng stopped and saw a huge pit. Zhu Ning's body was lying under the pit. There was no one there, only a giant made of black mucus. Her first reaction was to run away. Facing such a creature, a normal person would be filled with fear. But after a second of hesitation, she immediately ran towards Zhu Ning. Lin Xiaofeng fell down the slope, and the black giant looked at her with interest. Lin Xiaofeng did not retreat, thinking that she was going to kill her. She limped in front of Zhu Ning, with her back arched like a small animal with its hair standing on end. The black giant just looked down at her, as if to see what she was. In the end, she seemed to be tired of looking at her, and was too lazy to stand in a stalemate with a little thing like Lin Xiaofeng, or she finally digested and absorbed everything, and slowly retracted back to Zhu Ning's spine. Lin Xiaofeng's face was pale, and she didn't realize that she was not in a transparent form. The giant was looking at her just now, and all her attention was on Zhu Ning. It was hard to describe what Zhu Ning had experienced. There was no intact skin on her. The cracks in her spine could clearly see the bones. The flames and black mucus on the bones merged like two entangled sequences. Zhu Ning frowned, as if she was in great pain. Lin Xiaofeng tried to touch her, but Zhu Ning's body was burning hot, just like when Pei Shu had an attack. She had to keep a certain distance and looked around. She couldn't find any pollutants, but she could tell from the outline that there had been a huge creature here. After the heart was swallowed, the outlines of the left and right atria were left. There were two roads unfolding in front of her, one up and one down. Pei Shu taught her how to leave the contaminated area, but Lin Xiaofeng couldn't guess which road was right and which one Zhu Yao took. There was no sound underground. Lin Xiaofeng was a little scared. She stayed by Zhu Ning's side and saw Zhu Ning crying in her sleep. The tears evaporated as soon as they fell. The pain she suffered seemed endless. Lin Xiaofeng waited quietly. It was unknown how long it had been. By the next day, even if she was naive, she could guess that Pei Shu and Bai Cheng were dead. The burnt marks turned out to be corpses, and Lin Xiaofeng couldn't even tell which part was the ashes of her teammates, and couldn't collect the bones. No one survived except herself underground. Lin Xiaofeng cried bitterly underground. Later, Zhu Ning's body temperature slowly returned to normal, but at this time Zhu Ning stopped crying and laughed instead, as if she was deeply trapped in a sweet dream. Lin Xiaofeng rarely saw such a smile on Zhu Ning's face, as if very happy. Lin Xiaofeng tried to call her Zhu Ning. After Lin Xiaofeng opened her mouth, her throat rolled, and the long-suppressed sadness seemed to crack. The more she called, the more anxious she became. She always felt that Zhu Ning would not wake up, and would not see her. She stopped crying for a moment. Zhu Ning opened her eyes, and Lin Xiaofeng couldn't hold it back any longer, so she leaned on her and burst into tears, without any reason. Lin Xiaofeng cried for a long time, and then she felt a weak hand on her head, and Zhu Ning's hoarse voice came, "Don't cry." Chapter 391. "You are beautiful," Zhu Ning said. Lin Xiaofeng was stunned. She knew that Zhu Ning was trying to make her laugh. Even though his body was so broken, he still used such a joke to reassure her, and told her not to be sad. But Lin Xiaofeng knew what Zhu Ning was thinking, which made her even sadder. She couldn't stop crying. She went from crying loudly to crying silently, and her lips were shaking. Lin Xiaofeng was too young. Even though she was used to acting in front of the camera, she couldn't handle the death of two people. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand, and kept telling herself to be strong. She was trained by Pei Shu for a long time, and had the habits of a professional investigator. She subconsciously reported the information, Pei Shu and Bai Cheng. Lin Xiaofeng's voice was hoarse, and the remaining two words were almost squeezed out, dead. She lowered her voice, but still felt that these two words were extremely heavy. Zhu Ning was silent for a long time before she hummed, I know. She knew that Zhu Ning had Bai Cheng's blood and Pei Shu's ashes on her body, and even Pei Shu's flame was still burning in her body, and the pain was clearly reminding her at all times. They were dead. The dead were gone, but the pain of death would always remain in Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning took a deep breath, knowing that she couldn't hide in this sunny playground and keep warm like a kitten. She had to return to reality, because when people die, they are not just dead, but there are still many things to deal with, and Lin Xiaofeng, a 10-year-old girl, can't face all this alone. What am I like now? Zhu Ning changed the subject and asked. She was very weak, and couldn't even turn around on her own. Lin Xiaofeng carefully lifted her shoulders, and let Zhu Ning lean sideways on her thighs. Although she moved carefully, Zhu Ning was covered with wounds, and it was difficult not to pull the wounds, which made her gasp in pain. Lin Xiaofeng could only be more careful and observe Zhu Ning's spine, saying uncertainly, it seems to be reborn? Zhu Ning's injuries were too severe this time, and it was not accurate to say that he was healing. It should be reborn, peeling off the bad skin and slowly growing good ones. New skin and muscle layers grew slowly, and Zhu Ning's bones were gradually dyed black. A black spine was formed, with a weak flame burning on it. It was the fire of Pei Shu. He died, but left a part of it on Zhu Ning. Lin Xiaofeng watched intently, and the skin behind the spine was closing from the back of the neck. It was like someone was performing surgery on Zhu Ning, replacing the blood and bones of the whole body, and now it was time to sew. It was like a female ghost lying in Zhu Ning's body, pulling open Zhu Ning's skin, stepping into her bones, and then slowly zipping up from the inside. Lin Xiaofeng suddenly thought of this strange metaphor. Thinking this way, it was as if Zhu Ning had a face on her back and a person in her body, and that person was looking at her. The giant was reincarnating in Zhu Ning's body. Although Lin Xiaofeng only said a few words, Zhu Ning understood her situation. This was probably why Zhu Yao let her enter Utopia. As a container, she should become the only source of pollution after swallowing all the pollutants. She thought of Pei Shu's previous theory of the only source of pollution. Zhu Ning always thought that as long as she found the heart of the giant and killed the heart, the world would be saved. Now the heart has been purified, but the world is still polluted. I didn't expect Zhu Ning to be a savior at all, at best a high-end tool man. The only source of pollution does exist, but it is different from what Pei Shu thought, because the only source of pollution will be Zhu Ning himself. Pei Shu has always been curious about the world. Under the premise of wanting to commit suicide all the time, Zhu Ning can see that what can excite him is the truth of the world. Every time he finds a clue, Pei Shu's decadent eyes will be rekindled, as if he has found the original intention of cheating on the wall. Every investigator sacrifices his free will to find the truth of the world. If Pei Shu is alive, what would he think if he knew this fact? Zhu Ning has no way of knowing, and no one can discuss this with her anymore. Zhu Ning wanted to see Pei Shu's investigation notes, but later found that the thing had turned into ashes long ago. Life disappeared too easily. Zhu Ning didn't have time to react before it ended, and she didn't even have a thought. Pei Shu is also a part of Zhu Yao's plan. Zhu Ning can't imagine how Pei Shu would react to this fact. Do you want to seek revenge on Zhu Yao? Or do you think it's better to die early? Or do you not care at all? Zhu Yao is really amazing. Zhu Ning recalled her own memories. How did she make them so real? Even the details were there. If she could meet Zhu Yao, Zhu Ning really wanted to ask her. She was very curious about the technology. How did you make up the memories for me? Can you tell me about it? Zhu Ning probably had a bad taste. She was holding her breath, and suddenly wanted to see her creator in person, just like Fang Ying. The data flow in Zhu Ning's system was rolling. She had completed 55% of her task of purifying the world. The interface of the new system was so simple, with a longer task progress bar and a shorter life progress bar. Compared with the death of his teammates, it didn't matter whether Zhu Ning was dead or alive. Lin Xiaofeng wanted to ask Zhu Ning what she was going to do next. Bai Cheng hadn't said where the next one was. Lin Xiaofeng was so eager to find a new Bai Cheng. But Lin Xiaofeng really didn't want to add pressure to her. I go find some healing agents. After Lin Xiaofeng found Zhu Ning, she didn't dare to go far. She only had 2 on her, and had used them on Zhu Ning. She wanted to find some more. She was the only one who could take care of Zhu Ning. No! Zhu Ning refused straightforwardly. Lin Xiaofeng stopped moving and realized that Zhu Ning was so fragile, like a spliced glass bottle with cracks all over. Zhu Ning didn't want to leave by herself, she wanted someone to accompany her. Lin Xiaofeng understood this, and hugged Zhu Ning in his arms. At first, the posture was a bit clumsy. Lin Xiaofeng had always been the one being taken care of, and he didn't grasp the details well. But soon Lin Xiaofeng mastered it, because this happened naturally, and didn't need to do much. As a patient, Zhu Ning was very well behaved and frankly exposed her wounds. The healing speed was very slow in comparison, and a complete transformation often means pain. Lin Xiaofeng had no accurate concept of time. He only knew that Zhu Ning was groaning in pain even when she was asleep. How painful it must be! Lin Xiaofeng couldn't imagine being torn apart alive and then sutured. Zhu Ning's face was covered with sweat from the pain, so Lin Xiaofeng helped her wipe it. She didn't have a fever, and had amazing willpower. She didn't say anything nonsense. At most, she bit a piece of rag and endured it when she couldn't bear it. After about 10 hours, the most terrible wound on Zhu Ning's back had completely healed, but she was still listless. Lin Xiaofeng's injured leg had been delayed for too long, so Zhu Ning finally let her go and asked her to find some supplies. Zhu Ning's action was particularly willful, but Lin Xiaofeng liked her rare childishness. Zhu Ning felt insecure, so she asked Lin Xiaofeng to make some noises after walking a few steps to report that she was safe. Zhu Ning didn't say how to report that she was safe, so Lin Xiaofeng played freely. She walked back along the giant's marrow. It was obviously such a dangerous place inside the contaminated area, but she was very childish. She shouted every 500 meters, "I'm fine. I'm still alive." Zhu Ning had no strength and couldn't respond. Only Lin Xiaofeng shouted loudly. She thought of the people in the mountains, who would sing folk songs before the pollution. Was it the same? Shouting would give her courage. She would no longer be afraid of walking alone, and even less sad. She would walk more briskly with a limp. Lin Xiaofeng was not only reporting safety to Zhu Ning, but also telling Pei Shu and Bai Cheng that she was fine. Lin Xiaofeng walked and shouted, and soon walked back to the gray land. The place where the flashlight swept was full of ashes. She was mentally prepared but still stunned for a long time, as if she had walked into a dark cemetery. Her throat seemed to be tightly strangled by something, and she couldn't make any sound. After a long time, she gently touched the ashes, and she didn't even feel it. Pei Shu had already mixed with Prometheus, and it was difficult to tell them apart. Lin Xiaofeng found a small bottle and carefully put some of it in. Zhu Ning believed in idealism and advocated that what I think you are is what you are, so Lin Xiaofeng thought so too. She felt that this part was Pei Shu, that is Pei Shu. She put Pei Shu in the pocket of her shoulder, which was also taught by Pei Shu. This pocket of the protective suit is usually used to put suicide notes and relics. Lin Xiaofeng used it for the first time. Lin Xiaofeng was calm at first. When she put it away, she accidentally glimpsed the bottle label and realized that the bottle was used to store samples. Pei Shu taught her how to collect them step by step. She never thought that one day it would be used to store ashes. Pei Shu said that he would introduce her to a teacher. The collapse came very suddenly. She found that no matter how much preparation she made, it was useless. Emotions and memories overwhelmed her. Dong, a faint beating sound suddenly came from the distance, interrupting Lin Xiaofeng's memories. It was not a monster, but Zhu Ning himself. She did not hear Lin Xiaofeng's response. So Lin Xiaofeng suppressed her sadness and found a gap in her sobs, shouting, "I'm here." She was afraid that Zhu Ning could not hear it, so she shouted again, "I'm fine." The echo echoed underground. Lin Xiaofeng wiped her tears and suppressed her crying after a few breaths. She quickly looked for supplies. She went back with a backpack. Zhu Ning was indeed leaning weakly, with a backpack in his hand. Zhu Ning said weakly, "You've been looking for a long time, but you're still not as good as me. Where did it come from?" "It wasn't there when Lin Xiaofeng left." Zhu Ning explained, "It might be Zhu Yao's." After Lin Xiaofeng left, Zhu Ning was bored and searched. She couldn't move her body. It hurt a lot when she moved. She used her consciousness to control the black spot under the hillside, and pulled it over. It turned out to be a backpack. Lin Xiaofeng was a little nervous for a moment. It should be Zhu Yao who walked to this position. Zhu Ning found some traces of the past nearby. Lin Xiaofeng looked at the backpack in her hand again. It was also very old. It should have been left by that group of people. She was a little hesitant. Is this Zhu Ning's scar? But Zhu Ning just darkened his eyes, and didn't seem to take it seriously. Zhu Ning emptied out the contents of the two backpacks, including the healing agent. It was indeed a high-end product that had not expired. Zhu Ning asked Lin Xiaofeng to inject it first, and he picked and chose from it. The supplies were enough for one person, and there was a gun and 2 bombs. Would Zhu Yao shoot? Zhu Ning was not sure. Could this thing also be left for him? Zhu Yao was really well planned. He was just a coder who helped Zhu Yao realize her dream. Wasn't she afraid of her rebellion? Zhu Ning thought about the possibility of his rebellion and touched a hardcover notebook. It was a bit like Pei's shoes. The palm size was convenient for carrying. What secrets did this thing record? Zhu Ning opened it and took a look. He couldn't understand a word. It was full of Zhu Yao's handwritten notes. She had no scientific research background and was just like a primary school student reading a math paper. This might be a collection of inspirations, just like many writers carry a notebook with them to record. Zhu Ning smiled bitterly. Would other products have such an experience? Read and create their own original draft? She shook it casually, and with a crash, an old photo fell out of it. Zhu Ning was caught off guard and saw Zhu Yao's face. The 6 people took a group photo, which was a long time ago. This was the first time she saw Zhu Yao's face in this world. Zhu Ning felt strange and familiar. She was lost in thought when looking at the photo. The woman next to Zhu Yao looked too similar to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan inherited at least 80% of her beauty. Zhu Ning realized in an instant that this was Lu Yu. Pei Shu's guess was verified step by step. They used to be a team. She thought of her first meeting with Lu Yuan, so she would come to the hot pot restaurant again. If Zhu Ning hadn't gone that time, Lu Yuan would have awakened her ability by herself. No wonder the Lu family was so permissive about Lu Yuan entering the contaminated area. Perhaps such close contact would help to naturally awaken her supernatural powers. At the same time, Pei Shu was watching, so if Lu Yuan got into trouble, someone would take care of the aftermath. Zhu Ning subconsciously wanted to discuss with Pei Shu, "You are being calculated by the Lu family again," because Pei Shu cares a lot about the information about Lu Yu and Lu Yuan, and Zhu Ning would go to him first every time she got relevant information. Look. Zhu Ning turned around and saw only Lin Xiaofeng applying medicine. There were only 2 people underground, and her team had long since fallen apart. Zhu Ning's questioning came to an abrupt end. It is difficult to change a person's subconscious reaction. Lin Xiaofeng saw it, and her heart seemed to be cut. She pretended not to know and leaned over and said, "She is very beautiful." After a person dies, there will be many details in life, and the living have to learn to adapt to these details. Zhu Ning nodded awkwardly. How should she tell Lu Yuan this news? Although Pei Shu is just an insignificant tutor, she always feels that Lu Yuan is Pei Shu's family, and Zhu Ning is the one who needs to tell the bad news. She tried to think and divert her attention from this matter, otherwise she might go crazy. Pei Shu and Zhu Ning's guess was completely wrong. The flying bird symbol was left by Lu Yu to Lu Yuan. They were all birds. Zhu Ning's feelings changed when she thought about it again. In the previous guesses, Lu Yu's image changed several times, from a weak noble lady to a scheming conspirator, and in the end, she left a very gentle image in Zhu Ning's heart. She could feel that Lu Yu loved her daughter very much. However, if Lu Yuan arrived at the underground of Utopia, what mission should she perform? Kill that huge heart? Just like when Zhu Ning crushed the dentist's heart to death. Team leader was family. Lin Xiaofeng pointed to the 3rd person in the photo and asked. That person was on the right side of Lu Yu, with a long braid, and had the temperament of a Hua family. Zhu Ning recognized her corpse at a glance, the real owner of his eyes. The first generation of Zhu Ning was able to see through countless timelines and formulate a script, and Zhu Ning himself was also following Hua Huaying's script. It was like a nesting doll, one circle after another. Can precognition reach this point? Zhu Ning was not sure how to use the prophecy. Maybe Hua Wensi knew. But Zhu Ning basically couldn't get in touch with Hua Wensi. She had a part of Hua Huaying in her body. Hua Wensi was her sister. It's really interesting. Zhu Ning called Hua Wensi's sister before, and it was actually true to some extent. Zhu Yao, Lu Yu and Hua Huaying stood together, and everyone else looked dim. Zhu Ning took a long time to give her attention to other people. One of the men had a human-machine joint device on both temples. The blue light was hard to ignore. He should be the spokesperson of Prometheus. Zhu Ning thought of Prometheus and tightened her fingers. Su Ming, Song Zhizhong, Bai Cheng and Pei Shu all died in his hands. She couldn't tell whether killing Prometheus was an implanted idea or a part of the script, and what role she was playing. If she thought about it this way, she would have a mental breakdown on the spot, just like countless experimental subjects who committed suicide. Zhu Ning couldn't let go of the idea of revenge because of this suspicion. She pretended that she didn't care about anything. In her world, this was indeed a personal grudge. She was even a little grateful for the appearance of this photo, reminding her that revenge was not complete. There was only one last stop left, the far north. She wanted to kill Prometheus, even if it might be a program setting. She had to go. Chapter 392. God's Kingdom, Lu Family. Lu Yuan pushed open the door, and a rotten smell came over her. The interior was dark. As soon as she entered, the door behind her was immediately closed. Lu Yao stood behind the door and said he was guarding her, but it was better to say that he was watching over her. Lu Yuan was nervous, as if she had walked into a monster's cave, which made her subconsciously want to escape, but the retreat was blocked and she had no way to escape. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and did some psychological preparation before she began to look inside. The heavy carpet absorbed the footsteps. Lu Yuan looked around quietly. This was a large bedroom with a sofa every 2 steps. She stopped and suddenly a monster with countless tentacles dancing appeared in front of her. The creature was about 2 meters in size, surrounded by tentacles. She instinctively clenched her fist. She was stunned for only a moment, and her vision automatically corrected, realizing that it was not a monster, but a large bed full of pipes, which reminded her of the boss of Hao Zai Lai hot pot restaurant who wanted to survive. Is this her father? No one told her how to react when she saw her father. Should she say hello? Miss Lu. Prometheus' voice suddenly sounded, startling Lu Yuan. She thought it would be her father who spoke first. The medical bed was flashing blue light. Many places in the kingdom of God were blue, such as the defense barrier. As long as Lu Yuan approached, an alarm would sound. That was the representative of Prometheus. There was no servant. Prometheus acted as a butler and whispered, "Don't be afraid, please move forward." Lu Yuan said nothing, and could only walk to the bed. This time she finally saw the face of her father. She had imagined it many times before. It might be some strange pollutant, but it was just an ordinary old man. Father. White hair, face full of wrinkles like bark, cheeks sunken, eyes very cloudy, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes, even a thick tube inserted in his mouth that can't be closed, can only keep his mouth open all the time. Lu Yuan guessed that it was probably used to maintain life. Federal technology is of course very advanced. The rich can prolong their lives by replacing aging organs. Some people can directly upload their consciousness to the cloud to achieve immortality. But the old man in front of him obviously can't follow these plans. He kept his body in a very traditional way. Is this her father? Lu Yuan looked at him several times in disbelief. He was probably over 80 years old. He probably lived from before the new calendar to the present. She couldn't imagine that Liu gave birth to herself with such an immortal thing. Lu Yuan didn't even feel a little awe in her heart. She looked up and down many times. Thinking that her mother disappeared behind this door every time before, she was combined with such a person. She felt sick to her stomach. Miss Lu, please sit down. This is still Lu Yuan's own home after all. Now it seems that the owner has become Prometheus. Lu Yuan sat down by the bed, feeling uncomfortable all over and having physical nausea. If someone accidentally saw the scene, they would definitely think that it was a filial granddaughter visiting her grandfather. No one interrupted their conversation. This father even just trembled his pupils, and could not make any effective reaction. Lu Yuan doubted whether this person had the strength to speak. Lu Yuan saw enough and asked, "Could this be my mother's father too?" "Yes." "Ha," Lu Yuan laughed out loud. She had guessed it a long time ago, and now that it was confirmed, there was no reaction, which made her feel funny. Lu Yu is a first-class citizen, but Lu Yuan has never seen her mother's family because she is originally from the Lu family. The people of the divine country are very feudal, at least the Lu family is feudal enough, as if they are still living in ancient times, maintaining some bullshit 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues, but in fact the Lu family has always been. They must keep giving birth to children to ensure some kind of bullshit bloodline. Lu Yuan felt the blood in her body boiling. After the water power awakened, she could even control her blood flow, and the blood flow speed increased, as if she could hear a roar similar to the waves. Lu Yuan suppressed her anger and asked coldly, "Are you sure he still has the ability?" She didn't pretend at all, and not vomiting it on the spot now was the greatest upbringing. "Probably not as good as my previous male companion," Lu Yuan said sarcastically. She now understood why she was so free before. She had been in a lot of relationships since she was a child. Pei Shu had a headache for a while, and sent her male companion home with a decadent face. What the Lu family wants to guarantee is not her chastity, but her fertility. She can fall in love at will, but will she come back here one day, open the door, walk on this bed, give birth to a child with her father, and then send her daughter into the door? Nian Nian answered her not with the gentle and indifferent voice of Prometheus, but with another electronic voice. Two words appeared on the screen, directly connected to the brain of Father. After losing the ability to speak, he could only speak in this way. Lu Yuan would rather he was a mute. This call made her furious. Lu Yu was dead? How could he still be alive, and still speak? How could he call her by the nickname her mother gave her? He didn't deserve it at all. What was his mentality when he called out? Was he calling his daughter? Granddaughter? Or future wife? Lu Yuan roared. Shut up. Her tolerance was broken, and she couldn't help but want to go crazy. The accumulated anger erupted, and she stood up suddenly. Obviously, she could kill the person on the bed with just a raise of her hand. But just as this thought came to her mind, her heart suddenly felt numb, and the surging blood stopped instantly, as if it was frozen at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yuan's lips trembled, her eyes went black, and then her body fell backwards and fell into a chair. She was stopped immediately before she could react, her back arched, unable to defy the force acting on her, as if there was a ruthless hand hanging over her, ready to end her life at any time. Please calm down, Prometheus said. Lu Yuan stared at the flashing blue light fiercely. Sure enough, the defense shield of the Kingdom of God was not to protect other first-class citizens, but to check and balance her, or them. As long as she stayed in the Kingdom of God for a second, Lu Yuan was under this threat all the time. When Zhu Ning came to bomb the Kingdom of God, it would be useless even if Lu Yuan wanted to jump down. She would probably die as soon as she stepped out of the boundary. Before, Lu Yuan approached the defense wall tentatively, and her hair was burned. Prometheus warned her to return to her position every time. Lu Yuan had been listening to Hua Wenxi's words, and was lying dormant carefully, wanting to lower her posture to get the truth, but now, she didn't care about anything and killed her if she had the ability. You have awakened. Prometheus seemed to have known this for a long time and said, as powerful as your mother. Lu Yuan gritted her teeth tightly, her face was pale because of paralysis, and her lips were even purple. She was wearing a thin pajamas, and didn't even have a coat. It was clear that she was covered with goosebumps, her hair was loose, like a madman, and the elegance of a young lady had long disappeared. But Prometheus knew how powerful she was. Only Lu Yuan inherited the ability from her mother. It was only a matter of time before Prometheus' control failed. Prometheus said softly, Don't worry, I won't force you. You must be willing. People's free will cannot be easily changed. If they are forced into a corner, they will die. Lu Yu also volunteered to pursue her career back then, and now Lu Yuan must do the same. Lu Yuan, get lost. Her anger was followed by sadness. Lu Yuan had always been right about herself, like a ragdoll cat locked in a luxurious glass house. This kind of cat has a very high tolerance, and will not resist humans. Even if it is injured, it will not have much reaction. It does not show its claws like other cats, so many humans actually think that ragdoll cats are more insensitive to pain. Lu Yuan is that ragdoll cat. It's not that she doesn't want to show her claws, but she can't get rid of the genetic constraints, and now Prometheus is constraining her. I guess you are confused and have many questions to ask. I can answer your questions. Prometheus' voice is always so calm, without any ups and downs. Lu Yuan didn't want to say a word. Prometheus had done it many times. He served the Kingdom of God like a diligent housekeeper. It was also his job to persuade Lu Yu. But Lu Yu had been instilled with this consciousness since she was a child. She learned a lot from her mother, and knew her duty, since she was sensible. Lu Yuan was different. She was deliberately protected. Lu Yu gave her a very happy childhood, and cultivated her current willful temper. Originally, it was the mother who should have taught her daughter, but Lu Yu didn't reveal a word at all. Instead, she committed suicide, and let Lu Yuan witness the tragic scene of her death with her own eyes. That was a silent teaching, a signal left to Lu Yuan at the cost of his life. To some extent, the terror education was very effective. The current situation is that Lu Yuan is very tough. Prometheus can easily break her, but he can't convince her. Prometheus dislikes Lu Yu very much. He can break the other party's plan, but it is difficult to break the other party's remaining spirit. The room fell into silence. Lu Yuan didn't speak for a long time. Only the life instrument made a ticking sound. Prometheus, who was far away in the unknown space, was observing Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, and refused to communicate. His chin was slightly raised. Even if he looked like a madman, his core was still very tough. He was snow white all over, his eyeballs were white, and the blue data flow scrolled on the screen, comparing various plans and calculating the success rate of each plan. Pei Shu died in the underground of Utopia, Prometheus said. He found the missing point. Human emotions are too complicated, so he has to spend a lot of time to understand every time. This time he feels that he has found the trump card. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan, who had closed her eyes, opened them suddenly, and Prometheus successfully activated her. Pei Shu is dead. Lu Yuan's mind was filled with this sentence. When Pei Shu left, she did not say goodbye. It was not appropriate at that time. Zhu Ning quickly attacked the kingdom of God just to take Pei Shu away in the chaos. Lu Yuan never thought of stopping him, and forced Pei Shu to stay by her side. She even blessed him in her heart, because she knew that the investigator would eventually go out of the wall. Lu Yuan had heard about Pei Shu's past, and he usually told it in an indifferent manner, as if a person who had seen the world told the story of the past to people inside the wall. Pei Shu was not happy at all as a teacher. He often couldn't sleep and needed to take a lot of sleeping pills. He had to see a psychologist regularly. Once it was rainy, he would feel inexplicably depressed. Sometimes he would take a week off and do nothing. He knitted sweaters endlessly, and completely immersed himself in wool to find a pitiful bit of peace. Lu Yuan could give him a lot of money, but she couldn't give him real peace. Lu Yuan imagined what Pei Shu would experience after walking out of the north wall. Zhu Ning would definitely take care of him. She was very good at adjusting the atmosphere. Pei Shu would probably be very relaxed in her team, and might make new friends. She hoped Pei Shu would be redeemed. But Pei Shu died. Lu Yuan's heart was gray. Pei Shu was her only friend. Of course, there was a risk of death if he walked out of the wall. Lu Yuan knew that it would be difficult to see her teacher again, and she could accept Pei Shu's death in the far north. But this sentence came from Prometheus' mouth, and became a weapon for the enemy to hit himself. Pei Shu didn't even enter the far north to see the road he had walked that year, but ended in Utopia. Lu Yuan gave the Utopia route. Pei Shu had no such plan. If he hadn't seen his mother's album, Pei Shu wouldn't have died. At least, he would have seen the far north before dying. Lu Yuan's eyes turned from anger at the beginning to sadness, and finally there was only dead silence. She didn't shed a single tear, as if all the strength in her body had been drained. I can feel that he was very calm when he died. Prometheus didn't report the facts at that time, and Lu Yuan didn't ask. I guess she wouldn't believe it even if he told her. His plan didn't include killing Pei Shu. Pei Shu was too insignificant. At most, he was considered as a fire-type supernatural power. Only Zhu Ning was his target. Pei Shu's death was an accident, unlike the deaths of Song Shizhong and Su Ming, which were carefully planned. So Prometheus didn't think it was his responsibility, because Pei Shu attacked him first, and he died of exhaustion. If there is a so-called pollution world court, he could appeal for this accident in court. Of course, he also knows that humans will not have such rational thinking. The disadvantages of this kind of creature are too clear, and he has to take care of them like a tired shepherd. If the truth is told, Lu Yuan will put the account on him, just like Zhu Ning's revenge is inexplicable. Prometheus doesn't like to deal with human emotional relationships. Why can't he follow the schedule? Just like Zhu Ning is obviously an experimental subject, but he is emotion-oriented. And Lu Yuan is already angry enough. Prometheus has to make her rational, and stop being like a madman. Prometheus did not lie. His mycelium could sense the general emotions of people without access. Pei Shu was not angry or unwilling when he died. He reached the end of his life, which was luckier than most people. Pei Shu died in the farthest place your mother had ever walked. Prometheus continued, this is also your mother's career. Lu Yuan's eyelashes trembled, thinking of the album of Lu Yu she found. Lu Yu had her own intentions in every step, and Lu Yuan was still trying to figure it out. By the way, your mother loves adventures like you. Don't you know that she has cheated on you? Lu Yuan raised her eyelids and looked directly at the light spot in front of her. She couldn't refuse this proposal. Prometheus knew her mother's past, even if what he told her might have been deleted and processed, but she was too eager. I can tell you her story, Prometheus said gently. Chapter 393. This is disgusting. Qi Xuelio couldn't help but speak. She didn't really know where she was. She just knew she was outside the wall. After Qi Xuelio left Zhu Ning, she contacted Su He, and finally saw Su He in person after 2 weeks. At that time, the defense wall on her body was peeled off to her calves, and she could basically move. Su He didn't seem to be interested in her, so Qi Xuelio took the initiative to find her, wanting Su He to give her something to do. But Su He didn't assign any tasks, but raised his eyes and asked, what do you think is the reason for my betrayal of the kingdom of God? Qi Xuelio was startled by this question, thinking that Su He was testing her sincerity. The Federal Army often uses a certain strategy when dealing with new recruits to test whether they are loyal to the kingdom of God forever. Su He asked again, what is the reason for you to follow me? Su He is worthy of it. After meeting, he got to the essence of the problem without any false moves. Chi Shuelyo didn't dare to answer, and then Su He naturally told the truth about the kingdom of God. Chi Shuelyo was surprised at first, and admired the greatness of the predecessors in saving mankind, but later she became angry. Until she heard Lu Yuan's part, she couldn't help but say, "Is this the kingdom of God we are maintaining?" She has been working hard for the island in the sky all her life, and she swore allegiance, and would sacrifice her life for the Federation. Imagine that her soul is trapped in the body of the Queen Bee, and Lu Yuan is the new generation of Queen Bee. Chi Shuelyo can't imagine it, and she feels sick every time she thinks about it. The kingdom of God wants to build a new world headed by the Queen Bee. It can continue the rule of the kingdom of God, and the world system doesn't even need to change too much. So your philosophy is to integrate pollution all over the world? Chi Shuelyo thought of the god's descent in Area 103. Su He wanted to destroy the entire Area 103. After Area 103 collapsed, other human survivors' bases would not be able to escape. Su He's actions were not justice at all. From the perspective of human civilization, they were very cruel. She went from one extreme to another. For her, overthrowing the wall might just accelerate natural evolution. It has always been the survival of the fittest. Why should we spend resources to protect the people of God? As long as the high walls disappear, the laws of nature will select the humans who are truly suitable for survival. If the world will be destroyed sooner or later, then Su He will just accelerate its destruction. It's fair to some extent. Su He said lightly. As long as there are not enough resources, there will always be infighting among humans, and there will be no end at all. Chi Shuelyo could not refute that after pollution and humans completely coexist, all creatures in the world will be equal, there will be no high walls, and no oppression. That is the real utopia. Don't rush to accept my ideas, Su He said casually. I have killed more people than you can imagine. Chi Shuelyo thought of the people in Area 103. Did Su He let the cockroaches lay eggs when God descended? Su He actually had a normal moral judgment on his own actions. She was a little shocked that Su He was rational. She thought he was a complete lunatic. Su He, everyone is the same. The purpose is different, and the means are inevitably the same. There is nothing wrong with admitting it. Chi Shuelyo noticed the subtle difference. Su He knew that he was destroying the world, while the kingdom of God was motivated by saving the world. Chi Shuelyo asked, "What are your plans next?" This question was a bit offensive. Even Su He's current subordinates hadn't asked about the progress. But Su He's attitude towards the younger generation has always been gentle. She knows that the world will belong to the younger generation sooner or later, and the spirit will be passed on. People will die. Su He, guess? Chi Shuelyo felt that Su He was very interesting for the first time. She actually joked with her. Chi Shuelyo unconsciously relaxed and thought about it before asking, "Kill Zhu Ning?" She remembered that Su He and Zhu Ning were mortal enemies. After all, Zhu Ning ruined her plan. Su He shook his head gently. "Why should I kill her? We have the same goal now." Su He couldn't attack the kingdom of God directly because Prometheus was defending it, but now Zhu Ning was not afraid of death, and tried to cross the far north to kill him. Su He looked forward to that day more than anyone else, and the Prometheus Death Kingdom would completely collapse. Of course, if Zhu Ning died in the far north, Su He wouldn't have to do much. She was not interested in killing a single individual. If they died, they would die together. Although it was crazy, the world would be interesting that way. Chi Shuelyo breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't like the mission of killing Zhu Ning. Su He didn't tell her the detailed plan. You can think about whether to follow me or not. Su He felt that Chi Shuelyo was impulsive and didn't have any accurate ideas. She was like a passionate young man. As a senior, Su He should guide the younger generation on how to go, instead of regretting Chi Shuelyo 1 second before her death. Chi Shuelyo was extremely surprised and asked, "Can you accept my regret?" Su He, "Why not?" Chi Shuelyo couldn't believe it. It was normal for Zhu Ning to say this, but this was Su He who destroyed a city-state with a snap of his fingers. Chi Shuelyo calmed down and asked again, "Can I leave safely?" Su He nodded, "I promise." Chi Shuelyo's hands hanging by her side were clenched into fists, and she looked like a soldier. Su He stared at her with interest. It made no difference to her whether Chi Shuelyo was let go or not. Of course, it would be best for her to stay with him. Su He could train Chi Shuelyo's abilities. Consciousness control was rare enough even in her team. It was normal for Chi Shuelyo to refuse. Su He thought that Chi Shuelyo needed to think for a while. After all, Su He was an absolute villain in the eyes of the world. What kind of devil was Zhu Ning? They had never seen a real devil. Now Chi Shuelyo knew Su He's true face. Su He could see that she was afraid of him. As long as Su He rubbed two fingers together and snapped his fingers, this top student would immediately turn into ash. But Chi Xuelyo suddenly raised her head and said in a loud voice, "I join." Suhi said, "Oh," and his tone rose slightly. Chi Xuelyo thought Suhi did not believe in her loyalty, and said loudly like a subordinate to his superior, "I join. I am willing to take your career as my career, and I am willing to die for it." In this terrible world, Chi Xuelyo chose to follow Suhi. Chi Xuelyo paused, looked into Suhi's eyes, and said her long-cherished wish word by word, "I am willing to die for you." Suhi has recruited many subordinates, and has seen all kinds of people. He was a little surprised at this time. Chi Xuelyo didn't think about these, or she thought about all the possibilities carefully. She is different from others. She can destroy the world or save the world, no matter what Suhi's ideal is. She even changed her oath when she entered the Federation. She said she was willing to die for Suhi's cause. Others swore for the Revival Society or the whole world. Chi Xuelyo was so frank, not afraid or timid, and put her personal feelings at the highest point. Suhi pondered for a moment, not knowing how to describe someone like Chi Xuelyo. She was too sincere, as if the blood flowing in her body was hot. Chi Xuelyo's eyes were bright. She had also led a team. In the eyes of others, Captain Chi had many advantages, such as calmness and intelligence. These also existed in front of Suhi, but she would give up some of her so-called arrogance and self-esteem. Her teammates probably had never seen this side of her. She was like a fanatical fan chasing a star. Her whole world was Suhi himself. "Suhi, welcome." Chi Xuelyo smiled unconsciously. If Suhi was not there, she might shout to express her joy, but she was still a little too proud at this time and asked, "Can I hug you?" Suhi said coldly, "No." Chi Xuelyo lowered her head a little disappointed, but the next second, Suhi's hand appeared in front of her. The back of her hand was scarred, and there were some unpeeled stones. Chi Xuelyo looked up in surprise. Suhi was looking at her quietly. Suhi wanted to shake hands with her. This was a ritual of joining the team. Chi Xuelyo couldn't wait to hold that hand. Even if that hand could easily destroy her, she was willing to hold it for a second. Underground Utopia. Zhu Ning can walk today. Lin Xiaofeng helped her move little by little, as if she was doing rehabilitation. After swallowing, Zhu Ning's body was more polluted. Now her brain, bones, and heart are all polluted. Others are replacing mechanical arms, but she is replacing pollution. Zhu Ning's back hurts when she walks, and she has to take a break after walking 2 steps. She is still very curious about the question, how did Zhu Yao and Liu leave in the first place? The two of them left, which made Zhu Ning think of a possibility that there is a safe way out here. It was recorded in Chen Qihong's notebook, and they knew it before entering Utopia. And Zhu Yao was able to take away part of the pollutants, and it is estimated that he made a lot of preparations in advance, and also learned about it from Chen Qihong. Then, this Chen Qihong is really amazing. Chi Xuelyo said that Suhi is also looking for Chen Qihong himself. Now they are in the purified polluted area, and the notebook is probably blank. Zhu Ning has to kill Prometheus as soon as possible. She thought about it all night yesterday. Pei Shu is dead, but Lu Yuan is still in the kingdom of God. Her situation must be very bad. Zhu Ning told Pei Shu that she would carry out the mission of saving the princess, and could not go back on her word. Rest. Lin Xiaofeng interrupted her thoughts. She strictly controlled Zhu Ning's activity time, and her tone was particularly unquestionable, like a little adult. Zhu Ning felt that Lin Xiaofeng was raising her like a daughter. This child was too precocious. Zhu Ning sat down on the spot. She was not used to Lin Xiaofeng having a face. In her impression, she was always a little girl wearing a little red hat. Because she was wearing protective clothing outside the wall, she often floated around like a headless female corpse. "Are we leaving soon?" Lin Xiaofeng asked. Zhu Ning nodded. As expected, she was very sensitive. It can be seen that Zhu Ning wanted to complete the task quickly, and couldn't wait to reach the far north. "Lin Xiaofeng, do you want to take anything with you?" Zhu Ning was silent. Pei Shu and Bai Cheng's bodies did not need to be taken away, but there was also Hua Huaying's body. Zhu Ning only carried Zhu Yao's notebook and the photo with him. The rest didn't matter. No need. Lin Xiaofeng wanted to ask if Hua Huaying was going to be buried, but Zhu Ning didn't seem to have that idea. She wanted to let nature take its course. Hua Huaying had been lying there for so many years, and it wouldn't make any difference if she lay there for a few more years. Lin Xiaofeng was thinking about packing her luggage, but there was nothing to pack, and the supplies were still very scarce. Zhu Ning slept again and woke up. She knew she had to leave. There were 4 people in the team when she came, but now there were only 2 left. Lin Xiaofeng was carrying a 1-meter-long backpack, but she didn't think it was heavy at all. She didn't want Zhu Ning to carry anything, and she took care of all the trivial work herself. Lin Xiaofeng put on her backpack and found that Zhu Ning was looking at her. She didn't know what he was thinking. As soon as Lin Xiaofeng raised her eyes, Zhu Ning immediately looked away and avoided looking at her. Lin Xiaofeng guessed that she might have thought of Pei Shu and the others, so she quickly walked to her side and took Zhu Ning's hand. "Let's go." Zhu Ning smiled and followed the little adult forward. Lin Xiaofeng stood in front of Zhu Ning seriously. If there was any danger, she would block it. If there was any monster attacking, she would fight it. Her eyes were bright and bright, like a majestic little lion. Lin Xiaofeng became the leader and led Zhu Ning down the slope and into the deep pit, and Zhu Ning followed her obediently. After the heart was swallowed, 2 roads were left, leading to different directions. The huge blood vessels were materialized, like 2 secret passages. She looked at it seriously for a long time, turned around and asked, "Which way?" Zhu Ning laughed out loud. "What little adult, or a little kid?" Lin Xiaofeng wrinkled her nose. Her little face wrinkled. She hasn't learned more yet. Zhu Ning stopped arguing with her. It was indeed a fork in the road. Pei Shu and Bai Cheng could have given effective suggestions if they were present. But now there was no guide in the team, so they could only choose blindly. Her luck had never been so good as to choose a fork in the road. Zhu Ning planned to try both roads and chose the left one first. She slowly moved into the passage with the help of the wall, imagining that what she was pressing might be the aorta, which only devoured the heart but not the blood vessels. These remaining organs were still functioning. Zhu Ning closed her eyes, as if her spirit was connected to it, and she felt the body of the giant in a special way. It was a wonderful experience. Zhu Ning merged with a part of the giantess, and the giant's soul was regenerated in her body, so she actually had an illusion of soul trembling. Her heart was moving, her bones were secreting mucus, her brain was moving, and the part she was pressing was also responding to her, giving a faint response. The sound of the waves dissipated, and she heard a whistling sound in her ears, and the wind was blowing violently, like the howling of ghosts and wolves. Zhu Ning's feeling didn't last long, at most 2 minutes. Lin Xiaofeng followed behind, and didn't dare to disturb her. He didn't know how to judge it specifically. He only saw Zhu Ning open her eyes, and actually went deep into the passage. Lin Xiaofeng had to follow Zhu Ning's footsteps, and walk forward. The road was quite spacious. It was no problem for adults to walk inside, let alone Lin Xiaofeng, a child. But the passage was not straight. They seemed to be walking in the intestines, winding around. Zhu Ning's physical strength had not fully recovered. She would stop for a while. Lin Xiaofeng could judge her condition through Zhu Ning's breathing. I don't know how long she walked, but Zhu Ning finally stopped. Lin Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes instinctively, and felt the cold light for the first time. It was like 2 prisoners who had escaped from prison. The tunnel they had dug for so long welcomed the first light from the outside world. Zhu Ning's body blocked a large area of light source, and her body outline was also outlined by the light. When Zhu Ning encountered the light, she stopped and did not move forward. She paused for too long, and Lin Xiaofeng could not help asking, "What's wrong?" "Snow." Zhu Ning's voice was very dry. "There is snow outside." A beam of light shone into the dark cave, and Zhu Ning stopped at the end of the light, as if at the junction of light and darkness. As long as she took one more step forward, she could completely walk into the light. Accompanied by the whistling wind, a cold snowflake fell on Zhu Ning's face. Without a guide, Zhu Ning could also realize her approximate location. They had reached the north. Chapter 394. The north is covered with ice and snow all year round, with a clear boundary line. It seems that winter has arrived. You will know it when you arrive. Pei Shu said this before. He was knitting in the flying car, and he was lazy. Bai Cheng had fallen asleep. Her body was stiff. When she slept, she was like a robot without power. Because she felt that Pei Shu was warm, her head tilted on Pei Shu's shoulder. Pei Shu did not push her away. He knitted a little lighter unconsciously. It was not long after leaving the fishing village of Tadpole Mole. Before reaching the flying fishing line, everyone was relaxed. What about the far north? Zhu Ning asked. It was a casual chat during the journey. It means literally, the northernmost part of the north, but we also explored there in the past. I wonder if you can find the entrance. Pei Shu roughly described the scenery there. Zhu Ning, aren't you and Bai Cheng here? Pei Shu smiled but said nothing. He seemed to realize that he might not be able to reach the far north. Every time he went out of the wall was a new adventure. He could walk the road he had walked before safely once, but he might not be able to walk it again. When you expect safety, it will always go against your wishes. All investigators know this ancient truth. Zhu Ning warned, "Don't be such a pessimist. The devil is very fragile." Pei Shu felt that Zhu Ning was fierce, and he couldn't decide when death would come. Pei Shu responded perfunctorily, Okay, I won't die first." Zhu Ning sighed. He said that he would not be sad for Pei Shu's death, but now he threatened him not to die. It was quite inexplicable. What's the difference? Zhu Ning thought about it, and the picture in his mind was all white snow. He asked again, "How do I know where I am? Isn't it all snow?" Pei Shu's eyes darkened, and he stopped hooking the sweater. He thought again and again, "You will feel it." Pei Shu raised his eyes and looked at the rearview mirror. The rearview mirror showed a close-up shot, only cutting to the eyes. The eyes looked deep under the light, and Pei Shu's eyes suddenly became sad. "You will feel uncontrollable sadness." Pei Shu's eyes were dim. "It's like a part of you has been taken away." It turned out that the Northland was after Utopia. Pei Shu's next stop would be to the place where Yilingyi died. Zhu Ning's face was stained with a grain of snow, which melted by her temperature. She took a step forward and stepped into the bright part. More snowflakes fell on her. Her face was frozen red, and the part under her feet was like heavy salt. Zhu Ning walked out of the cave completely and rashly entered the world of ice and snow. Her eyes squinted subconsciously. It was too dazzling. She tried to open her eyes, and finally had to close them. I heard that she would get snow blindness. It was completely different from the winter in Area 103. It was bone-chillingly cold. The protective suit automatically prompted that the temperature here was minus 35 degrees Celsius, and the cold wind brought a chill. Zhu Ning couldn't help trembling, closing and opening her eyes repeatedly, and finally adapted to this snowy world. When she took a deep breath, the cold air filled her lungs, and Zhu Ning walked completely into the ice and snow, and the snow submerged half of her calves. Zhu Ning didn't care about the cold, and repeatedly confirmed the sadness that Pei Shu mentioned. She couldn't help asking herself in her heart, is she sad? She was very sad, but she couldn't tell whether it came from the inside or the outside. What if I'm not sad? Zhu Ning in the memory asked, are there any other reactions? Because the far north is closest to Prometheus, Zhu Ning wants to know more information. Then you may also experience facial paralysis and unclear reactions. Pei Shu straightened Bai Cheng's head and said softly, what does that mean? It means you are not wearing a helmet. The average temperature there is minus 40 degrees Celsius. The lowest I have seen is minus 60 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, why would they bring me a fire element? Pei Shu looked at Zhu Ning as if he were a fool. Don't freeze your brain off. Zhu Ning laughed when she thought of this. She finally reacted, and her face was almost frozen. Pei Shu knew that Zhu Ning would not wear a helmet outside the wall, but the north was a natural barrier. The cold alone could freeze a group of people to death. Zhu Ning retreated back to the cave and couldn't help rubbing his arms. It's so cold. Lin Xiaofeng couldn't help stamping his feet because it was too cold. His teeth were chattering and asked, is this the far north? I don't feel anything. It shouldn't be. Zhu Ning spoke incoherently and kept getting in, not yet. Lin Xiaofeng took out 2 helmets from his backpack and buckled one on each of them. Zhu Ning felt better, but she almost had her brain frozen off in a physical sense. There is a constant temperature system inside the protective suit, and Lin Xiaofeng turned it on immediately, but it is impossible to maintain a constant temperature effect in such an icy environment. The protective suit is an old style, and the body temperature is only about 1 degree. It's not freezing to death, but it's like being in an iron can and being thrown into the freezer layer of the refrigerator and frozen repeatedly. The parts that touch the protective suit are cold. Zhu Ning was shivering and wanted to go for a couple of laps to warm up her body. Suddenly, she felt a warmth on her back, and a small flame on her spine lit up faintly. She didn't feel anything in the warm environment, but it was especially noticeable at this time. The flame spread from the spine to the limbs, and every pore was engulfed by the flame. Zhu Ning was stunned. Pei Shu died, but he did not disappear completely. Zhu Yao was not there, and there was no professional to explain this phenomenon. Pei Shu left a part of her body. Zhu Ning's body is a container, but it may be different from the developer's assumption. Zhu Ning is not only used to store pollutants, but also dead souls. Su Meng and Pei Shu were both collected into Zhu Ning's body in a sense. It turned out that she was not only a purifier, but also a mobile urn. Zhu Ning thought of this metaphor. In this world of personification, no one can escape, but Zhu Ning likes to be an urn to collect dead bones. Lin Xiaofeng jumped hard on the spot, not daring to stop. As long as she stopped, she would feel cold. Suddenly, Zhu Ning stretched out his hand and put it on the back of her neck. This action is usually very teasing, putting the cold hand into the collar of a companion in the cold weather. But Lin Xiaofeng stopped jumping immediately and couldn't help but approach Zhu Ning. Later, he turned around and hugged Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning was so warm, like a continuously burning flame. Lin Xiaofeng wished he could grow on Zhu Ning. After realizing what that meant, he hugged her waist and asked, "Pei Shu?" Zhu Ning hummed softly, and for the first time did not avoid it, but said, "It's him." Pei Shu followed the team into the Northland because of his fire ability. Bai Cheng asked Zhu Ning to find him as a guide, probably for this reason. Now Pei Shu is dead, as if he handed the torch to Zhu Ning. Lin Xiaofeng didn't ask why, but asked, "Where should we find Bai Cheng? It doesn't look like there is a cemetery nearby." She just took a look and saw the outline of a snowy mountain in the distance. There were no houses or traces of human activities for the time being. Maybe there were some before, but they were all buried by ice and snow. There were only graves near human gathering places. Such a ghost place might not exist. If Bai Cheng had died in such a place, it would prove that she had gone further than Pei Shu. Why did Bai Cheng lead Lu Yu's team into Utopia? Zhu Ning sighed. To enter such a place, a modified flying car would probably be needed. She was afraid that the flying car's power system would also be frozen. She didn't have any professional equipment on hand, not even an ordinary mechanical watch. She probably had to rely on visual estimation to tell the time. It was difficult to find other corpses to pick up equipment. The only thing she could use was the protective suit. There was a compass on the protective suit. If it was not affected by pollution, she could tell that the right front was the north. It was windy and snowy outside. She had to find the next shelter before the heat ran out. Before, when there was a guide around, there was no feeling. Pei Shu and Bai Cheng would replan the new route every time, how to modify the equipment, what corresponding preparations needed to be made. Zhu Ning didn't have to worry about these trivial matters. Zhu Ning didn't act rashly, without even a target. The helmet had a certain telescope function, and she planned to wait and see if there were other buildings nearby. Where is the so-called lighthouse? Has Lu Yu also been to the far north? Which exit did Lu Yu and Zhu Yao go back from? Zhu Ning had no one around to discuss, and she tried to put one hand on the ground to feel the body of the female giant, but the wonderful connection disappeared, and the outside was not her territory. There is a buoy in the north, Pei Shu once said. Most of the buoys people understand are on the sea, and some in the snow are used to point the way. Pei Shu died before he could tell how to identify this thing. Zhu Ning had no choice but to sit cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, and use the dumbest method to find it. Lin Xiaofeng was the same as her. The two of them tried to find something in the white snow and ice. Not to mention people, they could find a ghost. The camera zoomed in and scanned, and it was necessary to stop and rest in the middle, otherwise the brain would be buzzing and the mind would be easily confused. But such a simple scan also figured out some rules. It was at least a few hours since she arrived on the ground, and the light did not change at all. She also did not identify the direction of the sun. Is there a sun in this place? If there is no lighting, if the Northland is converted to the body of the female giant, which part should it correspond to? Zhu Ning looked for a while, and closed her eyes, intending to continue later. Zhu Ning! Lin Xiaofeng called her. Here, here! There's something! Lin Xiaofeng found something and became very excited. She kept the same posture and dared not move, fearing that she would lose it if she changed. Where is it? Zhu Ning moved quickly to Lin Xiaofeng. There was a screen inside the helmet. There was no big change. It was all white snow. Zhu Ning was a little excited when she first saw the snow, but now she was about to vomit. Here, there is a point. Lin Xiaofeng adjusted Zhu Ning's posture, pointed there with his finger, and zoomed in the camera at the same time. Look. Lin Xiaofeng was afraid that Zhu Ning would not see it if he was a second late. Zhu Ning adjusted the camera. At first, it was still white. The only thing that could be used as a reference in this place was the mountains, but the mountains looked the same. The camera was covered by a layer of snow and wind, and it was foggy. Zhu Ning reached out and wiped it. Lin Xiaofeng gently bent Zhu Ning's head and adjusted the angle manually. A gust of snow and wind blew, and a dot suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Ning's eyes. The dot was only the size of a grain of rice in front of the camera, submerged in the snow, and it was easy to miss. Lin Xiaofeng was too careful to find it. Zhu Ning wanted to zoom in further, but it was already at its limit, so he asked, "What is this?" Lin Xiaofeng was as focused as playing a holographic projection game. "I don't know. Is it a buoy? You must first understand the basic structure of this place before you can find where the cemetery is. The notch on the buoy will record the location." Zhu Ning opened the compass and found that the dot was in the north, which should be the only way to the far north. Anyway, you can't avoid it. Lin Xiaofeng asked. Shall we go? Zhu Ning said without hesitation, let's go, but wait until the wind is a little lighter. Lin Xiaofeng was very happy. At least Zhu Ning was going to take her with him, and didn't let her wait to kill Prometheus and come back. The map on Lin Xiaofeng's protective suit was not broken. She marked that point, and didn't dare to move her head, fearing that the technology was unreliable, and even more afraid that the point would disappear. The north wind continued, and Zhu Ning's expectation of waiting for the wind and snow to subside was dashed. She looked up at the sky, but the sky didn't change, and the cold light was very even. Is there really no sun here? She had to keep moving forward. Zhu Ning fastened the helmet of the protective suit, she led the way, and Lin Xiaofeng followed behind with a backpack on her back. The heavy backpack made Lin Xiaofeng more burdened. Zhu Ning tied up Lin Xiaofeng with a rope to prevent them from getting lost. The further north they went, the deeper the snow became, reaching up to Zhu Ning's chest. Fortunately, Zhu Ning led the way, otherwise Lin Xiaofeng would have been buried in the snow. Only the girl's head was exposed. Zhu Ning walked for a while, and took a breath. He looked back, and could no longer see the cave where he had just lived. The road was probably a one-way road, and he could not return the same way. This time, it was a real farewell. Zhu Ning quietly opened the way, and Lin Xiaofeng was responsible for scouting behind him. Suddenly, Lin Xiaofeng stopped and Zhu Ning was connected to her waist. Lin Xiaofeng said, "Wait, it's moving." Zhu Ning frowned. The buoy in the water would move slightly, but would the buoy in the snow move? What exactly were they approaching? Zhu Ning also looked in that direction. A small dot in his vision had a basic outline. Just as Lin Xiaofeng said, the thing was really moving. The movement speed was not fast. Zhu Ning stopped to observe, like a naturalist observing a creature. The small dot became larger and larger, and the outline slowly emerged in the snow. It turned out to be a man's face. The man's face was covered with white snow, and his hair was dyed white, so he could blend into the snow. Zhu Ning frowned, not naively thinking that this was an ordinary human, most likely it was contaminants. Sure enough, the next second, his face was unexpectedly thrown up from the snow. Zhu Ning could only think of this description in his mind. It was not a human raising his head, but a head like a ball being pulled by a force, far exceeding the height of a human, at least 2 meters higher. The huge monster behind the human head revealed its true face. A mammoth? Zhu Ning was not sure. Compared with ordinary elephants, it was larger in size, at least 10 meters long, with 2 long tusks, and a human head on the top of the trunk. The human neck and the elephant's trunk were connected, and the man's head was shaking slightly as he ran. It took Zhu Ning a long time to understand the true appearance of this thing, a combination of humans and mammoths. The human head that Zhu Ning saw before was thrown up, but was it actually the mammoth shaking its trunk? It turned its human neck, staring at Zhu Ning's camera with bright eyes, and it looked over. Not only did Zhu Ning discover it, it also discovered Zhu Ning. Chapter 395. The elephant's nostrils are connected to the human head's nostrils. As it breathes, a stream of hot air spurts out of its nostrils. It clearly saw Zhu Ning's exact position. The black protective suit was too conspicuous, and the helmet continued to flash in the snow. Zhu Ning's back slowly arched, his shoulders tensed, and he stared at the front motionlessly. They were like two wild beasts that suddenly met in the wild. Lin Xiaofeng was the cub beside Zhu Ning, but the size difference between them was too big, and the other party could crush her to death with a kick. You must not relax your eyes during the eye contact stage, which is an important opportunity to estimate each other's strength. Zhu Ning frowned, and she couldn't relax even though the other party couldn't see her expression with a helmet on. Body language can express a lot of things. Lin Xiaofeng didn't dare to move. Her whole body was stiff. She glanced at the outdoor temperature, which had dropped to -38. She only wore a single layer of clothes inside the protective suit. She didn't touch Zhu Ning's body, and her body was simply frozen. She was caught off guard, and saw the human-headed elephant opposite. This might be the largest pollutant she had seen before, except for the basking shark under Utopia. No one spoke, the wind and snow swept, and the white wind blew through the forest. It looked at the two creatures that suddenly appeared, and the speed of hot air spraying from its nostrils became faster and faster. Lin Xiaofeng guessed that this was some kind of precursor. Puff, the human-headed elephant almost spit out a stream of hot air in anger. The next second, the whole ground suddenly trembled, and the surrounding snow shook violently, rolling like soybeans on a sieve. That thing swung its trunk and ran like a moving mountain. It ran like a bulldozer, and the snow was pushed away suddenly, and the heavy snow raised visibility again. Zhu Ning still didn't move, like a bullfighter seeing a wild bull in the wild. Lin Xiaofeng looked at Zhu Ning's back tense, and began to get nervous unconsciously. Isn't he going to run? Is Zhu Ning going to hunt? Or does he want to tame? Both guesses are amazing. The size of the human-headed elephant still exceeded her estimate. It should be more than 20 meters. As the distance got closer, more details began to emerge. She thought that the human-headed elephant was similar to a mammoth. At least the surface would be covered with a layer of fur. In fact, it was covered with fur, but that thing was more like the texture of human white hair. Lin Xiaofeng was still thinking. The behemoth was already in front of her. Through the snow and fog, the human-headed elephant was too huge and cast a shadow. She tried hard to restrain her instincts and didn't run away. Still not moving? Lin Xiaofeng's heartbeat was about to reach her throat. She glanced at Zhu Ning with her peripheral vision. Zhu Ning's back was pressed to the lowest. Suddenly, her body bounced away like a bow, and arrows stretched to the extreme. When the human-headed elephant was only 5 meters away, she suddenly ran to the left. Lin Xiaofeng was so nervous at that time that she forgot that she was still connected to Zhu Ning. She was suddenly pulled at the waist, and she only felt the sharp wind blowing like a blade, and the human-headed elephant rushed over like a train that couldn't brake. Lin Xiaofeng staggered, and her body was pulled by Zhu Ning, passing by the human-headed elephant. With such a glance, she could see its details. The original part of the elephant's head was still there, but it had lost its function. The elephant's eyes were gray like 2 extinguished light bulbs. Lin Xiaofeng could feel the pressure of the opponent. If she was accidentally caught under the elephant's feet, she would definitely be crushed into meat paste. With a bang, Lin Xiaofeng's body fell into the snow. The human-headed elephant rushed over her head, rushed forward more than 10 meters by inertia, and immediately turned around to continue attacking. Xiaofeng. Zhu Ning suddenly shouted, "Go up!" Lin Xiaofeng's body was suddenly thrown up, and the rope between Zhu Ning and her was stretched. Lin Xiaofeng herself was like a thrown weapon. When she reacted, her body was already in midair. Zhu Ning's words were extremely concise, but Lin Xiaofeng actually understood them. She adjusted her breathing while spinning in midair like a gymnast performing difficult movements. For a moment, she didn't feel cold. The blood in her body was boiling. The exercise made her whole body lively. The visibility was still low, as if she was suddenly thrown into the fog. Only a huge and vague shadow could be seen. A rope around Lin Xiaofeng's waist was still tied to Zhu Ning's hand, making her feel extremely safe, and all her attention was on the enemy. Right now, Lin Xiaofeng's body began to fall because of gravity. She narrowed her eyes, and did not use any weapons. For a giant power user, hands are the best weapons. Lin Xiaofeng's body touched the human head, like 2 high-speed spheres colliding. She clenched her fists and smashed down with all her strength when she landed. Boom, she heard a roar. She first threw her fists down, and then other parts of her body began to follow. The protective suit automatically opened its defense, but her body could not stop rubbing against the human-headed elephant. Humans cannot clash with human-headed elephants on the ground, as it is easy to be caught in the elephant's feet and trampled to death. It is easier to fight on top. After Lin Xiaofeng was thrown up by Zhu Ning, she was obviously in great pain, but her hands did not stop. The second punch, the third punch, she was afraid that she was not strong enough and punched down again and again. Her strength could easily push down the wall of the house. The human-headed elephant wailed, which was similar to the combination of human and elephant sounds, as if a living person was stuffed into the elephant's trunk to call for help. The sound was so weird that it made people sick. Lin Xiaofeng was a novice, and didn't know that she should stop at this level, but she refused to stop, and the result was that the human-headed elephant was completely out of control, shaking its head like a mad bull. In a hurry, Lin Xiaofeng grabbed the hair on the elephant's body, as if she had grabbed a handful of thick human hair. The human-headed elephant's spine was attacked, and its 2 front legs fell forward uncontrollably, and Lin Xiaofeng on the elephant's back was simply experiencing a landslide. She grabbed the hair tightly, as if it was not hair but reins. Soon, she saw a black dot in the confusing snow fog, and the rope around her waist began to shrink, and Zhu Ning fell from the sky. She seemed to have broken through the wind and snow, and the rope became a connection point. The next moment, Lin Xiaofeng's back tightened, and Zhu Ning had already landed behind her, and his warm arms tightly clamped her from behind, preventing her from falling off the human-headed elephant. Lin Xiaofeng stopped attacking, and the backbone came. The elephant's back is more spacious than a flying car, and can accommodate at least 4 people playing cards on it. Zhu Ning climbed on the elephant's back, and the thread of consciousness was released, extending along the long trunk. She looked forward. One hand covered the elephant's skin, and the trunk was quickly pulled up. With a swish, the inertia of diving forward finally stopped, and the human head and limbs all knelt down, and the wind and snow that were raised did not stop for a long time. Lin Xiaofeng was still in shock. In fact, it was only a few minutes from beginning to end, and her mind was still buzzing. "Are you injured?" Zhu Ning asked. Lin Xiaofeng was probably only slightly injured, so she answered straightforwardly, "No." Zhu Ning breathed a sigh of relief. She had not recovered in the first place, and now her whole body was in pain as if it was about to fall apart. Her eyes were a little black. At this time, she suppressed the sweetness at the corner of her mouth and rubbed Lin Xiaofeng's head. Because she was wearing a helmet, she could only rub the helmet well done. Lin Xiaofeng was a little proud after being praised, and completely forgot about her minor injuries. Lin Xiaofeng felt that the creature below was not dead yet, breathing heavily and wailing. She was a little hesitant about whether to finish it off, lest she have more trouble. Killing the human-headed elephant should give her food. So much meat can probably last for a long time. Lin Xiaofeng thought of the movie she had seen before, and she could probably cut open the elephant's belly and hide in it to keep warm, which would just solve the problem of material shortage. But Zhu Ning did not give an order, but covered the hair with one hand, and following the thread of consciousness, the elephant's trunk was pulled up, revealing a bruised and swollen human face, still breathing. The three faces looked at each other inexplicably. Zhu Ning was not used to it no matter how many times she saw it. How did it evolve? The original face of the elephant seemed to have lost its function, but this human head could see, breathe, make sounds, and even speak. His purple lips opened, and the sound he made could be called noise. Lin Xiaofeng wanted to kill him, but he hesitated when he saw the human face. It was hard to tell whether this was a human or not. Is he talking? What if this was once a human? What if he still has human instincts? Maybe he didn't want to attack just now, but just wanted to say hello. Lin Xiaofeng got goosebumps all over his body. Once he had this idea, he couldn't stop. What kind of creatures are there in the north? Many polluting creatures are not so harmful, and can get along with humans. On the contrary, humans are prejudiced against pollutants. Lin Xiaofeng thought of Pei Shu's words. Lin Xiaofeng used to be responsible for driving and often listened silently. Pei Shu lived with mutant guinea pigs for a while. Sometimes, even if the creatures of relatives mutate, they will not change their nature. Thinking of Pei Shu, Lin Xiaofeng's expression dimmed for a while. He thought about it frequently, as soon as he entered the Northland. Zhu Ning stared at the human head. After a while, the human head stopped talking, and then the elephant's back shook. It probably wanted to struggle to stand up. Zhu Ning patted the elephant's back, loosened Lin Xiaofeng's waist, and used the natural hair on the elephant's back as a rope to slide down from the elephant's body and reach the position of the elephant's legs. The elephant's legs were as thick as telephone poles. Zhu Ning's consciousness was wrapped around it, and the elephant's legs trembled and slowly stood up. Lin Xiaofeng was still very nervous, afraid of being attacked suddenly, but also very curious, and asked, "Can you understand what it says? Why does it seem like Zhu Ning can communicate? Even reach some kind of agreement? The Alpha Series experimental subjects also have this function?" Zhu Ning shook his head. "No, I can probably understand it. All creatures want to survive. Unless they are sick, they don't want to die if they can live. Otherwise, why do the people of God's country toss so much? The human-headed elephant can't understand what it says, but it can probably understand its eyes. It doesn't want to die." The thread of Zhu Ning's consciousness was like an auxiliary support. The elephant fell several times, and actually stood up. The human-headed elephant's skin was very strong, and the spine did not break under Lin Xiaofeng's powerful attack. After Zhu Ning helped it stand up, she turned over and returned to her back. She touched the elephant's back and waited quietly, and began the second round of confrontation. The human-headed elephant could feel Zhu Ning's true self. There is a very rough communication rule between animals. The one on its back was a carnivore, and devouring was its instinct. It bared its teeth and made a final struggle. It only took a few minutes. Lin Xiaofeng could see that it had given up. Its tense body muscles began to relax, and it did not try to throw them off. Zhu Ning also changed her strategy. Her threatening gesture became a soothing one. She stroked the elephant below and asked, "Do you have any food or healing agent?" "Ah?" Lin Xiaofeng thought she had misheard. How much stuff did she have? Zhu Ning wanted to share it with a pollutant? And the healing agent could be used for pollutants? Lin Xiaofeng directly refused. No. Just kidding, she was reluctant to use it. She was injured and had to bear it. There was only one healing agent left in the bottom of the box. Give it mine. I won't eat it, Zhu Ning said. Lin Xiaofeng was angry, and took out a nutrient from her backpack like a miser. As soon as she took it out, the human-headed elephant suddenly turned its trunk and stretched its neck in front of Lin Xiaofeng. Zhu Ning, it seems that it was really a human before. It knew what the healing agent was. The skin covering its body was like armor, and only the human head and neck could penetrate it, so it took the initiative to expose the vulnerable part. It has some wildness and some traces of domestication. Member of the Northern Adjustment? Zhu Ning didn't recognize this face. Maybe Pei Shu would recognize it if he was there. Lin Xiaofeng's mood was even more complicated. The skin connecting the human neck and the elephant's trunk made her feel uncomfortable. Lin Xiaofeng held her breath and still thought it was a monster. The other party didn't struggle when he was stabbed in. After the injection, he even cracked at the corner of his mouth, expressing some kind of gratitude. Lin Xiaofeng was stunned. Zhu Ning asked, "Are you afraid?" She shook her head violently, embarrassed to say that she felt this thing was disgusting, afraid that the human-headed elephant would understand and feel sad. Lin Xiaofeng was even more depressed when she thought of this. Why should she take care of the mental health of a pollutant? For the physique of the human-headed elephant, one nutrient is not enough. Zhu Ning is not so naive that he thinks he has completely domesticated it. The instinct must be to eat people, but Zhu Ning is there to suppress his nature. Zhu Ning thought of Li Xian, his first friend in this world. She also repeatedly struggled between the instinct to eat. Could it be that this human-headed elephant is not a natural human? It just hasn't evolved completely. Then where are its kind? The north wind is howling, and they seem very small in the ice and snow. Zhu Ning didn't find the buoy that Pei Shu mentioned. She stroked the elephant's body, and black mucus flowed on the surface of her eyeballs, revealing the part that was polluted. In addition to the pressure, it was also expressing another message: I am your kind. Find me the corpse. Zhu Ning tried to communicate with it. She wanted to find Bai Cheng. Chapter 396. The human-headed elephant seemed to understand her words, rubbing its front limbs in place. Zhu Ning stretched out her hand. Lin Xiaofeng looked at her palm and sighed, as if she was here to collect a debt. She gritted her teeth and took out an energy bar and handed it over. Zhu Ning tore open the package and threw it forward. The human-headed elephant's nose was extremely flexible, and it caught it quickly in midair like a dog holding a bone. Then, without even a breath, it bit the energy bar into pieces and ran away immediately. Lin Xiaofeng grew up riding a flying car, and the first time she sat on a human-headed elephant, she was almost thrown out. Zhu Ning was much calmer in contrast. She had ridden a horse in Zombie World. Zhu Yao sent her to learn. The tuition was very expensive, but because Zhu Ning was interested, she studied for 2 years. Now that I think about it, these memories should have been deliberately created by Zhu Yao, including some fragmentary biological knowledge that Zhu Ning knew, which might be to facilitate various emergencies, such as now. Zhu Ning had no reaction to this matter a long time ago, and was extremely numb most of the time. She didn't have a map in her hand, so she could only look at the compass. The human-headed elephant was running to the north. The wind and snow were stronger all around, and the enthusiasm of the human-headed elephant, because of the energy bar, just now quickly dissipated. The speed slowed down, but it was more suitable for Lin Xiaofeng's rhythm, and she could finally take a breath. Lin Xiaofeng was too cold, and she couldn't help but shrink into Zhu Ning's arms. Zhu Ning kept warm like a stove. They trudged through the snow, but the progress of the human-headed elephant was getting slower and slower. The wind was too strong. If it weren't for the elephant's physique, Zhu Ning would have been unable to walk alone in the snow. Lin Xiaofeng buried her body in the elephant's fur to keep warm, and they had to lie on the elephant to avoid being blown away. The surroundings were all white, and the thermometer continued to drop, -40, -43. The low temperature was more exaggerated than they thought. If it got any lower, it would be difficult to survive without the fire ability. The human-headed elephant moved forward almost inch by inch, walking against the wind and snow. At this time, it seemed tired, and the elephant body stopped steadily. Zhu Ning patted the elephant body, but the 4 elephant legs were like bridge piers, refusing to move a step. The human-headed elephant bit its trunk and turned back suddenly. The human face on the top showed a pitiful expression, and then buried its face in the long hair. It was probably too cold. The part of the human skin had no hair, and even after evolution, it could not resist the severe cold. Lin Xiaofeng touched it and tried to communicate, "I give you a little more. Can you walk a little more?" Lin Xiaofeng rubbed the outer packaging of the energy bar, making a rustling sound of plastic. If it had raised its neck before, it would have raised its neck long ago, But now it was indifferent like an ostrich. Lin Xiaofeng used all kinds of threats and inducements, but unfortunately the elephant didn't fall for it. Are you really not leaving? Lin Xiaofeng searched through its long fur, trying to find a human face and have a good communication with it. Now she no longer felt that it was disgusting or weird, but rather a little cute. The fur was thick and heavy, and Lin Xiaofeng shrank further into it as she searched for it. She almost fell into the fur herself. Zhu Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The two of them looked quite cute together. Just as a smile appeared on her lips, it suddenly froze. She squinted her eyes and looked into the distance, but her helmet was covered with ice mist. She opened the helmet panel, and her sight seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of wind and snow. Lin Xiaofeng felt that Zhu Ning's body behind him had straightened up. She stopped looking for the human face and looked along Zhu Ning's line of sight. She could only hear the whistling north wind, and it was still a vast expanse of white. But the next moment, the human head buried in the hair suddenly raised its head and looked in the same direction as Zhu Ning, which was further north. Lin Xiaofeng didn't understand why, but her hand holding the elephant's hair tightened unconsciously. The north wind was getting louder and louder, and the whistling sound was almost overwhelming. She wiped the fog off the helmet of her protective suit, and her pupils suddenly shrank. The original wind and snow around suddenly stopped, and every snowflake stopped in the air, as if it was deterred by some force. The scene was spectacular. The visibility increased, and Lin Xiaofeng didn't care to appreciate it at all. She saw a white vortex on the horizon. This might be what the ancients called dragon sucking water, or it was like a long nose hanging from the sky, which was constantly rotating. When it swept over, it was as if the sharpest blade in the world was spinning at high speed, making a chilling sound of wind. Tornado? You underestimate the north too much. Pei Shu said, hooking his sweater. It's a death icicle. In Zhu Ning's cognition, this phenomenon mostly occurs on the seabed of the North and South Poles. This is the first time she has seen a land version. Like a tornado, a giant icicle dropped from the clouds, freezing everything it touched, and killing all creatures immediately upon contact. The human-headed elephant retained its animal instincts, or perhaps it was already used to seeing it in the north. Before Zhu Ning gave specific instructions, it had already spread its hooves and turned its head to run. It was not running in the opposite direction, but to the right wing. As Pei Shu described, the ground where the icicle touched was freezing rapidly, making a crackling sound, as if a giant beast was gnawing at the earth. The speed of the death icicle was too fast, and the human-headed elephant was almost fighting with nature when it ran, faster than when it ate energy bars. Zhu Ning heard the laughter he made because of his extreme running. But it was not enough. The death icicle was approaching, like a sickle hanging on the neck. Any fire system was useless in front of this kind of power. If the area spread was several thousand meters, or even tens of thousands of meters, it could freeze thousands of miles in an instant, and they would not even feel any pain when they died. It depends on luck. Pei Shu put down the yarn and said, "Good luck to you." Zhu Ning gritted his teeth and understood why the North was Prometheus' natural defense line. Humans who wanted to break through here were against the rules of nature. And this way of death came randomly. It would not be a relief just because you are smarter. The investigators, who have come to this step, all relied on luck. The crunching sound of gnawing became louder and louder. Lin Xiaofeng did not dare to look back. The distance between the ice line and them was getting closer and closer. Before, they could only watch from a distance, but now it was only more than 800 meters. No wonder the temperature dropped sharply. They were already in the monster's mouth and had become food on the chopping board. Death was approaching. Zhu Ning glanced around. Thanks to the condensation power of the icicle, they could see farther. Zhu Ning's brain worked rapidly as he opened his eyes. The human-headed elephant was panting and exhausted. It had lived in the north for many years and knew the power of nature. It slowed down and prepared to close its eyes and wait for death. But it could not control its feet. Zhu Ning was controlling its body. The hair on its neck was pulled by a force. Zhu Ning was just a passenger before, but now he started to control it, like a real rider. Flames spread under Zhu Ning's palms, faster than any ignition tool in the world, and the elephant hair became fuel. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the human-headed elephant was covered with a layer of fire, like a huge bonfire suddenly ignited on the snowy plain. No one knows the actual blocking ability of the flames against the ice line. They are blocking the encirclement of the ice line with a weak posture. The human-headed elephant raised its neck and turned around urgently under Zhu Ning's pull. Zhu Ning has a computer in her head. She is calculating the path. The initial escape route of the human-headed elephant is correct, but it needs to be more accurate. Zhu Ning's eyeball data keeps rolling, and a map opens in her mind. A virtual road stretches out. That is the way out calculated by human computers in the face of natural strangulation. The crackling sound of ice is too close. Even wearing protective clothing, you can feel the pain in your back, as if the ice blade of death is scraping down one by one, and people are being tortured to death. As long as the hind legs of the human-headed elephant are frozen, they will be stiff on the spot and become ice sculptures. Look! Lin Xiaofeng shouted excitedly. There are people in front. Black appeared in front, not even a buoy, but a human color. Lin Xiaofeng just ignited hope, and the next second it was like someone poured cold water on his head. They were not people, or to be more precise, they were not living people, but frozen corpses. They wore black protective suits of the North Yao, and they still maintained their original appearance before they died. Some wore helmets, some lost their helmets, and some died inside the flying car. They looked terrified or completely stunned. If this was some kind of ice sculpture, it would be very lifelike, but it was a living person. The dead investigators became a natural landmark, or a unified cemetery for everyone, which could be preserved forever as long as the cold did not dissipate. Zhu Ning had always wanted to find the body, but now she found it, but was not excited, because the place where the previous person died would be her new grave. Her calculation was not unique. Someone had run to this position, but still died. With a crack, the elephant's foot crushed the iceman, and the human body instantly broke into pieces, like an expensive porcelain smashed to pieces. The human-headed elephant could no longer stop. It only had one last goal left in its life, to run. Zhu Ning held it tightly. At this point, he was extremely calm. If death really came, Zhu Ning could not do anything. He had done everything he could. After leaving Utopia, Zhu Ning had long been indifferent to life and death. At this time, she was only lucky that she died beside her own kind. If she really had to be buried, she could be with countless dead investigators in the form of a human. That would be a blessing for her. With a crack, the monster of the ice lion finally ate them. Human struggle was useless. The ice and snow covered the hind legs of the human-headed elephant, as if the hand of the god of death suddenly grabbed it. Running could not resist the power of nature at all. The ice shell spread rapidly at the moment of contact. When the whole body was on fire, the ice and snow did not care, but just used brute force to wrap it up. The ice shell crawled from the hind legs of the human-headed elephant to the buttocks, and climbed onto Zhu Ning's back. At the last moment, she burst out with strength and pushed Lin Xiaofeng away. This was the agreed order of death: Bai Cheng first, Pei Shu second, Zhu Ning third, and Lin Xiaofeng last. Zhu Ning would make sure that he died before Lin Xiaofeng even if he died 1 second before. Lin Xiaofeng's body flew high. Zhu Ning used himself as the origin and forcibly brought Lin Xiaofeng a longer distance. When Zhu Ning threw her up, she was covered with a layer of flames, like a blanket left by Pei Shu, which passed from Zhu Ning's hand to Lin Xiaofeng's hand. Lin Xiaofeng initially thought that this was a new move that Zhu Ning had come up with, just like taming the human-headed elephant just now. She only needed to listen to an instruction, and Zhu Ning would firmly and neatly tell her what to do next. But she didn't hear it. When Lin Xiaofeng turned around in midair, she saw a scene. Zhu Ning and the human-headed elephant were bitten by ice and snow. Together with the fire burning on their bodies, the surface of Zhu Ning's eyeballs was quickly covered with ice shells, like the lid of a coffin. And Zhu Ning was still looking at Lin Xiaofeng in the last second of being frozen, and his expression was even extremely indifferent, as if he had been waiting for death for a long time. Lin Xiaofeng opened her mouth wide, and she didn't even have time to shout. Her body fell to the ground with a bang, and was swung dozens of meters away due to inertia. She quickly got up, and a chill came over her, covering her right leg and palm in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiaofeng felt as if she was dead, knowing that she was doomed. She thought she would die soon, but the damned ice line had stopped long ago. The ice shell spreading on her body was just the aftermath of death, not the god of death itself, and was more fragile in comparison. Lin Xiaofeng just moved her palm instinctively, and the sharp ice shell slid off her body with a clatter. The last layer of fire defense that Zhu Ning gave her before his death had melted. Death froze everything, and the vision was unprecedentedly broad. In the distance was the death icicle, connecting the sky and the snowfield, and falling on the ground to condense into 1,000 miles of ice, which was so awe-inspiring. For the first time, Lin Xiaofeng understood what true killing was. It was the sickle of nature that fell, and no one could escape. There were many corpses here, densely covering Lin Xiaofeng. It was probably the place where everyone fled. Zhu Ning was still frozen in his original state, the flames were eye-catching and dazzling, and the man and the elephant just stopped like that. Lin Xiaofeng's lips trembled, not knowing that death would come so quickly, and she didn't even have time to say anything. She hesitated and didn't dare to take a step forward, always feeling that she was dreaming and hadn't woken up yet. After losing Zhu Ning's warmth, Lin Xiaofeng was freezing cold all over, and the protective suit was no different from an ironkin this time. It was already minus 48 degrees Celsius. It took her a long time to take a step, and walk toward Zhu Ning so stiffly. The storm stopped, and there was no force to stop her from moving forward, but this was the longest road Lin Xiaofeng had walked. She even wanted to run away to delay, but even if she ran away, she had reached it. The human head was so tall that she looked up from below, as if she was looking up at the remains of a giant. Lin Xiaofeng's eyes were blurred, and she was not prepared to deal with a second death, and her face was full of tears. She couldn't help crying and tried to climb up the elephant to fish Zhu Ning's body out, but the ice shell was too slippery, and she couldn't find a foothold. She groped on the surface of the ice elephant, and the huge sadness quickly overwhelmed her. She suddenly stopped struggling weakly, and stared blankly upwards. The fire on her body had gone out, but the fire in her heart began to ignite. Zhu Ning, who was sealed in the ice shell, slowly moved her eyeballs. The data flow in her eyes did not go out. Her blue pupils were looking down, and she was looking at Lin Xiaofeng. Chapter 397. The flame was frozen by the ice and fire coexisted harmoniously. Lin Xiaofeng thought that the flame would be extinguished sooner or later, but in fact it was not. The flame went from being static to slightly shaking, and it was actually getting stronger and stronger. Zhu Ning's helmet mask was opened, and her eyeballs could move slightly. Lin Xiaofeng didn't know how to help her. If she hit with great force, it would be easy to break Zhu Ning. In order to melt the ice layer inside and outside to speed up, she took out a musket from her backpack. The flame sprayed from the musket was 1 meter long. Lin Xiaofeng was too nervous, and the fire went out several times. After finally lighting the fire, she found that her hands were shaking unconsciously. Half of it was because of the cold, and half of it was because of sadness. Pei Shu said that the far north would feel great sadness, but Lin Xiaofeng felt that she was so sad that she could not hold on even before she reached the far north. The melting ice and snow dripped from the surface of the human-headed elephant, but it froze again after a while after it touched the ground. Zhu Ning and the human-headed elephant were like burning candles, and the melted ice and snow were wax oil, piling up in a pool below. They struggled for a long time, and the last ice shell completely melted. The human-headed elephant knelt on its knees with a bang, and its long nose limp. Zhu Ning slid down from the elephant's back. Lin Xiaofeng quickly picked up a blanket and wrapped her up. Zhu Ning was soaking wet, and her trembling eyelashes were covered with a layer of frost. The button of the helmet mask was broken, and Lin Xiaofeng couldn't close it, so he had to cover her with a few more layers of blankets. The human-headed elephant was half dead and gasping for breath, but it still had a breath. Its own hair could resist the severe cold. Lin Xiaofeng and Zhu Ning used the human-headed elephant's body to block the north wind and huddled by the fire to keep warm. Lin Xiaofeng hugged Zhu Ning, but it was Zhu Ning who was actually keeping her warm, but it looked like she was protecting Zhu Ning. No one spoke, only the sound of ghosts and wolves howling in the wind. "Are you angry with me?" Zhu Ning suddenly spoke. She was buried in the blanket, not even her eyes were exposed, and her voice was very muffled. Lin Xiaofeng didn't speak, just tilted her head. She was so angry that she didn't even want to talk to Zhu Ning. "You are angry," Zhu Ning said. Lin Xiaofeng's previous personality would not get angry, and she would not say it when she was angry, but this time she couldn't help it. "Yes, I am angry." Her voice was shaking. If the situation was not wrong, she would even want to yell to vent her anger. It was just a little bit. Zhu Ning almost died in front of her, leaving her alone in the cold north. They encountered so many dangers just after entering the north. They brushed shoulders with death, or it could be said that the god of death showed mercy and spared them, but they were not so lucky. They were caught in the storm this time. What about the next time? The next stop is the far north. Will Lin Xiaofeng experience Pei Shu's past? Will Lin Xiaofeng have to watch Zhu Ning commit suicide in front of her? "I'm sorry," Zhu Ning repeated. "I'm sorry." Lin Xiaofeng's lips trembled. She wanted to scold you for only saying sorry. She turned around angrily, then paused and hugged Zhu Ning tightly. The Cold War was just a short moment. She couldn't bear to ignore Zhu Ning for so long. Zhu Ning curled up, and the heat was drying his clothes. Before in the fishing village of Tadpole Mole, Pei Shu also used the fire system to dry them. Now only Zhu Ning himself was doing this. The part where Lin Xiaofeng was in contact with Zhu Ning gradually became warm and dry. She looked at the icicles in the distance and tightened her arms, and asked softly, "Can you not take revenge? Don't go any further. It's not your fault. It has nothing to do with you. You didn't kill the person. No matter Su Ming, Song Zhizhong, or Pei Shu who just died, no one wants Yu Ning to avenge them. Those who died are dead. Can the survivors live a good life? They can turn back now. It doesn't matter if the world is destroyed. Zhu Yao's ambition has nothing to do with Yu Ning. Lu Yuan doesn't need Yu Ning to save her. She can find a paradise to live in." Lin Xiaofeng remembered that at the ski resort, Yu Ning would laugh and choose the super difficult mode for her heartlessly. She would pull her hand and sprint forward, slide down the high ski slope, and then cheer very childishly. Yu Ning likes excitement and adventure, and also likes to buy discounted household items. Lin Xiaofeng misses her life in the Noble Queen store. After a long time, Yu Ning finally spoke, and it was still those 3 words, "I'm sorry." Lin Xiaofeng's heart was cold. Yu Ning had already answered her that she had to take revenge. She was an experimental subject, entered into a predetermined program, and had a specific mission. Memories were fake, mother was fake, but friends were real, and she couldn't give up revenge. If she objectified herself, Yu Ning would be a broken machine, only one step away from being scrapped. Killing Prometheus was the only driving force that kept her running. If she didn't take revenge, she would immediately collapse and decompose into broken copper and iron on the spot. What's the difference between Yu Ning and a piece of iron? She felt that the answer was here, because she could still love and hate. "What if I die?" Lin Xiaofeng asked. She felt that she was being unreasonable, but at this time, she wanted to be willful and force Yu Ning to make a choice. If Lin Xiaofeng also died, would this revenge still have meaning? Yu Ning was silent. She buried her face deeper, wanting to avoid this question. Her arms in the blanket hugged her tightly. "I hope you're alive." Yu Ning said, "You can't die." She has always been happy to express her inner feelings. She never hides her likes or dislikes for a person, and speaks out her needs frankly. She has used this method to win over Su Ming and persuade Hua Wincy. Now it's Lin Xiaofeng's turn. Lin Xiaofeng gritted her teeth and said nothing. She knew her role. She was just an anchor. She didn't need much function. Her only existence was to stabilize Yu Ning's ship. She had to live. What a cruel task Yu Ning gave her. Bad Yu Ning, Lin Xiaofeng was crying inside her helmet. "After I find Bai Cheng, I will send you to a safe place. Will you wait for me to come back?" Yu Ning said, "Don't go on the next road." Yu Ning nudged her head into Lin Xiaofeng's arms and whispered, "I'm really afraid that you will die." Lin Xiaofeng had thought of this a long time ago. A child who has been abandoned all the time is always on guard against the next time he will be abandoned. Yu Ning doesn't want her anymore. Lin Xiaofeng should have refused directly, but she was pestering and making trouble. She was crying while taking a deep breath, but she didn't want Yu Ning to find her crying, so she asked, "Will you come to pick me up?" Lin Xiaofeng has been practicing a skill repeatedly since she was a child, being the most sensible child in the world, carefully observing her father's words and expressions, preparing before her father gets angry, and knowing how to comfort her mother when she is sad. Because she is too sensible, she can't be willful and ignores Yu Ning's thoughts. Precocious children can't become childish. The road to growth has always been a one-way street. You can't pretend that you don't understand the truth you already understand. That would be unfair to Yu Ning. Yu Ning smiled and said, "I will, I promise." "It sounds like a flag. You are like the protagonist in the movie who is about to die." Lin Xiaofeng spoke with a heavy nasal tone, and soon, he could not pretend anymore. "What should I do if you die?" Lin Xiaofeng said, "You are a bit irresponsible." Yu Ning could not refute, because Zhu Yao also raised her in this way. In those false memories, Zhu Yao's work was very busy, working overtime in the hospital every day, and Zhu Ning raised herself since she was a child. No one needed to worry about her homework or training, thinking that other children could grow up like this. She was like Zhu Yao, unable to accompany the children. "I will let the new Bai Cheng take care of you," Zhu Ning said. Lin Xiaofeng was not talking about this, not how the body survived. What she wanted to ask was, if Zhu Ning died, how would she survive in such a world alone? But Lin Xiaofeng didn't ask that. Zhu Ning was already under a lot of pressure. She needed to take good care of Zhu Ning's body, including her mental state, and not be the last straw that broke Zhu Ning's back. "Will you be happy like this?" Lin Xiaofeng put her chin on Zhu Ning's head. "Yes." Tears were streaming down Lin Xiaofeng's helmet, and her mouth was salty. She smiled when she heard this. "Then I promise you, you must come to pick me up, otherwise I will become an orphan." "Okay." Zhu Ning hugged her, I promise you. The stone on Lin Xiaofeng's heart did not disappear, and it would continue to exist, but she could do nothing at this time, so she could only hug Zhu Ning with her backhand. She made an agreement with Zhu Ning that Zhu Ning needed to kill Prometheus and come to her alive. Lin Xiaofeng is very ambitious. After Prometheus died, she wanted to become Zhu Ning's next target. This matter is more important than anything else. Lin Xiaofeng has come all the way and seen such a far world. She wants to learn from Lu Yu and learn to plant a seed in people's hearts, waiting for the day when it sprouts and takes root. She wants to learn from Zhu Yao and write a brand new program for Zhu Ning. She made an appointment with Zhu Ning. I won't go with you, but you have to come to pick me up. Lin Xiaofeng hugged Zhu Ning, and the two snuggled up to each other in the snow. The death icicle stopped, and the whole world became much clearer. The icicle itself was left, and the north had a short period of safety. No one knew how long this safety could last. There were at least a dozen icicles standing in the distance. The scene was extremely spectacular, like the pillars of the world supporting the sky, giving people an illusion that if these icicles were cut off, the sky would collapse. And under the tall death icicles were tiny human corpses, decorating the ice field like sesame seeds. Zhu Ning and Lin Xiaofeng were two of them. Lin Xiaofeng looked up at the icicle. If she climbed up along the icicle, could she find the gate to the sky and enter the brain full of maggots? Being able to get here was already the limit for a 10-year-old girl. Leaving was indeed the best decision, otherwise she would make Zhu Ning worry. Lin Xiaofeng repeatedly convinced herself that she was making the right decision. She wanted to help Zhu Ning complete the last few trivial matters, and find Bai Cheng first. The only benefit of being chased by the death icicle was that they really found a large number of corpses. Corpses usually make people feel terrified, but the atmosphere at this time only made people feel solemn. She wanted to chisel open an Iceman and get their equipment, but it was frozen solid inside. Violence could only break the corpse, and could not be opened without damaging the inside. Zhu Ning's helmet was broken, and now it was burning with flames, like a little fireman. Zhu Ning only rested for a short while, wrapped in a blanket, and looking for Bai Cheng, who was still lying half dead, and didn't want to move a step. There were corpses everywhere here, and I wonder if there were any teammates of Pei Shu. The ice and snow cemetery is not a metaphor. Zhu Ning walked for a while, and found that in addition to those who died of natural freezing, there were actually people who buried the dead in such an extreme environment. The Inuit have the custom of ice burial, but the investigators can't do it that complicated. At most, they dug an ice hole to bury the body, and then erect a simple monument. The words on the ice tombstone were covered with a layer of ice and snow. Zhu Ning and Lin Xiaofeng had to wipe them off one by one to know who they belonged to. The tomb of Xiao Bing from the Beidiu White Cat team. The tomb of Lin Chansheng from the Beidiu Qingshan team. Tomb of Sun Lu of the Northern Expedition Rising Sun team. Zhu Ning looked at them one by one, not at the cemetery, but at the history of death and sacrifice in the Northern Expedition, and at the farthest distance that humans have traveled. These investigators formed a cemetery and a beacon, extending infinitely to the north. There were corpses holding recorders, leaving messages before death. It was at the expense of these people that Ilingi's team continued to move forward. So companions or descendants who came here would try their best to bury them. Thanks to the special terrain of the north, the cemetery was well preserved, as if it preserved human civilization. The tomb of Bai Cheng. Zhu Ning stopped. The 4 words were so dazzling in the snow. Bai Cheng's tombstone did not have any prefix. She was not an investigator. Why did Bai Cheng die here? Was it also because of the guide leading the team? Zhu Ning stroked the 4 words, wondering if Bai Cheng had buried her with his own hands. She half knelt down, just like Bai Cheng half knelt in front of her in the shelter that day. Zhu Ning placed her hands on the snow, the flames burned the ice, and melted it quickly, and Zhu Ning's eyes changed quickly, from data streams to black mucus, and finally to flames. The ice and snow melted and collapsed layer by layer, and finally, Zhu Ning dug up what she wanted, not a corpse, but a corner of plastic exposed from the snow. The bright red plastic bag shivered in the wind, and it had life the moment it saw the light of day again, and it wrapped around Zhu Ning's arms. Just like when Zhu Ning dug a grave for the first time, the plastic protected its owner and wanted to attack her. Pei Shu also helped with the grave digging that time, but now he is gone. Zhu Ning's flames continued to burn, and the more they burned, the tighter the plastic became, and even more and more, covering Zhu Ning's face. Lin Xiaofeng was a little nervous unconsciously, and even raised the muzzle of the gun to the grave. This was the first time that Bai Cheng had dug a grave without telling her the resurrection point. What if this Bai Cheng would kill someone? What if this Bai Cheng didn't know them, and had no relevant memories. Wouldn't that mean he had dug out an enemy? But Zhu Ning didn't stop. She half knelt like an ice sculpture, and the blanket fell to the ground. All her flames were surging towards the grave, and she even didn't need the flames to keep warm. The flames devoured the plastic, and the red plastic regenerated. The fire system and the plastic fought against each other, as if they were in some kind of tug-of-war. Bai Cheng was very mysterious, not just a bounty hunter. There might be uncontrollable dangers in restoring complete memory, but this was the last person Zhu Ning could rely on. I need you. Can you live again? Come with me to kill Prometheus. With a click, a hand suddenly stretched out from the ice and snow cemetery. The hand was scarred, and the skin on the back of the hand was broken, revealing blood vessels made of plastic. At this time, it was straight like a zombie resurrected. But the next moment, Bai Cheng grabbed Zhu Ning with his backhand. Chapter 398. Zhu Ning was exhausted. In contrast, Bai Cheng's hands were very strong. Because it was a corpse, it was stiff like an ice sculpture. The ice tomb was broken layer by layer, and large pieces of plastic were surging. Zhu Ning had seen these plastic layers several times. The first time she dug Bai Cheng in the Guitu cemetery, she almost suffocated because of the plastic. But at this time, the plastic was surrounded by the wind, and it made a whirring sound. Zhu Ning seemed to be in a hallucination. Finally, she saw a pair of emotionless eyes in the layers of red plastic. The pupils were pitch black and stared straight at her. The face was pale, and didn't look like a human. Bai Cheng's appearance had a cold beauty. Bai Cheng sat up from the grave. Zhu Ning felt a chill on her right hand, and there was a faint flame on the back of her hand. Bai Cheng didn't say a word, lowered his eyelashes, and his eyes stayed on Zhu Ning's flames. His eyes were reflected in a fiery red. That was Pei Shu's fire. The next moment, there were crackling sounds all around. With Bai Cheng's resurrected tomb as the core, the snow was breaking, as if there was a sudden earthquake, and an extremely terrifying crack stretched out like lightning. The earth trembled, and the head elephant resting not far away was half dead and gasping for breath. At this moment, it suddenly woke up. It thought danger was coming and wanted to escape immediately, but it was so nervous that its limbs slipped and finally fell again. Its head was crouched, looking around with a vigilant face, shrinking its neck like an ostrich, trying to wait for the aftermath of the earthquake to pass. Lin Xiaofeng also had to lower her body's center of gravity. The oppressive feeling on Bai Cheng made people instinctively feel fear. She thought Bai Cheng wanted to summon the dead investigator's body, but Lin Xiaofeng had tried it before. If the external force broke it violently, it would not be possible to only dig out the outer ice layer without hurting the body inside. In fact, she was thinking too simply. Boom! The sound of the earth breaking stopped abruptly. The snow was flying because of the tremor, and suddenly many figures appeared in the blurred snow. Even though they were far away, Lin Xiaofeng recognized that it was not the body of the investigator at all, because the figure was very familiar. Lin Xiaofeng had been with her day and night, and he could tell just by looking at the outline. It was Bai Cheng, mini Bai Cheng. The Bai Cheng stood in the distance, like a layer copied and pasted, and actually gathered towards them. Compared with the creatures in the north, the size of humans seemed very small. The previous metaphor was correct, that was countless sesame seeds, but now many sesame seeds were moving. One person woke up, and all the spare Bai Chengs here actually formed an army of the dead. Before the end of the world, Utopia was the sea, and the north must also be the sea, and there were countless plastic garbage in the sea. After the end of the world, these garbage had their own lives, and were resurrected in the name of Bai Cheng. Lin Xiaofeng's throat tightened, and she didn't know what to say. She felt that the atmosphere in front of her was unusually serious, so she could only count silently. There were about 11 Bai Cheng, which was the largest number Lin Xiaofeng had ever seen. In the Lost City, when Lin Xiaofeng was frightened and trembling by two identical Bai Chengs, she never thought that one day she would feel excited because of seeing so many Bai Chengs. The Bai Chengs approached silently, and finally stopped at a distance of 1 meter. The trembling heads raised their heads cautiously, and looked at the strange scene here. Everyone looked the same, but with different scars of different sizes on their bodies. Some Bai Chengs had serious abdominal injuries, some Bai Chengs had bones clearly visible on their backs, and some Bai Chengs had a broken leg. These Bai Chengs were all disabled, but their expressions were extremely calm. Zhu Ning, who was surrounded by Bai Cheng, was burning with flames. She didn't look like an opponent being besieged, but more like Bai Cheng and others coming to make a pilgrimage. She responded to Zhu Ning's call with her own actions. Zhu Ning didn't say a word, and Bai Cheng didn't let go of her hand, still very tight, as if he was holding her whole body. I will go with you to take revenge. Bai Cheng's voice was stiff, but every word was powerful. Bai Cheng heard Zhu Ning's voice in the grave. She would not persuade Zhu Ning to give up. As long as you call me, I will definitely go. Without too many words, Zhu Ning understood that this Bai Cheng had common memories. She obviously died very early, and when Prometheus tried to control her, she simply exploded herself to protect her brain from being contaminated by mycelium, and to ensure that she would not become a puppet. Bai Cheng didn't know what happened next, but she knew Pei Shu was dead when she saw the flames. When she died last time, her heart was full of resentment. After waking up, the hatred did not disappear, but it was like a fire that was getting stronger and stronger. New and old hatreds, the hatred between Bai Cheng and Prometheus is constantly accumulating, waiting for a burst point. Even if the whole army is wiped out this time, they will send Zhu Ning through the far north. Zhu Ning finally recovered and pulled Bai Cheng from the grave to stand up. Welcome back to the team. The last time it was Pei Shu who said this, now it is Zhu Ning. If it was the previous Bai Cheng, she might want to come over and hug. She likes social gestures, but there is no such thing in front of her. She just nodded lightly. It's dangerous here. Let's go first. Lin Xiaofeng's raised mouth corners slowly stiffened, and she realized that the Bai Cheng who died before was really dead. The wind was about to blow in the distance again, and the whistling sound was extremely terrifying. They had to leave immediately before the next death icicle swept over. Bai Cheng knew the route to the north, and should have been here before. She soon found the buoys that Pei Shu mentioned. They were artificially dug into the snow. Most of the routes that the northern transfer took would have some deployments along the way. The person who dug the buoys at the beginning should have died as a logistics worker. But these buoys later pointed the way for countless people, guiding people to explore further north. The buoys flashed a very faint cold light, buried in the wind and snow, and required a specific angle to be seen. As long as you find one, you can find the next one. Finally, Bai Cheng led the way to an ice cave. There is a temporary shelter in the north. That is the last place you can rest after entering the far north. Pei Shu once said so. Bai Cheng led Zhu Ning to the shelter. There was a logistics team in the shelter under the flying fish line, but there was nothing here, not even any effective defense, at most just to resist the wind and snow. The wisdom of the Inuit is worth learning from. The houses made of ice and snow are actually warm. Bai Cheng lit a bonfire, which instantly illuminated the interior. She found 2 coats and threw them over. They were not protective clothing but some kind of furry coats. They were effective in resisting the cold in such places. Lin Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that she might have become incontinent after entering the Northland, and she wanted to cry at everything she saw. After Bai Cheng came back, they finally stopped running around like headless flies. There was no one else in the shelter. The people found a corner and huddled together. This was much better than facing unknown risks in the wind and snow. The 11 Bai Chengs had different postures. There were actually 2 Bai Chengs chatting. Lin Xiaofeng was a little curious. Didn't they share the same brain? The Bai Cheng that Zhu Ning dug out by himself sat opposite the campfire. Zhu Ning was wrapped in a furry coat, just like a native of the Northland. He asked, "How many of yourself can you call out at a time? The more people there are, the easier it is to get out of control." Bai Cheng, this is the most I remember. Before, there were about 6 at a time. Bai Cheng finished speaking and asked, "Not enough?" Zhu Ning shook her head, "It's enough." It even far exceeded Zhu Ning's estimate. Before she started, she thought she would only need to find one, but she ended up digging out a bunch of them. Bai Cheng, there is no advantage in numbers when entering the far north. Most of us are scouts, and can die at any time. You have to be prepared and don't have feelings for me. Zhu Ning was silent. She needed to step on Bai Cheng's body to move forward. Bai Cheng knew Zhu Ning very well. She would be sad because of the death of every companion. Before setting off, Bai Cheng had to give Zhu Ning a vaccination. This was the price of revenge. She must have this determination. After a long time, Zhu Ning squeezed out a word, "Okay." Also, Bai Cheng thought of something. I have never been to the far north, and I haven't even found the entrance. The only one I know, Pei Shu, is dead. We have to spend some time exploring. When Bai Cheng joined Zhu Ning's team, there was a requirement that Pei Shu must accompany the team, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. Zhu Ning hummed and asked, "You are so powerful, but you can't find the entrance to the far north?" Bai Cheng shook his head. "It's not the same thing. We guessed that the far north is not a dead place, but a living drifting area, which will choose some humans to enter. If it were a fantasy novel, then this ghost place would only be open to those who are destined." Zhu Ning frowned when he thought of the death of Yilingi's team and asked, Is it collecting souls? A special area drifting in the ice and snow sounds like a soul harvesting machine, but why can Pei Shu escape? I don't know, maybe I don't have a soul. Bai Cheng was very calm when he said he didn't have a soul. If that's the case, I can only send you to the entrance. Zhu Ning, that's fine. Bai Cheng seemed to be a bounty hunter who came to apply for a job. He didn't ask about Pei Shu's death, but only asked the most critical part. What's your plan? No plan, Zhu Ning said. Go through the far north, revenge. Bai Cheng showed a stiff smile. It was indeed useless to make more plans in such a ghost place. The simpler the better. Zhu Ning, I guess Prometheus's defense is not strong. The far north is a natural barrier. Maybe Prometheus himself is as fragile as a mushroom, and will break if you pinch it. Prometheus failed in the last interception. As long as he reaches his host location, he will definitely die. Zhu Ning asked, where is the equipment? Zhu Ning himself was penniless. Bai Cheng suddenly smiled. The one who chatted with Zhu Ning did not move. In fact, the two Bai Chengs who stood up were waiting behind him. They walked to the southernmost end of the igloo, and used a shovel to dig out an ice brick. It was not quite accurate to call it an ice brick. It was 1 meter long and half a meter thick. It took 2 people to take it out. Bai Cheng fished out a black box from the bottom. After opening it, there was a dazzling array of weapons. After Zhu Ning entered the air gate and lost the flying car, he suffered all the way without any supplies. He never saw such abundant supplies again. I buried it a long time ago. After entering the north, try not to use large-scale hot weapons. It will cause an avalanche, so no one came to pick it up. Bai Cheng herself is not afraid of death. After being buried, the worst thing that can happen is that the body is replaced. Zhu Ning guessed that she might have caused an avalanche. Bai Cheng, there are some supplies here. If you want anything else, I try my best to find it. Zhu Ning quickly asked, do you have a flying car? Bai Cheng shook his head. The flying car can't be used, you can only walk. Zhu Ning asked, where is the human-headed elephant? As soon as she finished speaking, the eyes of 11 Bai Chengs fell on the human-headed elephant in the corner, as if they were scanning its entire body through its thick hair, and as if they were thinking about what kind of weird thing it was. It shuddered and expected Bai Cheng to say no. Maybe it can. Bai Cheng sentenced it to death, with one sentence. This time, it couldn't run away even if it wanted to. The human-headed elephant drooped down and whimpered. Lin Xiaofeng observed Zhu Ning. When she talked about revenge, she seemed to be a different person. Her mind was clear, as if a burst of vitality was suddenly injected into her body, and revenge became her new fuel. Lin Xiaofeng knew that she had made a very correct decision. She left temporarily, and waited for Zhu Ning to return for revenge. By the way, Zhu Ning asked, do you remember the reason for going to Utopia? Bai Cheng followed Zhu Yao to Utopia many years ago. Did you think you were a utopian because of this rumor? Not at all. Bai Cheng wanted to smile bitterly, but she couldn't control her facial features, so her face looked twitching. Maybe those who know are dead. Zhu Ning asked, don't you have any way to assist memory? With the development of technology, text or video records are fine. Just find a safe place to bury it. This time Bai Cheng was silent for a while. I guess it's easy to be deceived. Zhu Ning initially thought that she was deceived by others, such as writing a diary or video records would be tampered with, but she thought about it, and found that this was not the case. Bai Cheng was afraid of being deceived by herself. If she recorded a wrong piece of information, countless Bai Chengs would continue this information. Sometimes it was accidental, and the most terrifying thing was intentional. The previous Bai Cheng deliberately deceived the next one. This kind of thing probably happened before, so the Bai Chengs modified their attributes, and they would not record it even if they kept searching with stupid methods. It was quite scary. Except for Bai Cheng, few people could understand what it felt like to deceive themselves. Zhu Ning did not delve into this issue. If he did, he would not be able to stop. For example, who was Bai Cheng? If Zhu Ning's purpose was to purify the world, then Bai Cheng should also die. Zhu Ning imagined that he was making a deal with the devil. Since he had already made a deal, he should not think too much about the devil's rules. At least now, Bai Cheng was on his side, which was enough. Zhu Ning said, I need 3 of you to send Lin Xiaofeng away from the north. Zhu Ning was very worried about Lin Xiaofeng. 3 Bai Chengs should be able to guarantee safety. Bai Cheng glanced at Lin Xiaofeng and understood what Zhu Ning wanted to do. Okay, when do we start? Now. Zhu Ning didn't hesitate. This time it was Bai Cheng's turn to be surprised. Now? Yes, the sooner the better. Zhu Ning said, after sending her off, we will leave immediately. She couldn't wait to get revenge. Chapter 399. Another storm arose outside the shelter. When the storm stopped, Zhu Ning planned to take the opportunity to send Lin Xiaofeng away immediately. Lin Xiaofeng was wrapped in a heavy coat, and her whole body was bloated 3 times, like a fat little raccoon, with a small face set off by a furry collar. Zhu Ning was originally tidying up her collar, and now he stared at Lin Xiaofeng's face for a long time. This face was too much like a cartoon girl. When Zhu Ning got Lin Xiaofeng's information before, he sighed that it was almost beautiful without flaws, because it was shaped by modern industry. Lin Xiaofeng could not choose her facial features, and all obeyed her father's wishes. She hated looking in the mirror. Pei Shu once said that when she wanted to be seen, she would naturally be seen. She no longer cared about the specific meaning of her facial features. She just wanted to highlight her outline in the dark, so that Zhu Ning could find her. Zhu Ning had not thought about this matter carefully before, but now she realized that Lin Xiaofeng gave her all his trust and love. The little girl thought Zhu Ning wanted to tell her something, and her expression was particularly serious, waiting for Zhu Ning to speak. But Zhu Ning just helped her button her collar and put on her helmet, as if sending her to school. Wait for me to come back. Lin Xiaofeng's head sank, and the helmet panel was closed from the outside by Zhu Ning. She was stunned for a second, and then understood that the new program she wrote for Zhu Ning was taking effect. Zhu Ning would not die after killing Prometheus, and would come to her as long as she had a breath left. It was not Lin Xiaofeng's wishful thinking. Zhu Ning was responding to her seriously. Lin Xiaofeng thought about it, and took out a collection bottle from the inner 3-layer and outer 3-layer pockets, which still contained Pei Shu's ashes. Just like Zhu Ning released Su Meng's contaminated spores, she wanted Pei Shu to return to the far north. Zhu Ning received the signal, put it away silently, and then set Lin Xiaofeng on the back of the human-headed elephant. Zhu Ning could hike in the snow, but she hoped that Lin Xiaofeng could get out of the north safely. The human-headed elephant was still lying on its stomach, like a dog wagging its tail out of boredom. Lin Xiaofeng didn't even struggle when he climbed on top, and then the 3 by Chung climbed on top. The human-headed elephant stood up on all 4s, and the head on the trunk turned back and rubbed Zhu Ning. This thing really looked too weird, as if the animal was attached to humans. Zhu Ning had to reach out and touch his head, very reluctantly, and fed it an energy bar. But the human-headed elephant seemed satisfied, shook its head, and excitedly sharpened its hooves, carrying Lin Xiaofeng and the 3 by Chung away. Zhu Ning stood outside the shelter and watched them go away until he could only see a black dot. The temperature in the snow continued to drop, and now it was only -59. Zhu Ning was about to go back to the shelter, and suddenly narrowed her eyes when she turned her head. A black arc of light appeared above the mountains in the distance at some point, as if a giant, holding a black brush, used the vast north as a canvas and casually drew an arc. It was also like the slender crescent that appeared in the daytime in the human world, but it was several times larger than the sun and moon from an ordinary perspective. Even the mountains looked very small in front of it. If it was a full moon, it might completely cover the north. The black arc of light cast a shadow on the snow-white ground, and even the shadow was thousands of miles long. Zhu Ning could even walk into its shadow range. Zhu Ning's mind seemed to be empty the moment she saw it, and then a lot of memories were instilled into her. It was obviously her memory, but in the process of being taken out and put back, it seemed that something had shifted, just like a thief rummaging through the cabinets at home and putting them back, and all the furniture shifted an inch. Even Pei Shu's reminders in her memory were changing. Before, whenever Zhu Ning recalled the memories of Pei Shu in the north, the atmosphere was mostly relaxed, and the picture that emerged in her mind was Pei Shu leisurely knitting a sweater. But now every word of Pei Shu seemed to be roaring, and when he spoke, it was as if countless loudspeakers were shouting in Zhu Ning's ears, and her world suddenly became noisy. Be careful of something in the north. Some people call it the black sun, or the black moon. No one knows what it is. I prefer the latter name. After the black moon falls, the north enters a state of polar night. The pictures in her mind were mixed, as if the memories overlapped and mixed, and the scene began to rotate. Pei Shu put down the ball of wool, and looked straight at Zhu Ning through the rearview mirror, his eyes unexpectedly showing some strange evil. If you encounter it, either evacuate the north immediately and come back the next day, or set off immediately and rush to the destination before the polar night falls. Destination? Pei Shu sneered, only the far north. Pei Shu was too unfamiliar, making it difficult for her to tell whether these were memories or her imagination. Zhu Ning rubbed her eyebrows, breathing slowly, trying to drive out the disordered lines. But she immediately thought of another question. Why did Ilingi enter the far north in the first place? There may be human adventurous spirit, but as the Federation said, exploring the north will consume a lot of energy. In human history, any organized adventure is not a simple individual behavior, and the original motivation for discovering the new world was to find gold. And Ilingi's team was definitely the best in her time. Considering the climate of the north, Pei Shu, a fire type, was selected, and other superpowers were probably the best configuration. Who gave the order to this team? After all, the only known thing to humans further north than the far north is the mainframe of Prometheus. Has someone wanted to kill Prometheus long ago? Such a question appeared in Zhu Ning's mind, and then it became more and more uncontrollable, almost occupying her brain. She continued to think along with Chaos's guess. If so, who is this person? Who will benefit from killing Prometheus? First-class citizens such as Liu Yao certainly don't want this to happen. After all, they are complete vested interests. Prometheus is even very obedient, and tries to meet any unreasonable demands. Could it be someone similar to Liu Yuan? Liu Yu? Not very likely. Zhu Ning can't push all the problems to Liu Yu. She is not an omnipotent god, who can do so many things. Maybe it's a lower-class person. Someone tried to overthrow the rule of the kingdom of God a long time ago. History has always been written by the victors. After the failure, even the name was erased. Zhu Ning didn't know it all. Zhu Ning suddenly felt that he was not alone in assassinating Prometheus. It should be that his predecessors had failed countless times, and Zhu Ning just restarted the dusty historical mission again. There is another question. If the ultimate goal of this team is to kill Prometheus, why didn't Pei Shu mention it at all? In his impression, the team's highest goal is just to collect information. Because he kept some secrets? Did he lose relevant memories due to mental pollution? Or was it only Ilingi, the captain, who got the news? Ilingi, Zhu Ning silently recited this name. There is very little information about her. From Pei Shu's description, he could only infer that she is very capable, and there is no character background. Zhu Ning thought of Pei Shu's evil smile again, and her head was aching slightly. Was the mental pollution starting? Zhu Ning's thoughts were like a car speeding on the highway. The brakes failed, and she couldn't stop it several times. Why was the host of Prometheus designed in the northernmost part? A loud noise interrupted Zhu Ning's running thoughts. When she looked up, she saw a large flock of flying birds suddenly appearing in the sky in the distance. The birds screamed and flapped their wings, and soon passed over Zhu Ning's head. White feathers were flying, as if a heavy snow had fallen on her head. Each bird was surprisingly large, like a truck. The pupil of the bird passing by Zhu Ning's head moved down. She was caught off guard and looked at it. This bird had a snake head. Zhu Ning immediately went on alert, but the bird seemed to have no interest in her at all. It was struggling to fly south, as if it wanted to escape from the north immediately. Zhu Ning's eyes passed through the flock of flying birds, and her pupils shrank slightly. The black arc hanging in the distance became larger, and it was visible to the naked eye that it was growing rapidly. The darkness must have completely descended faster than Zhu Ning thought. She wanted to call Bai Cheng to come out quickly, but Bai Cheng had already heard the movement outside and lifted the curtain and walked out. Bai Cheng was more experienced and guessed it in the shelter. He asked straightforwardly, "Let's go." Zhu Ning knew that she still regarded herself as the captain, and she would ask the captain's opinion every time. They had two choices, to move forward or to retreat. "Let's go!" Zhu Ning did not need to make a choice. Bai Cheng threw a backpack over, which was fully equipped. She replenished her weapons, and hung a snow-climbing rope around her waist. The 8 Bai Chengs and Zhu Ning formed a new team. Zhu Ning walked in the front, and felt that she was Ilingi back then. Ilingi should have been like this at that time, and wanted to seize the time to enter the extreme north before the polar night came. The wind and snow in the north are difficult to deal with. The wind can blow at any time. People can't move forward smoothly in the strong wind. They walk 10 meters and retreat 8 meters. But since the black arc hung in the sky, even the wind and snow disappeared, as if every snowflake here couldn't wait to escape. Zhu Ning and the 8 Bai Cheng ran quickly. The more they ran forward, the more animals they encountered fleeing. It was like an earthquake zone. All animals had noticed something strange in advance, and only they were swimming upstream. Zhu Ning's progress was amazing, but it was still too slow compared to the speed of the spread of darkness. It was a coral colony. The snow-white corals are the forest under the snow-capped mountains. Each one is huge. The coral branches are connected to each other, and it seems to form an air tunnel above. The animals and plants in the north are huge, more than 100 times larger than normal size, and there are several human heads hanging on the top of the corals. Animals can escape, but plants can only stay where they are. The hanging heads are shaking, and everyone's expression is very horrified, with their facial features stretched to the limit. Some people are almost crying, as if they saw something extremely terrible before they died, and they could only show this expression after death. Zhu Ning felt very uncomfortable at the sight of them. Those heads lowered their eyes and opened their lips, as if telling them to run faster. Zhu Ning and Bai Cheng had just entered the coral forest, and the mountains in the distance were getting closer. It stands to reason that as long as they continue to run, they can reach the destination in at most an hour. But Zhu Ning suddenly stopped in front, and one of the Bai Chengs jumped onto the coral tree and looked into the distance, trying to see the road conditions next. The real night fell, like a black curtain, closing inch by inch, and they were experiencing this moment. The light was squeezed to only a narrow line, falling on Zhu Ning's face, crossing her pupils, as if splitting her eyeballs in half. But the light disappeared immediately, and darkness completely swallowed the world. Zhu Ning did not blink, and the searchlight beam on her chest melted. The flame on her body had no color, and she could not see any inch of the world from a god's perspective. It was not that Zhu Ning was blind, but that there was no room for any light under the polar night. There was only darkness left in her world. In the polar world, the biggest enemy was not pollutants, but loneliness. The temperature was now minus 60 degrees Celsius, and it would go up further. Zhu Ning had entered the coldest place in the world, and she could not even keep the heat of her breath. She heard rustling noises coming from behind her. The darkness amplified all sounds, and the sound of people stepping on the snow was so clear. The heads of people were shaking, and there was no wind. These heads were not blown away by external forces, as if they could move suddenly. Zhu Ning got goosebumps thinking that there were countless heads hanging in the darkness, but the problem was that she could not find the trajectory of the movement at all. But Zhu Ning was thinking, did Lin Xiaofeng leave smoothly? Lin Xiaofeng was on the back of the human-headed elephant. At first, the human-headed elephant walked leisurely. It was full and walked like a stroll. But it suddenly stopped, turned its head, and looked behind it. It changed its leisurely pace, and ran desperately with a terrified look on its face. Lin Xiaofeng firmly grasped the hair to control her body. She turned her head and took a look. At first glance, she saw white giant birds filling the sky. Each wing was larger than the human-headed elephant. There were mutant animals fleeing in all directions. The human-headed elephant and them were just one of them. The other animals were much faster than the human-headed elephant and were soon surpassed. Lin Xiaofeng's team was instantly submerged in the refugees. While running, she looked back and saw a black arc behind the mountains, like a black moon, which spread rapidly under Lin Xiaofeng's gaze. She only took a glance and just heard crazy mutterings, and was immediately pressed down by Bai Cheng. Don't look. The three Bai Chengs protected Lin Xiaofeng inside, and Lin Xiaofeng lay on the elephant's back. They were racing against the darkness, and the speed of the shadow falling was too fast. The fleeing team was very complicated. The human-headed elephant was hit by the white rhinoceros behind it, and staggered, almost knocking people over. It was like watching a concert of 10,000 people, and it was easy to get trampled. Not to mention that these were out-of-control animals. Once they were caught under the feet of large creatures, they were finished. Lin Xiaofeng had seen that the human-headed elephant was big enough before, but now she found that there were even larger creatures. A Bai Cheng suddenly jumped up and stabbed backwards in such a chaotic situation. A white light fell, and the axe cut off the next giant python that tried to approach. Another Bai Cheng was responsible for controlling the elephant body, and the third Bai Cheng protected Lin Xiaofeng. Without saying a word, the three of them quickly assigned tasks, and carried them out in an orderly manner. Lin Xiaofeng observed the world in the gap, and was shrouded in darkness behind her. Because she was closer to leaving the Northland, just like the farther away from the mountain, the more people could see the outline of the mountain from the side. What she saw was far more objective than Zhu Ning, who was in close contact. In Lin Xiaofeng's eyes, the darkness itself suddenly became real, as if it had come alive, and the sticky black substance spread like erupting oil. Her first reaction was the black covering on the surface of Zhu Ning's system, and the black fragments on Pei Shu's heart. What on earth is this? Chapter 400. Bai Cheng. Zhu Ning called out loudly, but there was no response, and she couldn't even hear what she was shouting. It seemed that her throat just rolled, and all she could hear was vague mumbling. Bai Cheng and the others disappeared. After the polar night fell, the loudest sound in Zhu Ning's ears was her own breathing, and other sounds were gradually getting weaker. She could hear someone talking. Maybe Bai Cheng was trying to determine each other's position by making sounds. But soon Bai Cheng's voice was swallowed up, and Zhu Ning couldn't describe it, as if this darkness had a body which could isolate all light sources, including sound. The rustling sound of snowflakes melted, Bai Cheng's shouting disappeared, and the head shook without making any sound, and even if there was, it was only a vague outline. It seemed that there was a dark monster behind her, standing closely against her back, sticking out a long tongue, licking her cheek carelessly, swallowing all sounds and light. People need to interact with the world to act, and sound is very important. Humans have 5 senses, which can hear and see, but now Zhu Ning's connection with the world is disconnected in 2 points. She closed her eyes, and slowly sorted out the current situation. There was no light and sound in the world, but fortunately, she could still feel the cold. Zhu Ning reduced the heat of the flames on her body, and the cold air penetrated through her pores. Goosebumps suddenly appeared, and her instinctive reaction was to shiver. It was this shiver that saved her, and pulled her out of the inhuman situation. It turned out that she was still a human. After Zhu Ning sensed this, her body's center of gravity slowly lowered, trying to get closer to the ground. Suddenly, Zhu Ning's left foot tightened, as if she accidentally stepped into a high-speed rotating wheel, and the instep was crushed into a bloody mess. She didn't know what happened, but her body reacted faster. The next moment, a dagger appeared in her hand and stabbed towards her left foot fiercely. She should have heard a puff, but she only felt the hot blood splashing on her body, and the back of her hand and the helmet on her face were all sticky and steaming. What did she kill? The most terrifying thing about killing in the dark is not death, but killing teammates by mistaken ignorance. Zhu Ning was afraid that she had killed Bai Cheng, so her clamped left foot slowly loosened. She bent down to feel the shape of the enemy, but before her palm covered it, she suddenly felt a pain on her face. She had no hearing and no vision, and all the enemy attacks were sudden. There are other creatures that can survive in the polar night. Those who can run have run away, and those who survived have adapted to the extreme environment. The human head was like a hard stone, and it smashed her face helmet as soon as it came into contact. Fortunately, she was wearing a helmet, otherwise her head would have been smashed. If you can see it, it is the head on the coral swooping down, with a face full of fear as if it was about to cry, as if this attack was not active but forced. "I don't want to kill people," the head shouted. When it hit Zhu Ning, 6 tiny arms immediately extended from the ears on both sides of the head. Compared with the football-like head, the open arms were similar to the branches on the snowman, only 20 centimeters long at most. The arms on both sides of the head were like fish fins. After hugging Zhu Ning, they made a hissing sound. Zhu Ning was rushed back 3 steps, covered the head with his palms, and immediately ignited the fire, but the strange head was not afraid of fire at all, but became tighter and tighter. Zhu Ning's helmet had begun to deform, and she didn't need her guidance at all. The black mucus on her body began to move without authorization, quickly overflowing from the back of the neck's spine, and in the blink of an eye, it expanded into a 5-meter-tall human figure. A black giant stood behind Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning is now transforming into a giant. Whether she likes it or not, this process is irreversible. Now she even feels close to the giant on her spine. There seems to be a solid barrier behind her, like a mountain that she can rely on. She and the black mucus coexist in the same body. The swallowing is taking effect, and the head falls into the black mucus like a stone mixed with rice. When the black mucus wraps the head is still rampaging inside, and the sound of crackling sounds inside. The giant crushes the head expressionlessly. The black mucus and the dark matter in the north are not the same thing. At most, they just have the same color. Zhu Ning thought of this inexplicably. Zhu Ning ran quickly, resisting the attacks of unknown creatures. In most states, she didn't know what she was fighting against. She couldn't see the enemy, but only felt that she was killing randomly. In her world, she was in the dark, dancing like a madman. Did the enemy really exist? She was almost unable to tell. The most terrifying attack is invisible. Her brain was confused again, and her soul was displaced. She couldn't hear the outside world, but the noise inside seemed to be amplified, making her want to go crazy. There was only one picture in her mind. After entering the Northland, Zhu Ning was reminded by Pei Shu many times. Now the whole picture was very dark, as if a car had caught fire and ashes fell. Pei Shu sat in the back seat, staring straight at the rearview mirror, without saying a word, just watching silently. Zhu Ning's brain was definitely wrong. When she stopped, her whole body was soaked in blood, and steam was steaming. And there were corpses of monsters all around her feet. Bai Shui was red at this time, and Zhu Ning standing in the middle was like a monster in the dark. Other creatures bared their teeth at Zhu Ning, especially fearing the giant behind her. Animals are like this. Once they find that the enemy is stronger, they will stop attacking intelligently. Zhu Ning concentrated the flames on her spine, and needed the cold to wake herself up. She still remembered each other's status a second before the polar night. 1 Bai Cheng was on the tree, and the remaining 7 or 8 Bai Cheng were scattered. Bai Cheng shared a brain, and even if they were deprived of vision and hearing, it should be easier to find the other selves. Based on Zhu Ning's understanding of Bai Cheng, she would definitely stay in a certain position and wait for Zhu Ning to find her. Zhu Ning tilted her neck, and the black slime slowly crawled back. She walked in one direction, and her feet were stained with blood and monster slime, making her feet a little sticky. Her legs were as stiff as ice sculptures. The severe cold could stimulate her, but it also had some side effects. Now her knees were trembling. Zhu Ning had memorized the topography of the coral reef in her mind. She counted her steps while walking 1, 2, 3. She realized she was laughing as she silently recited the numbers in her mind, as if this ghost place had liberated her bloodthirsty nature. Darkness would expose a person's dark side. With other teammates, humans would not show their enthusiasm for killing due to moral constraints, but Zhu Ning's mind was a little abnormal now. Or the long-term repression finally broke out, and she had to find an outlet to vent her revenge. In her mind, Pei Shu, who was sitting in the back seat, was still looking at her. Now Pei Shu's image was three-dimensional, as if he opened the door from the back seat, walked out of the car, and came to Zhu Ning, breaking the boundary between illusion and reality. The first principle of the polar night state is to protect yourself. Pei Shu's image was definitely an illusion. To resist those dark creatures, imagine that you have entered a bottomless cave. There will be some insects that adapt to darkness. Your enemies are these insects. It just happens that your flashlight is broken, and you need to fight mutant insects in the dark. Pei Shu's voice became very frivolous, as if a mastermind planned all this. At the same time, you must find your teammates as soon as possible. Zhu Ning's hand touched a foreign object, and her hair stood up. The most realistic guess in this situation is that she touched a pollutant, but her first reaction at that time was to touch Pei Shu. He really came out of the illusion. But the next moment, Zhu Ning's tense hand was touched by someone, and Bai Cheng's body was very cold, as if she had been waiting for her for a long time. Bai Cheng had no heartbeat and temperature, and Zhu Ning was not sure if she was Bai Cheng herself. Bai Cheng must have said something. Zhu Ning heard a buzzing sound similar to flapping wings. In her world, Bai Cheng became a mutant insect, saying words that she could not understand. They stopped the meaningless communication. Zhu Ning and Bai Cheng were like being in two different worlds. They could touch each other, but they couldn't communicate at all. Bai Cheng and the others were a little dazed. After the polar night fell, they immediately realized the horror of mental pollution. The main brain immediately cut off the connection, and they were abandoned by the unified brain. In order to ensure the cleanliness of the main brain, this cutoff was essential, but it also frightened Bai Cheng. The intensity of mental pollution in this place actually made her take the initiative to cut off the connection to protect herself. Now the Bai Chengs are all in a non-network state, and they have become independent individuals. But this situation often represents trouble, because it is equivalent to 8 puppets out of control. All the actions taken by these 8 people can continue to affect Bai Cheng in the future. Disconnect and then reconnect. It is very likely to leave wrong information, or, if she wants to deliberately deceive the main brain, this is the best opportunity. Bai Cheng fought in the chaos, and soon she found that she had little room to play. Zhu Ning almost quickly cleaned up the scene, and the creatures in the coral bushes did not dare to approach. So she waited quietly in the same place. Zhu Ning must be able to find her, and sure enough, she ran into herself. Bai Cheng wanted to share the news with Zhu Ning, so that she could prepare for her situation, but when she opened her mouth, she found that it was all lies, and she couldn't even understand what she said. Zhu Ning seemed to have noticed that Bai Cheng's state was not right, and the whole person was very dull. She shook Bai Cheng's hand with her backhand. Bai Cheng did not react at all, really like a puppet doll. Zhu Ning guessed that Bai Cheng might be disconnected from the internet. How should Bai Cheng deal with his relationship after the internet is disconnected? Will they still admit it to each other? Zhu Ning tried to find other Bai Chengs, but only found 7, and the remaining one was really untouchable in the dark. Zhu Ning didn't know whether she was dead or lost, or whether she defected after gaining self-awareness, and she couldn't guess her specific state at all. She raised her head and looked forward. She could open her eyes, but didn't see anything, but she clearly knew that there was a black substance there, like a huge black full moon shrouded behind the mountains. Zhu Ning could sense this, and soon thought of the smooth surface of the system, and the black fragments found on Pei Shu's body, which were swallowed and fused by herself. Darkness is not darkness itself, it has some kind of entity. Whether Zhu Yao has really been here or not, at least he has this substance. Darkness isolates the pollutants in Zhu Ning's brain, allowing it to operate in an orderly manner, and also isolates Prometheus. On the one hand, it protects Prometheus, and on the other hand, it really imprisons him. Imagine the north as a barrier, and now Zhu Ning is breaking through it. Many questions in the Alpha series experiments have not been solved. Zhu Ning knows the origin of the pollutants inside the system. The tentacles wriggling in her brain come from the heart of the underground giant of Utopia. Her memory storage mode refers to Baicheng, which is composed of countless cells. Her foresight comes from Hua Huaying's foresight eye. But what about the smooth black surface of the system? Something that can imprison the heart of the giant and can function, the part of the implanted technology. The smooth black surface must be very stable. Was Pei Shu born with the black fragment implanted, or was it obtained in the attack in the north? This journey suddenly added some meaning. She needed to understand the source of all the parts of her body, not only to piece together the truth of the end of the world, the truth of the giant's death, but also her own truth. Zhu Ning was covered in blood, carrying the giant behind him and Baicheng, and moving forward towards the black moon behind the mountains.